Guys, welcome to the UK Open. This is the 4th UK Open that we've had in the United Kingdom. This will be one of the largest UK Opens that we've ever had. There's going to be, I believe, over 400 people that are registered so far. We don't know the exact figure yet, but we'll get that to you in a second. Let's introduce ourselves. We are the commentators for the event, myself, Darren Stevenson, and Alex Robertson.
Thank you.
We're just one weekend removed from Utrecht, and you would think it's more or less the same, right? Same business as usual, but no, we've got a little addition to the game. Yep. Darkwing Blast has just released this weekend, and it's going to provide
And I just think these cards are going to shake up the meta so much. They're staple cards almost. And yeah, Darkwing Blast is going to change the meta for this event. There's the new Sprint, which changes up the Sprite deck and makes it more of a... It can go into other decks now, being able to introduce cards like Totally Awesome back into the deck, following the recent ban list, Forbidden Limited list.
And what makes them so strong is the cards that you've mentioned.
Exactly.
They're all quite splashable to a lot of decks as well. Like Sprint, like it's called Sprite Sprint, but you'll probably more so see it in like a lot of decks. Like Tearlaments will probably take full advantage of that because they have Merly, a level 2 monster. And you mentioned the Kashtira cards, Fenrir, who's a generic card that you can just play as a generic extender. And there's one archetype which I think will showcase like above and beyond is a Bestial. Those cards seem really, really good, and not just like as an engine by themselves, but as defensive cards as well. And they can also act as extenders as well, which can open up a lot of lines. They're level 6, right?
They're level 6, so you can go into cards like Erratic King Atum, maybe cards like Beatrice to extend your plays in the Tearlaments deck, as well as other strategies. So I think they're really good cards. They're really cool. They have similar applications to DD Crow, I might have seen in the previous formats. But obviously they give you that extra body and then those extra bonus effects, which just makes them just that bit better than DD Crow or other cards.
It'll be interesting to see how equipped the players are with this current meta, to see if they are well prepared, if their side decks have equipped themselves for like the new formats, or more people have just sort of thought maybe it's more or less the same thing, maybe underestimating what Darkwing Blast can really provide. And I think that maybe that's like what a lot of people can really do. They more or less thinking it's business as usual, don't really adapt to it. And then when you get the players that like will do the best are the ones that have respected this, and those are the ones that I expect that will go far in this event.
Exactly. Another deck we forgot to mention as well is the new Draco Slayer cards.
Of course, how could we forget Pendulum?
Pendulum. We were talking about these cards leading into this, and I think this deck could be a very like surprising pick for the weekend.
It could be, yeah.
We haven't seen Pendulum as a deck type for a little while now, and I think it's very good into the current meta. These Draco Slayer cards, they are, for lack of better words, they're just insane. They generate so many card advantage. They are able to interrupt in different ways, build different boards, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing these this weekend. It
has been a hot minute since Pendulum has been introduced in our archetype. I think the last one, if memory serves, was Endymion, the one that actually had an impact on the meta, whereas the Draco Slayers have been really, really strong.
Yeah, I think, especially with cards like Ignista Prominence, the level 8 Synchro, that card's not once per turn. So it can summon a guy from deck, it can then shuffle another card into the deck. So having cards like that to create board presence and also just be able to push through boards and create so much advantage. I'm really hoping we can see that deck this weekend.
For sure, because what one Pendulum really needs is engine cards that can really help them push and really help them overcome game states.
Exactly.
Because they really do rely on like having every card in their hand being able to be a playable card.
Yes, yeah.
And I think these cards do add a lot in the sense that they do extend your engine.
Yes.
The Ignis and Bumbuku as well being used as a way to just give you that +1 that's all important.
It gets you that Majesty Pegasus, because even though it's a Draco Slayer card, it still counts as a Magispector card.
Exactly, yeah.
I think it's going to be interesting to see, especially as following this new set of Darkwing Blast, they are 1 to 2 card combos now. Well, maybe 1 to 3 card combos. So you don't require all 5 cards. So you may be able to play those tech cards to help combat the rest of the metagame.
Exactly. It'd be interesting to see if they have a play before they have to commit scales and Pendulum Summon. Because that's when Pendulum can be at its weakest, where it can feel like vulnerable, where it's committing 2 cards, and if those 2 cards get removed, then suddenly it's just got no way of Pendulum Summoning it.
Yeah, that's...
So hopefully it has like an in-engine way to like generate those pluses, so then like it can use those scales as like bait to bait disruptions, and then push it into boards effectively.
Well, that's why the Endymion structure deck and deck type became really strong, because it had a play that wasn't just about its Pendulum Summon. So hopefully these cards can come and do the exact same thing here.
For sure. So what do you think is going to win the event?
Ooh.
Let's just go right into it.
Let's go right into it. Okay. Personally, as a plant enthusiast, I love the Rika Sun Avalon deck. I think it is very underestimated, and hopefully there'll be a good player in the room who's piloting the deck and can take it to victory.
It's a deck that won the European Championship.
It did win the European Championship.
It's not a completely outrageous call.
No.
People aren't really picking it up though. Like I would still consider it as more of like a rogue option, despite how powerful it really is. Yeah. Being able to tribute your opponent's monsters with the field spell is pretty good.
Yes.
They tribute as cost as well, so it means your opponent doesn't even have a chance to respond. Exactly. It's just really, really strong. And it showcased that by winning the European Championship. I'm not sure.
What about you?
Well, you know me. I love decks that can do a lot in one turn. I can totally respect that Rika can do that. But in terms of like purely representation as well, I would feel like a Tearlament deck will go far at this event. It'll be interesting to see if a deck like Rika, which has low representation, can go all the way to the end again. But in terms of representation and in terms of deck that I personally enjoy playing, I think Tearlaments will be really, really good, especially with they're getting like new support. Like they only have, well, actually they have 2 really strong cards that are being introduced. Rule Kalos. Yeah. That card, I think, changes the deck completely. Like it's just crazy to think that one fusion monster can make such a difference. Yes. But being able to provide like a way that can extend and a way that gives the deck an in-engine defensive card without having to necessarily play like engines to give it something else. And those engines might feel a little bit underwhelming, but you have to do it because it's like a necessary evil. Yes, it might not be necessary anymore, which is really interesting to see. And then of course, Tearlaments Scream. That card. That card's,
I only read it yesterday, and that card is really good for the deck. Especially just giving you access to your trap cards is something you can underestimate, because even though you can search for it with Kit Kolos, just being able to have the ability to just start sending top cards of your deck to your graveyard, and just hitting these cards like Suliek, Scream, that just generate further advantage, I think it's really important. And may just put that deck just even further over the edge into being one of the best decks in the format. Well, as a combo enabler, that's it, right? Yes, also as well. So being able to do things like, if you mill it, you can just add Suliek, and then you can use it in a way to add it and then extend your combos even further. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how it plays this weekend. I do think it's going to be very strong. I'm looking forward to also seeing how the bestial cards interact with this deck, because obviously these are new cards. Yeah, they're new cards. They like their graveyard. They like their graveyard. Like their graveyard exactly. So it'll be nice to see if not only players are respecting this and they're making plays based on trying to play around these bestial cards, but also seeing how the bestial cards generate advantage and, well, interact with the Tearlament cards. There are ways that I've seen deck building for Tearlament that can play around these bestial cards, so they're well respected already. A card that's already been seen in Tearlaments in Brandon and Hive Spirits. Yes. Because now you don't need to play Desfrog anymore. He's been retired, they done for, because conveniently Rule Kalos is 2,500 defense. Which is like, it's like they're doing this on purpose. They just wanted Brandon Hive Spirits to be so amazing in this deck. Exactly. It's really strong. It'd be interesting to see how well that does. So let's transition. We're talking about Tearlaments, talked about Rika. Let's talk more about Sprite. Yes. So we've already talked about Sprint and how he is really, really powerful. Being able to send any level 2 just makes him a really splashable card. Yes. Let's focus more on what he sort of offers to Sprite. We're seeing over the weekend at Utrecht, how you mentioned it, Runic Sprite was victorious. Yes. So what can that offer to make Sprite much better? So Sprint, it allows you to go back into your frog plays, because even though it's a link 2, it then sends cards like Nimble Angler, and then that gives you 2 extra bodies on board, and that allows you to have that extra body to be able to make your play. Because with the old plays following Ronin Toaden's removal, making Totally Awesome became very hard to do, especially while playing through interrupts, and you're trying to like make it as economically possible.
I would have thought it was just not an option.
Exactly,
last format at all.
exactly.
Like I'd be very surprised if people considered to play Totally Awesome. But
now you have just 2 level 2s. They get you there. You make your sprint, you make your gigantic, you get your swap frog, and then you're basically there already, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be very strong, and we'll likely see it into this weekend. And just having Totally Awesome, being able to have essentially 2 negates, right?
And it's interesting that you say that it can enable an interrupt.
Yeah.
But it's also its own interrupt.
Yes. It's detach a XYZ material, correct? To then return a card to the deck, or is it return to the hand?
I believe it returns it to the hand, but we'll definitely double check that.
Yeah, we'll double check that. But yeah, that's another unique piece of interaction, I'd say, especially with just how, again, unique these sprite cards are. That's weird.
Do you think, will you expect to still see the sprite cards with the runic cards, or do you think they might take a different direction now that they can introduce Totally Awesome?
I think it can go both ways. I think the runic cards obviously offer a lot for the deck. They give the draws with Fountain, they give all the unique pieces of interruption, and let's not forget, just banishing the top card of your opponent's deck can be very inconvenient for them.
Yeah.
Especially when you start resolving 1 and then 4 and then 3 and then 2.
Course, yeah.
It's like
they can have some variance in your favor by hitting those key combo pieces, like those engine requirements that are all one of.
Yeah.
And if they hit those, then that can indirectly just make your opponent's deck just lose control.
Exactly, especially as realistically, you see a lot of 40 card decks, and when they start playing these runic cards over and over again, they're losing almost a quarter of their deck instantly.
For sure.
And that could, as you said, really inconvenience your opponent and make it hard for them to play their strategy.
That interaction could happen in the Sprite versus Tearlaments matchup, just to mention Brandon and High Spirits again, because that card needs to
It needs to have a target, right?
Yes, right? And if you just so happen to hit the Albion, which is what has been played, then that's just a card that you can't use.
Exactly, and then you just lose access to that key combo piece essentially. But I think the runic sprite deck, I think it's leading into this weekend. However, I want to see the use of sprint. I want to see how these frog plays go to make Totally Awesome, and then maybe even introduce the adventure cards back into the deck, because
that was quite popular. I remember before Run and Tonin, slowly had to be removed from the format. It was quite a popular build. I saw at Euros, I think it was the go-to, wasn't it? Adventurous Sprite. That makes sense because you don't really need your normal summoning in any version of Sprite that I've really seen. It was more so just an extra extended, just a normal 2. The 2 isn't really doing
the 2. It's just there to get to allow you to summon these Sprite monsters.
I think that's what makes the deck really versatile and really strong. Just not needing and relying on your normal summon. Like Tia can maybe rely on its normal summon a little bit. That's why you don't really see the Brave engine unless you lower the amount of Rhino Hearts that they do play in the deck.
Exactly, yeah.
You think we're likely to see Brave, the Adventurer cards in any other decks? I remember Punk was a deck that...
I think there is a world where we do see people trying to introduce it back into the Tearlaments deck, because you now have these extra cards in Scream that give you value when they're sent to the graveyard.
That's when they'll start using things like Baron de Fleur, which interacts with Scream, and then they can search a defensive card whilst also just having a defensive card in Baron de Fleur as well.
So there's a world you see that, but I think mainly it'll be with the adventure cards. With the sprite cards.
What did Punk lose for it to not really see playing anymore? What was the most recent hit? Halki Firebrax, of course. That would,
I think Chaos Ruler was the Magical Dragon. I think that was the big hit that kind of put that engine a little bit out of place in the format.
It was probably fine with removing Halki Firebrax. It probably would have worked with just Chaos Ruler, but without Chaos Ruler, I think
if Chaos Ruler was still in rotation, essentially, I think I would very much want to play these Punk cards, because just seeing 5 extra cards in your deck, potentially adding 1.
You definitely see a lot more interesting things if Chaos Ruler was available in the format. Any other decks that come to mind that you think that could, at least, you're a Rika fan.
I'm a Rika fan. I love the Rika deck.
What do you think could go deep in this event?
What went deep at Utrecht? Oh, there was the Live Twin cards as well.
Of course, how could we forget about the Live Twin cards? Those are quite an interesting addition to the Sprite deck as well.
So I made top 16 at YCS Utrecht, and I noticed that when I was playing the Swiss, I played a lot of live twin decks. Like, I think I probably played about 5.
Maybe it's the standard concession of, because that was quite a new format, right?
Exactly.
And what the general player can tend to do is just go hand traps in the girl.
Yeah.
And
well,
that's what Live Twin was, wasn't it? It was just like half engine, half defensive cards, and it was just a way to adapt to what the format could be, because we weren't really sure
how it was going to go. Yeah.
So it was an interesting and very viable choice for the event, I'd say.
I think it also just gave you a lot of utility. It gave you these destruction with Leela, and it gave you the ads with Kisical Frost, or the draw cards, sorry, with Kisical Frost, and it just gave you lots of utility, and it gave you that room to play those go second cards, which made it a lot more powerful.
But I thought was quite interesting as well. Like, they don't even play the Link 4. Like,
they don't need it.
Yeah, it's
just make
just
the Link
2s.
2s. Yeah.
Just 2, anything that's a 2, just Link 2. They have some really cool utility, and it'll be interesting to see if people go for that concession again, because as mentioned, the format is shaking up. Maybe you still stay in that mindset where not necessarily Live Twin Sprite.
Yeah.
Maybe something like Mathmech. People will play like engine,
I did forget
half
about
hand traps, half engine, and people will play something like that in an attempt to sort of go far by using these generic defensive cards, which will do enough, because they'll do something. Like, they might not be as powerful as something like Maining the Buru.
Yes.
But if you play like the sort of like, I would say mid-tier ones, like Ash, Imperm, maybe even Ghost Ogre.
If you have enough of them as well, right?
Usually
do 2 to 3, it'll get you there. And then especially if you're playing Mathmech, where it has Circular as a 1 card, it does whatever you want in your deck.
For sure.
I think I really like the Mathmech deck. I think it will have its place in a format at some point. So hopefully it's this one.
Yeah, it could very well be this one. I'm not sure how it would fare into the Bestial cards.
Exactly, because
that'd be a bit
Sigma is a light, I believe, right? So it might be a little bit awkward there.
That might be a bit difficult.
But yeah, I think that's about it for the decks we expect this weekend. Got any other comments?
I'm not sure if there's anything else that comes to mind. However, I think we've covered everything. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick break before we get on to round 1. So hope to see you then. Hello everyone, welcome back. Just as we wait for round 1 to start, we already know who we're going to pick. We're of course going to feature round 1, the previous UK Open 3, the winner, SHUEISHA. We've got his deck list here, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a little chat about it. So before we get him and his opponent in for round 1, let's just talk about what he's cooking up here. So it looks like he's playing Sprite. Is there anything spicy on there that you can
he's obviously been looking at Darkwind Blast. So he's got that's what we want to see. He's got some new tech cards. He's got the Bestial cards in, so he's playing Magnamut and Druid's Worm as well. Then he's also playing Sprite even. And he's got Sprint in his deck. He's then building it around that.
How could you not?
How could you not?
It literally has Sprite in its name.
Exactly. so he's obviously building around that. He's got Toads in his extra deck, Frogs in his main deck.
Finally.
He's done it.
It's back. He's
made it.
Figured it out. He's figured it away.
He's got the goo.
It'd be interesting to see Totally Awesome back in the format despite Ronan Tonin.
Exactly.
The approach he took though, because we saw when Joshua Schmidt won the YCS, he played no hand traps.
Exactly.
No defensive cards whatsoever. Whereas his approach, he's went for
he's got
like
6
Ash Blossom, Impermanence.
3 Ash, 3 Impermanence.
Which is generally, I would think, when a format is brand spanking new.
Yes, yeah.
That's normally the go-to, isn't it?
It's a good place to start because they're generic, they do what you want. Impermanence is also a good card going second.
They're going to hit something.
Yeah, it's going to do something against most of the decks generically.
And even in the previous format, you would see Infinite Impermanence was probably, I don't think it's right to say it's the best one, but the most representative one because of its coverage.
Yes,
against Tearlaments, like being able to just use Infinite Impermanence to negate the effect of Kikalos, so it can't add or use its effect to destroy itself in the mill 5, is very important, and it can make it so that Tearlaments just hits a brick wall and can't push any further.
Yes.
So I think that would make it Infinite Impermanence just a very safe pick because it'll also just hit something else. It'll always hit something.
Exactly.
It'd be very odd to find a deck where it would just do absolutely nothing. Same with Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs, I would expect. It will cover something.
I think there's some other cards in here. There's also, see, we've got the 3 Imperm, we've got the 3 Ash. He's also playing the Bestial cards. So he's got another 4 of them in there. So he's got these 4 DD Crow-esque effects.
Do you think that might have any sort of clashes with the restrictions of Gigantic Sprite at all?
That's another thing I was thinking about actually, because often with the Sprite deck, it doesn't put a monster in the graveyard until that Gigantic Sprite's been used. So just it kind of turns off these Bestial cards.
That's where Infinite Impermanence and Ash Blossom might shine. If people are respecting the Bestial cards, they can't respect everything.
Yes.
And usually when Gigantic Sprite does get stopped, there's not an awful lot of place for Sprite to go if they don't have any other sort of follow-up. But one thing I have noticed that is something that comes in and out of formats is he's main decking, not siding, main decking triple tactic talents.
I'm personally this card's both really amazing and then sometimes it's just not quite where it needs to be in the format. I think at the beginning of the format though, I think it will always shine, beginning of every format, because people, they go back to what they know, they want to play these Ghost Second cards, these hand traps of
Exactly,
this.
yeah.
And I
maybe
think
that's what
it
you're
shines.
thinking as well.
Exactly, yeah. And also just going into these Sprite decks, these tier 1 matchups, it's going to be another good card that you can just gain value going first and second.
I will admit, the folks at home might know, I really dislike playing triple tactics, just because I don't like to rely on cards that where you want your opponent to do something.
You need your opponent to do something, yeah.
I would much rather it just be like another engine card. But as you mentioned, the value of triple tactics when it goes off, being able to take a card out of your opponent's hand, gain knowledge, really important. Being able to take one of your opponent's defensive cards, crazy, really important, a good field breaker. And then being able to just draw two cards. If you already have like what's going for you, like you can either just draw 2 cards and just get more defensive cards or more engine just to make sure you win even more.
Exactly.
Or you can take a card out of the hand and then the game knowledge is so important.
Exactly.
And then if you're playing a deck like Tearlaments with triple tactics talents, which can vary between whether you want to make a Abyss Dweller or whether you want to use Eradicate a Pandemic, then you just know for sure what you're going to do.
Exactly.
And if your opponent can sometimes do a tactical let's scoop up and go to the next game, this card allows you to actually know what they're playing so you can side deck effectively and to avoid those scenarios where you might not side correctly.
I'm
very love-hate relationship.
Yeah. For you at least. For me, I really love the card.
Right.
I think I do agree that your opponent has to be interacting with you in some way or form for it to be a live card.
Okay.
However, My mindset is, I think I want to be playing card decks that are 1 to 2 cards. They're not like 5 cards you need to do it. Like 1 to 2 card gets you there. And if they're interrupting with you, then that's just where talents are going to shine anyway.
Yeah.
And that 1 card, 2 card combo, that's going to get you there anyway. You're going to be essentially winning the game for that.
I'm not denying its going second aspect is very strong.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's just going first. Sometimes it can feel like
agree.
you're having a 4-card hand rather than a 5-card hand. But I do understand its need for when you go first.
Yeah.
One thing that I also want to point out as well, it's probably quite a generic thing, but I just want to like basically just highlight how good it really is and what's came into the format since Blazing Vortex. Pot of Prosperity, that's just been a free of in almost everything. It's nuts. Like you don't even see things like Pot of Desires anymore, and that card like literally is a +1.
It's a draw too.
But
whereas
the value of being able to pick any card from the top six is so powerful.
Well, I played it in my Rika deck for your first year for Utrecht, and we discussed.
Give the whole deck list at this point.
We discussed this very like in depth going into the event. And we're like, is Prosperity needed? Because we need. Throughout the game, we need roughly 14 of our extra deck cards. Like, sometimes we need to pick and choose which ones. I tried it. I'm not going back. I'm not going back to that deck without it. It needs, I think it's just been so powerful, just being able to see either another engine card or even more powerful, a non-engine card.
It effectively just gives you like a 10-card hand.
Exactly,
And that's just so incredible.
Yes.
And it takes away the variance of what Pot of Desires might do, like banishing the top 10. Generally, I normally would expect when I'm deck building that the variance banishing the top 10 doesn't matter.
Exactly.
But sometimes it
Sometimes
does.
it does.
and sometimes you can find yourself in a game state where you're thinking, I banished all 3 Rhino Hearts. That shouldn't happen, but it has. And sometimes that can happen, whereas like the variance is more in your control of Pot of Prosperity because you choose your extra deck cards. And if you found that you've lost a game because you've banished an extra deck card, that's on you, right?
Exactly.
You chose
Whereas
that.
if you've activated Desires, you've unfortunately banished an engine card you need, and you're like, you're just like looking at your hand. Sometimes you draw the second Desires as well. You're just looking at those cards, you're just like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to compete in this game now.
Like leading up to Utrecht, I was a psycho, and I played High Spirits and Desires with 1 Albion, and I was just like, if I banish it, because like I really do value.
You just want those draw too, right?
The +1, the +1 in this game, I think is like especially
agree with
valuable.
that.
But I also do respect being able to just pick any cards, just really
Exactly.
good. And it's probably more so important in a deck like Sprite, not necessarily in tier, which is why I guess why you don't see it, is because you play a big 40-card engine.
Yes.
So the chances are you're going to have a 5-card engine, which are relatively
It's doing
generic,
something,
good
yeah.
engine cards. You don't necessarily need to pick a specific one.
Yeah.
Whereas this,
You want to see a certain card, right?
Yeah.
You just want to be able to have a high chance of seeing cards like Starter, maybe Blue, maybe even going second, you may see the Kashtira Fenrir, which he's also playing. So it's just being able to see these more niche cards, whereas like, again, as you said in Tearlaments, there are 40 cards, it's 40 engine cards, and you just want to see
Who's playing
any
40?
combination.
My man.
Oh,
Like,
my
see,
guy.
solid 40.
No, but you just, when you're playing the Tearlaments deck, you just want to see like any, basically a combination of 5 engine cards, essentially, right?
Just pure engine.
But
Post side is where, as you mentioned, Pot of Prosperity can be
Exactly, yes.
really ridiculous, and it can like just fetch you any of those side cards. Which like generally, when you want to side that card, what you're going for is if I draw this card, I want this to just single-handedly win me the game. And Pot of Prosperity just helps you dig for it.
yeah, well, going second, you see, what, 12 cards? That's in a 40-card deck. That's essentially a course of your deck.
You're going to see one of them.
Yeah.
To eventually get like, let's see, is he going for some of these field breakers? So he's going for Dark Ruler No More. I saw something. I saw that is like transitioned out because people don't really do because Totally Awesome fell off, right? So Dark Ruler No More was like really good against like the pure Sprite deck, where they were ending on Totally Awesome and the squad.
Yeah.
And then but now like.
Whoa.
They end on like spells, so Dark Ruler No More doesn't really do it anymore. So I wonder what his thought process is there. Maybe he is thinking that people will transition back to Totally Awesome
that's what I'm
because he
thinking.
did. So maybe he's thinking people will have the same sort of mindset.
He may also just be reading into maybe how the Tearlaments decks are also going for the Rukalos, and maybe because like Barra on the floor.
That is true.
Like those sorts of boards, instead of like trying to go for Suliek and other interrupts, basically. So it may just be having it as a blanket. Again, it's the beginning of the format, so maybe he just wants it there as a blanket.
Good coverage, yeah.
Good coverage, really an amazing card. So
against the tier deck, it depends on how the sort of meta and the sort of standard of combos really go. But what you used to do in Tearlaments was to prioritize having Celiac,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
And you'll be able to get that more than ever before thanks to the spell.
Exactly.
But it will, at the very least, stop Baron de Fleur. So I suppose he's thinking, well, at the very least, it'll do something. I wonder what he's scared of post-side, because he also has a Psyframe Gear Gamma, which I would say is probably one of the strongest of all the hand traps. I would say like a hand trap which you would expect if you were to play it, there'd be a point where you would Psyframe Gear Gamma something and it would outright win you the game.
Exactly, yeah. He's also playing Dimensional Shifter as well. Again, those are probably, in my head, those two are, alongside Nibiru, the Primal Being, are probably the most high impact hand traps that you can play.
You would expect he would be wanting those in the Tearlament match.
Yes, yeah.
So he probably won't go for Dark Roller no more. No. He's definitely recognizing that these can be a win condition against those matchups.
Yeah, so I think those cards, they'll come in and they're just going to do something amazing, and he's just going to potentially just win on the spot because of just how high impact those cards are.
Dimension Shifter in particular is a card that I very much, when I'm a Tearlament player, if
I
see that get dropped, I just think, oh my days. There's not really a lot you could do. It's a very, very strong hand trap, and it's really difficult for Tear to combat that.
You can also note that he is playing Dimensional Shifter, but he's also not playing the Gamma Burst.
Is that to just end the game quickly?
So Gamma, usually when you're people playing Dimensional Shifter in Sprite, you usually see the Gamma Burst there as well, because it then allows you to just have this one-turn push with all of your small guys that then become bigger, and just helps you get that OTK push, which is something needed because Dimensional Shifter is only for 2 turns essentially.
Of course, yeah. But what he isn't playing Gamma Burst, but I've just spotted that. He's playing Double Cross.
He is playing Double Cross.
That is a new Sprite trap in Darkwing Blast. And we had a quick read of it just to see if anybody was going to play it. We weren't massively sure if people would go for it. It does have,
it's very
forgive
unique.
us, it has a range of effects which I haven't quite memorized. But it has something to do with, you can summon something to a Zona Link 2 points You can also put it as a material.
It's such a unique card.
It does an interesting fetcher things. Is it searchable within the Sprite engine?
Yes, I believe Jet can search it, right?
Of course, it's spell and trap, I wonder in what scenarios you would find yourself searching that over Smashes or Slump or Starter. Maybe he has a sort of line that he's thought of where you would value Double Cross. So maybe it's a way to respect certain cards that would make him lose, like maybe something like Mystic Mine. I'm not massively sure what sort of
I think it might also be because it has a really unique interaction with the Tournament cards. If it equips from the graveyard or summons from the graveyard to your zone, they can trigger their effect. You can then use it to steal it.
Okay.
And that might be a unique interaction.
That's really interesting.
He might also just be trying it out alongside other new cards from the set to see how they fit within the deck.
It's also a scenario where you can make his Sprint live if it isn't live, I guess.
Yeah.
So I suppose like if he's in a game state where he can look ahead and he knows that he can't have an XYZ monster have a material because he needs to use its effect, like Gigantic Sprite or something like that. And he can bring Gigantic Sprite back off Elf, and then he can use Double Cross's effect to give a material. So then Sprint is live. So maybe that's his thought process. Maybe he just wants it as a sort of option.
Yeah.
Post side, I can definitely see that being side out when he goes second. So
Yeah.
it's probably like a flex spot to side out as well. So interesting. So the frogs are back. So he's playing a mix of Swap Frog and Nimble Angler and Nimble Beaver. So he's got 5, I would say, normal summons. I wouldn't class the Sprites as normal summons, I would say. So they were like the 5 normal summons. 5 cards he's trying to aim to normal summon, Good maths. 5 is normally the solid number when you have a 40 card deck. So
not draw too many.
Do you think he would respect something like Psyframe Gamma then? If he goes, you reckon he would just go straight in, normal Beaver?
I think game 1, maybe not.
Maybe not, no.
Game 2 and game 3, I think I would respect it personally. I'd be a bit, don't want to activate it just in case. And you can just be a bit cautious on how you're playing because, again, these Sprite cards, summoning from hand, very high impact.
They suddenly just turn from 1 to a jillion.
Exactly.
They fill the board, and then at that point you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's really dangerous because you see blue just hit the board and you're unsure if you need to or not. But yeah, it's basically, you summon blue, and when you summon blue, that just, do you hand trap it?
Turns in everything,
Do you hand trap it? Do you just let it resolve, and then you're like, I don't know what to do?
Yeah, it makes it really difficult when you have a card like Infinite Impermanence, and then you wonder, do I do that?
Do I do it?
Or do I hold it for Gigantic Sprite?
Exactly.
But at that point, they already have everything.
They have everything. It's such a unique feeling. I think this is a part where I prefer the Field Breaker cards, because I don't want to make these decisions, these micro decisions. I see these cards.
You want them to let them play.
I want them to play,
and then you want to play into their board.
Yes, even though the Sprite board is very, very like hard to play through, especially again with the reintroduction of Totally Awesome, it's very hard. Significantly harder now. But I think with cards like Dark Running more, you can kind of get there. But I think having these hand traps and you're trying to like decide, do I want to hit blue, do I want to hit jet, do I want to hit gigantic, do I want to hit elf, stop it from summoning back the swap frog to make toad. There's too many decisions there, and you just get punished essentially if they have any extender in a lot of scenarios. So it's really hard to decide, in my opinion.
For sure. And going back to Darkwing Blast, Kashtira Fanria, he's opted to go for what we expected, the generic free of splashable card that I'm really expecting to see in more or less everybody's deck.
Yeah.
So what do you think his thought process there? Again, like, as we mentioned, will that conflict with the
I'm not sure,
Sprites?
but I think, again, it's another body. So if you have a normal summon, it gets interrupted, you can start making elf plays into gigantic, and you can kind of go into your combos that way. But again, it's also a really good going second card. It gives further advantage. You get another copy of it, or a different Kashtira card if you're playing them. And I think just because of that, I think the card's really strong. I'm really looking forward to seeing...
He just searches himself, right?
Exactly, yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this card performs throughout the day, and hopefully we see it in this feature match.
It'd be interesting to see, like, once he hits the field,
to
see what he really does and what he sort of offers.
And what the impact is, right? Just of this one singular card and what it does for the game.
Because he's very similar to Dino Wrestler Pankratops, and whenever Pankratops hits the board against me, I'm like,
you're like, oh
my god, that is stressful. It puts up a lot of
pressure
impact.
just from one card.
Who would have thought a tribute to destroy is very scary, especially if you're playing like a back row heavy deck as well. I think Kashtira only interacts with.
I believe it interacts with every card. We'll have to double check.
Now we're talking.
But I believe it interacts with every card. But I believe it's also on a new chain. So that might be an impact on how strong the card is as well.
It is on a new chain, but however, it is something that the opponent has to respect. Because obviously, once they activate something,
they're losing another card.
You know, like, since it's on a new chain, it gives the opponent an opportunity to use that chain to remove the card, but it still bits something. It's doing something. It's at the very least a 1-for-1, but you've also just added a copy of itself. So it's not really a 1-for-1.
It's not a 1-for-1. I think it'll be really good to see how it interacts and how players also respect it going through the event.
And I'm also quite sure if they just remove it from the field, that you just summon another one, right?
You might be able to.
I'm pretty sure you can.
We'll have to double check, but they might just be able to summon another one.
I'm fairly confident that was its gimmick. Like you summon it, you add another one, they remove it from the board.
And
then down goes another one.
There goes another one.
I'm fairly sure. And even if that isn't the case, you would just play a one-off unicorn or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is the other Kashtira card that people would play.
I really like that card personally. I really like cards that interact with the extra deck and your opponent's extra deck.
It banishes a card in the extra deck, right?
I think, I'm not sure if it entirely banishes, you get to look and double check, or it might just be a random card and banishes it face down as well. It's not face up, it's face down, which can be
If it does get the look, that's going back to what we talked about tactics. It's game knowledge, and you'll just know exactly what your opponent's playing. If you can do that relatively early on, I'm not sure what the game state would be for them to activate a monster effect. But if you can do that fairly early on, and you can have a look at their extra deck, then you can, like, if you're playing like a combo heavy board, you can establish your board to tailor it to the matchup.
You can also use it in an advantageous way as well. You can look at your opponent's extra deck and be like, what card is going to be impactful to my board? What card's going to be, do I need to play around? What cards is going to be used to essentially break my field? And that's I think that's an important state. Like, removing cards like Access Code Talker, for example, it can stop them from having those game pushes, which again is just really important. And I want to see that card. I hope we see that card today.
I think that card's existence would mean that people who ever contemplated playing one Kit Callus in the extra deck are never doing that anymore. Absolutely no way. We have looked at the main deck and we've looked at the side deck. Other than like the sort of back row removal cards, I can't think of anything that comes to the top of my head which he would be particularly scared of, unless he just wants an easy ride against things like Eldritch. So let's swiftly just move on then to the extra deck. So I'm not seeing anything particularly surprising.
He's playing Pit Knight, which is Pit Knight. Cool. I really like Pit Knight as a card. I like how on-chain triggers, so you can use your cards like Elf as like an advantageous way to start interrupting your opponent. still generating that advantage, and then negating that effect, putting it to 0, and then it also just comes back in the end phase if they destroy it by battle card effect, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that part.
So I believe that's what it does.
And Sprite as an engine just needs stuff on the
Exactly,
board, right? So then it can just extend and just like, it's not a deck that really goes for ODKs, but it just generates a lot of advantage to the point where it just like, it stresses you out.
Yes,
So it's just like, you just can't come back from the amount of advantage that it gives. And Sprite Elf is just really strong in doing that because it just brings back blue, brings back jet, and then you can just get star.
You get
or
so much advantage again at that point.
Too much.
Yes.
It's too much.
Another thing you can see there is there's Zeus. So we've seen a lot of the Runic Sprite deck. We saw a lot of it doesn't really have a battle phase. So it's going to be cool to see yet again, just see Zeus back in play and see how high impact it is when it hits the board. Because even though Gigantic locks the summon of Zeus out, it's still another very terrifying card to see. Zeus hits the board. It's a very winning situation, right?
I guess that's where this version of Sprite can be quite advantageous.
Yes.
Because you do have access to Sprite because you don't lose a battle phase. So when I think one of the feature matches at Utrecht, when Zeus resolved against Joshua Schmidt, I believe it was top 4.
Yes,
Zeus just got rid of his entire board and he lost a lot of resources. And I think the player would have beaten him at that point. However, I'm not sure if he had like any sort of follow-up whatsoever.
Yeah, he may not just not have a play
I think
afterwards.
he did, like any 2 would have just went straight in the Elf, and then Engine was just back online.
Exactly.
And you can see like the impact that Zeus has, so it makes sense that he is playing it. And it isn't something that I have seen too often, just because Tier can't really play it. Sprite, Runic absolutely won't play it.
Exactly.
They can't attack.
Yeah. You can see he's also just been able to fit cards in like Centauria, Sky Cavalry Centauria, Downard. He's got Toad, of course. He's just got a lot of room for cards, which you may not have because of the Runic fusion monsters you have to try and fit in your extra deck.
Like you have to play at least 3 Hugin, probably, Which is interesting because I remember when I first read Hugin, it puts itself back when it's removed from the board.
And you'd think it would go back.
But a lot of times you're overlaying it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Or banishing it to protect your stuff.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't go back in the extra deck at all. It just stays in the graveyard or banished.
What I learned about that card is it's not once per turn either. So you could just keep adding Fountain. Yeah. Fountain also, not hard for once per turn, no. So yeah.
Activate another one.
Exactly. Just put another one down, try and draw another 3 cards, and it's insane. Right.
And it's interesting that he didn't opt to go for the Runic option, despite it winning the YCS. Because I had a little solitaire of the Runic Sprite deck, and the card advantage that you can get through Fountain and Iberia and Capshell is a lot. Especially post side when you saw in the finals, like Dinkabui was like praying to
just
draw one of his side deck cards. Maybe Dimensional Barrier.
Maybe,
I'm not sure if he is signing any strong going.
It doesn't look like he's trying to go
second orientated. I'd say he's probably just expecting that because when Sprite went first with Totally Awesome, it was very good.
Yeah, you don't really need those like extra cards. You've got 2 negates there. Then usually you'll have smashes. Maybe now double cross. You've got these cards. And you can see maybe he's able to build another interrupt on top of that.
Because going first is strong enough, and that's normally the mindset that I have whenever I'm deck building.
Yes,
I want to definitely prioritize my side deck to make my go in second life even better.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And it looks like that Zacchaeus has done that too. Can't really spot much.
Oh, another quick thing. Ooh. He's playing Pixies. Pixies is back in the deck.
I did spot that.
I did spot it. I don't think we mentioned it, but Pixies. I really like this card. I think this card it's very unique because it changed the dynamic. I was playing Top Cut of Euros.
Okay.
And I was under the Mystic line, and we were going back and forth, and then I went for an attack push, and then I was on very little life points, and then he just goes damage step. And then I'm like, oh, and then I'm playing game 2. And I was like, okay then.
Yikes.
So
there was an interaction with Pixies that I had as well, where somebody they somehow summoned it off an effect. I can't quite remember the game state, but somehow Pixies just ended up on the board. and I'm just thinking like, that also works in the field. It's like I can no longer attack over a Sprite Elf, which is like putting in a lot of work because I just have to get rid of this Elf because it's recurring too much advantage. So that create some problems.
Yeah.
At the very least as well, he's just another generic extender, which is fine. Like some items, like in the first versions of Sprite, they didn't play Carrot.
Yes,
you were just playing blue, jet, and red.
Yeah.
And sometimes you would find yourself just without enough extenders.
Yeah, you just need that extra body on board, right, to get you there.
I think Carrot, I can't imagine a deck not playing Carrot anymore, just because you need it for infinite impermanence. I think like, you need to respect infinite impermanence because everybody is just going. You have to expect everybody to have that in their opening hand.
I think you also have to respect again just the power of the runic cards. So I think you need Carrot somewhere in rotation to be able to do that. Another thing of note, he's also playing 2 red.
He is. So he's definitely more scared of monster effects and Carrot than spells and traps. So maybe he is more scared of hand traps than.
I think maybe he's trying to maybe get both in circulation, as well as try and get this Swap Frog into Toad play.
Yeah.
So trying to hard open one of those might be part of the case, and red is generically a better going first one, right? 'Cause it beats a lot of the hand traps you're kind of scared of.
Because when you have free reign in the runic deck in particular, you are ending on red Carrot, some other rank 2 defensive card, fairly simply.
Exactly.
It gets a little bit more complicated when we get into when you can use Totally Awesome.
We just had confirmation of Zacchaeus' opponent. He's playing Tearlaments.
Interesting. Here we go. Let's have a peek. Now, this is something that like I'd be really interested to see because like just don't want to sound biased, but I really enjoy playing this thing. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of variant he goes for. He's main decking 3 Chaos Hunter. Oh, that's really interesting. I wonder what his logic is for that.
That is really interesting.
Maybe he really doesn't like Dimensional Shift.
This is a really interesting list because he's also got Ganasil.
Shadows as well.
Shadows, Ganasil, Danger Bigfoot.
This is very cool.
Scream. I'm glad he's got Scream in there.
For sure, like that. That was a no-brainer. Like that had to have made like an addition. He's playing 2 of the field spell though. I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure about that.
I quite like to max out on a card that gets me started, but
exactly.
Maybe he's taking like a different approach.
I also really like how strong it is as well. Just being able to every time you fusion, once per turn, every time you fusion, destroy a card. And I think that's also the difference in like maybe the Tearlaments mirror match. If one player doesn't have the field spell, it becomes really weird for them to play.
So, what I think he might have been thinking his mindset is when you mill the field spell, it doesn't do anything.
Maybe.
So maybe he wanted to prioritize on, and he wanted to have it as close to, it looks like 42.
Yeah, it looks like 42.
Maybe as close to 40
maybe he's trying to get it down to
so.
40,
And I would probably prioritize the monsters over the field spell for sure.
But yeah, as you said, he's playing Shadow cards. He's got a Beast and a Dragon in there. Dragon helping with the removal, spell trap removal. Beast getting a draw, and then obviously, I assume they're trying to get towards a Shadow window, which he's playing there.
But we don't want to give too many spoilers. No. What we're going to do is we're going to allow the transition to round 1, just get ready, and then we're ready to go.
Okay, so can the guys finish the holding slide? Have a holding slide, please, because the guys are rapidly too.
Okay.
So it looks like they are ready to rumble. So it's Zacchaeus versus Clifford, the Tearlaments player. So we're interested to see if they have actually done the dice roll yet to see who will begin. Oh, they have not, so let's see. I think either deck would prefer to start with.
Yeah, I think either deck wants to start. I think especially Clifford's deck, just how he looks like he's built it. It's got some cards looking to main deck for going first specifically.
So who won the roll there? I believe it was Sprite.
I think it was Sprite, yes.
So. Well, we'll find out when they play their first card, I suppose.
Exactly.
The stage is also incredible. I know that the folks at home can't appreciate it because they can't see it, but when we walked in, it was phenomenal. It was an excellent thing to see. It's really cool to see that UK Opens have starting to look amazing.
Amazing, yeah.
Hopefully, maybe every regional one day can look like that.
Oh my God, I'd love that. Especially just being up on the YCS stage. It's a different feeling having everyone there. And they've almost replicated that with this event.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's about as close as you can get to YCS atmosphere, I would say. It's really cool.
So the tier 1 player is starting.
So it looks like the player at the bottom is the player at the top, if that makes sense. So it looks like Clifford is the one above, so apologies for that.
Yes.
So just to avoid confusion there, Zacchaeus is playing Sprite, not the Tearlaments. So he's opened one of his 2 field spells. So
he's resolved the danger.
That's a decent hit if he has another.
He just added an early as well, I believe.
Solid, good.
So this is a really good start for Clifford there.
He's already got like 2 level 4s on board, so it'd be interesting to see if he thinks if he would blind Abyss Dweller in case of a Tearlament, or maybe he'll go for something safer. Maybe he's going for Eradicator. Yeah. Is he playing it?
He's got a few rank 4 targets in there, actually.
He's not main decking the Eradicator, so he won't be going for that play. He might be more so going for like a safer, a rank 4 toolbox play, maybe Redoer.
He could be aiming to also maybe get into that Bahamut Shark play as well.
He does play Totally Awesome, yeah. He could do that. Great, he also plays El Shaddai Winder, so that's maybe... That might be his game plan. As
you can see, these Bestial cards are now showing effect.
Coming into action!
Yeah. So I believe that's Magnamute. So we'll be getting an add in the end phase. So that's another copy of a DD Crow-esque card.
So those are the ones that, this one in particular, doesn't need to go to grave like the rest do. This one, just on summon.
Yes.
Does it activate immediately, or does it activate in the end phase?
I need to double check, but I believe it activates immediately.
Let's get the text view for these lovely cards.
So you can see Clifford now going for a Tearlaments Kit Coloss.
So to give you some context on what this Magnamut does, a new card. So you can target one light or dark monster in either graveyard, banish it. So what he's done is he's banished the Merly, so it stops Merly from using its effective fusion summon. Then it summons the card, and it's a quick effect if your opponent controls a monster. And if this card is special summoned, you can activate this effect. So it's on summon.
Yes.
So it activates. So even if the card is removed from the field, it would still add in the end phase, where it adds one dragon. Not just any bestial card, it adds any dragon.
Which is phenomenal.
Which is pretty strong from your deck or graveyard. Or for all graveyard as well.
So graveyard as well?
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Excellent. These cards are getting stronger and stronger in Warlock. So he set Foolish Burial, which is generally a wise thing to do when you're using the dangers, because Foolish Burial is just any of the Tearlament cards in your deck. Is that a Gamma Seal I see there?
Yes, there is a Gamma Seal in his main deck.
That's really interesting. I suppose I can understand if he's thinking that people aren't going to stand by Phase Dweller. Yeah. He just slaps that Gamma Seal right on the Abyss Dweller. Oh, and we've saw another new card in Rule Kalos. Just so, again, for the folks at home that aren't too familiar with Darkwing Blast, let's get up the card text of Rule Kalos.
Zeki also just taking a quick look there.
I think we're all going to be reading these cards. So Rule Kalos. So its fusion materials is you need to get Kick Kalos and 1 Tearlament. So you need to summon Kick Kalos first, which is fine, because that's normally the first thing you do anyway. And you can also use Kick Kalos from the graveyard as well. So once Kick Kalos has done its job to mill 5, back in it goes, because you naturally want to recycle Kick Kalos anyway. So it's just good that you just recycle it for a really good defensive card this time.
Yeah.
And normally it's Garura or Mud Dragon, but now it's a solid defensive card. And just to cover what the defensive card does, so other aqua monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle. That's interesting.
That's pretty interesting.
And you can only use, it's a hard once per turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect that includes an effect that special summons a monster, quick effect, you can negate the activation if you do destroy it. So it's quite solid against the runic cards. If they want to summon a Hugin, it can negate that. You would also send 1 Tearlament card from your hand or face of the field to the graveyard. And you might think, oh, okay, so do you have to set up in a way where you have a tier in hand, or do you have to set it up so you have to just send Rule Kalos itself? Well, yeah, but if this fusion summon card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you just best summon this card. So you can use it just to put it in the graveyard for its own effect, and then it just comes back.
Straight back.
At that point, it's a special summon monster, so it won't come back anymore at that point. But you can use it as a means to use its effect, but it also acts as an extender in your opponent's turn because it sends for effect. So if you send a Tearlament card in your hand, you then just fusion summon another defensive card like Drix Depelia, or maybe even Winder if he's got access to a Shaddai cards. He's some of Dogoras as well, which is
some
another interesting card that I don't see too often.
He's summoned back the Rhino Heart, and it looks like he's gone to the end phase, and Zacchaeus has searched another bestial monster.
Oh, okay. Does he not have any sort of link climbing involved that he could do?
I don't believe so.
I don't see it. Normally they would try and ladder into Curious, but it doesn't look like
he could get the
he could
monsters
get that,
there.
because unfortunately Rhinoheart is a water. Oh, here we go.
There's my
It's
favourite
Fenrir.
card. My favourite card.
Here it comes. It's just going to add itself.
You can already see these new cards are generating a lot of advantage.
They're already putting in a lot of work from what you can see. Both the Bestials and Fenrir itself, and Rokalas as well, is something that
it's going to give him
you
the
have to
interrupt.
respect.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Can't be a strawberry battle, but that doesn't matter because the aim is to banish it.
So he's got the Fenrir on board now, which is also going to be nice because if the Rokalos activates this effect, then you're going to be able to use the Fenrir to get rid of another card on a new chain.
So he's effectively holding the Rokalas hostage.
Yes.
If you activate its effect, then
you're going to lose a card.
It's going to get banished. Yeah, and he's almost summoning red. So you'd like to think
again, another good start here.
So both cards will just effectively act as a force field
Yes.
to protect the guys' plays. And he's going straight into the battle phase. Interesting. I wonder why normal.
Oh, and then he's going to use
then.
it to get rid of it. He might be getting rid of the Tsuchinoko.
I suppose if it can attack over one of those, why not?
And then I believe because he's used Dugarez's effect, he will not have a main phase 1 either. So just being able to get rid of these bodies is going to be really helpful.
Oh, yeah, so like without a main phase 1, he doesn't have a battle phase, so you go straight to main phase 2. So it just seems like the Sprite is in a really solid position here.
And let's see if he's got another play after this as well.
That's to be seen.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. About as good as you can really guess to get your stuff started. Sprite starter, going for blue. Blue will get Jet. Jet will get more good stuff. And I think at this point it is looking quite strong.
For Sakai's here.
It'll be interesting to see if he manages to get totally awesome onto the board here. Because I don't know what it is.
That's what we want to see. That's what we really care for.
I want to see the apple.
Yes.
I want to see him put in work. But from here, where do you think his line of play is? Like, what's the game plan for him? What do you think he would do?
Do you think he'll go for the sprint line here? I think he'll personally just go straight for Gigantic, get the swap frogs in line, and then maybe link away the Kashtira Fenrir, make that elf, and then bring back the swap frog and make Toad that way.
Well, so far he's got at least 3 defensive cards in Smashes, Red, and Fenrir.
He's going away from what I thought. And he's going straight for that sprint.
Sprint, yes. So another
he wants to show it off for us.
Another brand spanking new card just for the feature match.
Just for the feature match.
So let's have a look of
get
so the actual card text for Sprint.
So he's dumped Angler. So now Angler, when it's sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard, it will now summon 2 nimble monsters. This nimble Angler is literally from when I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I started playing Abyss Rising, and this card is now here.
It is quite an old card.
Almost a decade later.
So just to cover what Sprint does. So 2 monsters, including a level, rank, or link 2 monster. So it's more or less generic, but you can see why it's quite splashable. It can't be used as a link material to turn its link summon, just like Sprite Elf. And you can only use one of its effects once per turn. So if this card is link summoned, you can send 1 level 2 monster from your deck to your graveyard, which he's done. You send a Nimble Angler to summon the Nimble Beavers. He summons the Nimble Beavers from deck. Is that what
Yes, yeah.
Very strong. And if another monster is special summoned while this card is on the field, except during the damage step, you can target one material from an XYZ monster you control, and target one monster on the field, return it. So it doesn't necessarily even have to target the special summoned monster. It just acts as a trigger to then target any other monster on the field and then return it to the hand. So that's confirmation.
To the hand, okay, that's good. That's good to
yes.
see.
I believe you can only use 1 of the effects. You can't use both. So in your turn, you would use it as a way to enable your players.
Yes, exactly.
And in their turn, you would use it as a means as a defensive card.
Exactly.
But he has just linked it away. I mean, summon it back and course.
Yes,
And he's got those frogs on the field. That's just sort of came out of nowhere.
This is exactly what I was thinking.
And where did those froggies come from? Of course.
So Gigantic summon 1, and then Elf will summon another 1 back. Now he's got the totally awesome, and
he's got prosperity
on top of that. Yeah. So now he's going to dig for. Ideally, I assume he's going for these non-engine cards. Maybe Ash, maybe Impermanence, just another card.
For sure. Like he did search Smashes, so
yes.
Either he's going to try and get a follow-up here, or he's already got a follow-up. That's why he got Smashes, because generally when you search Smashes, you want to make sure that you've got a play next turn.
Luckily also with the reintroduction of Totally Awesome, it now gives you can add back the Nimble Beaver, and then Beaver also summons from the graveyard. So
that's really good.
It gives you a lot of follow-up just as that 1 card play.
It's really solid deck building for what I can see so far. He's got a choice of Tactics or Ash. He can
gets
use
the Ash.
either or. He gets Ash. It's interesting. I would have thought Tactics might have been solid to take a card out of his hand, but maybe he has decent card knowledge.
This turn, right?
Did he not use?
He didn't use the Root Chaos because it got outed.
Well, that makes significantly more sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Ash Blossom is a solid pick then. Ignore me.
Yeah. So he's got 2 cards. I think he's just confirming that.
Confirming the column. Solid.
No, I think he's confirming that it's now main phase 2.
Okay.
That's
also completely reasonable.
However, now we're going to see the second field spell.
Ooh, he's got both into play here. Unless, does he, by any chance, main deck Mystic Mine? I think he does side it, but I don't see it in the main deck here. Yeah, I think the only thing he can get is Primeval Planet. So that'll be the thing that will be seen there.
But it's fine. It was met with an Ash Blossom anyway.
Because as far as one card's plays go, that's it, right?
Exactly. You know he's got another card in hand. Toad, I believe it was a Danger Nessie. It's now set to his field. So
here's some decision trees. Would he bring back, well, he didn't, any of the options that I was going to say. I was going to say, would he bring back Toad or Sprint? And he just shut me up and went for none of the above. And he's
another engine card, essentially.
Yeah, he values just getting the game over and done with by getting...
there we go. So
Clifford is surrendering game 1, so we're now going to move to game 2. So taking game 1 there in excellent fashion, really showing off what Sprite can really do.
Exactly, yeah.
And now we move on to the side plan for both these players.
So there's a big thing here as well. Clifford is playing Spell Canceller. Zacchaeus didn't see this at all in the slightest. So do you think he'll try and go for that play and Zacchaeus might get blindsided by it? Or do you think he's going to try and aim for his maybe Winder play, maybe something similar to game 1?
I guess it depends. Like from the information that you've been given, would you assume that he's playing a Runic variant? Because since he saw Beaver and Swap Frog, you'd probably safely assume not.
Yeah, I agree with that. Do you still think he'd try and go for that Spell Cancel play or not, if not knowing it?
If he can do it on top of a Winder,
yes, yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
But I think definitely the priority here is to summon El Shaddai Winder, because without the generic removal cards in the Runics, I think Sprite would have a really difficult time against a Winder, unless they have Smashes, but their hand would have to be specifically a 2, starter or jet, and then get Smashes, and at that point, after that, they also have to have another sort of follow-up into the rest of the defensive cards. So Winder would make things really awkward.
Really difficult, yes.
But the game plan for Zacchaeus, though, playing against a Tearlaments player, probably what we discussed, probably puts in Gamma, Shifter.
Yes, I agree with that. What would he take out, though? Maybe the Talents? Maybe the Talents going second may not
definitely
be...
double cross.
Definitely double cross. I'll agree on that.
You would probably take out Ash Blossom because, like, in truth, like post side, when you can actually tailor these hand traps to the matchup.
You'd rather have the more high impact ones, right?
Ash is probably a bit weak against Tearlaments. I'm not sure what would have a high impact against Tearlaments, what Ash would really do. So it probably does make sense to swap it for more higher impact cards because you don't want to sacrifice engine.
Exactly.
Right? He might opt to take a Kashtira Fenrir.
Maybe. But he may also be in the thinking it overperformed through that game. It basically cleared all of the interrupts in that game. So he might think, game 2, he might think that because of how well it performed, it might be really good going into this game.
Well, signing is now complete, so we're now ready for game 2. I would assume that Clifford is going to start here with his Tearlaments matchup. So the most common players we normally see first is Reveal a Danger. Is it going to happen? He's getting the dice ready.
You can see them talking.
He's getting ready for that danger play. I love the dangers.
Maybe he might have made Zacchaeus go first.
Oh.
You can see him huffing. He might be thinking, he's maybe go first.
That's really interesting. Well, let's consult the manual then. Yeah. Work out what is his game plan? So he does have cards where he would prefer to go first. So
exactly.
Going second, he has that one off Mystic Mine. He also has things like Lightning Storm and Dark Ruler no more. So maybe he does value just opening something like Dark Ruler no more against the Sprite matchup.
And just trying to win that way.
In Zacchaeus' specific build, Dark Ruler no more will be pretty strong.
Yes, yeah.
Because the board is effectively just over.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it's just picking apart the pieces. But it is peculiar. I do generally just prefer to go first. But it'll be interesting to see if this game plan pans out. Because generally, you do have that extra card. In Tearlaments, you do have that extra defensive card, which would make a big difference.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's dropped Dimensional Shifter and Chain of Prosperity.
Crazy.
That is
and he's
very
6 fresh
strong.
Cards. So with the Dimensional Shifter being active now, do you think he's still going to try and go for that totally awesome play? because he can't really go for it now.
I think that'll be extremely difficult under Dimensional Shifter. I think he doesn't have to do an awful lot, I don't think, because Dimensional Shifter puts in a lot of work against Tearlaments. So he doesn't have to make like the absolute best board that Sprite possibly can do. I think he just has to set up in a way where he has some sort of defensive cards where he can take some cards away and then just gives himself a follow-up for next turn. So I think maybe that's what he's thinking, because Zacchaeus also doesn't want to banish his own resources as well. He wants to have a decent follow-up. So I think that's probably the plan. I'd be very surprised.
What his board ends on, because now he can't really make use of cards like Sprite Elf. He can't make use of Sprint.
Well, he's hard opened blue as well, so his board is going to go quite wide here. He'll probably not respect Nibiru, I would assume.
Do you think he has the double cross still in his deck?
I would be
because
very
now Smashers also, again, it's not really an interrupt at this point.
I think at this point you would just get a follow-up.
Yeah, I think you just go for starter, right?
I'd be very surprised if he kept
as well.
I'd be very surprised if he kept double cross in the deck.
I
think starter's definitely. The choice here, because at the very least it's an interrupt and a
follow-up.
Yes,
exactly.
He has one for it. Yeah. The next play is that I'd be very surprised if Swap Prog makes an appearance in this turn here. So he's probably just gonna.
Do you think he even uses? He probably uses Gigantic to try and get another one of those red or carrot out of deck.
Yeah.
Then you have the option to get the other one off of starter.
Oh, he is going for starter.
Activate starter now.
So I think what he can do here is he doesn't want to link his monsters away because that's just resources gone.
Exactly.
So he could overlay the 2 beavers into Gigantic Sprite and then summon a carrot, and then carrot and red plus Dimensional Shifter. You would think it's probably more than enough. I assume he's also got some sort of follow-up after this, and his opponent also has to pick apart the cards on his board.
Yes.
Which is not too difficult. If he's got like a danger hand, he can attack over his monsters because they're quite little. So the win condition here for Clifford is to just attack over his monsters and just hope he doesn't have
that next follow-up. Yeah, exactly. So we're seeing here he is resolving the Gigantic. I think he's just thinking about what he wants to get. He
goes for Iberia. He's going for the draw. So what could be in his deck then? Thinking he was going to go second.
Yeah.
He might be wanting to dig for maybe just more engine.
Impermanence, maybe. Maybe he left Ash Blossom in.
He would have kept Impermanence for sure.
He's passing on this.
Well, he doesn't, like we've mentioned, you don't want him to do too much.
Exactly.
Because the stuff's going to get banished. He also doesn't even want to link them away because if he wastes a Sprite Elf as well, that's another resource that's gone. And it's also extremely.
Oh no!
He's added Mystic Mine, and there's no carrot in sight.
There's no carrot. He's got 5 monsters.
Will he have an out in his deck going first? This is what we foresaw could be the game plan. He's gamma sealed as well.
Gamma sealed over that.
So will Zacchaeus have an out in his deck? I wonder.
Let's see. He might have searched, or he might have opened the Smashers, maybe.
Well, this is as good as out as any for Dimensional Shifter. Mystic Mine and just make it so that you don't have to play the turn where you get shifted. Well, Shifter is back offline.
Beautiful to watch.
The graveyard is back.
Next turn he can try and make a push.
I think he's regretting not going for carrot.
He might
Maybe he sided out carrot.
No.
There's no way.
No. There's no way he sided out carrot. Maybe he went down to maybe like 1 red. Maybe he took out a red.
I'd be very surprised if he took out. Maybe it wasn't something he was very mindful of.
Exactly.
And he thought maybe just having a wide board, making it so right, you have to attack over these, or I'm going to just go for game next turn. But
this puts a lot of pressure on, right? If you just leave those resources there.
But now he's in a very difficult spot because he has another prosperity, so this can dig for an out if any.
So if we count the cards he's gone through as well, he's gone through 6 extra cards now, plus the 2 that he's also just summoned, plus another 3.
It's looking very thin.
It's very thin on his extra deck. Oh, he's got the out
He's
there.
got Smashers. There we go. He has discovered the out.
So he's got the out now, which is not great for Clifford, unfortunately.
It does look like this Gamma Seal is going to act as more a deterrent rather than a help. Acting as that extra 2200.
It's a quarter of the way, essentially.
I'm currently on board, just to have rough maths. I can see a good 5-6K on the board already.
Yeah, it's about 6,000-ish.
Yeah, I think it looks like it's going to be game Zacchaeus at this point. He's got rid of Mystic Mine. Maybe Clifford has a Havness in his hand, so he has some form.
Oh, he does.
He does.
Let's see what he's going to build.
Go. Now he's thinking, do I negate with red here? He doesn't have a 2 on board anymore.
He could also... Oh, okay, this is not
No,
nice.
he's letting
Rhino
it go.
Heart, that's a good
Rhino
hit.
Heart.
Rhino Heart is good to see. Will he have a name for the Rhino Heart?
I think he's out now. He needs
Do you
to.
think he, as Zakai said, do you think he negates the Rhino Heart if he activates it? I think you have to.
For sure.
Like, you have to. That's 2 names.
You have to negate
like,
what you see.
Yeah, there you go.
He's in a good spot here. His field is looking good. He
doesn't
has a
draw.
Sprite Elf, which is going to give him good recursion. And all you've seen so far is your opponent having to pass on a Mystic Mine. So you just try and suffocate them with what they've got.
Yeah, so I think he's got a couple of cards left in his extra now.
So now he's stopping any sort of fear of things like Nibiru. I don't think there's any other defensive card really in its engine that can stop you. So now he just has to figure out a way to just get over this Havness and then also attack
Put enough,
the game.
yes, exactly.
Or he can just think, well, I'm in a decent spot here. My opponent's having to use his resources and I've combated those resources with my defensive cards. I've got more than enough here. Maybe this is fine. The clock could be ticking though, but he doesn't get game here, just because, like we've mentioned, his extra deck is really thin.
Yeah. So I reckon there's around another 3 cards in his extra deck. Which
More than enough.
About 3.
Sprite Elf in a dream.
There should be 2 elf, I'd say. I'd say 1 to 2 elf maybe. Then there's 2 utility cards there, which they could be anything. They could be anything. Maybe there's an Oribari to remove that Havness from play, so he can then swing for a game essentially.
I would assume he would have banished his utility stuff though and kept his engine, because a lot of the time
You just want your free elf, right?
Yeah. But he has talents. So he's choosing to take a card out of
Fusion
his
Substitute,
hand.
the 3rd Rhino Heart, and then Danger Nessie.
Oh, Fusion Substitute. That's an interesting one.
So I see he's playing a King of the Swamp, so I'm assuming that's the target for
Fusion
that.
Substitute also acts as a Mystic Mine out as well.
Yes.
Which is pretty solid. It's not looking too good for Clifford here, as he gets to take a card out of his hand. He would probably just choose the Nessie.
He chooses the Nessie.
That's interesting.
That is interesting.
I would definitely have been more
I think I'd
scared
have
of
gone for
Rhino Heart.
yeah.
However, if he has a defensive card for Rhino Heart, then it's not scary, because the variants of Nessie might have been scary.
Yeah.
Whereas just knowing what Rhino Heart's going to do and just disrupting it is probably not as scary. So it is probably a good choice. So he isn't going for game here. He's going for as much damage as possible.
Maybe also went for that just in case there's an evenly matched, and you just get blown out by evenly matched here.
Yeah. I think it definitely made sense to take a card out of his hand. Especially,
definitely.
it looks like he's got enough
In
going
this game
for
state
him.
as well, yes.
But where does he go from here? Does he have any Sprite Elves left?
He should have. I think he's got. He should.
Does he play
He's
3?
playing 3. He's used 1.
Yeah.
Because he didn't use 1 on his initial
I
turn
would
1.
assume he didn't banish any. Nope.
There's the second one.
Number 3.
No, it's the second, I believe.
Second one, okay.
But yeah, so we're going to see how he goes, because he's going to use something like Rhino Heart. He
just topped it. He slams it down. He slams Dex instant fusion.
Yeah.
Noodles are here, ready to serve up a cup of Kit Kalos. And interesting to see where to go from here, because as far as top decks go, pretty good. He slammed it down super quick.
Oh my god.
So this is going to put in a lot of work, because Kit Kalos is going to get him another follow-up, so like the Rhino Heart isn't his only play. He could grab a Kit Kalos, so it means whenever he uses Sprite Elf, it's going to smack it down. I'm not sure if there's 2 sets are known, because he used the Search Smashers to out the Mystic Mine.
Yeah.
But he is letting that resolve.
I think he's got a starter as one of them potentially.
So that could potentially be carrot or red.
Oh,
it's just
impermanence.
infinite impermanence. That is very strong, as we mentioned earlier. Infinite impermanence on Kit Kalos does feel really spooky, and that does make more sense why now he didn't put back the Rhino Heart, because he had an infinite impermanence for.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Clifford here. We're going to see if Rhino Heart can do much.
And now you'd expect to see red negate the Rhino Heart, and then from then, I believe the only card in his hand was Fusion Substitute.
Yes, correct. Can
he use that to fuse the cards on his field?
You can use it on the field, but depending on what he tributes here, he has to tribute an extra deck monster. So unfortunately, the Rhino Heart's going to get destroyed.
So he can bank on him. Well, he knows what his top deck was, so he destroys the Rhino Heart here, and then at that point, it puts him in a position where
he can't activate it.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I think he's just realised that he good play, acknowledging that his top deck was Instant Fusion, and he had to destroy that Rhino Heart. Otherwise, he would have had a play. That play would have been really good as well. Fusion summoning away the Kit Kalos and then milling 5.
We also have the potential for an end phase mill 5 here as well. which
yes,
could
instant fusion.
could get there. He
It
might
will
be
be
able to get
destroyed.
something. So it's going to starter here.
And I don't think there's any form of disruption
No,
that he can do that would really stop that. The mill 5 at the end phase could be ridiculous.
Yes, yeah.
I think he really just has to hit one TNA really, and then he can summon Collider Heart.
Agreed.
And then spin something. But then at that point, what does he do next?
Exactly.
Like maybe he just has to
Let's try and press an interrupt up, right?
Yeah, because we know his set is just a fusion substitute. So we'll see. It's time to slot machine time.
1, 2.
Oh, he's
All
hit
the Scream and Merly.
And Merly.
The Chaos Hunter we spoke about.
And what is that
What
fella
is
there?
that? I think that's a... Wait, no? Can we see what it is? Oh, it is the dragon.
It's dragon. Okay,
Yeah.
so that won't put in any work, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately he's getting the Suliek.
He could use it as a fusion material though, so he can summon
The Winder if he wishes.
The option, I think, might just be to summon Winder and hope that. But there is a Gamma Seal.
The Gamma Seal is 2200, unfortunately.
He might not have enough life points for that luxury. So let's see what he goes for here.
I don't think going for Dragostapilia or even the Collider Heart even, I don't think that's actually a terrible play here. We already know he's not got Smashers anymore. He's got no Smashers access.
True, and he's big. Very big.
He's down to 2 cards in his extra deck. So trying to remove that might be an issue now.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. So it's a shame that this spins back to this shuffles back into the extra deck, because if it destroyed it, it would have put him in a really difficult spot here, because then his extra deck would have been really thin.
Yes.
Whereas now he does have to waste 2 cards to go into Elf again, but then Elf just puts you back online anyway, and then he can overlay that in a Gigantic Sprite, so he has something to attack over the Rhino Heart. It's a shame he doesn't have the field spell here, because then 3,500 Collider Heart.
3,500, that's no way.
Very problematic, without Smashes. And can we confirm that he only plays the 1? He does just play 1 Smashes as well.
Yes, yeah. So I think he's just considering what he can do here and how he can try and out this Collider Heart.
Well, this is Sprite's biggest weakness, right? Big monsters.
Big monsters, yeah.
Big hurty.
Yeah, because the strategy just tries to keep monsters off the board, it tries to keep them down
For sure.
as little as they can. Toad definitely helps with this. And he's
But once a big monster is established, it can start to get difficult, especially when you have a free card extra.
Exactly, yeah.
But like I mentioned, he should have a Gigantic Sprite left, right? How many
I
does
think
he
he's
play?
used 2 now. Because I think he used 1 on turn 1 and then 1 last turn. That's why I was a little bit uncertain if it was correct for him to tribute the Gigantic off, because it is just 3,200
That's
at the end of the
peculiar,
game.
yeah. But I think he had to. He had to remove the Rhino
Maybe it
Heart.
depends on how many Elf he had in his extra deck left. I would have hoped he had another one there, but because it's now in the graveyard, I was now back to the extra deck. Who knows?
Well, you're interested to see what Sakai does to get over this big boy.
Ooh,
There he is. That's,
the Pixies.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the out. The Tech Pixies coming in strong to get rid of this 3,000 attack monster.
So yeah, that's going to be the main way he clears
And it
this
looks
now.
like this could very well be game, set, and match if it's enough damage here. That alone will be 3,000 damage, leaving on 13. And I think that
it should be enough, I believe.
Game, set, and match for
yeah.
the reigning champion of UK Open 3.
Yeah,
Will he go on and win UK Open 4? Zacchaeus wins with his Sprite strategy. Really cool Sprite deck that we saw there. Like game 1, utilizing the Fenrir and the Bestial cards to interrupt the Tearlament matchup, which has been really, really scary for Sprite, I'd say, just because it can recur so much advantage. But there he is. He's very happy. Do you reckon that could be a contender that could see all the way to the end?
I hope so. It'd be nice. Again, it'd be nice to see him go back to back, get another trophy, and I think this Sprite deck it's a very good contender. As we've been talking about, it's been very good at being able to control the field, control the game state, and in that match you could see that's very much what he was doing.
Seems well built. It seems to generate complement itself very well.
Exactly.
The hands that he was drawing seem spectacular. Prosperity putting in work, as I mentioned as well. Being able to get those key combo pieces. He had an out for the Mystic Mine, so it's got coverage in that regard as well. It's a shame the plan didn't go according to plan for Clifford, making him start. It's a good idea though. Like Mystic Mine can sometimes just carry you there.
I think, it may have been correct. Just seeing him be able to try and take apart the board, he had the Mystic Mine. And just having that Mystic Mine there, you could see that Zacchaeus he only had 1 out, and it was very stressful for him to try and deal with it. Yeah, he got there. He did
Thanks
get
to Pot of Prosperity being able to dig for 6, and he got there in the end.
Again, just talking on the strength of Pot of Prosperity as a card, I definitely want to be including this in my decks if I can.
Yeah, for sure. Well,
If I can, yeah.
if it wasn't for, it could have been a completely different game. He didn't have that out because I think it was a decent idea to make him start because if Clifford did start and the hands were the same and he got dimension shifted, I think it just would have been over from there. There's not a real plan B that you can really do unless you set yourself up with Suliak. So you'd have to somehow summon Kalos onto the board, search Suliak, and it can just get really, really difficult. So it was a good idea. It didn't quite pan out on this occasion, but it might pan out in the future. I think it was just unfortunate that Sakai's did find that out and then also push on to take the rest of the game.
I mean, good luck to Clifford for the rest of the tournament. Hopefully his deck does what it needs to, and he can secure victories there. I think the Gamma-Seal also caught Zakai's off guard there because, again, it got rid of another...
It got rid of Gigantic Sprite, which
is another powerful resource.
But thanks to the Tech Pixies, got him over the line. Well, good luck to both of these players. We'll be right back for round 2. See you guys later.
Should have done some push-ups. I regret.
Hi there guys, welcome back and apologies, how could I forget? We have an opportunity to interview the winner of round 1, and not only the winner of round 1, the previous winner of the UK Open 3. Again, congratulations for that, congratulations for your round 1 win.
Thank you.
How are you feeling so far, mate?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was I lost the die roll against Tears, which is often a unfavourable situation, but my hand was good. The new Bisted cards, really good against Tearlaments.
For sure.
They just came in, I had a DD Crow, like completely dismantled his board and had a DD Crow and like smashes. It was just,
And it's a cliche thing to say, but like the round 1 match can always feel like the sort of hardest one, just because you want that win to get a win over the line, just to set you up for the rest of the day. It's probably more makes more sense at like a YCS to get that round 1 over the line, but this is quite a big event as well, so I think you will always want to just start off on a win, especially someone like yourself wanting to win again. So let's talk about those Darkwing Blast cards that you talked about. So did you have much testing in between this week to test out those the Fenrir cards and the Bestial cards, or did you think, you know what, these look good, let's whack them in?
I was just always aware of how good these cards were, but I haven't had much opportunity since last weekend with YCS Utrecht. And then so I ended up just looking at the card and looking at a deck that could synergize as many of these powerful cards as possible. So that's what Sprite was. And then putting in the Bisted cards, the Fenrir, there we go. And then these cards are just like it hopefully carries the engine, and then the Sprite engine is just one card combos that, especially with the new Link and the Nimble combos and stuff like that. Like it's like almost like
how it used to be.
Before the Ronin Tone ban.
And we did notice that. We noticed that you didn't really go for the runic all engine sort of version. It looked like you went for more of like a safer option, where it was like a mix of like the Sprite engine and some tech cards and some like solid defensive cards like Ash Imperm and the Bestials as well. Did you think that was like a safer option for this event as opposed to the runics?
So I really do like runic cards, and they're like, as an engine itself, they're so strong and so all-rounded, but I felt especially with the new, I'm going to butcher the name again, the Fenrir.
Fenrir,
there we go.
Don't worry, we asked before the round as well, we weren't sure.
Fenrir, that guy can just like banish the field as well, and I think that, and then them cards are so powerful, and they, both the Bisted and the Fenrir, both want a battle phase, so then I thought it was quite a contradiction to runics, so that's why I ended up going for pure.
And that makes a lot of sense, and round 1 in particular as well, Fenrir putting in a lot of work as well to check the Rule Kalos. And moving on to round 2, game 2 rather, were you very surprised when he made you start?
Yeah, no, I misheard him as well. So
it did look like
I could see it on your face. You're like, wait a second, what? Huh?
I looked at my card and I was like, oh, Shifter going second. I was like, oh, this is beautiful. I'm happy here. And then he goes, you're first. And I was like, wait, I must have misheard here. And then my hand wasn't great as well.
The game plan, I would assume you sided thinking you were going to go second.
Yes, agreed, yeah.
So we were thinking like cards that you would have possibly have sided out, like the new trap, the Sprite trap. I imagine that was sided out. So let's talk about that now. We noticed that on your deck, and we think it's quite cool. What made you think that was like necessary?
So as a card goes, it's very, there's a lot of really cool interaction you can do with it. So you can like stealing from graveyard as the DD Crow against Tearlaments, and especially if you can summon them early and trigger your own melee and then get its level 2. So
of course.
That's really cool.
That's really solid,
cool plays. And then as well, one of the actual concerns of this deck was the Fenrir card, because it is like, it can attack over Toad, so you can summon Fenrir in any monster and then basically break the whole board. So
Fenrir doesn't activate, right? So you can't negate it with Toad.
No, so you can like crash over Toad and then crash any monster into any monster and then trigger the Fenrir, banishing the L. So that just crumbles the whole board. So it's basically Pancratops, the new version of Pancratops. So but then whereas this card you can steal it and then you have their interrupt now. You have the Fenrir yourself to interrupt them. So it's like a double interrupt. You take away their Fenrir and then you have your own Fenrir now to trigger. So it's really cool. It's nice.
And then the game 2 plan, it was looking good. You got the start. We saw you whack down shifter. We screamed. We were just like, that's crazy. Like, what's the plan for Tearlaments here? And then we see him search Mystic Mine. Did you panic?
I panicked because I was debating whether to search starter or smashes, and then I was like, oh, okay, I'll go smash it, starter, because I was like, he's already under shifter.
You want to follow up?
I just need a follow up to make sure I win next turn, and then he terraformed, and I was like, uh oh, and then he searched Mystic Mine, and I was like, oh no. I was like, I have Prosperity in hand that I could have banished 6 for, but I was like, I've already banished 6, and my X-Trix is super thin already, and then but luckily
you hit it, right?
top,
You luckily hit it.
We noticed as well, there was a player, you summoned Iberia instead of summoning Carrot. What was your mindset for that?
So that was my mistake, because I'm used to playing Runic Sprite, and Runic Sprite doesn't play Prosperity. So every time I summoned Hyperia, I was like, oh wait, I can't draw because of Prosperity. And I was like, okay, it's not too bad. I'll get it next turn.
Next time we'll
so,
get it, it's fine.
No, that was my mistake.
We figured your plan was just to fill out your field, just to have as many resources as possible, put them on, get rid of all these, and if you don't, I'm going to have a lot of card advantage. And then when Mystic Mine dropped, you did find the out though. I bet you were very relieved to see that.
At the time, because obviously I'm going second, so I only have 1 out in my whole deck, and I was like, Prosperity, I have to see it, otherwise I'm just going to lose and probably just make maybe Avramax and hope, basically.
Hope for the best,
And then at the tail end of game 2, when he summoned a Collider Heart, a 3k attack monster, which is a bit of a problem, we then also noticed you ran out of Gigantic Sprites, but then your boy Pixies came in strong.
Pixies hit the board and we're like, okay, it's over now.
I was scrambling because I had 3 cards in extra deck, and it was like I didn't know what to do. I had no ways to beat it in my extra deck.
What was left in your extra deck?
It was a dark elf that he returned, and then I think a Totally Awesome, and then I was like, I don't know how I beat this, and then I remembered Pixie was a last minute addition. I remembered I had Pixie, and I was like, okay, cool, now I got this. I can do this. Otherwise, it's terrifying. I was trying to work out how to like dark summon the Collider or something, but I was just.
No, it's very simple, Pixies.
Yeah, Pixies.
Pixies was there.
That's interesting. So was your logic of playing Pixies literally just? I assume not for that specific scenario. Just it's an extra extender.
So with the pure version, especially with like reduced swap frogs and stuff like that, now you have like a limited amount of like consistency cards. So I just wanted level 2 names that I can, because with the new Sprint, any body, so the Bisted cards or the Fafnir, I'm butchering it again. But and any level 2
tops is fine.
Yeah, there we go. And any level 2 is equal to like full combo with sprints, and so like
exactly.
just any level 2 is good enough for me to play in the deck.
So let's talk about the individual deck selection then. So you chose to play Sprite. Why did you choose Sprite over the? It's quite diverse, I would say. Why did you choose Sprite over the other decks of choice?
So at the beginning of the format, where it's very undefined and no one knows how it's going to go, it's like Runic Sprite dominated last weekend that no one expected to. So going into this format with a new YCS results and then new set release, I didn't know what to expect. And Sprite with hand traps is always a super solid and safe option, and like it allows you to control the variants a bit more than like something like Tearlaments.
Yeah, it's very smart. We noticed that as well, that would have been the mindset as well with the deck building. It seemed really solid, very well built. And then the last question, just to end it off, are you going to win?
I would love to go back to back. The first back-to-back UK Open champion, that would be
really cool. Wish you the best of luck. Thank you, everyone, and we'll be back for round 2. Hi there, everyone. Welcome back. We're ready for round 2. We've got the deck lists ready. We've got the players ready. So let's start talking about what sort of decks that we have in store for round 2. So these both players have both just went X1, unfortunately losing round 1. But it's still out to play for because we've got some fabulous prizes for the top 8 finish. And also, you never know, an X1 could squeeze in victorious.
Squeeze all the way up there.
It could turn out to be an odd number of XOs in the last round. So you never know. It's fine to just keep playing for prizes, and also you could get clout at the end as well. So let's start talking about the deck list. So
something
number
interesting
1.
here.
So it's got written down here as
Sprite.
but there's something lurking in the deeps there, so to speak. So what have we got here?
We have Goatee Sprite.
Ooh.
We're not entirely sure how this is going to pan out. There's a very light Sprite package with only roughly 7 or 8 cards in the deck, in the main deck even, revolving around them. But there's a lot of Goatee cards. There's one of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Beautiful Princess. That card.
Is that a plant by
Crazy.
any chance?
Oh, it might grow from them, might eat them, but it's basically Lone Fire Blossom. It just tributes itself, summons a fish from deck. So maybe it is a plant, who knows?
It could be. So it looks like it's built, so if you just have a glance at it, it would seem like it's built just like a regular Sprite deck. So you've got blue, jet, red. He's playing he is playing Starter Smashes. You know, the generic Sprite stuff that you would expect to see. But then he's also got the Nimbles. He's got Nimble Beaver, Nimble Angler, so he's going for that play. He's also playing Nimble Manta, which I believe is just because it's a fish.
Yeah.
It's just because it's a fish.
It's a fish, and that might come up with maybe the field spell, because I believe the field spell is banish a fish, so add a Goatee. Pretty cool.
We give the field spell a quick read, didn't we?
Yeah.
Because I would admit, I've never came across the Goatee stuff before. It'd be really interesting to see how it operates with the Sprite stuff. So it'd be interesting to see, is this like an alternative version to the meta, maybe?
Maybe.
So the field spell also like enhances your options as well, because I believe the Goatees trigger when they get banished, and the field spell banishes them to add a card, so you're getting several pluses.
Exactly.
And the field spell also has recursion. When it's in the graveyard, you can banish a fish, and then adds itself back, and then triggering that, the fish will come back.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see how it gets on.
Again, looking into extra deck, a lot of Goatee cards. Again, he's very
Not very
light.
similar to
yeah,
Sprite
not
at all.
not similar to the previous extra deck. It looks very synchro based. He's got even like more generic utility cards like Baron, the Floor, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. He's just trying to create an end board, and hopefully, I really hope we get to see it.
So the way that Goatee plays as well, it's synchros in their turn. So it'd be interesting to see if there's something they can do with Baron de Fleur, like Tearlaments can do by popping their own stuff, they extend their stuff. So see if they're able to do that, or they just, like even Tearlaments, playing your opponent's turn as well. So I'm very, very interested and very excited to see how that combats with the meta. And then his opponent is playing Tearlaments, so quite not super similar to what we saw earlier. Definitely a heavier, bestial version where he's playing free Dru's Worm, is that what
Dru's Worm,
Dru's
I'm
Worm,
going to go
well, it's written as Worm there. And then Magnum as well. So it'd be interesting to see how that interacts with the Goatees. Are they water because they're fish? Or?
I believe they were water, yeah.
Water,
So he might be out of luck here, he may not have any targets. We can also see in Omar's deck that he's playing Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, which is the new card out of Darkwind Blast. Very similar to Ecclesia, the Virtuous, where it's in the end phase of the fusion monsters, hit the graveyard, it adds itself back. And I believe this one lets you also fusion summon, correct? So it might another card to get off Brandon in high spirits and give yourself more utility in your deck.
Yeah, he's also still playing Albion. So Cartesia does have Fallen of Albaz in its text, which is something that you can add off Brandon in high spirits. So it's another sort of option for him if he was to do that, and it can extend him. And he also is playing Baron de Fleur. It's a tuner, a level 4 tuner.
Exactly, yeah.
So it does make sense to add that as an option. He is playing Tearlament Crime, which is something that you don't really see super often, especially in the main deck. It is something that you would normally see as a side deck option, but in the main is rather peculiar. Maybe he's very scared of like a main deck Winter Cherries, because when you mill Crime, it's affecting graveyard, it adds back a banished Tearlament card, so maybe he is just very scared about his Kikalas getting banished. So, round two will begin right now. We have Goatee Sprite versus Tearlaments. So now we look for that all-important dice roll to see who will begin. And I hate to
I'm
sound
not-
biased, but
I'm not
I
sure.
want to see
I want to
Goaty
see
do
what a
well
ghosty
here.
can do. I want to see
Yeah.
if it goes first, what it does, and also when it goes second, what can it actually do? What can it perform? Let's see, Thomas on the top, and we'll see if this dice roll goes through and who is the victor.
I wonder if Goaty even want to win the dice roll, because like
Yeah,
I
I'm not
think
sure.
we're quite in the dark for this. We're not massively sure what the strategy
Yeah.
is here. So I think they've already determined who is going to go first or second.
So we'll see who starts the cards.
And by the way that he's looking at his
Okay,
cards, I
it
think it might be Goaty by the body language.
No, it's Omar, I think.
Yes,
Yes.
Omar's begin. Starting with Brandon High Spirit, which is really strong
yeah.
to play around the bestial cards.
Yes, yeah.
He's respecting it very well. Don't need to play Des Frog anymore, as
No.
we've mentioned, as Ro Kalos has 2,500 defense, which is very convenient.
Yes.
And he's choosing to search Albion here as opposed to Cartesia. So it's very unfortunate we don't get to see any sort of cool Cartesia
He might
plays.
just want
so-
to dig into his deck, draw another
yeah,
cards. And
that is also completely reasonable. Albion being not even a real engine requirement that's bad
Exactly.
to draw, because it just replaces itself. So it's
Exactly, yeah.
completely fine. And
So-
I imagine he's doing this all in the draw phase as well, because it just respects Effect Failure, it
Draw and
respects
Lockbird
Drawn
as
and
well.
Lockbird. It's really cool that you can do plays like this. Like
Yep.
being able to play in the draw phase.
Yes,
is,
I love
is
it.
Pretty cool. He's choosing to add
Rhino
Rhino
Heart,
Heart
yes.
here, as opposed to getting the typical Suliak or any sort of
he
defensive
might already
play
have
like
a
that.
trap card lined up.
It looks like he wants to extend a lot more.
It also, you can see he's playing 3 Tearlaments Scream. So maybe he's trying to aim. He's aiming to mill that.
He's
hard open
drew
it anyway.
Scream. He's also,
and he's also
hard
got
open
Cartesia.
Cartesia. So I think that's a normal summon.
Yes.
I believe the special summon is only triggered if you have a fusion monster with Fallen of Arbaz in its text.
Or
But
maybe
but we will
yes.
double check that for you. Where is she, my girl? Cartesia.
If you control Fallen of Albaz, or if it's in the graveyard, you special summon it from the hand. During the main phase, you can quick effect, so that's both players' turn as well, which is really nice as a piece of interruption. Fusion summon for a 1 level 8 or higher fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from the hand or field. So a little bit different to the Tearlaments, it uses the hand and field instead of the graveyard as well as a resource. And then in the end phase, you can add itself back if a fusion monster was sent together that turn. So again, it gives you the follow-up. And it looks like he just hit all 3 of his trap cards there.
Ooh, that is he playing Nightmare Griffin? That is not ideal, especially since he was wont to use
The screen to try and
Baron
get
de
one of those
Fleur.
cards,
But
yeah.
so he's hit Crime and his 2 Celiacs, so
Yeah.
that is rather unfortunate for Mills.
On the plus side, he gets a search. So he still gets the card advantage.
That is true,
But
yeah.
it's unfortunately he doesn't get to see
He
one of
unfortunately
those
doesn't have a
interrupts.
card banished to get back, but he is setting up a rather strong board regardless.
Yes.
So it looks like he's got 2 level 4s there, so Synchro and Rank 4 utility there. And Rule Callous by itself as a defensive card is still really strong and negating the effect of special summon, and if you trigger a tier in hand, also just fusion summon
Yeah.
as well. So quite solid. So I haven't had a chance to see what sort of plays it can really do. It's quite open, so
Yeah.
I am curious to see
It looks
where
like
he
it
really
can enable
goes
a
with
lot of
this.
plays, right?
And he milled effectively 8 there,
Yeah.
right? So Roll Kalos and then Scream would mill 3 as well because of Rhino Heart, and Rhino Heart sends 1.
Yeah.
So like everything went according to plan there, I guess, other than hitting all the traps
exactly.
frustratingly. But it's not the end of the world. He still has several more defensive cards that he could.
So it looks like he's making a Kaleido Heart here.
Interesting play.
Maybe trying to get the value here from the Cartesia to try and fusion summon for maybe a card like Dragostapelia, and then trigger that Kaleido Heart to get the shuffle back.
Well, it's effectively a free body, right?
Exactly.
Because even if he gets rid of it, he adds it back regardless.
Exactly,
But he is
yeah.
going for the synchro play here. Garura being a level 6, meaning he can synchro it with Cartesia.
He gets a nice draw there as well,
He's
which is
going to
nice.
draw a card. Unfortunately, the optimal play here would normally be for Baron de Fleur to pop the Scream, and then he can search the
Gets
trap.
the trap, yeah.
And then his board would have been really impressive.
Yes, yeah.
Because then he could use Suliak to pop either Roll Callous or more likely Kaleido Heart, which
Exactly,
would
yeah.
then turn into a disruption and then a follow-up fusion as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he would trigger Kaleido Heart. I think he had a Hapless in his hand, I believe,
Yes, he did, yeah.
which would have been the most appropriate thing to add off Suliak. So let's see if he goes any further here. I would
Looks like he
expect
drew a
this
card.
is peak for Omar. So let's see if Goki
What can it
You
do?
can crack it.
I see that nimble angler in the hand.
So typical Sprite stuff, right?
Exactly.
So Sprite Starter will probably be a bit too restricting for the GOATY engine as they are not level 2s. They're quite a synchro-oriented version.
Exactly. Yeah.
So he's opening with Nimble Beaver. So I think the most logical thing to do would be to negate that, right?
Yeah.
You want the 2 off board, and you'll probably assume at this point you won't know.
You don't want the extra
GOATY.
body. Yeah, exactly. You don't know what possibly could come next, right? He might have
Exactly.
another starter, might have a play like that to get another body on board.
You would assume this is a Sprite version.
Exactly.
And if they go normal Beaver, you normally want to negate and remove that if possible.
So, looks like he's just double checking the text on Rukulos. And he's activating it, I believe.
So just so you guys are more familiar with Tearlaments Screams, since we didn't cover that. So this is one of the new cards from Darkwing Blast as well. If a monster is normal or special summoned, you can control a Tearlament monster. Also, it doesn't necessarily have to be Tearlament monster that you summon. You just have to control one. Or vice versa, Starfrost. You can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard, also for the rest of its turn. All monsters your opponent control lose 500 attack sets.
That's pretty
solid
useful,
for helping for one-turn attacks. And if this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, which would have been the play if he hadn't milled them all, would have been to add a Tearlament trap from the deck to the hand. So that's
you get those extra 3 mills, and then or send top 3 cards of the deck to graveyard, and then you get that trap card, which is really important.
I suppose it makes more sense now why he's playing Crime, because it's essentially searchable now. So
Yes, yeah.
and he's just negated Beaver here with, I believe it was Rokalos, discarding a Tearlament from his hand, so it meant that it triggered the tier to then summon Dragostapelia. So now he's got a lot of work out for him here.
Yeah, I think the Dragostapelia is really good here as well, because you can negate the jet, and then it also makes it level 1.
All the extenders are now offline.
Exactly, yeah.
But he's not playing pure Sprite, is he?
No.
He's playing Goaty
So
Sprite.
we'll see if the Goaty cards can come in here and try and generate some further advantage and get him through the rest of this board state or game state.
I am begging to be surprised.
Yes. So we'll see.
Because this is a pretty strong field, as you can see here, with Baron de Fleur and the Collider Heart still active.
Exactly.
But he didn't negate with the Dragostapelia, interestingly enough, because he special summoned Sprite Blue.
Yeah, I'm unsure. I think he might have.
I would assume not, since Sprite Blue has been special summoned, because then it would be level 1. So I can only assume that that effect resolved, or...
Maybe. I'm unsure now.
But his set... Almost set
Poly
is
as the-
super poly, which is really strong against the Sprite engine, as they're all more or less the same type and attribute. So he's just fusion Sprite.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's
Almost
it. That's game 1 over. His first turn board didn't need the trap.
No.
It was strong enough thanks to, well, he didn't even need super poly at that point.
Really.
He had Baron de Fleur. He had a plethora of defensive cards still to play, and that I think for any deck would have been quite difficult to play through there. So going forward into the next game, we now get to see what Thomas will do with the Goaty Sprite deck. So to see if maybe it's more of a, I'm just going to throw all my eggs in one basket and go first and put up a really, really strong board.
Well, I think so, based on just how he's built his main deck, he's got Cross out in the main, so and with a Dark Ruler as well as a target for that. So it looks like he's trying to go first. He's just trying to set up a almost unbreakable field, just to try and steal the game.
And that's a perfectly reasonable strategy, because if in 9 rounds, you're going to win 50% of your dice rolls, and if you luck out, you can get 5 out of 9.
Yeah.
And if you go all in for going first, that's 5 out of 9 of your matchups already done.
Yep.
And if you're looking for more sort of strategy where you want to top the event rather than win the event, this is perfectly fine, and the luck can be in your favor for the day as well. And luck needs to be on your side as well, because it is a card game. So for side decking, you would assume he is going first.
Yeah.
So in come things like Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah. Do you think he puts Dimensional Shifter in going first? Because
I'd be shocked if he didn't.
yeah, because it can trigger the Goaty cards. I
Oh,
believe. So,
yeah.
to my understanding, it can trigger those cards.
Oh,
and
if
it
it
should.
can, then that is amazing. That refers back to, remember when Dimensional Shifter was played during the Thunder Dragon format. When,
Yes.
They triggered when cards got banished. And so that was a really cool interaction, having a defensive card also extend your plays as well. So it'd be really cool if it does that for Goatee as well. I want to open shifter.
I want to see what I want to see what he can do
that,
under shifter as well.
Exactly,
I think that's really important to see.
Because that's probably the most interesting part about shifter. Because you're also putting yourself in a position where your cards are getting banished as well. So if you're able to not even just play under it, thrive under it as well, that'd be really cool. Yeah.
Especially it's kind of comparable. Oh, we're going into game 2 now. It's comparable to Fluanderees playing shifter as well, because it's almost an engine card at some points.
Exactly, yeah.
So maybe it is here as well.
But we'll get started. I don't think we'll be in for any more surprises like the previous round. I'm fairly sure Thomas will want to go first.
I'm pretty confident.
So we're getting game 2 underway. So let's see what these Goatee and Sprite cards can do. Can they really complement each other?
Let's see what you can do with them. So, starting off with the lifeless leafish.
Leafish?
So I believe this sends a fish from the deck to the graveyard, which, if the Goatee cards, if they trigger in the graveyard, or if there's a way to get them out of the graveyard, that might be a really good way to start his combos off.
It seems like the generic starter card of the deck. So when this card is summoned, you can send one fish monster from your deck to the graveyard, except lifeless leafish. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target 3 fish monsters in your graveyard, shuffle those monsters into the deck, then draw 1 card. So it's a pretty cool setup. It sends Angler.
That's really, I've just seen that. And that's going
to make us feel very impressive.
Yeah.
I assume it summons any number of Nimbles, right? Not just Beaver.
Yeah, it can summon up to 2. And any
up to 2? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yikes, he's only summoning...
he's only summoning one, which
Beaver,
isn't the greatest to see.
Makes me think, has he opened the other Beaver and Manta in his deck?
Maybe.
Well, it's all going okay so far. You know, he's got his Sprite engine online, he's got level 2s. I don't think Lifeless Leafish is a
It's a level 4, I believe, yeah.
Okay, so that'll probably more facilitate synchro plays as opposed to the Link 2
he's got the
and
fish
Rank
on
2
board.
plays.
He's got the fish on board. He's got a beast, and now a thunder. So, what's going on next?
What's he up to?
Yep.
He's got starter. He's activating the starter. He'd probably get blue.
Now he's locked into Link 2 or Rank 2s or lower.
So
itself even.
I think the way these engines complement each other is you don't need to synchro on your turn. You synchro on their turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
So it's fine to lock yourself into Link and Rank 2s just because you're going to synchro on their turn, right? So if you just set up a Goatee card, which it'll be interesting to see if he can do that.
I think that's just what he wants to do here. He wants to get one of those Goatee cards out of his deck and then start playing from there on his opponent's turn.
So he's adding the red off blue.
Here,
so he had a choice of red or carrot there. So
exactly.
He's
so
probably
respecting
respecting
hand traps or something. Yeah.
Probably Nibiru.
Probably Nibiru,
because Nibiru is one of those cards where, like, with the way that the format goes, with Gigantic Sprite and Tier generally just not caring about it anymore, you generally see a drop of popularity of it, but it's still very scary.
Yes. Anytime you see that hit the board.
If it resolves against you, it can really hurt.
So we're going to see him resolve Gigantic here. And this may be where it starts shocking Omar here.
Business as usual here so far. Just
so far, for now.
Is there a Goatee level 2? I'm seeing
there's a couple of them, I believe.
So you summoned a Goatee card, and now he's picked up the card, and he's immediately reading it, which is everyone's initial reaction.
So that one looks like Shiv, I believe. So during the standby phase after the next time this card was banished, you summon it from the banished zone. Then during your opponent's main phase, you can quick synchro into a fish synchro monster.
Ooh.
Which is pretty cool.
Assuming the Goatee synchro monsters are fish.
Assuming.
Assuming. So he's went into sprint now. So let's see if this can enhance these plays further. He's got the jellyfish.
Yeah,
so Pacey's Light of the Goatees. You can banish this card you control. Special summon one fish monster from your hand. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can special summon this banished card. During your opponent's main phase, if this card was special summoned this turn, you can, quick effect, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon one fish synchro monster using this card you control. So we're starting to see a pattern here that a lot of the Goatee cards have sort of something to do with banishing, and they summon a fish in your opponent's turn. So
he's got the field spell.
He'll probably end with Sprite Elf here, I would assume, because then he can bring back the Goatees and then use it to synchro into a quick fish.
Exactly. So I think he's going to use the field spell now to remove from play the pasties he's just sent, and that'll give him another goatee card to the hand. And then from there, next turn, those 2 goatees that have been banished this turn, they'll come back. And then we'll see what he does. What Synchro Monsters will try and go
it advances your game state, is a form of disruption, and then gives you a follow-up for next turn.
Yeah, it's pretty,
that's
pretty good.
That's a pretty solid card, you know. Like, as far as having engines go, like, yeah, I want that in my tier deck. give us a new field spell.
The most distant, deepest depths.
Try saying that 5 times. Tongue twister. The most distant, deepest depths. The most distant, deepest depths.
So
I'm scared to embarrass myself.
So
he hasn't ended on Sprite Elf, which I thought would have been.
Sprite Elf. There are 2 Sprite Elves in this deck.
Yeah, it's rather peculiar. I thought the player there would have linked the fish with blue to summon Sprite Elf. Then he could summon
Get more cards, I guess.
The goatees.
Okay. So
maybe we're just not good enough goatee players. So
maybe not.
We don't know what's going on.
So it looks like he started off maybe in the draw phase again.
I would assume the draw phase again.
To play around these goatee cards as well, because they all summon themselves in the standby phase.
And they synchro on the main phase as well, right?
Yes.
So this is quite a solid counter to how the goatee cards actually operate if you're able to do a lot of your combos in your draw phase.
Exactly.
It's just more or less the same start. Instead of adding Albion, he added Cartesia. I assume maybe Cartesia is just the goal. The goal
might
to
help
these
you play
days.
through more cards going second. With the quick effects, being able to dodge some interrupts as well.
I don't think there's ever a scenario you can special it, right? Because you need to have a few monster with Fallen Albaz in his text.
I'm not even sure. I think it might just be straight up Fallen Albaz on field or graveyard.
Yeah, it has to be in grave too, right? I think the only scenario where you can special it is if Albion was in graveyard. So you'd have to mill it and then you could special it. Maybe that has become the normal summon of the deck, assuming you can just use Kit Callus to special summon Rhino-Heart or Merly or whichever play he's going for. So again, he's adding Rhino-Heart, so it looks like he's more or less going for the same play. Hopefully his mills won't be as trap heavy, more tier monster focused.
Do you think he would have kept in all 3 traps going second?
No, not all 3.
Probably removed a crime, I'd say.
Generally, when I play 3, I would remove at least 1 because it's just they're really solid mills anyway. But you don't really want them in your opening hand for the most part. But you do want them in your deck in case you're going for a grind.
Exactly.
Play.
Yeah.
But he summoned these goatees back. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not massively sure how.
Yeah. so in the next standby phase after banished, I believe they will.
So we are now in the standby phase.
We're now in the standby phase. Yeah.
Now it makes more sense. Okay. I thought we were still rocking in the draw phase. Yeah. I was like, where did they come from?
So I think.
So now this has gotten seemingly more difficult for Omar to push through. He's got 2 of the little fishies that could quick synchro, Sprite Red and Sprint. There's no XYZ on the board, so Sprint doesn't offer an awful lot.
So I think let's have a look and see what types of Synchro Monsters you can go for here. So there's a lot. He can try and make a Baron play. He might be able to try and make a Crystal Wing play, making 1 Synchro, get the advantage from there.
I think the main go-to, which I did see, was Asken, the Bicorned goatee. So if this card is Synchro summoned, you can target 1 fish monster you control and 1 card your opponent controls and banish them. So a generic disruption, which he has, I think, went for now.
I think that might be.
It's difficult to see which fishy it is.
Yeah, it might be the 6 one.
It could. Is it Arian Poss? They have some
Orion Poss?
interesting
I think it might be
name.
Orion Poss.
Yeah,
Orion
but
Poss.
it's.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah.
So if this card is Synchro summoned, you can banish 1 level 6 or lower fish monster from your deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard as a Synchro material, you can target 1 fish monster in your graveyard, banish that target, then you can add 1 fish monster with an equal or lower level from your deck. So it's a recursion, and it's also going to act as a form of ladder to synchro into the goatees of a higher level. So it looks like he's going to go for goatee of the deep beyond, I think, if he does quick synchro again.
Yeah, so it looks like he's making level 8 now.
Okay, oh, wow, he's just laddering and laddering into each one.
So this is Ascan.
That's the one that I've just mentioned. So spot removal. So the most obvious one would be to banish Kit Callus, because that's always really strong. Banishing Kit Callus, just removing it from the board, because that's Tearlaments' biggest push. And he's also normal summoned the Cartesia as well, so you can no longer normal summon the Rhino-Heart. So what's playing into Thomas's advantage here is Omar probably hasn't a clue what's going on.
Exactly, yeah.
So he probably wouldn't have normal that Cartesia, if he knew this was to come, he probably would have just used the Kit Kalos effect straight away. But now that he hasn't, he's in like a difficult spot here where this Kit Kalos is
situation
removed from the board.
And now he's just used red to negate the Cartesia as well, which I think was going to try and
attempt to synchro. It is a quick effect, right? To fusion summon, which is really cool. And goodbye, Kit Kalos. And
it's been removed from play as well, which is quite important because it means you can no longer try and fusion, return to the extra deck, and then try and make...
So that means Rule Kalos is just not online as it stands because the Kit Kalos is banished. I wonder if, I don't think he did, but if he kept Tearlament Crime in, that would be a card that would be good to get Kit Kalos back. Going second though, I'd be very surprised if he did keep Crime in. Maybe he would have if he knew he was playing against Cody, but... No, so he does have Sharon, which is probably Tearlament's best extender, and if he has a tier as well, then he could pretty much get back to business as usual because he didn't use the Kit Kalos effect, I don't think.
I think it also looks like he's still got the ability to quick synchro still, so...
He's hit
There was definitely Celiac,
He hit Celiac, so provided he already has a Tearlament card in his hand, he can trigger the Rhino Heart as well. He unfortunately can't if he doesn't already. We'll see if he does. I don't think
which could be very strong if he does, because then he's got maybe a rank 4 play as well as then another fusion.
It's very unfortunate that he didn't hit a name there to help him push, because I don't think he did have a tier in his hand previously. I think he's just added Havness as a form of disruption, and he's just expecting to have to pass on this.
Yeah. Well, you can see Thomas has got roughly 4 cards in hand as well.
No. Rhino Heart is being triggered.
Rhino Heart is triggered.
He did have a tier name in hand.
Is that another Sharon?
So that's good.
Yes.
It is, yes, so he did have another Sharon. So he can fuse at least twice here, but that will be all his fusion summoning for the turn. So that's when things get quite limited. That's when you start to rely on your links on your link climbing. And does he play Curious? He doesn't know. He's opted to actually drop Curious from the deck, so he's took a different approach. He's playing that new rank 6 card, though, Willow, founder of the Dretch Dragons. So it'll be interesting to see if he can somehow get a sort of rank 6 play going to try and disrupt this board.
I think that would be if he kept the Bestial cards in, which I'm unsure if he would have in this matchup.
You think against Sprite is something you would take out?
Maybe so, especially after seeing, because he saw one of the fish cards game 1 as well, right?
Oh, did he?
I think he saw Lifeless Leaf Fish to send Angler.
I don't think that opens up an awful lot, especially if you haven't seen a goatee card in your life.
So he didn't see the goatee cards, but he saw more water-based cards. So he might have been a little bit put off on keeping them in.
Okay, so he's opting for removal here, so this is going to get rid of something. And then the next one, I'd be very surprised if it was anything other than, I was going to say maybe Dragostapelli, but he didn't have a fusion monster in the graveyard, so he can't really go for another form of disruption, but he can at least try and bait the other goatee card with the Kaleido Heart to try and force him into fusion summoning. And
he also has the Havness in hand still, I believe, right?
Yeah, so he has a form of disruption in his turn. Red still hasn't been triggered as well as far as I believe.
No, red was used.
That's why Sprint's off the board. I was thinking, well,
yeah.
where'd he go? So like
he's gonna have this.
Big brain. Also just forgot that he could just do that now.
Yep.
Probably to add an extra body as opposed to, because there's nothing in the mill anymore, I don't think. So probably just to add an extra body to attack over the Sprite cards. So now we've summoned the big fish.
This one, the big fish is, I remember reading this one, and this one was really phenomenal.
I believe the big fish is their win condition.
Yes.
The Deep Beyond. So the original attack of this card becomes 500 times the number of banished monsters. We've got a big pile of banished cards there, so it's going to be a big boy. And if this card is synchro summoned during your opponent's turn, you can banish all cards on the field.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. I can barely read on because that's going to be
Do you need to?
very impactful. Like getting rid of Kaleido Heart is very scary. Oh, I think he's choosing to just scoop. He is, yes, he is.
We're looking at moving on to
We have seen Goatee in action.
It won a game.
Fishies, what a solid comeback.
Yeah, so it looks like the Goatee deck, after starting that game, quite a weird start. He just ended on a couple of interrupts, the sprint face up.
It didn't look too impressive, did it?
Didn't, no.
It turned into something impressive, just laddering and laddering and laddering up to each fish, and then suddenly getting into the big boy and just getting rid of all
The
of
deep
Omar's
beyond,
resources.
and he got rid of everything.
He knows the game plan. Stop kick Kalos,
Yeah.
and if anything else gets on the field, gone.
Yeah.
It's all banished. And is it all monsters or just your
It's all
opponents?
cards, I believe.
All
Sorry,
banish
against
all
attacking top
cards,
monsters,
all
but
cards on the
yeah.
field.
Yeah.
So just your opponent's monsters get bye-byes.
They're all gone, yeah.
And then he just gets huge in the process. So Omar now has to think, okay, what just happened?
How am I tackling this for game 3?
Going first,
He looks like
it'll
he's
probably
starting.
just be business as usual, I would assume.
I'd assume.
Looking at the side deck, he has options in Eradicator, Epidemic, Virus. He has Deck Dev as well, which will probably be quite strong
Deck
against the Goaty
Devastation
cards.
should be pretty strong, because not only does it deal with the Sprite engine, which, as we saw in both games, it
would hit a
seemed
lot
like
of
starting
these.
Point.
If
But it
he-
looks like it hits a lot of the Goaty cards as well.
If he's only playing the level 2 Goaty cards, then Deck Devastation Virus does have that
Yes.
coverage. Dimensional Barrier is also an option because it can cover Synchro or XYZs depending on
What's
the
needed,
game
yeah.
state. He also has options for Trap Trick, so he can extend the trap options in
Yep.
Epidemic or Deck Dev or Dimensional Barrier. So he's went for a very, I really want to just win going first option
Do you think
here.
do you think Omar gets a little bit worried about the cards that Thomas might be siding in for going second? He might be trying to win with some of these more blowout cards, these very heavy cards, like evenly matched maybe.
Well, we're about to see if the nerfs
yeah.
kick in because
Yeah.
game 3 is underway. So we'll be interested to see how these players have side decked. And maybe will Omar open one of his win conditions because he is playing quite a lot of them. I think any of the virus cards would have a significant impact against Thomas, even if he isn't playing like a heavy spell variant. The spells are quite powerful, and he is playing a lot of them. 14 spells. So if he does have a spell heavy hand, which I think in this scenario he doesn't, he just has 2, but still, like it does force them. But I think the option here, the game plan here, is probably to go for Deck Devastation Virus, I would assume.
I'd agree. So looking there.
Business as usual again, Brandon High Spirits.
Brandon
in the draw
High
phase.
Spirits, very, very strong card. He might not be starting with it.
No, I would assume he either hasn't opened it or he doesn't have a Aqua in his hand
yeah.
to use it. So he's going for time to put his deck into the graveyard, put as many cards into the graveyard as possible. So this just makes because Rhino Heart, I would admit, so he's hit Deck Dev. Is there a way to get that out the graveyard, I wonder?
I think so.
Is he siding?
Not that I can see.
No, so I guess he's just hoping to just
Try and draw one of those.
try and draw. Yeah, maybe Nightmare Griffin's not as realistic anymore without Fairy Tale Snow, which is one of the biggest hits. His mill's really good. Like he hit Suliak and a name. So it means he can add. Also, you'll probably only trigger one of those names.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have enough aquas in the graveyard to do them both. Typically, a Rhino Heart start is normally quite poor in tier.
Yeah.
But thanks to the field spell, it just adds so much because having to fuse with the monster on the field was not ideal.
No.
But
having that scream hitting in other cards is really impactful.
it doesn't really even have to hit a name either because you're already guaranteed a name. It just has to hit something.
Anything good.
And it did. So the plan is going smoothly so far. Kick Kalos will either get him a defensive card or an extender. I don't know what the rest of his hand is, but I would assume it's Suliak time because I think he just doesn't want to mill them anymore. Maybe he'll go for crime as well if he's really scared of evenly matched.
It depends on what his hand is, right?
And evenly matched is something that Thomas is playing.
It is. It's a very scary card, especially as right now because he opened the normal summon Rhino Heart. He might not have the Cartesia play to go into that Baron de Fleur for a negate.
Which is what I would expect him to do to go for crime.
Got the crime here.
Baron de Fleur is normally the out, if you will, for evenly matched. But he's scared. He's scared, and he's right to be, because evenly matched can be quite a blowout and take a lot of your resources away and leave you with 0 defensive cards. It's not normally too bad, but why just cover yourself? It also has really good coverage because it covers the other side deck cards that he could potentially have. So
maybe even just engine cards as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
so it does everything you need it to do.
Exactly. Yeah. And if he already has Suliak as well, then jobs are good, and he's got both options as a defensive card. I wonder what he thinks going forward, though, in terms of
how to progress with the turn.
Yeah, is there any more rank 4 plays in here? The only one I really see is Abyss Dweller.
That's the only one I see as well.
And
I don't think that would have
any impact at all.
Well, he went.
Oh, so he did have Brandon in High Spirits. Oh, so maybe he didn't open an Aqua and he would have added that early, right? So
no, he opened. He had the Tavernus, I believe, right?
Oh, okay.
I believe. Maybe just
Interesting
try changing how he wants to play this turn, maybe.
Yeah, maybe he's going for like some sort of a different line that I'm not aware of. So
It might be better versus Goatee. We may not know.
Maybe he knows more about Goatee than
Yeah.
I give him credit for.
So we're going to see if he triggers the Merly here, or if he might just try and decide he's going to.
I would assume
summon it
so,
back.
because he wants to put the Raw Callus back so he can
Yes,
summon
yeah.
it again. I'm find it rather peculiar why he didn't use Kick Callus to mill
Exactly.
5, but maybe he's got another plan in mind. Because the Raw Callus, I'd assume he'd want to summon that as soon as possible, just to. I know Nibiru is probably not as popular, but you still want to sort of respect it to some degree. But maybe
Exactly.
he thought in this 5-card hand he just couldn't respect it enough, so he just has to go for a different line of play. Dricus Tapelier will be quite. He has
Yes,
just summoned Dricus Tapelier here, and that is quite strong against Sprite in general.
Yeah.
Maybe he just doesn't have to worry about the Goatee cards. Maybe he's thinking, right, okay, stick to what I know. I know how to defeat the Sprite engine. Let's just stick to the plan.
He's
And
going
go
to
for that.
draw a card here, and we'll see if that has any impact on the turn.
Well, he's got a lot of cards that he could draw if he sided in Trap Trick and Deck Dev and stuff. So the Predator Plant, Dricus Tapelier will act as tribute fodder as well. So that
He's
might
got
have
a
been.
third set
He's
card
got
as
a
well.
hefty
That
amount
is a
of
lot
back
of back
row.
row.
So let's see if he does it first thing.
So I wonder what's going to be flipped.
I would
here.
definitely blind Deck Dev. Not
Yeah.
sure about
Eevee?
Epidemic, but I'm not even sure if I would have sided it in anyway. It surely is Deck Dev here, right? It is.
It is.
Wait. It doesn't have to be 2-5. It's Deck Dev 2000.
2000, yeah.
That is
so that's
very good. It's a
Yeah.
shame Kit Callus doesn't
trigger from this, yeah, but it's
but
still going to be
it'll
able
probably
to get
put
rid
in the
of-
work. I wonder if he has any quick effects, because quick effect starter won't be very helpful here, because it'll just destroy the card on board.
Chaining Dimension
That is
Shifter.
a very unfortunate 6 card
yeah.
to draw. It'll stop him from doing any sort of tier plays in his turn, and then when it passes to Omar, he then will struggle to then push on from there. But wait a second.
He's got
Will this trigger the Goatees?
yes, because it's now that they are removed from play. I'm just going to check if he can activate Crime underneath Dimensional Shifter
That
as
is
well.
a good point as well. That was
'cause-
also something I was thinking.
Because maybe this.
It'll discard for effect, I'm pretty sure, because otherwise it'll be pretty terrible.
Yeah.
So I think Crime does have coverage. He just has to discard a tier card in his hand,
Well,
which I would...
send one monster from hand to the graveyard at the end.
So I'm not sure if
believe
these
it's
Goatees
5.
triggered. So let's give them a
I
read
think
again.
I think they will trigger in the next standby phase. I don't think they trigger now to summon. That might be wrong.
Yes, it does. So during the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can special summon... So this is actually acted as a hindrance.
So he resolved evenly.
He allowed the Evenly to go through despite the Crime. I suppose he knows he doesn't have really much of a
yeah.
follow-up, so he's probably going to use this Dricus Tapelier to negate at least one of the
Yeah.
fish, and he can do that in
And he gets
draw
the High
phase
Spirit
as
back
well.
as well, which is really nice.
This is good. But he's still undimensional shifter though, which is
A little bit.
a little bit scary.
Yes, especially with these 2 Goatee cards now coming back. And then he can't attack over them either, because then they'll just get banished again, correct?
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness,
so
this shifter really
this shifter is
putting
doing a
in
lot, yeah.
work. So only one has come
I
back.
think it might be 2 of the same card.
Then that's not
Yeah,
as good.
not
then.
as good as before.
So
but
then, how will they synchro summon in his turn? Then, so maybe this isn't as good of a game state as we thought it was.
he's got a Cartesia.
He's a normal Cartesia. In my opinion, he doesn't want to commit too much to the field because he's still in the
try and swing
shifter.
for
He
some
knows
damage
his
there.
hand. He knows his hand. And if he
Yeah.
tops any sort of engine, it's just going to immediately
Yes,
go to
exactly.
the graveyard because you would assume they are less than 2,000 attack. Is that?
Yes, 1500.
1,500.
Yeah.
Okay, 1,500.
So the very few cards that I think he can really draw here.
And Cartesia is also a disruption, right? It's a quick effect and it can...
Yeah, it's a quick effect and you can make another fusion with hand or field.
So you get to see the card. It's
Shifter.
Shifter.
And that is
Which-
unfortunately.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
not going to do anything, but it also is just a card that has to go to the graveyard. So let's see if this fish can put in
Yeah.
work. He has a Dricus Tapelier,
It
so he
doesn't-
has just passed turn. This is very unfortunate.
Unfortunate, yeah.
We thought it was the dream shifter plus engine.
We thought it was almost there.
We thought he had everything, but it wasn't to be.
Unfortunately, it looks like you just drew two of the same name.
That's a shame. It looks like Omar has powered through the dimensional shifter here, playing it safe, not committing too many resources in the dimensional shifter. He allowed the Evil Need to resolve because he didn't want to banish his Tear in hand as well, which would have been an important follow-up.
Exactly.
So now he's just full steam ahead to just try and end this game now. Which probably won't be too difficult considering Thomas is on 5-3.
Yeah, so as long as this fusion resolves, I think it should be...
And he knows his entire hand, right?
Exactly,
Because he top-decked the shifter.
exactly.
He knows what he has in hand. He can feel fairly safe here to commit a lot of resources to push for damage here.
And then he gets the Pellerino to pop as well, or to destroy even. And then, just...
And that's it. That's game, set, and match. Unfortunate for Thomas, his go-to Sprite strategy was very cool, and seeing it in action game 2 was like... really cool, something I'm glad I know what they do now because I don't want to be in a situation where I get absolutely bodied by the big fish. Well, but it's Tear that has took the win in this match here.
Seen him signing a slip. But you saw Omar's face, game 2, when...
Shocked.
He was
surprised,
shocked. He was like...
scared, maybe.
Yeah, he saw the first goatee card and he's very like, goatee? Someone's playing goatee? And he was starting to read them, starting to understand them. And I don't think he fully understood what was occurring when that turn 2, and he was just like going into synchro after synchro after synchro, and then he just hit the big one.
A very normal reaction in my opinion. Like, I think if I was to see him special one of the goatee cards, I would have been very like, what on earth do I do to combat this? Yeah. And it goes to show that like sometimes having a deck that people aren't too familiar with can just be enough to get you over the line.
Agreed.
Because that
100%.
game 2, like if you had perfect card knowledge and know what the cards did, maybe you could have played around them a little bit better.
Exactly, yes.
But since he didn't, he just summoned a Kikelos right into Thomas's hands.
Yes.
And then also the Kaleido Heart as well. And all his resources were just gone. And then Omar quickly realized that he wasn't coming back.
There's no way you're coming back from that.
And then just accepted his fate and went straight to game 3 and went, well, hopefully that doesn't happen ever again.
So just looking forward to talking to Omar and getting his actual opinion on when he first read that goatee card.
We're getting to interview the shock and horror to see how scared he was at game 2. So we'll be back with a player interview soon with Omar. See you guys in a bit. Hello guys, we're back with the player interview for the winner of round 2. We're here with Omar. And Omar, how are you feeling after that victory?
Pretty good. Game 2 was a bit of a...
A bit of a shock to the system.
Yeah.
Let's jump right into that then. So game 1, it was business as usual. You did your stuff. A little bit scary that you milled all 3 Sully-X, I imagine.
Yeah, all my
the
targets for
traps,
Scream went, so I couldn't really finish the combo per se, but...
But the board was strong enough anyway.
Yeah,
just to
luckily I
get you
drew
there.
the Super Poly off of
Oh yeah, that
career.
sealed the deal for you. But game 2, the most interesting one. How did you feel when he suddenly just like started summoning goatee cards?
Well, I didn't know what any of it did. I just knew that they banished
Really
themselves, but I didn't know where exactly I was supposed to interact to stop the deck because I've not really played against it before. Now I've played against it.
You'll never forget.
I probably will forget, but at least I don't like that. Roll Koros is probably much more important than Kaleido Heart
Yes,
to interact
sure.
with this synchro summoning.
Because we noticed as when we were watching you made the expected error, not knowing what it did when you normal to kick when you summoned to kick Kalos. You committed a Cartesian to the board, and then he just banished that kick Kalos, and I bet from that point you were thinking, oh, this is a bit of a struggle here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And then what was the game plan after that? You realised, oh no, this has happened.
It was when I read the card that said it's going to banish your opponent's entire
everything.
field.
Yeah.
So I was like, this is over, let's go next.
Let's go.
I'll throw in all of my trap cards,
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
eradicate him or deck Devi him, whatever, because I know he's playing Dark Ruler.
So let's talk about the side deck then. So we weren't sure how you would side because with the goatee engine being a factor, wasn't sure if it would really influence how you would side. I assumed maybe business as usual with the side decking. You just took it like a regular sort of Sprite deck?
Yeah,
Or
pretty
you-
much, because all of the goatees seem to be level 2 and small, so it
Yes.
sort of worked out the same.
Yeah, sure. You've also went for a very heavy going first side deck. What is the reason for that?
Well, I'm already like maining like as much going second cards as I really want.
Yeah, with a bestial.
With the bestials, yeah, and the Tearlaments cards are already pretty good at breaking boards
Yes.
with the field spell and
Yeah.
the way the fusions work. So I didn't really feel the need for more stuff in like regular matches, but for like more trap heavy based decks, I've got a lot of hate for that in there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially like post side things can get a bit scary, especially when people are signing in things like evenly matched, which is what you accounted for with Tearlaments Crime, which is pretty good
Yeah.
because you couldn't get access to Baron de Fleur. And also things like Dimensional Shifter, which we saw as well. So making sure that you have contingency plans for that.
Yeah, he had a bit of an unfortunate time with that. He drew Dimensional Shifter for turn twice.
Yeah, that would be sort of very unfortunate as well. Were you scared when you set up the board and the field rather, and you set up the deck dev and you used deck dev? Did you feel quite confident after?
At that point, yeah, because I figured the only play he had was starter after that, and then I would have to Draco's Duelli to negate whatever he summoned off of it, and it would also make it level 1 so that they couldn't continue playing. But I was very fortunate in that game in that with my Albion drew me the deck Devi, otherwise I didn't really have anything. And the point with the crime was I knew he would be playing like Dark Ruler and stuff like that.
Yeah, good call.
So I would add it, and then I knew I wouldn't have any tier cards in my hand per se, maybe, but I thought I'd try and draw one because I still had a lot in my deck.
Yeah.
Luckily, I drew deck Devi instead, so it's fine.
Just fine.
So we didn't see the bestial cards in that specific matchup, but maybe in the previous match, like have they put in any work for you?
Yeah,
so
my last round, although I lost in the end, in my game 1, like they like blew my opposing tier player out of the game. Like on his turn 1, when he tried to combo, I was just banishing his cards, and he ended up passing with like nothing on the board.
Yeah, because having cards that can effectively be defensive cards and also combo enablers as well. From what I see, generally you expect to see more. Maybe rank 4s in the extra deck, but you've went for things like Beatrice and Willow. Do you think are those realistic things to do in this deck?
Yeah, I think so. Some games can get pretty crowded. Plus, if you can summon Magnahoot, then in the end phase you can search another guy to summon. If your hand's like a bit bad, and I think Beatrice is just a really good card overall. The new guy, Wallow, or however you say his name, his effect is really cool. Like being able to take whatever you want from your opponent's graveyard just seems super strong. I'm not sure if I'll make it, but I imagine it's just one of them cards that comes up in a super grindy game later on.
Like Wallow seems
and it
to
could
have
just like swing the match instantly.
Very open-ended utility to the point where you feel like, especially for opening weekends, you might think, I'll give it a try, see what sort of interactions it has.
Yeah, pretty much.
So let's talk about why did you decide that Tearlament was the deck for this event then?
It's all I've been playing really since since the deck came out.
More of a familiarity thing rather than a
yeah,
sort of...
we can still sell. I still like greening out the kinks with it. It's a new format, only a 2-week format, but still.
Yeah,
for sure. And then also in terms of like matchups, what would you like to see more often? What do you want to play against the most going into this matchup, just to saw you all the end in the X1 bracket?
Whatever, really. I think this deck's really good overall. I think it's solid against everything. If I go first and I open Brandon high spirits, I think I'm just winning every match.
Yes.
Yeah, we noticed in game 1 and 2, and more so game 1, when you activated Brandon in high spirits,
it's just like
it just
ridiculous.
felt like you had everything. It was really strong. So the last question before we depart then, so you're on the X1 record. You could still win. How are you feeling about that though?
My hopes aren't up for winning much anymore, but I'm going to still try and make top 8.
Yeah, of course, you're still drawn. Finish deep, you might get at least second, and you never know. There could be an odd number of XOs, and you could end up winning it anyway, so keep going, still drawn. Thanks a lot, Omar. Thanks to everyone. We'll be back later for round 3.
Right, cheers.
Hi guys, welcome back for round 3. We've got 2 quite cool decks that we're going to feature this round. The one in particular shows off Darkwing Blast new edition, not just with splashable engines, but maybe at an attempt to have a deck on its own, but maybe?
Chance, yeah. So we've got Connor with the Kashtira deck. We talked about this earlier. I really want to see Unicorn today, so I'm really happy to see this, and hopefully it'll do work.
So I wasn't sure if we'd see this just because, like, in reference to other formats, like in the future, this isn't going to see a significant amount of play as a big engine until it gets more support in Fortnite Hypernova. But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong, and it's went for a big all the Kashtira cards.
Yep.
So interesting to see if they make them work. They're also playing just general defensive cards as well. They're playing the dangers. I assume.
I think it's just for level 7 monsters on board, maybe to make some of your extra like XYZs.
So Danger Nessie will complement the Kashtiras quite well with them being level 7s. So I wonder if their win condition is just a lot of rank 7 players.
Maybe.
They've got their own sort of boss monster as well, which we will get into what it does as the game progresses, of course. So I'm very excited to see if this can become its own standalone deck.
I'm looking forward to it as well.
And enter into the meta as well to combat other matchups. He's of course built his deck in a way to adapt to the meta. He's made deck an infinite permanence, which is something that like you generally will see a lot these days. And he's went for both pots.
He has desires and prosperity.
I like this guy.
He really wants to be consistent.
Well, the interaction with so if your pot of desires gets ashed, you can then activate prosperity. So that's a really cool interaction, which makes it so that like drawing them in multiples isn't terrible, because if you activate pot of desires and it resolves, I don't think you really need to activate prosperity at that point, because you've just drawn 2 cards.
Exactly.
So it's fine.
He's also playing the Bestial cards again. So we're gonna see if those cards
very
come up in this matchup.
Darkwing Blast oriented.
Yes.
Very nice to see.
Not bad to see. Then on the other side, we've got Bailey with Tri-Brigade Scareclaw. So it's a little bit of a unique twist on the deck. You can see a lot of the Tri-Brigade cards at 3. Rescue Cat, which is probably going to be...
He's playing Rescue Cat? Give it here. Oh my goodness.
Rescue Cat going to be such a powerful
He's went full
starter card.
Beast. It's very OG Tri-Brigade with Fractal, Kit, Nerval, Keras, the squad. And he's playing Rescue Cat. Just 2 Rescue Cat. Maybe he has some alternative normal summons with the Scareclaws. We saw Scareclaws being played in Tearlaments over YCS Utrecht, implementing the ability of Visor Starfrost, being able to pop a card, destroy a card in the field and summon itself. And that was really good because it triggered Kit Kalos. I wonder how that'll interact with the Tri-Brigade engine. Maybe because of Tri-Brigade Kit. Like normally the play you'd have to do is normal Kit, go into Almirage, add a card, and then from then really you don't really have a play unless you have an extender. However, with Visor Starfrost you can maybe destroy the Kit, specials Visor Starfrost, and then from then you could send Nerval or get Fractal. He'll know more than me. He's the expert.
Yeah, it looks like the match is about to start.
Yes, let's dive right into round 3 and see what's in store for us. So once again, this is Tri-Brigade Scareclaw versus Kashtira with a splash of Bestial, a splash of Danger, with some also main deck scary cards as well, which we won't give away too much. We'll see what happens. So he's going to go ahead and straight summon Unicorn.
So this will add him a Kashtira spell. I believe it might be able to add the field spell. I'm not entirely sure.
So we're looking up now to see what utility that has. So Kashtira Unicorn, just to cover, because we covered Kashtira briefly in a previous matchup. So if you control the monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. So your opponent doesn't have to control a monster, you can just summon them. So you can only use each of the following effect of Kashtira Unicorn once per turn. So all the Kashtira cards are generally like this, they special summon themselves. And this one in particular, Unicorn, is unique because during your main phase, you can add 1 Kashtira spell from your deck to your hand. And when this card declares an attack, just like Fenrir, or if your opponent activates a monster effect, just like him, You can look at your opponent's extra deck, and if you do, banish one monster. So it does actually let you look at the extra deck.
Oh, really? That's good.
Which is cool.
I really like the utility of that then.
And he summoned his big boss monster here
so
too.
so he summoned the Ascended Thunder.
Oh, that's Mind
that's
Hacker.
Mind Hacker, the previous YCS prize card. So he's made this, which is really a really good choice as well, because now he gets to have a sneak peek at what his opponent's playing, what utility cards they have. And I believe it banishes 3 of them face
So he gets to have a peek of his opponent's extra deck. So he's gonna see a lot of Tri-Brigade and Scareclaw cards. So he gets a lot of information. He's very scared of Baguska,
apparently.
so he's getting rid of that.
Face down, so it cannot be used for the rest of the game, likely.
So that's number 89's effect. So once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card, look at your opponent's extra deck, and banish 1 monster from it face down. And at the end of the battle phase, if this card destroyed a monster by battle, you can target 1 card in your opponent's graveyard, banish it face down. If a card your opponent owns and possesses is banished face down while you control this card, you can banish cards from the top of your opponent's deck face down, equal to their face down banish cards. So this can start to get a little bit ridiculous and steamroll the more cards get banished. So just like with the runic variants of banishing cards from the top of the deck, Mind Hacker has just done that as well, so we won't be able to see it because it banishes face down, but it could be a really scary combo piece. And is that the trap that was added?
Yes. So he added the spell, and the spell lets him normal summon Akashira as if it was.
Oh, without tributing.
Without tributing, yes. And then I believe Ogre, very similar to the other Akashira cards we've seen. It lets you add a Akashira trap during the main phase. Then, in response to opponent's attack or opponent's effect, you can excavate the top 5 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, banish 1 of them face down, and place the rest on top of the deck in the same order. So, again, it's just a bit of disruption, similar to maybe even the runic cards.
So now we're seeing the deck's themed boss monster, Kashtira Shangri-Ira.
Yeah.
So that takes 2 level 7 monsters, sticking with the theme. During each standby phase, you can special summon 1 Kashtira monster from your deck. That's already pretty good so far. You can special summon Fenrir, which is probably the most disruptive defensive card of the lot. You can only use the previous effect of this card once per turn. Each time a card your opponent owns and possesses is banished face down, you can choose 1 unused main monster zone or spell and trap zone. It cannot be used while this monster is faces on the field. Also, it acts as a way for your opponent not being able to play cards in the field. That's really interesting. And if this card on the field will be destroyed by a battle or card effect, you can detach 1 material from this card instead. So it protects itself as well, just quite similar to the Gersu. So it acts in a way where it's complementing the Mind Hacker here, because the Mind Hacker is going to keep banishing cards face down, and then that card is going to then select monster zones on the field to then make it so your opponent can't use either. Oh, and spell and trap card zones as well. So that's quite good against the pendulum.
Exactly, pendulum deck,
yeah. That's very scary.
So it looks like he's activated the
Scareclaw field spell
to add Reichphobia.
So Reichardt is pretty solid, but only when you've already got set up. So you can normal this card and then add a rival, which would be an extender. However, he also has Rescue Cat in hand, so I think that's probably going to give him more advantage, because you can special the Reichardt later, because the Tri-Brigades complement the Scareclaw engine quite well, because the Scareclaw engine has a Link 1 beast, so the Tri-Brigade engine can actually summon that, and then Reichardt can summon itself when it's below or adjacent to a Scareclaw. So what I would expect is you would open up with the... Wait a second, what is that?
That's a Scareclaw monster summoned off Rescue Cat. That might be where the synergy is here.
Oh, here we go, I'm starting to see it.
So I think this will help because you can make the Link 1 Scareclaw Tri-Heart.
Oh, so you can make it without actually even needing to use a Tri-Brigade effect to summon it.
Exactly. So that one, I believe, is Acro, which you can summon it. There's a beast. Level 3, Earth. And then, you can special summon this card from your hands to a main monster zone adjacent to a Scareclaw monster you control or in its column. And then your Scareclaw monsters in the extra monster zone gain fringe attack for each defense position monster you control. So it just helps you get these Scareclaw cards out of your hand, I guess.
And off the back of that, they seem to have a lot of themes in regards to being in defense mode. Like, for example, Scareclaw here, not only is it going to add a rival, since there's 3 monsters in defense mode, it's also going to draw a card, which is really cool. I was thinking before, I wonder why he didn't go straight into Scareclaw.
Exactly.
But this is exactly
sense,
why, so he can draw a card. And the Scareclaw really, unless there's another spell and trap card I'm not sure about, was only adding the field
yeah.
spell, I think.
And now the field spell also lets you destroy a card, I believe, if there's free defense
yes,
correct.
he gets to target one. So he's not doing that
just
right
yet,
this second. Maybe he's holding it to try and bait more
Yeah.
cards.
Maybe he wants to remove another card from the field, and then maybe once that's removed, he'll then maybe aim for the last piece of back row. So he's adding another of the field spell.
So bear in mind as well, these cards summon off Rescue Cat are negated, so he won't be able to use Kit's effect in particular.
three.
So he's linking into
Is that try?
That's the big boy
Yeah.
Scareclaw. So this card, I remember reading this and thinking, this is very good. So I'd like to read it again, just so I know exactly what we're in for here. So it must be link summoned. All face-up monsters on the field are changed to defense position. Unaffected by the activation effect of defense position monsters. So acting as a means to put everything in defense mode, and then those cards on the field can't interact with it because unaffected. Once per turn, if this card is in the extra monster zone, which it is, you can target one level 3 Scareclaw monster in your graveyard, special summon it. Also, it's an extender as well, and if you do, you can add one Scareclaw monster from your deck to your hand. So it's an extender, and it further extends.
Yeah.
I think the only issue with that is you cannot special summon monster for the rest of the turn except Scareclaws, but it's for the rest of this turn, so you can be really tactical with how he uses this card. Maybe if his back is against the wall, he can then decide, right, okay, I'm out of options, it's time to use that card.
Yeah.
But he's in no rush, he's activated Soul Drain. Oh no, that means his Nerval doesn't work.
It's looking weird though for him, because if you look, Bailey still has like 5 or 6 cards in his hand.
He has a lot of card advantage, yeah.
And with these Scareclaw cards, he might just be able to generate the advantage and then maybe try and make a push for the game.
He has got a lot of cards, like you said there. Soul Drain might be really scary though. But Soul Drain, I think specifically, just doesn't let you activate cards in the graveyard, right?
Correct, yeah.
So there's Tri-Brigade effects.
Tri-Brigades, yeah.
However, he still can use the Tri-Brigade effects on field.
Yes, yeah.
So it's not completely terrible from what we can see here for Bailey.
He's using Scareclaw, the Reborn spell, I believe.
I think they're just repairing a game state here. I think what happened was he sent a Nerval off Kit
When it wasn't meant to go,
when you couldn't do that. Yeah. So that makes sense. So he's using a rival. If he had Starfrost in particular, he could have summoned back the Link 1 as well.
Well, he wouldn't now be able to because of Soul Train, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. So it's putting in a lot more work. The more I talk, the more I realise how much work this Soul Drain is. He probably opted to main deck Soul Drain because of its applications in the Tearlaments matchup.
Yes.
But it seems to have some decent cross coverage here.
It definitely covers a lot of matchups right now.
Well, what decks don't use the graveyard?
Exactly. Especially just seeing it in even these more roguish matchups where you're seeing these Tri-Brigade cards just getting stopped because...
Is that another arrival? Arrival is not once per turn.
Not once per turn, no.
So he's really he's confirming. It's just like, wait a second, you've already activated one of those. So he's generating a lot of advantage on his field now. And so he has the Link 3, which I don't believe he has used. So he can use that whenever he's in a pinch.
Oh, that's really nice because now he can make Ferrojit.
And extending even further. He's just pushing and pushing and pushing. And as far as I'm aware, he still hasn't used the field spell to destroy a card in the field yet. So.
Which he might be able to do soon and maybe able to turn on some of these Tri-Brigade cards.
Oh no, don't summon it there. That's where Ferrojit's pointing, right?
Yeah, Tryhard luckily is a Link 3.
Good.
So it still has 2 more zones.
Good. He's still in this.
Yeah. So we'll see what Link monster he tries to summon now.
So he's activating Nerval's effect. The biggest push for Tri-Brigade is Shurig.
Yes.
But normally you like to ladder into that first, but I suppose he already kind of has. So maybe it's time for Shurig. Maybe you can choose to get rid of that Soul Drain if he thinks that if it's causing too much problems, because the monsters on the field are causing no problems at all. But he's activated the Kashtira trap card.
So let's see what this one does. During your player's turn, you can special summon one of your Kashtira monsters that is banished or in your hand. If you're going to play, opponent activates a trap card or effect, you control a Kashtira monster. And this card is already face up in the spell trap card zone. You can look at your opponent's hand, and if you do, banish one card from it face down. So it doesn't look like it's...
It doesn't look like it did an awful lot there, because summoning Shurig meant that it banished the Kashtira boss monster. So it doesn't look like that it had a sort of impact. However, that card is now back.
We're finding out what's going on.
I think if it does get banished, it does come back. I remember reading that. It does have a lot of effects.
A lot of effects.
Yeah. So he's just hard linking into Rugal, not using any Tri-Brigade effects. Might have been beneficial to put the Scareclaw on the other side, maybe, because then he would have had a lot more link arrows. But you can still link something because the Scareclaw is pointing to the middle monster zone. So he's not roadblocked or anything. Again, I'm pretty sure the Scareclaw still hasn't even activated its effect.
No, I don't think so. And I think when it does, that will be a very high impact, because then the Tri-Heart should gain the 2 effects of the monsters it's pointing to, of the Scareclaw cards on the field. There he goes using it now.
He's beginning with this now. That's interesting because normally Tri-Brigade's win condition is to get Tri-Brigade Revolt.
Yes, yeah.
And it looks like this won't be possible now unless he's hard drew it, because normally the way to get to it is with Bearbrum, and now he can't summon Bearbrum because he's locked into Scareclaws.
So he's got, that's Acro, and then I believe that is Astra, which your Scareclaw monsters in the extra monster zones can attack a number of each battle phase, up to the number of defense position Scareclaw monsters you control with different names. So he's basically meaning that the extra monster can attack twice, and then it will gain a bonus effect.
It means to get rid of the field, it seems.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if this is going to be enough damage
I
for
don't
game
believe
here.
So.
Maybe if he could summon those monsters in attack mode instead of defense mode.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the realization, because I saw he tried.
I think they have to be in defense position for it to gain the ability, unfortunately.
I see. I see. So the life points was incorrect because he used the Thunder monster as an extender. That pays like 4,000 of your life points or something, right? So that was more than enough damage, it would seem.
More than enough, yeah.
So Tri-Brigade have done it. Tri-Brigade have overcame Kashtira. Yeah. So unfortunately, we didn't see to the full extent what Kashtira could do, but we did see how the Scareclaw cards can complement the Tri-Brigade matchup. So that was really, really cool. I wasn't sure what the synergy was going to be, but then Rescue Cat summoning a Scareclaw card made me think, there's the overlap.
Yeah, the second we saw that Scareclaw monster on board, it became so apparent how you were getting there. You get into your Lightheart, you get into the field spell, and then once you've got that on board, you're basically just in a very solid position.
It did seem like, with the amount of card advantage that he was generating, he did seem like in a comfortable position for out. That defensive card trap that they got with Kashtira didn't seem like it did the job. No. Maybe there's other options that he could have done. The Soul Drain did seem scary at first.
Yes.
But all it did was really...
he managed to overcome it once he got into that Ferrigy, and he got a Tri-Brigade monster. And the second it was there, he was able to summon the Shureg, deal with a card, and just start removing these threats almost.
Well, he had too many cards, and the fact that he had too many cards meant he had a lot of resources to go into Shureg. And Shureg, as a removal card, is very strong.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Non-targetable banish.
Yeah.
Gets rid of any card that he doesn't like. That card would then come back, and it's lost its protection effect because it doesn't have a material anymore. Yeah. And then just summoning Rugal just because it's bigger.
It's big.
And it's more than enough damage.
So seal it up.
The game plan for the side deck, you would assume Kashtira would go first. And it looks like he doesn't really have that many going first options other than Dimensional Barrier.
Which, in this matchup,
not very great. I'm not sure if there's a single monster that isn't a Link monster in the extra deck, other than Zeus, which you would summon with Baguska and Abyss Dweller. And I don't think Bailey would mind if they weren't in his extra deck anymore.
Although game one he did seem to be afraid of that Baguska removing it from play with the Unicorn effect. And it looks like we're going straight into game two anyway.
So we're going to dive right in. Let's see if Kashtira can have a better time, game two, and see if he can put up a more threatened board and deal with the Scareclaw recursion. Because the card advantage that it did generate was wild.
It was phenomenal. It's just like, he started with one, and he just ended up having like 6 cards in hand, like 5 cards on the field. It was just so many cards. It was just putting that pressure on him. So it kind of started with the Ascended Thunder again. This time we need to remember it does.
It
does lower the life points.
It comes with a price.
Yes.
Oh,
set
dear.
2.
Surely.
Oh,
it's a danger effect.
It's a danger
Setting
effect
2
here.
with Dogman.
Right, with Dogman
now,
especially,
that is
risky.
very brave. Extremely brave.
That
Will he
is
win the
extremely
50-50? Because if he misses, that Dogman is not going to do
Dogman's on the
anything.
field
And
now.
he did
hits
it! He won the 50-50, draws a bonus card, and he has 2 level 7s on the field. So now he has a defensive card. Which one will he go for? Maybe the Kashtira boss
I think he'll
monster?
go the Kashtira one, because it'll bring out Fenrir in the standby phase, I believe. Or maybe he wants to do some disruption with, the Kashtira one. So that looks like it'll be the end of his turn there, yep.
Very, very brave. I was never setting those cards. I'm a coward.
I would have 100% had to do it.
I wouldn't have even summoned the level 7. I was just the first thing summoning Dogman. I always miss off Dogman. Very terrifying card. But it paid off for him here.
Yep.
He clearly didn't value that Ghost Summoner, but he values the cards that he set excessively higher. To the point where, like, he must have thought, even if I miss off this Dogman here, I can't lose a single one of these cards. So I wonder what they could be, because he must value them very high to the point where he feels like they're some form of a win condition.
So looking at his spells and traps, it looks like it could maybe be the Kashtira trap again, or maybe Soul Drain, hoping it's high impact again.
So he started with a normal Scareclaw, which is quite peculiar because he has Rescue
got
Cat.
Rescue
So
Cat in
maybe,
his hands,
again, this is me just not knowing what's going on.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe he has more of an expert opinion on Scareclaw than me. The first thing I would have done was slap down the Rescue Cat. Oh, that's exactly why! Because Imperm on the Rescue Cat would have ended his turn. But he's smart. He made sure that his extenders were online, so now you can just push and push and push. And now if you can go into Ferrojeet, you can even special the Rescue Cat.
Exactly, and the Rescue Cat will then be free to do anything and everything it wants to do.
His technical play with this deck is really, really impressive. He's making sure to get...
it's another impermanence though.
He's getting as much value out of these Scarecrow cards as he possibly can. 2 infinite impermanences, sure. Like, not many decks can play for that anyway, but he still has a follow-up. He still has that Rescue Cat.
He's got the Rescue Cat
so
for
next turn, if his opponent isn't doing an awful lot.
However, now he's going to get, in that standby phase, he's going to get the summon, and then he's going to get the Kashtira
I wonder,
cards. Yeah.
there's an option or a line where he could have waited for the Ferrojeet to activate, summon a card, and then the Kashtira would have triggered the Banisher card. Maybe he just didn't want to risk anything getting onto the board because he might not be too familiar with the Scarecrow card, so he must have thought, you know what, no, I'm not letting him trigger any effects. I just want to just negate this. I still have the Fenrir, and then we can just go from there. So this
I agree with that assessment.
This 50-50's gone really
This 50-50's done so much for him.
Dogman OP.
Now he's going for the Mind Hacker play. And what do you think he'll take from the extra deck here? Because last time he took Baguska, but...
I think, well, depending on how many Ferrojeets he's playing, he's only playing the 1. So I would probably get rid of either a Rugal or a Bearbrum just to cut him off from his Tri-Brigade engine. So we won't know, unfortunately, because he's banished it face down. But I would assume that you would try and just dwindle his engine as much as possible. Because hitting a Shurieg won't do anything, right? Because he has 2. So you would want to just turn off as many things offline as possible. He's also playing 2 of each of the Scarecrow cards. He might have banished the Lightheart because of the Lightheart Engrave. That would have been a pretty smart thing to do.
Does the Lightheart only trigger to add the field spell when it's link summoned?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think it has to be link summoned. I will double check that though, but I remember it not triggering when you summon it off a Tri-Brigade card.
I was curious about that.
So let's look it up now. So if this card is link summoned in the extra monster zone,
very
specifically
there,
as
well. So now it looks like he's just getting away with these Kashtira cards.
He's getting rid of he's summoning some big monsters now, so I think he must be thinking...
That's a lot of cards getting
That's a lot of cards.
removed as well.
Is that the effect of...
the effect of Ogre to then look at the top 5 and then remove one from play face down as well.
And they go back in any order as well?
They go back in the same order.
Then does Mind Hacker trigger?
I believe so. We'll see what he does here.
Then it would banish 3, because it's the same number, I assume. Unless it's only once. Maybe it's just a once per turn thing.
We'll see how this pans out. It looks like they're talking it through here.
Yeah, I think they're just having a back and forth talking through their plays.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think maybe he declared the attack of that to trigger its effect, so the attack was just going through.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't look like he's going for a attack for game approach. He's going for taking it slow, allowing his
Wants
cards
to get the control.
to
Yeah.
generate card advantage. He's got a lot of card advantage over nowhere, considering
Exactly.
he went special, any generic 7 and reveal Dogman. So it's looking to be a little bit stressful for Bailey in his Tri-Brigade matchup, because he does.
Oh, he's got Revolt though.
He has Tri-Brigade Revolt. Now that is an extremely powerful card. I wonder if he has enough Tri-types to summon in respect to summoning Shuri.
Yeah, he should be able to summon back all 3, not in defense position for the Link monsters, though, but he should be able to summon all of them back.
Yeah, I believe they were all
They're
properly
all,
summoned.
they were correctly summoned.
So Shurig, I would assume is in his end phase.
Yes,
So then he can get a Shurig effect again in his turn. So now he's going to get rid of one of his problem
What
cards.
do you think he gets rid of here? I think
He could go for the back row just to eliminate any sort of like, any sort of doubt at
threats.
all.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if the monsters are that scary.
yeah. I
if I'm
think
being
I'd
totally
be a
honest.
little bit scared of that monster, the XYZ there.
Yeah, just because of its protection effect.
that and
it
also-
can also summon effect.
Yeah, exactly. It just gets another piece of interaction
it's
out of the deck.
That is a good call, yeah. And now as well, Shurig being able to, when it's sent to the graveyard, it
Gives
adds
you
a
another
Tri-type
card, yeah.
depending on how many are banished. So at the moment it's not doing anything, but you would assume you'd be able to stack up
Yeah.
his banished pile.
Oh,
just
so it
'cause
looks
how
like
the
it
engine
summons it back. The Kashachi trap. Kashtira. This terraforming is also a little bit terrifying here. Because we do see that Bailey is playing 1 copy of Mystic Mine.
I'm not sure if that's something you would go for here.
I'm not
I think
sure.
I think the plan is just to engine the engine. It looks like the Scarecrow and Tri-Brigade engine is overwhelming the Kashtira engine.
Yeah.
Because when game 1 and when it was engine to engine, the card advantage that Bailey was generating was just
It was so much more.
extraordinary.
Yes.
Yeah. And he also has the Scarecrow engine online again. Shuri can trigger whenever he wants. If he special summons a Tri-type, it'll trigger and banish a card. He has just banished his graveyard,
Yeah,
though.
so I believe that's the trap card.
Okay, now that is going to cause some problems. So that the Tri-Brigade engine needs to fill up its graveyard with Tri-types,
Exactly.
Beast Warriors, and Wing Beasts in order to get his stuff going. And now Connor
looks like
has
he's
just
got very
removed
little there, yeah.
all that, and now he has to start from the beginning and set it all up again, which might not be a problem. He's also
Exactly.
getting rid of a
he's
monster
getting
card
rid of the
zone.
zones as well.
So that, which is where Shurig is pointing to, but
Which
I would imagine won't be too much of a problem.
exactly.
But just bear it in mind and be careful when he's summoning his Link monsters, as the arrows will matter now. Oh, and he's got rid of another
Just rid of
monster
2.
zone.
So he may have also already locked out both of the link zones that the Shurig is pointing to as well.
Right.
So he may just be unable to summon to those zones.
That's really interesting. At this point as well, with having no cards that he can search, if he links away the Shurig, it's not going to be very beneficial.
Exactly.
And if the middle zone is also cut off, if he tries to link into a Ferrigy, he won't have. It will point to the zone that he can't use. He's also already used the Ferrigy.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what options he has.
He's very
left.
the Connor on top is very controlling at this point, especially now he's getting rid of another card from the deck, whilst his Rescue Cat is trying to resolve.
He's suffocating Bailey
Yes,
in his
essentially,
resources
yeah.
here. It looked fine for a spell until this graveyard just
Yeah, this graveyard just
disappeared. Yeah.
from absolutely nowhere.
Oh, it is looking.
So it's just those 2 zones that appear
so-
to be.
Yeah. Okay. So just the 2 zones.
I believe that's another Scareclaw monster.
I've never seen that one. So we'll look that one up. He seems to be quite packing.
He
It's
does.
Scareclaw Balone. So you can special summon this card from your hand to your main monster zone, adjacent to a Scareclaw monster you control or in its column. Seems to be the theme
The
of the
theme,
Scareclaw.
yeah.
You can only special summon Balone once per turn this way. If your Scareclaw monster in the extra monster zone attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing damage. So it looks like it's just a generic card to summon off Cat. It's more so just going to be Link fodder,
Yeah.
I would assume. Looking at his extra deck though, he is dwindling on resources a lot.
Yeah.
And not having access to the Tri-Brigade engine, it would seem, he can't really push any further. And he's also just out of Tri-Brigade cards in the extra deck as well.
Yeah.
His extra deck's taking up space as well with things like IP, Masquerena, Unicorn, and Cerberus, which you can't summon off the Tri-Brigade monsters.
Yeah.
So he's really limited to what he can really do here. Normally they would play things like Double Dragon Lords.
Exactly.
It's
I'm
not
curious
his
to see where he
extra-
goes from here. in all honesty, because he might go for a try-hard play again and try and just put
draw.
pressure. Yeah.
Is he going to draw off that right card as well?
Oh, it looks like he is.
That's my favourite play. Like, so fun doing that in Tearlaments.
Is that the only one of those that gives like a bonus effect?
Bonus effect.
Bonus effect.
Well, it just goes to show why the Scareclaw cards were played in the Tearlament engine, because they're really overperforming for me here with how much card advantage they're really generating. But will it be enough to overcome the Fenrir?
Yeah. I think that does look like in the main monster zone. Let's see if it gains the ability.
You can't put it anywhere else.
Yeah.
Unless he licked away that Shurig, but he must value the Shurig's ability to remove much higher.
Has Shurig triggered yet to banish a card on the field?
I don't recall. Well, the rank 7 is gone, but it's in the graveyard. So no, he's just banished Mind Hacker there. So he must have valued that removal very highly. I wonder why he didn't trigger it earlier with the Scareclaws. Again, he must have something in mind. He impressed me in game 1 as well with his plays. So I wonder where he goes from here. That's one of the Scareclaw traps.
Yes.
I think that one is Splash.
What's the name?
Yeah, Splash. Yeah.
Yeah, so this looks like once per turn you can target a Scareclaw.
Tongue twisters all day.
Scareclaw monster of Visa Starfrost you control. It can attack while in face-up defense position this turn.
Ooh.
That's pretty unique.
That is
you don't
cool,
see those types of effects very often.
That's like, what's that really old card? The Shogun.
The Super Heavy Samurai one, right?
No, there was like the very first
one.
It was the Shogun thing that had 1550 attack, but it can attack when it's in defense mode. I can't remember its name, but that was like one of the first of its kind. It's really cool.
No, I'm just thinking of all of Super Heavy Samurai cards.
Total Defense Shogun or something?
And then it also does, when your opponent activates the card or effect while you control a Scareclaw monster in the extra monster zone, you can send it to the graveyard to negate the effect. So it gives it a little bit of utility there.
Well, the field, as far as the monsters are concerned, it's been swept up. It is gone. So what will he do now? He didn't quite get enough to end the game there and make it a 2-0. But he only has 1,000 life points. Not quite enough, so close. We'll see what sort of follow-up Connor has with the Kashtira cards. But there's one.
There's one there.
Ogre has come back with the effect of a spell, maybe.
It might have been the Kashtira continuous spell.
It's really exciting just to learn what these do
as
we go. So maybe it's Kashtira Birth. So we didn't cover this when he initially activated that.
Just to interrupt you, he's just gone from like nothing
to everything.
He's got 3 bucks on the field again.
He's got 3 level 7s have just appeared on the board, and
does the Ascender's Thunder just half your life points to summon itself?
Yeah, I believe the substitute is just half.
Yeah, so that's really good to see. He has put them in defense position though. So if he doesn't end up removing them all, he could get some extra value from the field spell.
And now he's going for an XYZ.
Oh, is this Draco
Sack?
I love this card.
The OG rank 7.
I have not seen this card since maybe like
2013.
2014,
oh my goodness. A long time ago. Back when in Dragon Ruler spellbook format, what a time that was.
Oh,
that
this has made me so happy.
Strong,
I'm so happy to see
Here
this now.
come the tokens.
Oh, the little sheeps. So again, he's just gone from very little to
everything.
Almost, almost an entire field again. Do you think if this board gets cracked again, he'll have that recursion once more? Or?
Well, to be honest, I was very surprised that the Tri-Brigade player came back with something, considering how little resources he had in his extra deck. So I think it's safe to say if he manages to get rid of everything on his field right now, his comeback is going to be very little.
Yeah.
He has no way of triggering the Shurig, as far as I'm aware, to disrupt him. So he's just waiting to get his cards removed here. Dracosack also has the ability to destroy one card in the field with its effect.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I was surprised he didn't use that ability. But it looks like he's going to Underworld
I think he just
Goddess
did there.
now?
I think he just. Oh,
no,
he's
going to Underworld Goddess now.
Oh, okay. Maybe he values her effect over the destruction effect of Dracosack.
How big is Underworld Goddess? Is it 35 or is it 3,000?
Huge.
Huge.
Let's have a look.
Oh, it might be 4K actually.
Underworld Goddess, just for the folks at home, linked summoned using their opponent's card. That's the card's thing. So it's 4 plus extra monsters. You can also use 1 monster your opponent controls as material to link summon this card. That's what I did. And if this card is link summoned, you can negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls, which is strong because it wouldn't negate that Shuriek, because if Bailey does have a play, he'll be banishing a card on the field, which would have been quite stressful. And also this card, this link summon card, is unaffected by your opponent's activated effects, so it wouldn't, unless they target this card. Okay,
it's
well,
really
Shuriek doesn't
peculiar,
target, so it will be unaffected by that anyway. And once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, especially summons a monster from the graveyard, quick effect, you can negate the activation. Okay, so a pretty reasonable play to summon it and get rid of a card on the field.
It's
and also act as a form of disruption.
It's very weird game state right now because it looks like both players don't really have too much.
But then suddenly they just
keep
summon 3 level 7s, and then we're just like,
it's just where did they come from?
Yeah. They just generate so much. But again, like I mentioned, the Tri-Brigade extra deck here is not as big as I personally would like it to be. So I'm not sure where he can go with this.
Yeah, exactly.
But he does. The Scarecrows have been surprising me every
Yes,
time.
yeah, exactly.
So, but he has access to the Tri-Brigades this time around.
Yeah.
So where would he go from here? He will have some Tri-Brigade cards left. His option here could be to go for Bearbrum to get access to Revolt. Not really a proactive turn to OTK him.
Yeah.
But he is only on 400 life points, and that card does target the Underworld Goddess.
It does, yeah.
And that
cannot be summoned correctly. I think you'll have to try and use the Tri-Brigade effect first.
See.
Does Underworld Goddess negate the Tri-Brigade effects to banish? I believe it only negates cards in the graveyard, correct?
Underworld Goddess. Let's give it
another read.
One more time.
Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect that special summons a monster from the graveyard, quick effects negate the activation.
So it wouldn't be able to negate Nerval.
So he should, as long as he's got enough names, he should be able to summon a Shuriek to the field and then just...
and the attack of Underworld Goddess
is only
3,000.
Yeah,
so the Shuriek can just crash and then the other monster can attack.
Yeah. Don't know which card he should get rid of here. I don't think it really doesn't matter.
Super matter.
Yeah. I was a little bit surprised he's kept the Soul Drain on field both games.
It doesn't seem to be having any sort of significant impact.
I thought it would have stopped him getting like extra value from the Nervals, the kit, the Shuriek, but
the field spell as well. Bear in mind, if he had a defense position monster, would mean that it would reduce the monster's attack, his opponent's monster's attack. But it looks like he just drew for turn here. I'm curious. Was there no way he could have attacked over the Underworld Goddess?
That's 3,000 over that Nerval.
Ouch.
Big ouch. Yeah, just
and then I'm assuming he wants to trigger the Fenrir to banish a card. Oh, okay. Maybe it's a bit of a miscommunication, I think, where the card was put straight into the graveyard. Oh, he's Ghost Ogring the Fenrir. Interesting.
I assume it's on attack declaration, so it'll be fine to go through.
It would still banish the card.
It will, yes.
Ghost Ogre will remove it from the field, which would mean that it's one less disruption to play through.
Exactly. Ghost Ogre.
So Ghost Ogre, when a card face up on the field is activated, you can discard this card and destroy it. So that's what it'll do. It won't negate the effect of the card, I don't think.
No.
It would still banish a card on the field, face down. I would assume that's how it works, but a card is yet to be banished. So, Kashtira doesn't have to be faced up on the field to resolve its effect, right? When this card declares an attack, or if your opponent activates a monster effect, you can target one face-up card your opponent controls and banish it. Yeah, it should still banish a card face down as a bit of miscommunicate. Yeah. Okay, so there we go.
Okay, there we go.
The game state has been understood.
Yep.
And we're back to where we're expecting.
So last turn, Connor passed with Underworld Goddess facing down a Shuriek. This time again, he's exact same game
Underworld Goddess versus Shuriek. And it must be so frustrating for Bailey. He only has 400 life points that he needs to successfully get over the line, but that Underworld Goddess is just
especially now we're reaching 4 minutes left on the round. It might be harder for Connor to claw this back. So he's got another access to summon a Tri-Brigade, which maybe, again, maybe I'll trigger this Shureg. I think we just have to see what he can go into.
The Shureg, unfortunately, wouldn't get rid of the Underworld Goddess as it needs to specifically target Underworld Goddess. So the Nightmare Unicorn that we saw before would be the reasonable solution to get rid of the Underworld Goddess. But it's just getting there.
Yeah. I'm unsure if he's got... He's going to go for Cerberus here, but
Oh,
I don't believe Cerberus can out this, right?
Nightmare
I
Cerberus
don't believe it can.
cannot target a card in the extra monster zone.
Yeah.
How very unfortunate. It needs to target a monster in the main monster zone.
I believe he also made it with IP Masquerena, so it's unfortunately it's unaffected by card effects.
That makes more sense. So this Underworld Goddess is putting in a
it's putting a lot of
graft.
work, surprisingly.
So how will you remove that card? So it can't be destroyed. It can't be untargetable banished.
Yeah,
what can Tri-Brigade Scarecrow do? Can they make a monster big enough?
I'm unsure if he's got the resources now. Yeah, I'm unsure if he's got the resources to try and claw these monsters out. And every turn he's just getting a Kashtira monster back on the field.
That was a very unfortunate error. I myself have done that several times, forgetting that Cerberus can only do it in the main monster zone. So now it looks like to see out the remainder of this game, Bailey only has 3-8. This is probably enough to take it to game 3, unless.
Did you see the card?
Is this it? Is that
It looks
game?
like it. Yep.
Yep, and we're going to game 3 with 2.5
half
minutes
left
left
on the
on the clock. What is the win condition for Bailey? Can he win with only so few left time to go, or are we just heading for a draw here?
He's got a very interesting tech in his side deck.
Interesting.
Which we didn't see. And the band played on.
And the band played on. I remember that used to be an alternative to Vanity's Emptiness.
Yes, I remember this, yeah. So I believe it just lowers the level, or you cannot summon monsters to the level. Let's have a quick look.
It's something to do with levels. I think you can't summon levels of the same level.
Oh, that's the one you've got. Yes, yeah.
And that was quite relevant in. It was the XE's era when
exactly.
engines had like the same levels and stuff. Like things like Satal Knight is the one that comes to mind.
Neither player can special summon monsters with the same level as those they control. Neither player can special summon monsters with the same rank as they control.
Yes.
So surprisingly, that's actually pretty good.
Pretty solid
in this matchup.
Against this matchup,
yeah.
You probably more so thought about Sprite rather than
probably.
Kashtira, but indirectly is pretty strong against this matchup too. With 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, what is the game plan for Bailey
I'm not sure if
here?
there's anything for him to deal effects damage or gain life points.
I don't recall the Scareclaws having that ability. Maybe the Scareclaws that
there might be a special ability.
Again, I've been extremely surprised, so maybe we'll be surprised again in game 3. Will the Scareclaw Tri-Brigade player have a way to win this match?
Let's see.
He's made his opponent start in an attempt to hopefully get to this battle phase quick enough to then inflict battle damage to him. But does Connor have a means of inflicting effect damage in his deck?
I'm not sure. I know he can lose life points with Ascended Thunder.
He doesn't want to do that.
He does not want to do that this time.
Absolutely not.
I'm not sure. There might be...
What?
He's done it.
He's summoned the card. But why?
Oh, no, that's so unfortunate.
Are they not aware of
They may not be aware.
Yeah,
they may be not aware. But it looks like he's going to go for the same play he did game 1.
Maybe it just went over his head.
Okay. So he's removing the Tri-Heart, which he is playing 2 of.
So we've just had an update as well. They've got a minute time extension, which is why Connor is extending his players out here and still playing on.
Yeah.
So time has not been called yet. I believe we'll know when time has been called. It'll be shown on the screen. So does Kashtira have a means to inflict battle damage or effect damage rather?
I'm not aware of any. Especially now. It looks like he tried to activate Dogman. Unfortunately, it missed.
Oh, this time.
He did have 3 cards on hand as well.
That's it. So he didn't go for the 50-50 this time. So now Bailey is going to think, right, I need to attack.
I need to attack. I just need to get this damage in.
I have to go for game. I have to get any means of damaging at all.
Exactly.
But he's used Cosmic
Cyclone
Cyclone
as well.
That is more damage. They must not know how long he's left.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
It looks like when time is
Connor.
called, it's going to be as long as Bailey can play and attempts to play into this field. It does look like he is going to win in time, but we'll see. You never know. These Kastera cards could deal 8,000 damage.
They could just,
They could.
So it looks like he's trying to resolve Karas there, discarding Nerval for cost.
And he's banishing a potential card that he could summon off the Keras effect. And he's using Nerval potentially to add Fractal to fuel this Keras, or you could probably add Kit as more of a normal summon.
Yep, it doesn't look like there's another copy of Soul Drain being activated here. And it looks like that's time on the round,
has been called, and now we will go to the end of phase
procedure.
And it looks like that Connor, unfortunately, with the activation,
he had the Mystic Mine.
Had the Mystic Mine as well. Very unfortunate. Good play by Bailey, though. He didn't have a means to inflict effect damage from what we can see, so he had to make his opponent star and just hope that he could not deal effect damage to him. So it looks like the Tri-Brigade Scareclaw has been victorious here.
These Scareclaw cards
really
overperformed compared to what we thought
yeah.
they would do. They just randomly kept on putting extra bodies on the field, extra monsters to then start link climbing. And then the tryhard just gaining those effects, being able to attack into more monsters and just try and close out the game bit by bit.
Honestly, they were generating so much advantage that I can keep up with.
Exactly. There's too many cards, game one
I
especially.
was familiar with the field spell, Rykart, but all the other stuff that was happening, especially with the cute interaction with the Scareclaws and Rescue Cat, it made me think, wow, this deck is sick.
Exactly.
It was playing it on the board really well, and it was generating a lot of card advantage. It was playing for disruptions as well.
Exactly.
And he was playing around these disruptions quite nicely, as well. It was pretty well played by him.
Especially with the Rescue Cat playing game 2. I really liked that.
I would have been a fool and just summoned it straight into an
Yeah, 100%. You know what? So would I.
Well, thanks, guys. We'll be back with a round 3 interview in a moment. One sec. Hi guys, welcome back. Just off the back of round 3, we'll have an interview here with Bailey. Well done for winning your matchup against Kashtira, a new deck that we were hoping to see more of. But with this one, this is with a nice surprise. Your deck list of Tri-Brigade, Scareclaw. I'm more familiar with the Tri-Brigade sort of side of things, so to see the Scareclaw stuff, which is really, really cool. And watching you game 1 just generates so much card advantage with the Scareclaws, and seeing the synergy between the two was just so cool. Can you tell us a little bit more about your deck choice?
So originally my friend, I wanted to build Scareclaw for a while, but in my opinion, they're not that strong as a whole. The boss monster is very good, but I feel like Tri-Brigade adds so much to it, especially because they're all beasts. A few of them are warriors, but that's literally it, so you're fine. Overall, the deck, it's hard to explain. It's really, really consistent, I'll say that much. You can go off with almost anything. Even one Scareclaw monster can get you your boss monster with some protection. The only downside, I would say, is extra deck space. There's a lot I want to include.
We did notice that.
Yeah, there's not as much stuff I want to fit in there.
We did notice in regards to the extra deck space, when you were trying to push, we were thinking, oh, you're a bit limited for your Tri-Brigade resources, but we were pleasantly surprised every time, because we thought we weren't sure where you were going to go, but then you started generating like a lot of advantage with the Scareclaws, Arrival not being once per turn as well, just giving you that extra push.
Yeah, a lot of people get surprised by Arrival. In my previous game, I activated I activated Arrival, revived Astro, and then I activated Arrival again, and my opponent just picked up the card quickly, reading it like, okay, that's fine, yeah.
We saw your opponent read it as well, so we were assuming that was the reason as well. So your matchup was against Kashtira as well. Were you quite familiar? They're quite new, out of Darkwind Blast. Are you quite familiar with the new Darkwind Blast cards?
So yeah, I'm quite familiar. I know quite a lot about them. I've done a bit of research. I've played online against Kashtira quite a lot, so I do know roughly where some of the choke points are. I knew if I got rid of Shangri-La, then I would be mostly clear.
We did see that you were prioritising that, and I personally wasn't massively sure as to why.
So I'll explain why. Because Scareclaw, the main boss monster, has 3 zones pointing each way, and it gains effects when it's pointing to the monsters, or if they're just on the field, right? But that's the problem. If I didn't get the monsters on the field, my boss monster would just be a 3k, kind of not a beat stick, but it just wouldn't be 3k. Yeah, but with the cards, with the mini monsters, it would be a lot more higher attack, do piercing damage, and attack multiple times. So that was my game plan, but yeah.
Well, it does sound like you've really done your research there. Really good, and it paid off as well, because you were victorious in this matchup. Let's talk about Game 2. There was a play that was really cool. We know that it was unfortunate that you lost that one, but it seemed like he just generated too much card advantage. But the play at the start, when you respected infinite impermanence by not normal summoning the rescue cat, and you said used your Scareclaws, was really cool. Can you talk us through that?
So I was quite worried about imperm.
And rightly so.
Yeah.
Two of them.
So I thought, okay, if I summon the Scareclaw monsters, at least Rescue Cat's kind of like a bed to fall back on. Rescue Cat is an amazing starter compared to... I almost knew he had Impump, but I had to get out of the way with. So I thought, okay, let's get the Impump out of the way with, and then lo and behold...
There's a second one.
There's a second one, that was really surprising, Oh well, he played a really good game, honestly. My opponent was very good. I just feel incredibly bad for him for popping using Cosmic Cyclone at the end. I shook his hand afterwards and I told him, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but that is part of the game, and that's just how it goes. You are the victor because of the play that he made. So let's talk about that going into Game 3. There was, from what we can see, was 2 minutes left. You made the call to make him start. So
I thought immediately, okay, does he have any burn effects? And then thought, no, that's quite unlikely. And do I have any? No, I don't. So I thought the only way I can win is he can go first, I go second, try and rush out something, which I didn't need to do in the end. I could have. I had a very good hand, to be honest. I could have went off quite a bit, but I didn't need to in the end, sadly.
And in the end, it paid off, right? If you started, you would have just accepted a draw, but no, you wanted to win. So you made him start, and then it paid off, and that's really good. So let's talk about your individual deck choice. So it's not out of the ordinary from what we would expect. I personally have seen a lot of Tri-Brigades, saw a lot of Tri-Brigades splashed. Only recently started to see Scareclaw, maybe in Tearlaments. You said that you wanted to play Scareclaw specifically. Did you not fancy it in Tearlaments, or do you think it thrives more in Tri Brigade?
Honestly, the problem is money mainly.
Sure.
But I do like them with Tri Brigade a lot. Like I said, the synergy is good. I'm also not a big fan of how Tearlaments plays. Like Scareclaw, I think this format is doing very good, especially because it's, as far as I'm aware, it's not too link heavy, except of course with Dragon Link. And Scareclaw's biggest weakness is link monsters, obviously, as you saw in the final game.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The new trap they got is very good. It negates all activated effects of link monsters,
We saw you activate that, and I was like, oh, that's putting work.
Which is it's nice. But yeah, that's basically it. That's why I like them.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool deck, and you've touched upon the matchups briefly in terms of like link monsters. But to see out the rest of the tournament, what matchups are you like more prepared for, and what do you want to see the most?
It's hard to say. I want to say I want to play against Sprite. I haven't played against Sprite in a long time. My side deck's pretty tailored around it.
Yes.
We saw on the
saw.
band played on.
I got so excited about those cards.
And the band played on is one of my favorite cards.
Yes,
I used to main deck in a lot of other decks I played.
Yeah.
And I'm sad I couldn't bring those decks today. Like I was really looking forward to playing Libramances today.
Okay.
Yes, I like that.
But I just finished this deck and thought,
Why not?
yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And the band plays on is it's just a nice card to have.
Well, I must admit, the deck is really cool. It was really interesting to watch it.
Thank
Really
you.
fun to watch as well, actually.
And
Especially playing it.
And then the final question, of course. I know you're X1, but at the end, an odd number of XOs could happen. Do you reckon you could go deep? Do you reckon you can win?
No.
Be more confident!
Okay, I think with the right matchups, yes. It seems this deck is very strong against Tearlaments, since they don't have many outs to it. The only main out they have is the field spell. So as long as I can stop that field spell, pop it, Cosmic Cyclone, then I'm good to go.
And you have the utility to do so as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I say even the Scareclaw field spell is also very handy at the moment.
Yes,
To pop a card if there's 3 or more defense position. And I'll be honest, I don't think I would have won game 1 if he didn't put Shangri-La in defense. Of course, you don't want to put it in attack. But if
because
he didn't
in defense, you got the advantage.
And then that just snowballed into better plays.
Well, thank you for that. It was really entertaining to watch. Well done, and good luck for the rest.
Thank you
Thank
very
you, guys. We'll be right back with round 4.
Thank you.
Hi guys,
Hi.
welcome back to round 4. We have a special treat for you here. The previous winner of one of the UK Opens will be on feature for round 4. The first ever UK Open in Huddersfield, Jawed. He is going to play the Sprite strategy, and he also opted to not play the runic cards.
But do you know what he did opt to play? Totally Awesome.
Oh,
So,
maybe that's it. Maybe that is the contributing factor. Like maybe Totally Awesome is just so
it's the
valued.
secret sauce that's going to get him to another victory, hopefully.
He's just incredibly popular. Like
Exactly. Who knew one frog would be loved so much? And
and we're
apparently
just
we're going
jumping
straight into the
into
game.
round 4, like no messing about. We're jumping straight in.
Yeah.
So just to cover real quick, so it's Jawed versus Freddy. Freddy will be playing Tearlaments, so it's Tearlaments versus Sprites, so the standard grudge match of the metas.
Yeah, the two big names. However, Freddy's playing a bit of an interesting one. He's got the runic cards in his deck.
Oh, and here I thought we weren't going to see a single runic card played. And here's
they're
the
the
first
first cards. It's
So
Freezing Chains.
What's really cool about most of the runic quick play spells is they all do the same thing in summoning Hugin, which can then get Fountain
Yes.
to then generate lots of card advantage. So
Exactly.
that's like the big appeal of playing runic is just because every card is a starter card, whilst also being a defensive card as well.
Exactly. Now you're seeing him trying at the Fountain. It's resolving. Just once Fountain's on board, it just feels like
Scary.
you really can't lose the game.
Yeah. Being able to draw cards in your turn and draw cards in your opponent's turn
Exactly.
because a trigger effect is it can seem really overwhelming, and which is probably one of the reasons why it won
Yes.
the YCS just gone.
Oh, and he's activating Tip after activating
So what's your
Fountain.
go-to here, blind? What would you generally search with Tip?
Maybe it's a little bit ignorant. I usually go for Flashing Fire. It's either that or Freezing Chains. I think are the two you should decide between, depending on how he's going. Oh, he's going for Destruction here. Maybe a little bit scared of something like Mystic Mine.
Yeah, so he's opting for more a defensive option.
Yes, exactly. But I think Flashing Fire, it deals with a body.
And he's hit. Very
Prosperity.
unfortunate because that would have been quite a good top deck for Jawed as
Yeah.
well, being able to just look at any of the top 6 cards of his deck. Hopefully the next card underneath that is better. Or maybe the card he would have picked off Prosperity
Exactly.
anyway.
But it's quite unfortunate for Freddy to hit the Pot of Prosperity here, just because you don't get the free information what opponent is playing.
Yeah, because as we've seen, a lot of decks can play that.
Exactly.
So there is no information. And he's playing the Emerald
Tortoise.
Tortoise Crystal Beast card. And the reason why you'd play that is because you can play the new Crystal Beast Trap card, which you can send to grave, and you can banish itself to add any field spell and a Crystal Beast card.
Yes.
So it works as a sort of engine requirement where
Exactly.
you need to add that card. And it's also conveniently Aqua.
Yes, it's an Aqua. How weird.
Yeah,
So,
very
Aqua,
interesting.
you get to make a free Kick Colossus, essentially. And who would have guessed?
It's so cool how these random things can
Exactly,
interact
I love
with
it.
each other.
Honestly, I love it so much.
So he didn't hit anything off those mills, which is rather unfortunate, but that's
Yes.
just, sometimes that just is just how it be sometimes. But he can definitely send something now with Sprint. He can send Merly if he so wishes, so he can then fusion summon, which is exactly what he's going to do. Sprint can also opt as a defensive card as well
Yes.
if he summons an XYZ. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible because he doesn't look like he has a lot of gas going for him. But we'll see, because Kit Kalas can turn into everything.
Everything. It can do anything and everything. So it looks like that's what he's aiming for here. Where do you think he's going to go from this? Do you think he's going to try and add Suliak, or if he's going to try push for something else?
It completely depends on the rest of his hand. Like he can, if he is happy with his current setup, if he's not happy with his current setup, I think Suliak's probably the option here. But if he's happy to try and push for more, he's got the Link Fodder and the Merly, so he could potentially go for like a Sprite Elf play. He's also adding another Merly, so that's rather interesting.
That's quite unique, yeah.
Yeah, I thought Rhino Heart, if he was going to extend, would be the optimal thing to do here, unless he didn't mill off Merly previously.
Exactly.
And if that's his
I think he did,
graveyard,
but it looks like...
maybe he didn't.
Maybe-
His graveyard does look a bit small.
Is he playing Totally Awesome? He
He
is.
is, and those
There we
are
go.
two level 2 Aquas. So I wonder what's gonna come next.
That's amazing.
So we're gonna end on Roll Kalos Totally Awesome here,
Yeah.
which also has a material for Sprint. So his field
that's amazing.
is
actually.
going to be sick.
That's amazing.
He is.
We might actually see the
shocked us.
effect of sprint come up this game.
He shocked us again. Like I wasn't sure where he was really going with this. I wasn't sure if his defensive field was going to be super impressive, but it shocked me. It went from sprint to something to sprint, toad, roll Kalos, which would be quite difficult for most 6-card hands to break.
Not to ignore, he's also got Fountain.
Yeah,
he just activated another one, and he's going to try and draw another 3 cards. Was what it looks like.
He has a second copy of Fountain.
Exactly.
You see. So he's going to hit Infinite Impermanence. Would have been a nice top deck
yeah,
as
it
well.
would have been as well.
To then get rid of one of those disruptions.
This is looking very, very, very good for Freddy.
Yeah, very agitating for Jawed to see some of the things that were banished, because those are cards that he probably wanted to see. However, we don't know the rest of his cards. He seems quite calm. He's analysing the situation. So maybe he has like a 6-card engine which can cope with these defensive cards.
I think I saw a very powerful spell card in Jawad's hand. So we'll see if that plays a part in him starting to tear apart.
Triple Tactic Talents, maybe?
I think a little bit more powerful.
Yeah.
We'll see. But it doesn't. We don't know if Freddy's done
I
yet.
think I know what it. Wait a second.
He's still going. He's going for gigantic here.
Interesting.
That's very interesting.
Oh,
What do you think he's trying to get from here? Oh, maybe he's just trying to get another body. But he has just drawn 3 cards. So maybe now that he knows it's the Sprite matchup, he doesn't value this destruction.
yeah, yes. That makes sense, I suppose.
Or maybe he's trying to draw another 3 cards.
Well, now that he knows it's the Sprite matchup, he
Yeah.
can summon Sprite Elf, which he might value
Exactly,
more
yeah.
than Totally Awesome.
And the Sprite Elf does also still get you to that Toad play. It's
Maybe he valued Sprite Elf significantly more
Exactly.
over Sprint, which, to be fair, he's probably right.
Yeah.
I think Elf being able to summon Merly and then milling 3 cards to then summon a Drigger
Exactly.
Stepelia is probably more valuable than a Totally Awesome. And he almost sort of accidentally played around the card in his hand, because if he committed
Exactly,
to
yeah.
a Totally Awesome, then he that would have hit pretty hard.
Now it looks like he's just getting some further advantage here.
Also fueling his graveyard with
Yeah.
more runic spells, so when he activates one in Jawad's turn, he can then draw again.
Yep.
So a lot of cards here for Jawad to deal with, and just when you thought the Totally Awesome play was gone, it's
It's right back at you.
Flippity frog.
So let's see how many cards he has.
He was set.
Yeah. Oh, he's saying none.
Oh,
That's very interesting.
he's hoping that his fountain just doesn't get removed from the
slides,
field.
and he's only got 4 cards in hand. He didn't even draw off that second.
I expect him to have
fountain.
10, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like there was a lot going on, a lot of cards being generated there.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see what Jawad does and what his
Exactly.
opening play would be. As
So-
mentioned, he's not playing the runic cards, so his removal is limited engine-wise. But in terms of utility techs, he could have something really cool in his hand. So we'll see what he does. He has to respect the variants of Elf. Or
There we
his Dark
go,
Ruler
Dark
no
Ruler no more.
which checks his current field of monsters.
Yep.
But
There's
now
still-
the only thing he has to deal with is the runic,
The runic
spells.
cards, yeah. And maybe, just the runic cards and see how those will fare into Jawad's hand. So it looks like he's just thinking about how he wants to proceed.
Dark Ruler no more coming back and making an
Yeah.
appearance is exceptional. We saw it a lot
Kind of the
in
normal summon swap frog as well.
when Sprite was first part of the format.
Yes.
Dark Ruler no more was very impactful.
Yes.
When it moved towards the more runic variant, it wasn't really seen as
Yeah.
much play anymore because Totally Awesome wasn't the go-to. But now, like, Dark Ruler no more is probably more for the Sprite matchup, but it's starting to have like a significant impact on the tier matchup as well. And he's just going to go
He's
ahead
just gonna Ash
and
the
Ash
tip.
Blossom the tip.
Do you think Freddy here, do you think he tries
I
to
think
draw
he
here?
does. I think he does, especially if he doesn't have any more runic spells in his hand. Like we
Yeah.
don't know. I think he just
Exactly.
wants to get to as many defensive cards as possible because now he's in a really,
Yeah.
really
Yeah,
vulnerable spot
exactly.
here.
Exactly. So let's see what he draws. He'll go up to 6 cards in hand, which is also very scary for Jawad.
It was not a way he could have played around the Dark Ruler no more, kind of.
I think so, but
He
maybe-
could have potentially like chained a runic spell in hand, and then he
Yeah.
could have been able to chain elf. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what that other would have
Maybe
really
he could
done.
have chained a tip, and then if Jawa goes to Ash it, he can then toad negate it and get the value that way.
Yeah, that does make sense. You're absolutely right. Yeah, because then
Something
Toad
like
would have
that.
at least added a card.
Exactly. Like it'd at least get a little bit of value out of it.
He's going to special sprite blue, which is
Yeah,
looking
very strong.
ideal for Joward right now.
Again, as we spoke about a couple of rounds ago, just like summoning this blue is so much pressure. Do you freezing chain it? Do you not? Do you try
and
and
he's going to.
He is going to freezing chain it.
praying. He is praying that this is going to be enough. I don't blame him. He
Yeah.
doesn't look like he's in a great spot, so I think he just has to
Yeah.
hope that
Maybe
Joward
he-
doesn't have as much engine.
He may also have a copy of maybe Flashing Fire in hand to then destroy the Gigantic Sprite, which may be the next.
Yeah, and I think that would be very strong.
Ooh,
but he has
this
an
is very
emergency
strong.
teleport.
Tribute it away.
So he won't target the Toad here because
No.
the Toad can tribute his cost.
Exactly. You just
So
take
you
the
would have
elf.
to target a non-aqua. Is that an aqua?
I'm not sure. Should we check?
Because
I
if it
think
is an aqua, he
I
can
think
tribute
it
his
might
cost.
be. Will he see the play? No.
Will he? It is
but-
not an aqua?
No, but it looks like it's resolved now anyway.
It looks like he has not seen the play.
Oh,
Maybe it isn't an aqua and we're wrong.
maybe it just doesn't exist. But this one, it is an aqua.
It is an
So
aqua,
he
that's
could have
interesting,
played
yeah.
around it in that regard.
Yeah.
I think maybe the taking the elf may have also been a good play there.
I think taking the elf was probably the play to do.
Yeah.
So to respect if his opponent knew that he could tribute
Exactly.
the
And also
Callus's cost.
it's also just a link to for Gigantic.
Yeah, I mean,
which
yep.
may also be big enough.
Make it huge.
That carrot is very
That good.
big as well.
That carrot is going to put in
an
an
awful lot of
exceptional amount
work.
craft,
Yeah. So we'll just see how Joward plays through the rest of this turn.
Joward could also have been mindful that he could attribute his cost as well. Like maybe he just
Maybe,
wants
yeah.
a big monster off the field
Yeah,
because
maybe.
it is difficult for them to get rid of.
Is it 3,000 attack or 25?
20. Ooh, it's 3,000.
3,000 attack.
So
This
makes,
is quite big, so it
that
might be
makes
an issue.
significantly
Yeah.
more sense here. So even if he did tribute his cost, I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
He just wanted it off the field.
It's also good to note that, Freddy doesn't have a battle phase. So his next turn, maybe clearing through this board will be a little bit harder.
So it eliminates the sense of urgency, doesn't it?
Exactly,
When you play against
yeah.
a runic player and they don't have a battle phase, and it's just like they can't win next game.
Especially with again, totally awesome. Back in the meta. Before you used to go to battle phase to try and deal with the elf, the toad, anything like that. Whereas now, you've only got your main phase.
Yeah.
So
So you have to rely solely on
Exactly.
your utility runic spells, but then you just end up in a loop where you just
Exactly.
don't have your battle phase, and you don't
you
win
still have to
until-
try and get rid of these cards, these powerful cards, and you're just unable to do it.
You don't win until all your opponent's resources are gone because you keep having to
Exactly.
use the runic spells.
But yeah, Joward just going through the motions, thinking about what his next play is, and the best way to go about it, really.
I mean, he makes himself quite vulnerable, doesn't he, if he overlays?
Oh,
So-
he's going to commit to it.
Well, the carrot won't do anything
Yeah.
if he overlays the swap and the... Oh, he's actually going for a Link 2 play.
Yeah, that's all.
So maybe he wants to make a Toad of his own. Or
Maybe.
he's going for the new boy in town.
Sprites, everyone's favourite.
He is an exceptionally good card,
He
though.
is. I am going to have to get one of those for myself after this event. I've seen all these totally awesome plays and I need a piece of the action.
I'm not sure what he sent. I assume he sent Angler to summon the two
Yes,
Divas.
yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Maybe this is why people are more so going towards the more pure Sprite version as opposed to the Runics, just because Sprite Sprint just offers so much.
Exactly. It's almost as if it gives you almost another copy of Gigantic in some ways.
Yeah,
Like,
and that card was already really
it was
good.
already very, very good. So,
And then after Sprint, he just goes into
into
Gigantic.
Gigantic, and it's just crazy good.
Yeah, this is exceptional
Mm-hmm.
play so far. It just generating as much card advantage as possible. He doesn't necessarily have to go for the game. He can't go for the game because of Dark Rule
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
no more. But he wants to
You
get
just
rid
want
of as
to-
many
yeah,
cards
exactly.
as possible. Fountain in particular,
I think you want to try and get rid of that fountain.
he needs to get rid of that, yeah. So
I'm not sure what the best way to clear that is now.
it is his last Fountain too,
It
assuming
is, yeah.
you assume he plays two.
yeah, I think
I'd be
he-
very surprised if he played
I think
three.
he did add one back with the.
Oh, with the level
Gary,
4?
yeah, with the Gary.
That makes more sense, yeah. So that is something that he's going to have to respect then. So maybe there isn't an urgency to remove the fountain knowing that he already has one. Or at least you're not going to put a lot of resources into it.
Exactly.
It's probably better just to think of yourself and just generate as much advantage as you can.
Get to a board state you're happy with, right?
Make it more difficult for them, yeah.
And he's also got to remember that Daru Kalos is going to go back in the end phase if he doesn't clear it.
So use it for its big 3k attack points.
And then get some value from it in phase 2. Again, I think he's just going to start clearing these.
Yeah, he's just going to start getting rid of these.
He doesn't really get as much value from the Toad here either because he doesn't get to add back a water monster.
Oh, it's specifically a water monster, not an aqua?
It's a water.
He can add back himself.
He can add himself back, which is...
I suppose is something.
Yeah, how many copies of Elf is he playing?
He also has to bear in mind the amount of...
Oh, there's a Reinhardt.
Reinhardt, yeah. Well, there you go. He is a water.
Is a water, I believe. That's how he may want it.
But which one will he pick? Good call, yeah. I would have left that turtle in the game.
So it's looking good. He's got six cards, I believe, to like try and deal with Jawa's board, which...
This is going to turn into quite a back and forth.
Yes.
Just with the lack of battle phase.
Which is quite interesting to watch, at least.
The Royal Kalos is absolutely needing to get linked away.
Yeah, there it goes.
I assume Sprite Elf. The other two cards probably are going to make the Djinn Buster.
Yeah.
Which doesn't really do an awful lot against the
Do you
Runic
think
engine.
he might make a IP, maybe?
Also a reasonable option, yeah. Oh,
there he is.
Why do we keep forgetting?
He comes back totally awesome.
It's totally fine. He's summoned totally awesome.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Also, can I also just mention, we've seen almost exclusively gold rares.
It's the best
It's just the best rare.
I'm not even capping. Like, it looks...
Every single time.
Totally awesome with the common background. Actually, it looks great.
It looks
I think it pops even more with like the little bling background.
See, I'm a Paleozoic enthusiast. So these in-of secret rares, they need to be summoned. And I hope next time we see Toad, we have one of them on board.
Just give him an ulti print, man. Please. We're begging for it.
There we go. See the IP there.
Yes, he's opting to link away the Gigantic Sprite.
What does he play, if he does play one?
Unicorn's probably the most obvious one.
He's playing Avramax as well. That
Avramax
can be
as well,
quite hard for the Runic deck to out.
The only out... Well, what out would they have? Attack with...
Especially in this deck as well.
Heart,
Yeah.
the only out. But then they use its effect,
Yeah, I don't think he will have an out.
So he's using a Runic spell to remove his back row.
That's understandable. And then as well, if Jawa does negate this, then it means that when it goes back round to the draw phase, Freddy's able to use these quick play spells to get value out of the Elf and the IP, and then just mean that Totally Awesome may not be online.
He might just have to negate this just so he doesn't get the draw fountain.
Oh, this is in the draw phase. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's fine to summon. Perfectly fine to summon.
You would probably go for Carrot, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Carrot's in the graveyard. It's probably red. And then you summon back Carrot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming he's only playing one Carrot. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking good. It'll be interesting to see what Freddy does here to remove quite an exceptional field.
Yeah. And he's going to remove from play the top 4 cards of his deck. I believe. Then
I'm waiting in awe, really.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what else to comment. Just waiting to see.
Just waiting to see exactly what happens next. So
and Tip will be scary because it's anything.
Any one of them.
And again, you just don't want Fountain to trigger. So yeah, he is thinking.
I think it depends how many cards Freddy has in hand, I think. Because if he has a lot of cards, he may not want to interrupt this.
This will be all in draw phase, I assume.
Yes, I'd assume, yeah.
Just to make sure that the IP and the Sprite Elf stay offline.
Yeah. We're checking it only.
Just evaluating
just
what the card does. Makes sense.
I think you take it, right?
Yeah, you
take it.
You would set it just so Fountain doesn't trigger.
Exactly. Yeah. Just so Fountain doesn't have another card to shuffle back as well, or return to the bottom of the deck.
And as mentioned in the previous match, being able to add back Nimble Beaver as a follow-up as well is really solid. Which is something I didn't see an awful lot in the previous Sprite format.
Yeah.
Just because people opted to
not play Beaver as much.
Yeah. They opted for Diva just so they can use Hockey Fabrics and stuff. Oh, but there's the direct disruption on IP Masquerena, which is something you can't chain, bearing in mind if we're in the draw
He also
phase.
has to...
Oh, which one was that?
He can't. Well, he can't target the IP, right? He has to target the elf.
Ah, yes,
yeah.
okay. Was that just to make it to
Yes,
negate it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he probably just more so did that just so he can draw.
Definitely draw 3. He just needs to see 3 more cards and see what he can do next.
Yeah.
Well,
he has a Havernus, which will help him.
It looks like he's very unfortunately got both of the Crystal Beast trap cards in his
That
hand.
is not good.
Which, when you're drawing so many cards a turn, you might unfortunately see some of those cards that you'd rather have in the graveyard. Where do you think he's going to go next?
He doesn't effectively have all the cards that he needs.
Exactly.
I think he has to hope that he just activates Sprite Elf. Like maybe Freddy's play is to attempt to leave the main phase and go battle phase. Maybe bait an evenly matched.
Yeah.
I know it's only game 1, but it'll maybe entice him to use a Sprite Elf to summon back Toad.
Well, if he declares battle phase, I think, as Jawad, I think I'd let it go. I think I'd just go, because the Runic player skips the battle phase. So they go straight to the end phase.
True,
straight to the end phase.
yeah.
Have you ever tried that?
That is also a good point, yeah. So, but he's
the other
he's
fountain.
activating Fountain. He's trying to dig some more.
Yeah.
So now we're in the main phase where IP Masquerader is online. I think he negated Sprite Elf with the previous Runic spell.
Have it, yeah.
So he wants IP to use its effect. He needs him to use the IP Masquerader effect because then he can use this Havernus. But then he has Sprite Red.
Yeah, it's
so
so many cards.
So many pickles.
So many pickles.
There's
yeah,
it's his out I could see is for this to resolve, and he's using the effect. I thought it was negated. Maybe it was a different Runic spell that I saw.
Maybe, yeah.
But the Havernus should have been changed here to Elf, and I'm very surprised that it wasn't. But maybe
he
he
might
has
be just
something
very
else in
much
mind.
worried about that that carrot there. Sorry, the red there even.
Yeah, I mean, he's never tributing
No.
Elf for red, and if he does,
No,
that's just no problem.
Exactly.
Because then IP Masquerader just becomes a bit worse.
So he's probably going to summon. I think he's looking to summon here. Probably a Huggin. Oh, it's the level 3.
Interesting. I haven't really seen that one.
I know it gains life points in
Super
the
often.
end phase. I can't remember what its other bonus effect is.
Let's have a peek. So it is a level 3, not a level 2, as you would expect.
Yeah.
But if this card is special summoned from the extra deck, you can discard 1 card, add 1 Runic continuous spell from your deck to your hand, a continuous spell. Ooh.
I think there's only 1 currently. It's Allure, which is banish another card from the top of your deck whenever you banish a card.
And when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a Runic card you control or a set card you control, quick effect, you can banish this card you control and negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Okay.
So it looks like he's now summoning the Rhino Heart. Again, he's
Maybe
still
he put
got
that as-
so many cards in hand.
Maybe that fusion was just a body. if
maybe.
anything, just a,
And where would he go from that with that body though? So it looks like he's lost a lot of his momentum here, I'd say.
yeah, he still has that Havernus though, which again, maybe he just really wants his opponent to use red, and he has. And
He's not activating it here.
am I wrong? Is Havernus just not in his hand?
Maybe. Oh, there.
Oh, there
he
we
is.
go. Now we're starting
There he
to
is.
see some.
See some millage.
It's lottery time,
Oh,
and he's
There's
hit.
a name, there's
He's
a
hit
name.
Sharon. So now his fusion players are now online. So now we're going to see some action here. The field has been broken. Sprite Red has used its effect, and he opted to tribute Carrot as well. So he has free reign to basically just do
we know
whatever
how
he
many-
wants.
Yeah, do we know how many cards are left in Jawad's hand here? So that may impact on what's
Nimble
left.
Beaver at the very least.
Oh, Nimble Beaver.
But he has a set card, and if that set card is an infinite impermanence, we're also just going to get to a point where we're not
It's,
getting anywhere again.
Yeah, exactly. And again, there's no battle phase for Freddy here.
Yeah, so he
he's
has
got
to
to try and clear as much as he can in this
rely
main
on
phase.
strictly his removal. And he put back the turtle, probably
Yeah.
because he has the trap.
He has the
inside.
trap.
Yeah.
What does the trap do when you activate it?
I hope it's something insane, because then I'll be a
Oh,
scream at the
searching for a Crystal Beast card. How
rainbow
beautiful.
something or other.
Rainbow Bridge of Salvation.
That's it.
If there are 2 or more different monster types among the level 10 or higher monsters on the field, shuffle all cards except this one from both players' hands, fields, and graveyards into the deck.
Pretty simple setup. Yeah.
Each player draws 5 cards.
Just restart the game.
Which, in all honesty, would be pretty good for Freddy
Yeah,
here.
that would be pretty
because,
solid, yeah. Fiber jar.
yeah, he's also just lost both of his fountains now. They're both in the graveyard.
Yeah, he's getting back.
So it would reset the game, and who knows who's winning in that situation?
Yeah, then it's like back to square one. And he's probably going to go for a Kaleido Heart here because he needs to start getting rid of some stuff. Like he has to get rid of that Sprite Elf. It can't stay there.
Let's try and get rid of it.
It's going to put in too much work. Yes, and as we thought, like
go for the Kaleido.
The Rhino Heart is being fused away here for the Kaleido Heart.
I still think it's not a great position for Freddy. He's going to get rid of a card here.
Yeah, it isn't the best, but it's not awful either. Like he can still, depending on if he has any sort of disruption, like maybe another Hapless or whatever Link Climby he can do here next. He also hasn't used the Kick Callus as well to mill 5.
We also just cannot forget, he's still got like 5-6 cards in hand. But is Kaleido Heart also a level 10 or is it a level 9?
Astonishingly, this game has took 25 minutes with how back and forth it is going to be. But everything has just been happening, like the fields has just been getting cracked. And when you think that it's down and out, suddenly the other player just comes back. It goes to show why these are the two best decks of the format.
I really do like this type of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just when you think someone's out, they just come back every single time.
Suddenly,
that's really nice
loads
to
of
see.
card advantage.
Yeah. And face off, looks like he might gain that 1,000. And it's going back to Joward now, I believe.
I think, Freddy's done all that he can. He's got a reasonable amount of, I guess, defensive cards, I suppose. If he has a way in his hand that I'm not aware of to fuse into a Dragostapelia, that could probably put a lot of work in. I'm not sure what the Runic fusion really offered there.
No, I'm not sure
other than gaining a nice, healthy 1,000 life points.
Yeah, it's also somewhat big. It's 2,000. That's just another thing you have to clear.
Yeah.
He may also be thinking, we're getting closer to time now. It's been 25 minutes already. I need to see what
maybe
I can
just
gain.
An insurance policy.
Exactly.
Maybe. And he has summoned the Nimble Beaver, which just says summon Angler. And then if Angler is sent to the graveyard, which then summon 2 Beavers from graveyard as well?
Angler only summons from deck,
only from deck,
unfortunately. So maybe out of targets there.
He might have one left in the deck, so to add as an extra extender.
But we're going to see where Joward goes from here, because there's a lot of routes he can take to try and start cracking apart from this board. But he needs to try and do all this without playing too deep into what could be...
and there's Pixies!
We love Pixies.
Our favourite Sprite card. And that's the way you get rid of big boys.
That is. And he will have his battle phase as well.
Yes, and nice. Regular Sprite gets his battle phase.
So we're going to see how he tries to go about this.
What do you respect in this scenario?
I think I try and force an elf here. Because the back row, realistically, it should be a Tearlaments card. Either Suliaka or given the...
or Runic Spell Trap.
Yeah, what's on the field.
You would never think it's the Rainbow Skybridge.
But I'm telling you, if that resolves...
If he pops it and then he uses it to search the field spell next turn, that would be crazy.
Looks like Joward is trying to gain as much advantage as he can here.
Yeah, summoning back the Toad is pretty good.
Yeah.
Makes it so that he's probably thinking that back row is just nothing because he would have used it on the Sprite Elf, and since he hasn't, he's thinking, it's just a blank.
He's going to go blue into Jet, likely. Start getting his engine online. And then from there, he might be able to get smashes, which again is going to be really, really strong here.
Yeah, if you can banish that Kaleido Heart, turn me off for the rest of the game.
It makes the kick loss a lot less scary as well, right?
Yeah. Because they're quite limited to what they can do in removal-wise without Kaleido Heart.
Especially at this state of the game.
And he is opting to get smashes just to get rid of that big fella.
Or maybe just another piece of interruption as well.
Yeah. You could also be still scared of that back row, but I think reasonably you just ignore it.
Exactly.
Unless he thinks it's super poly, it could reasonably be super poly.
It could be super poly. But I feel like if super poly happened, maybe actually no, I don't think.
Maybe it would have happened.
Maybe it would have happened, yeah.
But then again, maybe not. Maybe he could think he is holding it. Well, let's see if he respects it.
Yeah. So it looks like could be going down to Gigantic here.
Maybe he just wants it. Maybe he's just doing it as a means to attack over.
Yes, definitely.
The Kaleido Heart, because otherwise he
can't
summon anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. We'll hope so anyway. So we'll see where he's going with this.
it is looking like whoever can take this game with 11 minutes left on the
Exactly.
clock, this is going to prove to be a very, very important
Yes.
game. Each turn is just snowballed in the turn player's
Exactly.
favor, which is just, again, it just goes to show how insane these engines are, being able to just do so, and with such little resources as well, being able to just one Happiness Mill was more
than
than
enough.
needed to
Yeah.
get to this point.
Exactly.
And then one Nimble Beaver is responsible for
all of this as well. Yeah. So it's just like one field's building it.
Yeah.
Next turn, another field building it,
Field
and now we're
versus
just gonna
field,
see
yeah.
what happens now.
Very interactive Yu-Gi-Oh occurring at this point as well.
So it looks like he just.
He'll probably
decided
have to use the
attack over
pixies
it.
to
Yeah, I
get
think
over.
so. Because that's kick loss is 2,300, right? So he doesn't have another way of getting over it right
Toad
now.
doesn't quite fit the bill. And I
yeah.
don't think Pixies can attack
Yeah.
over any of those two,
No,
so I
I
guess.
think I would have tried to Toad attack over the Havness and maybe using pixies on a different monster. Just trying to clear as many pieces of
yeah, I suppose that does make
interaction.
sense, yeah, because now you can't attack over
over to
the
Havness.
Havness or the Fusion. But again, maybe he doesn't really see them.
Maybe,
as
as
a
a threat, because like they didn't really do anything last turn.
Yeah, like the Havness would only be an issue if he has a Celiac, but
Exactly,
it's quite clearly not a Celiac set.
Yeah, it's quite obvious in my opinion that there's no Link monster maybe left in Freddy's extra deck to try and abuse
Yeah,
here.
is this extra deck particularly Link heavy?
No,
It'd
I
be
think
quite
there's-
difficult to have those with the runics
Yeah,
as well.
with the
so-
runics and then all the tier monsters, all the other fusions you're playing. It looks like its only ones are the two
Elf and Spring,
Sprite, yeah.
So it doesn't look like as far as link climbing goes, there's no real options there. He does have a Dahak, so that will do something.
Yeah.
Well, he'll try to do something.
He'll try, at
He'll
least.
probably be met with one of Jawad's defensive cards, so
Yeah.
probably not.
I'd say I think he might try and is Jawad playing Dark as well? I believe so.
I'd be shocked if he wasn't.
He might try and make Dark here and use the Kaleido to start again clearing other cards, then
Yeah.
use the
That would make sense. Yeah.
Gigantic.
I feel like I would prioritize Sprite Elf more though, because you just want your engine.
Yeah.
Unless
Well, I
you
think,
go
yeah.
dark, then
Dark,
spin,
yeah,
then
yeah.
spin
Yeah,
a
I think
Sprite
that's-
Elf.
I think that's the way.
That makes more sense. Yeah, and maybe that is exactly what he's going for.
Yeah. Again, it's just getting rid of as many cards as possible.
You would probably go for the Havness, right?
Exactly. So just wait and see what goes here. Yeah, I think you just get rid of
Yeah,
Havness,
he is
just in case.
not afraid of
Yeah.
that back row at all.
I mean,
Imagine if it's the proest hold of Super Poly of your life.
Oh, I would respect that way too much. Although he probably should have just used it there, right?
Oh,
Like, he just should have used it there.
A million years ago, that Super Poly would have been flipped. But it is looking like, I know I've said it before, but it does look like it's turned. The tides have turned in
Again, yeah.
significantly more Jawad's favour with having
Yes,
totally
yeah.
awesome Sprite Elf and a set card that we still don't know what it is. So, oh, it's the set tip.
It's the tip,
the
yeah.
tip that he said. Yeah. Of course, that's just been chilling there this
Yep.
whole time. Now, less than 10 minutes left. As mentioned, game one is looking especially vital here. So what do you do if you're Freddy in this game state? Do you think this game one's too important? I need to keep playing?
I'm
or-
not sure. I think it might be a little too late now. He might just be in the mindset where I need to win this game one. And we're just seeing how it's going. And there might be a world where he's able to somehow claw back. He still has a lot of cards.
And he is ahead on life.
Yeah, he is ahead on life.
And with 7 minutes left, it's not completely unreasonable.
Exactly. So I think we're just trying to see where we can go. I think it's a Runic Slumber set, so it's understandable why Jawad was in the mindset, yeah, I don't need to do anything about it. It can just sit there and it'll be fine.
And he's thinking of his options here. Yeah, he has a set card, which is smashes.
I think you can let it go through.
He doesn't have fountain.
Yeah, he
so
doesn't
he
have
can just
fountain, so
negate what
it's-
he can just negate what he adds. He's
Yeah.
just maybe he just wants to set all of his tips just
Yeah.
to flex.
Yeah, he just wants, he's taking all of his opponent's cards, a place at a time. Right. Do you think you maybe play in Chain the Elf there to try and summon back the Toad?
I'm assuming this isn't in the
Yeah.
main phase.
Oh, that's true,
Yeah.
that's true.
But
Oh,
now,
now it definitely
we're in
is,
the main
definitely
phase,
is, yeah.
Now we're in the main phase. But the clock is ticking, and he has gained an extra 1,000 life points, so he's on
Yeah.
8-6 to Jawad's 5-7. I think it is reasonable that he can get through and win this game.
I think so.
I'm not sure how the match would really go.
For Joward, yes. Yeah, I think Joward can easily take this from here on, because he's just going to get that much extra advantage from the elf in the next turn.
For sure, yeah. He also has Toad to help playing
exactly.
field as well.
And he also does just have the gigantic, which is 3200. So it's going to help try and beat down the monsters on the field. Although it will need 2 attacks to beat through that runic fusion monster, because there is a slumber set.
Yes. So that could be a means to a win condition to
Yeah.
protect it. The totally awesome would, I would assume,
Yeah.
negate it.
Yeah. I mean, he's also got smashes, right? Just to remove that threat off the board.
Smashes is probably just make it easy mode, to be honest. But he probably just doesn't want to remove one of his level 2s. So, but
Summoning the Sprint back here.
Sprint.
Oh.
So the stealer of jackets has came back into the game.
We might finally see the Sprint effect used. We've both been looking forward to that eagerly.
We have not seen that one yet.
Not yet.
There's plenty of materials on that Gigantic, but he has a Swap Frog as well.
Let's see.
So that
it looks like he's just trying to get some damage on board here.
Yeah. And again, like with the lack of battle phase, there's just no urgency.
Exactly.
Like you're in a situation where like you're not going to win this turn, but you're also just not going to lose.
Exactly, yeah. Well, now, maybe he's not going to lose because he does have over 8,000 life points.
This won't be game. This won't be enough. They're too little.
But he's in very much a controlling position now.
Yeah, it's more so I think he's just recognised the game state where he knows he is in a position where he can't lose, so he doesn't need to win right now.
Yeah, exactly.
So from here, we'll see where he goes. The Sprint is going to put in a lot of work. The Elf can just summon back the Toad once Toad uses its effect.
Exactly.
So he's in a pretty difficult spot here, Freddie.
I was almost at a point where I was really looking forward to seeing that Rainbow Bridge of Salvation activated, but it's looking a bit bleak now. It looks like Freddie's skipping
And it looks like
now.
game 1 is for Joward. Very important game 1 with only 4 minutes left on the clock. Very vital. Will be interesting to see what Freddie will do. I can only assume he's wanting to start, but it's going to be very difficult to get the match for Freddie. And we'll see if Joward can see it through to get the full match win.
We'll only see after side decking and how Freddie's turn starts.
So there's definitely plenty of time for a game 2. Well, for game 2 to start rather.
Yeah.
Because there is more than 3 minutes on the clock, so that's the maximum amount of time you're alive deciding. So game 2 is going to happen. In terms of a game 2 plan,
he is siding the Red Resonator as well as Eradicator and Deck Devastation viruses. So again, trying to use these Sprite cards just to generate the advantage and then use them as blowouts with the virus cards to then just remove the opponent's cards.
Well, the game plan here is your engine increases your life points in the beginning. He has a means to increase his life points then. He also has the Red Resonator as well, which again is something he can access through a Sprite engine as well. So it does look like that.
It does look very good for Freddie here.
Things can go according to plan in order for Freddie to rescue a draw.
Yeah, and then just having a look at Joward's side decking as well. It doesn't look like he's got more hand traps per se in his side deck. He's only got the 9 in his main deck to try and stop Freddie from getting to that point.
Yeah, they all look like very going first side. In fact, I think there's only 6 in the Evenly Lightning Storm and Harpies, which I probably wouldn't expect to see.
Do you think he puts in the 1 of Chaos Hunter? I know it's just for the Mannequin Cat players, but he may see his opponent was playing a very, very high runic count, and he might just try and get some advantage of that, knowing that his opponent can't activate the runic cards, then try and draw cards, and it might put him in a really sticky situation. But I think they're also both going to admit that they know the clock is ticking.
Well, it could be an option. Now we're heading for game 2, so we'll see what both players have done to set up themselves to win game 2. With Joward 1 ahead, it looks like he's already secured at least 1 point for the overall tally. So we'll see if it's at all possible for Freddie to deal any sort of effect damage or to increase his life points at all to rescue a draw here. So we're not seeing any runic cards. A runic cards would have been just an instant increase here.
Exactly.
But he's hit off the Sharon. He's hit both a Sharon and a Merle.
Yeah.
So that's going to be quite a lot there. The Tearlament engine, however, doesn't have any sort of means to manipulate life points. So this isn't quite what he wants to see here.
I think he's going to aim for a kick loss here and then try and get some advantage from there.
And then, like, what he can potentially do is he can get access to the red resonator by milling it. And then if he has a means to get into Sprite Elf, and then
Exactly, yeah.
there it is. That's his way to change his life points.
And again, he can also just go for the Moonin, the Runic Wings. Again, gain that life points. Very similar situation.
But it does seem like he's been rather unfortunate in not seeing those engines that would do it for him. Like a single Runic card would have been the answer here, and now he's having to put in more work to try and salvage something here. Oh, and the infinite impermanence
That's very
on the
big
Kit
here.
Kalos in normal circumstances is very strong, and in this circumstance could be even just as strong, maybe even stronger, because now he has no means of accessing. Oh, but he has a runic
flashing fire.
He has flashing
to
fire.
special summon.
Now the infinite impermanence. Oh, he's actually
going for that one.
summoning Hugin. So let's see where you would go from here. Maybe again, he's not sure that there's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Maybe there's a time extension.
He's very much contemplating what he wants to discard here. The deck
dev. So he's got rid of the deck dev. So another infinite impermanence. And time has been called. Does he have a way of changing his life points in order to rescue a draw here?
So he can go into sprint, right?
He can go into sprint, which will then send. I'm not sure. Is there a way to get resonator? He could send red resonator, but then he needs a way to access Sprite Elf.
And can you tell? Oh, you can't link away with the sprint, correct?
You can't. It can't be linked summoned this turn.
So
was it wise to infinite impermanence the Hugin there? Like, but
I'm not sure.
Would that have guaranteed a way to?
I think I would have. I think I would have left it because I'm very, very anxious in this scenario.
For sure, because the only scenario here where I think he can win is if he summons off Sprite Elf. So if you hold the impermanence for Sprite Elf, then you just feel safe or gigantic. Like at this point, like Hugin didn't seem like it was doing like an awful lot. But I'm surprised he didn't summon the level 3
to try and
to increase life points. Yeah, because then the impermanence definitely would have been slammed down there.
Looking very good for Joward now, though.
It'll be interesting to see where Freddy does go from here.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm not seeing a line personally. I don't know what the rest of the cards on his hand are. Oh, he can't. He unfortunately he can't manipulate the life point by increasing or decreasing. So it looks like this game has ended in a draw. So that means the match goes to Joward, a previous UK Open winner, UK Open 1. Will he be a UK Open winner again? We will see.
It's 3-0 now, going on to 4-0. Very good to see. And hopefully, 5 more rounds he can do it.
He's almost hitting the halfway mark. When you get over that halfway mark, when you get over the bump, that's when you start to feel confident, don't you?
Yeah, it's very confident.
We've played enough events, our fair share of events, and I think once you get over the halfway mark, that's when you start to think, right, okay, that's when it starts creeping in, when it starts to get more real.
Agreed. I think the early rounds are the scariest for me. You play those early rounds, you'll play very niche decks, and you're like, I don't know what they do. You may see a ghosty card, something like that you're not familiar with.
Of course.
And then once you're in the later rounds, you're starting to play more decks you're more familiar with, more prepared for. And then, that's where it gets a lot easier, I think.
For sure. And also in terms of like mindset as well, especially when you're on a record. If you get over round 5 and you're 5-0, then the confidence just starts building and building.
Yes.
And then you start to think, wow, I can really do this. And the earlier rounds are definitely the most important, just to build that confidence, put yourself in a good position to just see out the later rounds as well. But we'll be interviewing Joward, again, the previous UK Open winner, very soon. So we'll be right back with our interview with Joward. Welcome back, guys. We're back here with the round 4 player interview. Jawad Chowdhury, well done. You previously won a UK Open, the first one, the very first one.
Yeah.
Are you wanting to see double today?
Yeah, of course. I always enter to try and win, so hopefully you can get over the line.
Good mindset. Let's talk about game 1. And game 1, very back and forth. Took a good 36 minutes. So initially, you saw when he was playing the Runics. Were you starting to maybe get a little bit frustrated that the first card that he milled was your top deck, Pot of Prosperity? Then he started to mill a bit more.
I wasn't too bothered about the mill. I think I realized that he banished one of my nimble anglers nimble beavers a bit early, so which I didn't realize at first, but because I had to play 2 anglers, so it was okay later in the game. Yeah. But I wasn't too bad. My hand was okay, so I didn't mind what he was milling. Prosperity, sometimes he milled it, got rid of it, and because the game was a long one, it was good that I didn't get rid of 6 or 3 extra deck cards in a way. So yeah, I think the banishes weren't too bad because he hit stuff that Dark Ruler already had it and stuff like that. So it wasn't too bad in that respect.
And off the back of that, you probably were relatively calm knowing that you already had Dark Ruler Norm and your opening in hand. So what was the game plan there? Because obviously you can't deal damage, you can't have battle phase. So the plan obviously was to just...
Yeah, so basically I think he drew 9 cards or something.
He drew a lot.
But basically what I saw he was doing was he was kind of he was so focused on drawing so many cards, he wasn't managing what he had. Yeah. So he randomly would use a Freezing Curses or randomly. So I'm if he had those set, I would not win that game because he could just set them and then use them on my elf and whatever, and then break my board the turn after or something. But because he kept using them, I was he's just trying to draw loads of cards, but I just slowly grinded him out because he just basically ended up wasting it. So then I negated twice with Toad, took his tips. He wasn't giving Toad any relevance or something because he would activate things not to try and negate it, just activating cards as and when. So it kind of was because the game went on for ages and normally if you're playing and you someone draws 9 or something, the game's over. But because he kept wasting, because he had 4 cards in hand and I was he's not using any of them.
You just felt like it wasn't real advantage.
So he wasn't using the advantage to his advantage, if that makes sense. So that's why I was I can kind of grind this game out. And by the end of it, he bounced back my elf, so I summoned it again, brought back Toad again. So by the end of it, I had Toad, and I had no targets for Gigantic. I'm this is going to be a 3. Yeah, exactly. And then I brought back Sprint because I was okay, I can bounce anything he summons by detaching, using that effect to detach. So I was he's allowed me to his boards that he created did nothing because he couldn't attack. Yeah. And then because he didn't have Freezing Curses or anything, he couldn't get back into it. So then I just kind of.
And we noticed as well whenever you play a Runic player, there's no urgency because they just don't have a battle phase, so you can just generate your card advantage.
Exactly. Yeah.
There is a play that we noticed as well. We're not sure if you noticed this interaction. It was in regards to enemy controller. Okay. When you use enemy controller to tribute your monster, and then you targeted the Rokalos. Yeah. Did you know he could chain the Toad to tribute the Rokalos' cost, or were you just not bothered because you wanted to just remove it from the field?
I didn't think of that, but I don't think he would have. So I guess in hindsight that's probably a mistake on my part, but because he could tribute as cost, so I'll probably I think he could have tributed anything on cost at that point in time. So that's probably an interaction that I didn't pay much attention to. But I think. In a way, it would have been fine anyway because, I just wanted to resolve my blue kind of thing.
I just wanted blue.
We thought in hindsight that it didn't matter if he did that or not because it's quite difficult to get rid of a 3,000 attack monster. So it was fine either way. If he just effectively just gave you a free body, really. Yeah, exactly. Because we thought maybe you would have took the Sprite Elf, but it was just fine just to remove it off the board, off the field.
Yeah, that was my main, in my head it was I forgot about the Toad, whatever, tribute cost is negated. Yeah. But I'll just take that and get rid of it, link it off, and then that makes my life much easier.
Yeah, for sure. And then going into game 2, with only 4 minutes left, were you worried?
A little bit. I was trying, because the time was much less than I thought as well. Because we went into the game and I was if I get a turn, I'll probably win. Yeah. And
you were never scooping because you were winning.
Exactly. So I just basically I needed him not to do anything, and it just seemed I don't know what he would have done because, obviously he doesn't play loads of Sprites or anything. So for him to get to level 2s, because I think he told me at the end that he was playing Red Resonator. Yeah. Okay. But him to get to Red Resonator is much harder than for me. If he was playing something like Scattershot or something like that, but I didn't think many people were on that. So I was let's just hope this is a draw. For, in this match, he doesn't do any life point damage. Or if it does come back to me for one turn, I'd win. Yeah. I've had strategies before, which I didn't do here just in case, because the time was so low, where it was if there was like a little bit more time, so like if there was like, let's say 3 minutes still left after, I would have scooped straight away and go to game 2 and then the red resonated him. Do you know what I mean? Like that was, but because it was like, I looked at the clock and it was like 1 minute. I was like, if he sides for another minute, it's like kind of over. So I didn't do
exactly.
that,
Like with the amount of time that was left, like there was definitely going to be a game 2. Also, so talk to us about that. We only saw the 2 infinite impermanences, which you just threw at him. We thought maybe you would have been a bit more conservative.
Yeah. So like, basically, because he was like, the way he did his things, like he messed up with like, he milled like Merly and Sharon, but then he triggered Merly and as Chainlink 2 or whatever, and he shuffled back Sharon because it needs to be different names for whatever he was. I don't even know what he was trying to summon. I didn't think they needed to be different names. So I think he kind of messed
For
up
Kit
there.
Kalos? No,
Yeah. So he shuffled back for Kit Kalos, both of them. So he only triggered one of them.
Yeah.
So like, it then allowed me to just imperm there. And then he linked into something, and I was like, okay, I'll just imperm here because he made. And then I was like, okay, because I didn't think what he was going to do then, because I didn't see any level 2 to make gigantic sprite or something. So, so I think from then, and I had a belt as well in my hand. So I was like, I think if he tries, because when he summons sprite, I was like, is he going to send it to the grave or something and make elf? But then I was like, and then I could just bell that, so I kind of felt comfortable in that respect.
Because the bell was always covering Sprite Elf if he did get the Sprite Elf.
Exactly, yeah.
So let's talk about your individual deck choice then. I believe at Utrecht you played the Runic cards, right? Do you think that like this version is better just because you can do stuff like summon totally awesome and
like obviously Toad's always a plus, and I think basically for me it was like in that tournament, like with the Runic, you go to time a lot and stuff like that. So like, you know, I won probably loads of matches with just Red Resonate, you know what I mean? And like, I just felt like in a regional level, it doesn't feel like the deck that will win. You know, like obviously it won Utrecht, but like, you know, in Swiss he won X2, then he won kind of thing. And then here I'm like, I'm going to play like so many random things and whatever. And I was like, I just want my battlefield.
You just want
Like, because you saw there, like him creating advantage but not having the battle phase.
It was,
and then I just having a battle phase to like clear 2 monsters and he can't attack next turn because he's using another Runic card. So it kind of, that was probably the main thing for me, where like this deck doesn't worry about that too much and can do a lot of other stuff.
So then why Sprite then over the other options?
I feel Tear's got a lot of big vulnerabilities sometimes, and like, you know, it's very targeted with Shifter and stuff. And I think like Sprite is just one of those decks that can play with 1 or 2 cards very easily and is very strong against hand traps. So in this sort of level, with random matches and random tournaments, in terms of my side deck, my main deck, I just felt hand traps were going to be like very, like even if the rune deck might be slightly better, just hand traps make some of these situations just so much easier and simpler. And then like if you feel like your level might be, you know, a bit higher, or you can make assessments in that match, you can kind of grind it out as well.
And you need to go undefeated in this matchup as well, as you mentioned in this tournament as well. And as you mentioned, with Tier, sometimes something can happen. You're one shifter away from just losing the match. So it's potentially a good choice. So in terms of like your matchups, then 5 rounds left. What are you hoping to play? More or less, more Tearlaments, more Sprite Mirrors.
Maybe, I guess, more Rogue. I don't know. It's like whatever comes, you know, you just have to take it one match at a time. I played Tear the round before. Played Runic Tear now, and then I played like some adventure Tear deck or whatever, random stuff like. So you never know what you're going to face, but I think I've prepared for those matchups, like especially like Sprite and Runic Sprite and stuff. So hopefully that gets me over the line.
And one final question: are you going to win?
Yeah.
Attitude.
Well,
could he be the first doubler? Let's see. Thank you for that, guys. We'll be right back with round 5. Hi there guys, welcome back. It is now round 5. We're hitting that halfway mark, seeing the meta slowly converge into really cool decks. Probably things that you would expect, but things that
you may not
expect. So here, taking advantage of the new Bestial cards in a very cool way.
Yeah, we have Dragon Maid.
So let's see how Dragon Maid gets on in round 5.
Go straight into the match.
The Tearlament matchup. So we'll see how the Bestials interact with the Tearlaments. Because I haven't seen a lot of Bestials yet, I don't think.
No, we haven't. We've seen them, but we sort of mainly round 1. And since then, I haven't seen them disrupt the graveyard, hit the field, get so much advantage from them. So we're going to see, we have Alfio on Dragon Maid Bisted versus Tearlaments with Michael.
So I have very few knowledge of a Dragon Maid, I must admit. But the little that I do know is, like, for example, things like Chamber Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Tinying was seen a lot in the pure Dragon Link sort of versions.
There was, over the last couple of years, we saw the Dragon Link deck, and it was using cards like Parlor and Chamber as just ways to get to a Link 2. Especially with Dragon Maid Tidying being such an impactful trap card, being able to bounce a card, return to the hand, return your Dragon Maid to the hand, or any Dragon monster, to be fair. It just gives you so much advantage, and I just think the Dragon Maid cards are really good at generating advantage and just getting you there. He's also playing one of the bigger dragons, being Lorpa, which, again, it just allows you to start getting more cards and just put bodies there.
The Bestial and Dragon Maid engine are engines that complement each other as well, because of being both dragons, so that the Bestials can search dragons, so it complements your engine as well. It's a deck that's starting to see more popularity over in Japan and the OCG as well, so it's no surprise to see it here. So he's opened pretty much what Michael, at this point, probably the strongest player.
The strongest card.
Brandon High Spirits has just been outrageously
such a phenomenal card.
And it is going to play around any Bestial card that Alfio will have in his hand. So, doing the usual stuff here, doing everything in draw phase. He summoned his Kit Callus. I wasn't sure what he got with Kit Callus. I think it was just another monster. He added Cartesia with Brandon and High Spirits. So it's safe to say he's probably playing Baron de Fleur.
I'd say that. It looks like gain Havness there to get more further advantage and interrupts your opponent.
Yeah, so maybe he's already got more than enough. So he's probably thinking now, what sort of disruptions can I grab?
Would you say that because he added them early, he probably already has access to Suliak at this point as well? Just try and build his board up. Something like Cartesia here, quite unique. So this is going to try and fusion summon, I believe.
So this is an option as well to go into Baron de Fleur, but he is playing it. I wasn't sure if I actually spotted it there, but there it is. He wouldn't use its effect immediately because of it. With Effect Veiler, we are now in the main phase, so Effect Veiler is being able to be used there. So did he use Effect Veiler on the Cartesia? He used it on the Cartesia to prevent Cartesia from...
I think he might have used it on the Cartesia.
Because Cartesia would fuse the Kit Callus to summon a monster.
Exactly.
So he's popped the Cartesia.
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised he didn't decide to send the Kit Callus there. Well, there you go. He's hit 2 names and the Albion in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's right. That is quite interesting player that he valued keeping the Kit Callus there.
Yeah.
He didn't really hit anything particularly interesting.
No.
The Albion Engrave won't draw him an additional card, unfortunately.
Oh, that's Crime, not Suliak as well. I apologise.
So the only defensive card that I can really see is Havness, unless he links these two away into Sprite Elf. That wouldn't be extremely amazing.
He is playing the Sprint as well.
But he does have significantly more cards in hand. He does have Sprint to extend his plays. Is Cartesia doing something in here as well? Ooh, hello.
Hello.
Oh,
it's come up.
There's no way.
There's no way it's come up.
It can also special
There's no way it's someone from the graveyard.
Oh my
If it can, that's
goodness,
amazing.
that is nuts. That card is better than I thought it was. No wonder.
That is phenomenal. If that could summon from the graveyard as well.
Special summon from your hand. Okay.
Maybe.
Where'd that come from then?
Where'd that come from?
I am missing something.
Yeah.
Maybe, wait, Albion has another ring.
Albion has, yeah.
All right, okay.
Albion has the bottom text.
We're getting
That's,
Albion's getting somewhere.
special summon this card.
Oh, okay. We're not quite.
Not quite sure where that came from, but we believe it's there.
I'll roll with it. I'll
Yeah.
assume everything is being played perfectly fine, and
Yeah.
he's leaving the Kit Kalos off, which I can only assume is because he must have Suliak in his hand.
Yeah, that's
So-
the only thing I can assume.
And this may not look particularly impressive, but Suliak with Kit Kalos and Sprite Elf, that's mill 8 in their turn.
Exactly,
So
right.
that's with a disruption in the Suliak. So this is probably going to be more than enough to have some trouble for
Yes.
Alfio.
Well, we've got to see what the rest of his hands as well. He's used one effect Veiler.
So you have 5 cards to play into this field.
Yeah.
He didn't have any of the Bestials.
No.
Which is a shame, because it would have been interesting to see those. So it looks like it's probably just going to be
hope they're
all
reading it
Dragon-made gas.
How did it?
I think they're seeing... if
Querying this card. It's adding itself back in the end phase, I believe.
Yeah, it can add itself
Okay.
back when a fusion monster
Yeah.
goes to the graveyard, and it did because of Brandon and High
And is that the
Spirits.
Magnum
Oh,
Boots
he is using Magnum. Oh, could he... Was there no opportunity where he could have used that
Maybe,
earlier?
yeah, maybe.
But he is...
He is only fusion summoned once.
He
as
has
well.
shut that Sprite Elf offline, though.
Yeah.
But he's taking full advantage of the fact that he's activating
Yeah.
Magnumut's effect by using Havnus to set himself up with more card advantage. And did he hit a tier that he hasn't triggered
Yeah,
yet?
yeah.
I think
so,
Merly has not been
been
triggered.
used yet.
So here we go. He's able to summon an extender or another defensive card. He's picking up the Kit Kalos, so maybe he's
Maybe
thinking,
lift the Rukalos.
maybe he's thinking to go for Royal Kalos.
What else could he go for here? He hasn't hit a Rhino Heart, so he can't realistically make the Kaleido Heart. Maybe a Dragostopelia, but that's...
I think if he has Suliak set,
Yeah.
he can use the Havnus as fodder instead of the Kit Kalos.
Yes, yeah,
He
yeah.
loses the mill 5,
Yeah.
but if he has a tier in hand, then it's effectively the same thing, just without the randomness. He's going to get Lubellion here.
Which I can't haven't
Brand-
seen yet today.
Brand spanking new card. What does it do? So it cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand or graveyard by tributing one level 6 or higher dark dragon monster. He already has that on the field, so it is something that he does have access to that he can summon. You can send this card from your hand to the graveyard and add one bestial monster from your deck to your hand. So quite a lot of utility there. And during your main phase, you can place one branded continuous spell or trap from your deck face up on your field. I'm not sure what branded continuous spell he could be playing, but I do think there is a new one.
So he can
in
get the
Darkwing
spell or the
Blast.
trap. The spell is pretty good for generating more advantage. Every time a card is banished, or a lighted dark monster is banished from the graveyard, I believe you draw a card and put it back onto the bottom of the deck. And then I think it has another bonus effect. The trap is my favorite one out of the two, though. It's tribute a dragon to destroy a card on the field. And then it can also just, it's a continuous trap as well, so it's really nice just to have that aspect of removal.
That is pretty good. Did he just summon that from the graveyard?
Yeah, so it contribute a level 6 to summon itself back from the grave. Might be
There's
hand as well.
No way. Oh
yeah.
my goodness. It is great. What? So
Yeah.
you can use its effect to add a bestial and then
Yeah.
summon itself?
Yeah.
That is absurd. That is much better than I thought it was.
And it activates this trap. So it doesn't set it.
So he's done everything.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
used all
Yeah.
of Lebellion's effects.
Yes.
No wonder Magnum is seen to be the best.
Yes.
Being able to set up all that is crazy. And all in one card, being able to just generate so much card advantage. It's interesting. Oh, and he's summoned Dragon Maid. I think that's
So this
Parla.
one is on summon it dumps a Dragon Maid card from the deck to graveyard. So you can put either the dragon, the big dragon, the trap, or in this case, you put in Changeover. Changeover, really, really cool card here because it returns itself to the hand. It returns a dragon on the board to the hand, but then it adds itself back, and then you can start fusion summoning.
Yeah.
And that's where this deck shines, in my opinion.
It does have a lot of like cool one card plays as well. Like
Exactly, yeah.
I believe Dragon Maid Kitchen and Dragon Maid. There's another one. I can't remember. Nurse Dragon Maid.
Nurse
They
Dragon
also
Maid, I
have
really like Nurse
really
Dragon Maid
good
as well,
utility
yeah.
with the deck as well. So we'll give you an update on what those cards do as they come. But it does look like that the Bestial Engine is like
It's really good in this deck.
they're not.
Like,
They haven't done anything that connects them yet.
Yeah.
But the bestial cards just like acting as a sort
Yeah.
of no, I'm going to stop what you're doing is allowing the Dragon Maid cards to actually play.
So this is, I believe it's housekeeping. Hospitality.
Hospitality.
So it will
Let's
summon
just special summon a
yeah.
Dragon Maid from your hand or graveyard in a defense position. So it's just a generic extender, which is pretty good.
And then it'll send a Dragon Maid from the deck to the grave as well. So
a lot of them do that. What is the advantage to?
So basically, once you hit the battle phase, in start step, you're able to return the little ones to the hand.
Oh.
To then summon the big ones
Transform
from the
the
hand.
big
Exactly.
dragons.
And then you get like bonus effects from them when they're summoned. And then at the end of the battle phase, the big ones will return to the hand, and then the small ones will come back out. So again, it's an advantage engine.
That's really good. So you use the little ones as a means to get your engine going.
Exactly.
And then you use the big ones as a ways to push to clear out the field.
Exactly. It's a really unique deck, I think, especially as you don't really see many things take advantage of like the start of the battle phase and the end of the battle phase as well. So it's going to be really good to see how Alfio tries and cracks this board.
He's used some form of removal here.
He got rid of it. Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, what is that?
He can't resolve this because of draw, which he's just remembered. I love to see that. But yeah, that's crazy. I don't know what removed it. Oh, it would have been the beast, the trap card.
Of course. But what is that trap? I can't
So
recognize
I
it.
believe it's called Branded Beast. So it's this one. So once per turn during the main phase, if you control a bestial monster, you contribute 1 dragon monster. Target card your opponent controls, destroy it. So it's really good. Just every single turn you're going to get
removal,
advantage there. Then during the end phase, you can target branded continuous spell trap card in your graveyard, place it on the field. So it doesn't even get rid of itself to do that either. It just gets rid of it. Like
That's pretty solid.
it looks like he's going to keep going with
The
these.
Sprite elf is not online, right? I don't think there is another elf in there, as far as I'm aware. He's summoning another bestial card.
I think that is Saranir. Yes. So it's got the same bestial effect. Target a light or dark in the graveyard, banish it, and summon the card. Then this one is...
He's done that there just by banishing the Havness from the graveyard.
And then if it's sent to the graveyard, you send a bestial monster or a branded spell trap from deck to graveyard. Oh, it looks like he's making a link play here, maybe.
I'm assuming this is more so just like more extenders.
Exactly.
The better, as opposed to its latter effect. He's going into dark here.
Okay, that's quite nice. And then, yeah, that'll send the spell.
Let's see what he pickpockets from his graveyard. Oh, its effect triggers when it's sent to the graveyard. Okay. So is that a branded?
Yes, so that is going to be...
There's a lot of branded cards that just weren't seeing play.
Exactly. Well,
these,
I think these are new ones, yeah. So this is branded regained, I believe. If a light or dark monster is banished, target one of those monsters, place it on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, draw a card. Pretty good effect.
Yeah, pretty good.
Then once per turn, if your opponent normal summons or special summons a monster, you can target bestial in your graveyard, summon it. So it gives you, again, it just gives you the advantage.
And what was the grave? Does it have any interactions in the grave?
No, but I believe that branded beast, the one he's got face up, in the end phase, will be able to put it on the field.
Ah, I see.
So again, it's generating that
synergy.
advantage, yeah.
So he's kidnapped his Albion. So we'll see if he's going for like a link climb play. Is Dragon Maid like a link climby sort of deck? Did he get that because it's a dragon and he wants to go
I think that
into Heavenly
might be
Spheres if he does play that?
I'm a bit curious to this play. So we'll see how it goes here. It looks like he might be crashing the dark, unfortunately. Not entirely sure why.
Maybe he values whatever it can search. Can it search?
Well, I think he's forgotten he's under draw, unfortunately.
Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, which is very unfortunate to see because he loses a lot of advantage from that. Luckily, the Albion can still attack over the elf.
Yeah, it's big enough to get rid of.
Yeah.
Probably the most important combo piece on the field there.
Let me read the spell again. So if you put a normal summons monster, you can target Beast from the grave, summon it. So that might also be helpful, just to start getting advantage back. For Alfio. We're going to see how this goes. He has cleared a part of the board, though. He was able to play through those interrupts. And in the end phase, he is going to get the spell.
Yeah, so he's got rid of more than enough, and he's generated enough advantage. If he has more bestials in his hand, then he has more than enough powerful disruptions to help deal with this.
He does have the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, though. Is Rukalos at level 10? Will we one day see this effect come up? Because I hope so.
If Rocalis is level 10, will that make it so that the Brandons are online?
No, it would be so the Rainbow Bridge can activate on the field. I just want. Ever since I read that effect, I was like, it has to happen today. I hope.
Unfortunately, it is a level 8.
Yeah.
So that was effectively a dead card, which I wonder why he even set it since it wasn't doing anything. But
exactly.
the luck paid off because he interacted with it. It was a nice bluff to make it so that he got effectively a free engine card for the turn that he's playing right now. So I would assume the amount of engine that he has, that especially that the field spell can like sort of generate, if he doesn't go disrupted, he's probably going to take this game here.
Yeah, it depends what Alfio's got left interrupt-wise.
He could have a handful of bestials.
Yeah, exactly. This drawn lock bird from Michael, very
it was quite strong.
Very impactful, yeah.
Main deck drawn lock bird as well.
Exactly, yeah.
He really doesn't like danger cards.
Yeah, he might have just been very scared of the runic cards, maybe.
For sure. It also has applications in the mirror as well. He might just thought, like, if they're under drawn lock bird, they're less likely the
yes, exactly. Yeah. So just seeing him go here. He's got the Pellerino. Obviously very, very good. Getting more advantage. And it looks like it might be
he's getting
roundabout game.
He's getting Merly, so that'll open up some Sprite Sprint plays, some Elf plays, which are probably the...
Is there a totally awesome in his extra deck?
Oh,
there is not.
No, he is the one
That's so sad to
without
see.
the frog.
Yeah.
We won't be seeing any froggies in this game.
Unfortunately not. But
Probably needed to take a break.
Yeah.
It has been summoned almost every stream. Are those his mills or was that his hand?
That was the mill. That was the mill.
Okay, I was going to say.
Oh my god, this is the hand. Oh. Yeah.
He is using that
the spell to reborn a bestial monster, which is again really, really strong. Because then he's going to be able to get the
He'll be able to add the belly,
card.
yeah.
And now his trap card's online. It's a tribute to the destroy card.
So not the ideal disruption in terms of removal from the graveyard.
Exactly.
Like they do when they use their hand effects.
Yeah.
But it's still something.
Still creating interrupts.
If he isn't going to lose this game, he's going to have more than enough to cause some trouble.
Exactly, yeah.
But he is seemingly activating the...
Seeing what he's going to destroy here.
Field spell. Probably bait the trap. He is. He's looking to get rid of that trap card, which will force him to use it to remove a card. And then at that point... Oh, can he tribute any dragon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, what do you try and destroy here, though? Because destroying any of those fusion monsters does not feel good.
Would feel
yeah.
So yeah, he opted to get rid of the field spell, so I suppose it's like less attack points.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, like, I think the best case scenario there was to pop kick Callus and hope he misses.
Yeah.
Because like pop and Sharon, he fusion summons, and if he pops through Callus, it just comes right back.
Yeah, and he's already used Merly as well, so like even less chance of actually hitting named fusion.
Odds could have been in his favour just to hit kick Callus. Because right now, all Kikalis is going to do is like it's going to mill anyway, and then also extend an extra monster. So at the end of the day, it would have got rid of that extra monster. So, and it does look like now that the amount of card advantage that Michael's going to have is going to be enough to get him over the line for this game.
It looks like he's going in for the final maneuvers, unfortunately.
Yeah. When he's popping the Sharon, so that's pretty much.
So that's another fusion there.
Guaranteed. Yeah. Oh. Can that summon any Aqua or just Tearlaments?
It's just Tearlaments. I was hoping the Emerald Tortoise.
Summon the turtle!
Yep. I was hoping for that, but unfortunately, no.
That would have been fantastic pattern from him. Attack the game with the turtle. That's what I want to see. That's the win condition. We can't get out of this chair until he does it. Games will continue until the turtle wins in the match.
I'm telling you, this Rainbow Bridge of Salvation is going to get activated and resolved on field.
It's going to fiber jar.
I want everything to go back into deck.
Everything.
Yeah. Again, just seeing what he's going to fusion for next.
He's taking his time here. It's quite a complicated game state.
To be fair, Alfio...
Oh, the turtle's going back. No, the dream is
not
over.
Like this.
No, we wanted you to summon that. You had perfectly good normal summon, I think. Oh, well, he's going for the sensible plane.
Maybe.
Fusing it away.
Yeah. But on the flip side, Alfio is playing a plethora of hand traps still, including Nibiru.
You kept that quiet.
Yeah. But then again, does Rukalos, it can negate Nibiru, right? Oh. Well, maybe it doesn't matter.
I think you would summon this in the extra monster zone.
Yeah.
Yep. So now he has like a lot. So if you're going to Nibiru anytime, you're going
to have to do it now.
Yeah. The brain's rattling. He's looking.
He
at
is
his
thinking.
hand.
There he is.
He does have
yes.
Nibiru. Yeah, he did not respect that by removing the Rule
That
Kalos.
is beautiful to watch.
So it looks like it's game
But
on.
there are going to be a lot of chains here.
Yeah, it's going to be. Well, the Kit Kalos is already resolved.
Yeah.
The Merly, I think, is already activated.
Yep.
And then the Rule Kalos is going to come back, and it can't even attack other than the Nibiru.
No.
He's
Without
been
the field spell, no.
saved by the rock here.
The rock.
Because I don't see a scenario where, unless he hasn't activated Merly, that's the only scenario
No,
I
I think
can
he
see.
used Merly at the beginning. Well played by Alfio though on holding it this long.
Yeah, or he's staying confident, just not using it as a means
Exactly.
to get rid of the Rule Kalos. Maybe he could have popped the Rule Kalos earlier. And then,
Yeah, and then triggered it, but then it comes
Yeah.
straight back.
yeah, true,
So,
true.
Yeah.
And
Wait
then
to
just
see
doing
the
the
maths on this Nibiru.
The adding up on how chunky this token is going to
Exactly.
be. It's going to be massive.
It's going to be absolutely massive. And Alfio's going to have to deal with that next turn.
Yeah, big, but
Beautiful
Dragon Maid have
token
some
as well.
reasonable removal,
But yeah,
right?
Yeah, well, he's got the trap on board, so as long as he gets a
he's-
Distill there, is
He's
gonna
getting
be fine.
Lebellion in the end phase, or
Oh,
any dragon
true.
of his choice. Yeah.
yeah. Yep. So
And the irony of an Ecclesia token. Yeah. And he whiffs off the
whiffs
middle
entirely. 'Cause he's already used the
five.
Sharon, right? I believe.
I think Sharon was the first thing he used when he
Yeah.
popped the Kit Kalos. And the only thing I can recall him using it is maybe he has a Merly to use.
Maybe, yeah.
And if not, then unfortunate.
Oh, he's playing. Is that Grief? The one that comes from deck?
Should the Royal Colour should be back, yeah.
Yeah.
Grief is a new one as well.
Yes, yeah. So, is it Grief or is it Heartbeat? I think that might have been Heartbeat, the one that's, yeah, that looks like Heartbeat. So it's target one spell trap on the field, or you could target two if these are Starfrosters in play, shuffle them into the deck, then send one card from your hand to the graveyard. If it's sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can target Tearlaments trap in your graveyard and add it to your hand. So you do get a card back from here, which is quite good, if you remember to activate it. So again, with the Rukalos and a trap card, it's pretty good going into Alfio's turn for Michael. I would like to know just how big that Nibiru is, because it must be itching over 10k.
Big.
Big.
Big to the point where I was like, if that was an attack mode,
It doesn't matter.
attack! So the Ecclesia will be able to add itself back as a form of recursion. Whether there'll be another turn after this
We'll have to see, won't we?
remains to be seen.
Yep. Who knows? Michael still has some cards in hand as well.
Rukalos is also like a form of disruption
Exactly,
as well.
yeah.
Unless he goes straight to the battle phase and crashes it. But I don't think you would do that. You
No.
probably want to be a bit more proactive and just end this game.
Try and deal with some cards, yeah.
We're at the halfway point as well, under 20 minutes, so these players want to start thinking about, right, okay, we need to start wrapping up this game.
Oh my, yeah. We're just trying to see who can take victory in game one of this match. As you said, there's just over 17 minutes left. They're going to have to start trying to push for damage here.
Well, it looks like they have gone, he is going to the end phase, adding
Yeah.
back his cards.
And he got his
And
Magnum.
Alfio adding, could he add an engine piece?
He can
or
add
stick
so
the
many
Lebellion?
different cards he can get.
It does say
Maybe
just dragon.
Just dragons. You can get so many different cards
yeah,
here.
just add a dragon. Nice.
So we'll see what he's going for here. Maybe a chamber. Nope.
Oh,
Or maybe it was just
straight in
Rebellion.
Straight in the
Yeah.
Lebellion. It's not messing about.
Really hoping there's not another draw on what bird here Alfio is.
And he's going for... And
Is that Magnum or is that
that
a
is
different one?
that, I think, is the removal one. When it's
Druid's
sent
Worm?
to graveyard. I can't remember to what extent the removal is. I have it here. So it's you can target one light. So the typical banish from
Yeah.
graveyard effect. Its on field effect is this: if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can target one special summon monster your opponent controls and send it to the graveyard. So
that's pretty unique. And also a very good way of dealing with this token.
yeah. So it's just a body that you can summon.
Yes.
And then
yeah.
it's also like just fodder for an
Exactly,
a rank
yeah.
7 play or a link climb play, and then it's just spot removal as well.
Exactly. Gonna be able to also bring back this Lubellion as well by tributing it off, so then you get rid of another card.
Yeah.
The spell and trap I think are about to excel and show why he's playing them in his deck.
Well, first, the first plan is probably to get rid of that big, massive, huge token.
Yes, yeah.
Unless there is a way to... Oh!
He's flipping the
Okie dokie.
Suliak here.
He's just flipping Suliak, but there's nothing... Unless he wants to negate
Sure.
Nibiru.
Yeah, why not?
Bear in mind as well, Rule Kalos can only summon itself back if there's called fusion summoned. So that one has been special summoned, so it doesn't keep coming back.
Yeah, so does it, does Rukalos here, does it send a tier element card from anywhere? Because that looks like what he might have just done there.
I think what's just happened there is he just sent, he flipped up Suliak and he just sent it.
But sure, that's not how it works by chain.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm sure now, but we will see.
Yeah, well, I'm going to roll a bit.
Yeah.
So he sent the Suliak, so Suliak adds a Havness, which is another form of defense. He's played through the Rule Kalos at the very least, and now he just has to deal with the randomness of the Havness.
Yep.
Hope he misses.
Hope he misses.
Make your life much
Better have
easier.
it.
Just pray he misses.
Chamber Dragon Maid. I was waiting for this one.
This is probably their best starter?
Probably the best starter.
Yeah.
I do very much love it just because it gets tidying.
And he hits!
And he hits in the last
Merely.
card.
Things are going to get extremely difficult
Exactly.
for Alfio now. Because now he can summon a lot of things.
A lot he can do.
Yeah, he
so
can-
many different things now.
If there's a Rhino Heart in there, which I don't think there is, he could spin something. But the option here is probably going to be just a Draco Stapelier, just a big fella. It won't be big enough though, just because the Nibiru just being there is frustrating because any sort of defense that you can put up.
Oh, he's got a different one though.
Oh, he has.
Is that Druid's Worm?
He has Druid's Worm, yeah. Isn't that the one that he added? And he mustn't have attempted to. He must have, I think
It
what
might
must
be
have
just a
happened
different
was
one, to be fair.
He mustn't have used Rule Kalos, surely. He must have popped the Suliak with like one of his
Maybe.
disruptions. Oh, there we go. And here we go. Darkwood time.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he's getting rid of that. He's just like, oh, you're too big.
you're too big. It needs to be gone.
I'm
It needs to
getting
leave
rid
the
of you.
field.
So the bestials here are like at first weren't putting in a lot of graphs, but they really are.
But now they're starting to get
They are
there.
putting in a shift, and they are stopping the Tearlament engine in its tracks from being able to do anything.
And I'm really hoping we can see a Dragon Maid play go into one of the big fusion monsters, maybe Dragon Maid Shao or House Dragon Maid, to just try and punch over, because they are massive. They are 3,500 bodies. And if you can just, I feel like if he can clear this board, there's not very much left for Michael here.
Well, he has the extender. That's the reborn, right? It brings it
No,
back
this
on
one's the
grid.
fusion.
The
fusion spell, yeah.
even better. So summoning the big. Is that the Shao? That's what
Shao,
you've got.
yeah.
Your wish.
And this is a monster negate as well. I think it might be even Omni negate actually. And in each standby phase, it brings back a Dragon Maid from the graveyard just to get more advantage.
How big are we talking here? Like in terms of how big?
3,500.
That is pretty big.
3,500. And Rukalos, 3K.
The current field state here means that those monsters aren't sticking around for very long. Not enough to go for game,
No,
but
he's
enough to put him in a good
in a
spot.
very controlling spot now, luckily. It's looking very good for him.
Dragon Maid generally does play like a control deck.
Yes,
doesn't it?
yeah. So once you kind of establish control, it's very, very hard for the Dragon Maid deck to lose. Setting a card there, I think that's the tidying he would have added off chamber. And yeah, now I think it's very much a winning scenario for Alfio.
Yeah. But he does have
Another
Brandon
Brandon
High Spirits
oh.
and Cartesia. The Albion should be back in the
Yeah,
deck.
I think it might be in the grave currently, but if there's another Brandon High Spirits in the deck, he's able to put it right
He
back
can
in
whack
there.
it back. Yeah, I would assume he plays free. I'm just going to double check now.
Yeah. Yes, he does, yeah.
Yeah, he does play free. So, granted, he didn't mill it earlier. Should be fine. I think that's a Havness that he's attempting to activate
Yeah,
there.
I think he's trying to decide if he's going to respond or not, and he did apparently.
But won't that trigger the Havness?
Yeah, but it does summon House Dragon Maid from the extra deck.
Oh.
This card, I believe it's in the battle phase. If cards return to the hand, it starts destroying cards on the field.
Okay.
Bit of a unique one here.
He's getting a lot of advantage here with that negate. Let's see if he cares about the Havness effect. Currently not. He's just sending tidying.
Tidying from it to grave. See what you can make with this as well. Are you able to fuse with the Rukalos to put it back in the extra? Because I know with Kaleido Heart you cannot.
You can,
Okay.
otherwise Brandon.
Oh, Brandon High Spirits, of course,
would just
yeah.
not work.
It just would not work. Excuse me for that. Oh my god.
Oh, he's going for big chicken.
Big chicken, gonna attack.
Unfortunately, it's too little to do anything.
I don't
big.
think he can even deal with that parlor, to be honest. In all honesty.
Yeah, it is not looking too
I
hot.
think this is where we're seeing the value of this spell as well, because every time he's summoning a monster, like, he was getting that Magna back on board. He's getting another search, another pop, and every single time it's just getting that bit closer to the game.
Yeah, before it did seem like Tearlament was in the driver's seat, but it's like he took the wheel.
Yeah.
Dragon Maid has took the wheel, and it's
Yeah.
Can't compliment the bestial cards enough. They're just stopping him from doing anything.
So he summoned Cortesia, special summoned it to the field. Now he can go into a Baron de Fleur here as well, which is something to note.
That is something that Alfie will definitely have to respect.
Yes, yeah.
Unless
he may also just not see it. Because it's a fusion deck, you might also just miss all of that.
Yeah, who synchro summons in Tearlaments?
Well, there you go. It looks like he's
he's
picked up on it.
He's acknowledged
That's
it.
good to see. And then that will send that as well. He gets rid of both.
He gets a draw card, but not as,
It's not mattering that much.
probably the better of the two evils, like a random card over a Baron de Fleur. Unless that was the random
Rhino
card.
Heart, yeah.
The Rhino Heart is here. That opens up so much more than you
It
think.
gets you to the Collider Heart.
Gets you to the Kaleido Heart. If he has any Kit Kalos left, he might opt to do that first, just to get more card advantage. Ooh, this has opened up the game a bit. Oh, but he's some tidying. So what will he do now? Will he bounce the Sharon?
So you can bounce the Sharon to hand and it will miss.
That is incredible. I wasn't aware that it bounced cards from the graveyard. That will also trigger House Dragon Maid as well in the battle phase, right?
I'm unsure how Dragon Maid entirely works. I've even got it right here. Yeah, when another face-up dragon monster you control returns to the hand, you can target a monster from the field. Monster your opponent controls, destroy it. So yeah, in this you can destroy the Rhino Heart.
So at this point, it's just loaded and ready to fire.
Would you destroy the Rhino Heart there? Just in case you can summon it by ditching the share. I guess it's already used itself.
Maybe he just wants to get rid of all the cards. Oh, but Brandon High Spirits is live.
It's because Ruthless is engraved, right? So a bit.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate here.
Oh, of course.
I think he might just be out of gas now.
Yeah, it does seem that way. However, he is reborning the Rhino Heart, but it's already sent a card from deck to graveyard. So he's not going to offer anything.
It looks like he's
he is conceding the game. So Alfio, with his Dragon Maid strategy, has took game 1 with 8 minutes left on the clock.
Yep.
Will he have enough time to take the match? Probably.
We'll see.
It can be fast-paced when it needs to be.
Exactly.
The bestial monsters are big, and they can interrupt him. They can stop Tearlaments in its tracks. I would assume that Michael will want to go first, will want to set up his ideal board, whatever that may be.
What do you think he'll be siding in here? We'll start with Alfio and his Dragon Maid deck. Do you think he'll be putting in more of the bestial cards? So he's siding 3 more.
Oh, absolutely.
So definitely those will be going.
They're getting shoved in. He'll definitely throw in as many bestial cards as he possibly can. He's already main decking a solid 6. Oh, no. Well, Lebellion.
6
I guess
plus
Lebellion
Lebellion,
doesn't count as it doesn't disrupt. And he'll side in another 3, so you'll have
9 total.
9, which will be quite problematic because, if you're playing through, remember when DD Crow was quite problematic when you were trying to get your stuff started. Post the initial play, the DD Crow doesn't start to matter.
Yeah.
But you need to get past that initial play. If they
yeah.
start with Brandon and High Spirits, and then you DD Crow it or you stop it with the Bestial, that can be really stressful unless they have a follow up of a Rhino Heart.
Especially with this deck now, Brandon High Spirits. You can't use the Bestials on that play.
Of course, yeah.
So it makes them a little bit weaker compared to a DD Crow maybe. But then you just saw the power of them, just putting those bodies on board.
Yeah.
And what they could really do with it.
At the worst case, it'll generate card advantage by adding Lebellion and the Lebellion doing what it did.
Everything, yeah.
God, that card was better than I thought it was.
Yeah.
But in terms of other bestial options, maybe he'll want to side in evenly matched as well, which we've seen sided in against tier decks. Maybe not. Maybe he's too scared of Baron de Fleur because he is playing Cartesia, so that could be an option. But we'll see. We're going straight to game 2, where we have game 2 of Tearlament versus Dragon Maid. Will Dragon Maid take the match?
Just find out, I guess.
We're going to find out.
So he made him start.
Interesting. Okay. I guess he's thinking,
it was these bestial cards really going to go in seconds. Yeah.
So that might have messed up Alfio's siding patterns. So his
But
going first win condition might be altered here.
But again,
would he have sided out Dragon Maid tidying, you think?
I don't. I think he might have sided. I don't think he would have sided out them personally.
Branded Beast, I would expect.
There's triple sphere mode there in the Pot of Prosperity. So he's
Spoil
got
for choice.
yeah. So he's got.
Someone didn't shuffle properly.
He's got the Fenrir there, which is quite nice to see.
Solid, yeah. A solid pick.
Again,
decent
that's
extender.
An extender and just an interrupt as well.
Yeah.
Plus another body. It's just everything you want in a card, really.
Yeah, he's throwing it on the board, get some card advantage, and then from then he can use it to either link climb, or he can just use it as a defensive card.
Yeah. So we're gonna see what he does here. If he's got a good normal summon, he's got the Lubellion, which is really, really strong to see, because that's just gonna get everything online now.
This just acts as a form of just significantly more disruptions. Now you got the Fenrir and just more bestials that he's having to stress over as well.
Let's see if he's got a normal summon to go with this. Oh, he's just passing here.
Well, Michael needs to beg. Oh, he has his own bestials.
That's amazing.
That Lubellion causing some problems now being in the graveyard, because now he can also use its effect to add a follow-up as well.
That's so funny to see.
He's effectively going to start with 7 cards.
Do you think he must use the Fenrir here to banish it as well, right? Just so he hasn't got that body.
Yeah, you just have to. It's free at this point, right?
Yeah.
So you just have to.
But that's quite funny, right? You'd think the Dragon deck would be the one using these cards, but no.
They're just so universal and splashable. And he has Branded in High Spirits, the optimal play that you want to see in the draw phase. So the bestials can't interrupt this. So you get your Kit Kalos online and you get a free fusion.
I think every single time we've seen Tearlaments play, it's had Branded in High Spirits in the play.
It's just extremely
it's just such a power card.
It's interesting to see how this wasn't particularly popular in the OCG, but I think their format was quite different because they got the set a little bit later. So maybe it might not see popularity in the future when more cards come out. Who knows? But right now,
he's going to
it's
banish
really
it
strong.
That's really powerful.
That is
very
good
powerful.
Player,
Again, also early game. It's probably in the draw phase, maybe even the standby phase if he's feeling lucky. And
I think he couldn't afford to add there because of the fact he definitely just had to use its effect to send itself and then mill 5.
Yeah.
And because now you've just lost the Kit Kalos, which is an important combo piece for you. And does he play Mr. Blind?
Does he play Mr. Blind?
Yeah, we both.
There he is.
There, he does have
but he
that
added
option.
Pellerino.
He added Pellerino. He's going for
very good to see.
He's going for the more proactive approach, let's say.
Gonna activate it and try and get the search now as well.
Bear in mind as well, he got the ad of Kit Kalos, so it's not the end of the world. It's frustrating that one got banished, but if he can summon another one and then mill 5, he can still get his stuff going. Alfio did flash an Effect Veiler, so he can stop Kit Kalos in its tracks with the Effect Veiler.
Mill
but he has a
3 here.
Sharon here, and he
hits two names in total.
So is that enough Aquas in the graveyard for him to start fusing in?
Let's see if he does both. It looks like he only did Merly there.
Knowing that he had a Magnamut, I would 100%.
Yeah, you have to activate both,
you just have to. And if he doesn't respond, you just shuffle them both back in.
Because
now he's in a situation where he's used 2 names, and now he only has 1 name left.
He hasn't got very much left to do, realistically.
He's run out of gas.
Yeah.
But what can he do next? So now, he has one.
He's going to activate his own Magnamut again.
Can he banish from his own graveyard?
I think so. I think these cards are that crazy, Darren.
Those cards are really good.
In even graveyard,
they are exceptional. These cards are
amazing.
Better and better.
That's a 4 and a 6.
That is
a 4 and a 6
plus 6 equals Baron de Fleur. But he isn't going to do that.
No, he's going for a
shutting us
2 play,
right up.
potentially. No, maybe he's going for a fusion play, actually. For Mud Dragon.
Yes.
And then he gets to send as well.
That makes some sense if he's worried about any targeting effect. Because Mud Dragon in a game state where you are worried about targeting, he may have seen the effect failure when he dropped it. Yeah. So he may have thought, well, I need to play around this.
And he's got another name.
More bestials this needs
He is playing his dragon deck.
They're just taking turns at this point.
That is amazing to watch.
So it's fair to assume now all of his names have been used.
Yeah.
So now I wonder,
what's left in that hand?
I think summoning Baron de Fleur was just something that you just had to do to respect any more bestial cards, and then from then you could have potentially have found a fusion play with any other engine card piece that you had in your hand.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where he goes with this now. He might have like a rank 4 play. What rank 4s does this individual play?
I think it was just Weller, personally.
And I'm not sure if that would have a significant impact.
Yeah.
Really.
No.
It'll stop Libellion Summer
But
from
now
the
we're seeing
graveyard.
he has taken 1,800 life points with.
Yes, of course. The turns on the clock,
Yeah.
that will matter significantly. He's activated evenly matched, which it won't do an awful lot.
But it will get rid of some cards, maybe.
It will get rid of something to stop him from link climbing.
Yeah.
Try and like get him to.
Try and see if he can get to the battle phase.
Hopefully, he
but
has enough
it's-
time to pass turn, so then he has more than enough time to summon his big dragons and then deal enough damage. He has to deal over 1,500 damage here. Does he have enough time? 20 seconds on the clock, and he's resolving a Magnum in the end phase as well. Maybe he just doesn't have enough time.
No, if he had the time, he's got the Kashati, Fenrir again, and then he's got another just any of these bestial cards just to summon his game there.
Just throw them on the board. Just throw them on the board and go straight to the battle phase. We just don't want to see that dreaded T sign. We haven't seen it yet.
We haven't seen it yet.
So it looks like he still has some time. Maybe they're giving him a
Yeah,
time has been
time
called.
on the round.
Can
Unfortunately.
Alfio inflict more than 1,500 damage in whichever phase that they're in?
No, it
And
does not look like
unfortunately
it.
not. So it looks
No.
like they're sharing the spoils on this
Yeah.
occasion. Tearlaments and Dragon Maid Bestial has drawn this matchup.
Yeah.
Probably a fair result. They were having.
It was a
quite
very,
back
very
and
long
forth.
game one. It was about 30 plus minutes, right?
Yeah.
So unfortunate, but good to see both decks in action. You definitely got to see the value of these bestial cards throughout the entire
It
match.
was effectively
there.
a bestial
Yeah.
mirror match
It
at
was,
some point,
honestly.
yeah, and then the rest of the engines just came here just for show. Like, it was crazy to watch. Those bestial cards, like I can see them being a standard.
Yes, like very much
almost
in that match you saw the
every
power
deck, yeah.
of, also not just like the normal DD Crow-esque ones, but you saw the power of Libellion, the spell, and the trap in that first game especially. But yeah, that was crazy.
I'll be very surprised if we don't continue to see these bestial cards in action, even the
Agreed.
Fenrir cards as well.
Yeah.
Like they do add that utility where it does create game states where they do have back and forths as well.
Yeah.
Maybe that back and forth might not have occurred if Nibiru was respected a little bit
Yes,
more.
maybe not.
But I guess in a format like this, like we've mentioned before, I know I said that it needs to be respected, but
People
people
just
don't
aren't.
play. People just
No.
don't play it, you know. Like, and it's completely reasonable. It's a completely reasonable assessment
Exactly.
to make because it shouldn't be that good this format, but
It
can,
just is.
It
Yeah.
can just slam
It
dunk
just
you.
can
It really
be
can. Yeah.
amazing. Yeah.
Well, thanks for watching, guys. We'll be right back with round 6. Hello everyone, welcome back to round 6. Before we get underway, let's introduce the decks that we're going to get stuck into. So Owen King, our current UK national champion for Dragon Duel, is opting to play the Sword Soul Tenyi Bestial strategy. Conveniently, there is some synergy there.
There is.
There's some nice, cute synergies.
Yeah, your token, level 4 tuner, and then your bestial monsters, level 6s. And what does that make?
10!
Baron the Fleur. That's crazy
This
to see.
deck can clearly count to 10.
Yeah.
And it's looking extremely solid. Sword Soul's a deck that I really, really enjoy as well. It's just one of those decks where they have an engine and you can fit a bunch of like maybe sort of hand traps or some powerful spells like good field breakers. And it's a really solid like 40 card deck, so quite reasonably consistent as well. It's playing against another sort of deck that has got a reasonable amount of consistency, but with a twist.
A little bit of a twist.
A little bit of a twist.
So
He's playing Solomon Great Mathmech, so this guy is clearly a fan of Cyberse monsters.
Yes.
He has watched the cartoon, and his favorite player is Soulburner for sure. To be fair, have you ever watched it?
I haven't.
No, when they summon Mirage Stalio, watch it on YouTube.
Is it beautiful?
The best animation I've ever watched of them summoning Solomon Great Mirage Stalio. It's so hype. In the subs as well, you have to watch it in the sub. It's really good.
Well, I know what I'm doing in between rounds.
If he summons Mirage Stalio on feature here, I'm going to be like, there he is! The man.
So yeah, this is a more unique take on the Mathmech deck. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. Circular, absurd card.
Really good.
It does everything the deck needs to, and more. But I want to see what these Salamangreat cards are really doing in this deck.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they really offer each other. There's the obvious synergy of them both being Cyberse monsters, so like Silent Mining can just get you whatever Cyberse card that you need. But it'll be interesting because there's sort of like a clash there, right? He's not playing 40 cards, so the engine's bigger, whereas the complement of both engines was that there were small engines and they could play a bunch of hand traps or defensive cards, but they've meshed the engines together, so he's increased the number of cards in the deck to 51. So maybe he values the power of maybe having these engines splashed together more than the utility of seeing a splash of engine cards with non-engine cards.
It's not a particularly small Salamangreat package either. It's roughly about 10 cards, so like a fifth of the deck.
Yeah, he's playing a hefty amount of both engines, and he's also still managing to fit in hand traps as well. He's also got, is that Nibiru in there as well?
Yeah, I guess it is Nibiru.
He has just went in on the hand trap. He's got D-Crow,
solid, almost 15
Ash
there.
Blossom, Ghost Bell, Nibiru. He's effective. It'll be easy to tell you what hand traps he's not playing at this point.
Yeah.
he's got an awful lot in there. But not to take anything away from his opponent, the Sword Soul player. The Sword Soul player, he is also opting to play a selection of hand traps as well, playing the more generic sort of package, what you would expect the first weekend of a new format, going for Infinite Impermanence, Ash Blossom, Majora's Springs, and Effect Veiler, the more generic sort of options there.
Exactly.
So that makes complete sense.
We've seen this Sword Soul deck almost kind of fall out of favor recently. It did get a good showing in top cut, I believe, of YCS Utrecht. So how do you?
How many tops?
I know some amount tops because I know a couple of UK players were
A
playing
decent
it.
conversion rate.
Yeah. So it'd be quite interesting to see how it fares, especially into this field of, well, Tearlaments and Sprite. But yeah, we're getting straight into round 6.
Let's get started then. Round 6 begins. Sword Soul Tenyi Bestial versus Cyberse.deck. Let's see how this goes. It'll be really interesting to see the synergies of both decks that are splashing two engines together. So
exactly.
Very curious to see what is going on. There is, and remember, Owen King is quite young. He is the current UK Dragon Duel champion, a tremendous achievement.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how he gets on in the, what do we call it? Do we call it the seniors division? Or
I guess like
regular division?
yeah, but he's, I see Owen quite a lot of Southern events. I believe he's from down south. And
he travelled all this way?
For his age, he's insane.
That's incredible.
He's actually incredible. I think going in, he's 13. Think when he's like 15, 18, just think what he's going to be able to do.
And to be so good at his age as well. And you can only get better as well the more that you play.
Exactly.
He'll have like quite a lot of time in his hands as well just to get better.
Spend time getting into it.
And to achieve this record, it looks like he's currently X1.
Yeah.
And at this stage in the tournament where you're over halfway in your X1, with a deck that is seen as not quite as optimal
as some of the other things you can play.
And he's playing it extremely well. He's going for the standard a Shuna line.
Let's see if he goes into a Baxia play here to play around maybe some of those light hand traps, or if he decides to go straight into SHUEISHA.
Yeah, normally you would go for Baxia to play around.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for
Nibiru.
it.
Maybe he is terrified of Nibiru, because admittedly when I played Soto, I was absolutely
Very
terrified
of
Nibiru.
it, yeah.
It was just too scary. And if he's got a follow-up as well, and if he's not scared of any defensive cards other than Nibiru, then it doesn't matter. He's going to summon Xiaofeng, I would assume.
And unironically, Xiaofeng is pretty good in this matchup as well. It just locks out circular diameter Sigma.
And indirectly stopping his MathMech engine. He does have the Salamagray engine, which is fire, so you will be able to do that. But it doesn't look like Tim has got any sort of floodgates to the wall. It also does stop Effect Veiler, which he is playing, so it does stop more than just Nibiru.
Exactly.
So he is going to do the standard Sword Soul line as well with Moi, which will hopefully then extend into maybe a Chenging or a Kixing, depending on what his...
Yeah. We did see a copy of Sword Soul Emergence as well in the hand, so that might be able to get him into another level 10.
And we remember previously what Emergence could do this time last year, I think it was, being able to search Protoss and just basically shut off your opponent's deck with any attribute was extremely strong. I'm not sure what sort of worms you could get right now, because the Bestials are dragons, so it isn't something that you can search off Emergence, which would have
imagine that would be amazing to watch.
That would have been really cool. But unfortunately, not that cool.
Exactly.
But still pretty strong though. The Bestial's acting as a defensive card while also like complementing the level 4 tokens. We're not seeing that just yet. Probably see more of that when he goes second.
Yes, definitely. I can believe that.
So blind, do you think it's safe to go for Kixing or Chenging? He's went for Kixing here.
I think blind this is probably better. It's 2 interrupts in one, essentially, right? So going first, you just want to put up as many different interrupts as you can on your field, and this very great way to get one. Did he search Blackout as well, or did I?
He didn't. I think he searched Chengyi with Qishao.
Yeah.
But he probably already, I would assume he already has it, right?
Yeah. Oh, he's passing over.
So he doesn't have any defensive cards.
Maybe he knows what his opponent's playing as well. Maybe he knew there was some MathMech cards in his deck, so maybe he just like tries to prioritize that.
He might also be quite scared of the Brave engine, the Adventurer engine, because the Adventurer cards are really, really scary into the Sword Soul field. When you activate Rite of Aramesia, that as a Sword Soul player, you go, oh no, because it puts in so much work.
It puts so much work.
It forces the Kixing outright because you have to get rid of it. Otherwise, they're going to get Drato back, and then they're going to get Griffin Rider. However, with the Adventurer cards not really being seen play anymore, I must admit, I am a Chenging man.
I am. Well, I remember when the Adventure cards just released, and I was still trying to end on Baron de Fleur, and then they just activate Rite of Aramesia, and I'm quaking. I don't know what to do.
And that made the Adventurer cards even more scary because you had to go, and Nibiru as well, because you couldn't go Baron de Fleur anymore because it just wasn't good enough in the current meta where the Adventurer cards were just floating around. So you had to just gamble. With a solid start here. 2 cards for free of Pot of Desires, and also sending. Droplet is something that I haven't seen in a while.
That is quite lucky as well. It's 1 droplet in his deck. But looking at like here,
and it's 51 card deck.
51 card deck.
He's opened the droplet. He's only sending 1. Do you
think he negates the Xiaofeng here? He does. Yeah.
It depends on his hand. If he has a heavy MathMech hand, then it goes
you might definitely want to.
Circular plays into the Xiao quite nicely. However, it's probably something you would banish straight away. Fixing.
He definitely has super factorial in the banish, which may come up. That's circular is going to be just groundbreaking.
That
really
is going to get outrageously banished. Like that is not staying on the field.
No, he
it has
dropped
to go.
He
also did the Kixing as well? I thought he just did the Xiao thing.
No, I think he ignored the Shizhao.
Okay.
I think he just did the other 2.
That makes sense, because I don't think Shizhao is going to do an awful lot.
I don't think it's damage for a threat,
No, it certainly isn't, because Circular just activates and resolves in hand, so there's no point of disruption there. And you can bait it fairly early, because like a lot of the links that you climb into can activate on field, and then again they can get negated. But then they have float effects, where if you link into them, they just have a trigger effect. Like one of them, I know summons like 2 tokens.
Yeah.
Can't remember exactly what it's called. Devotee?
Link Devotee, I believe. So he's just getting there now, and the diameter is going to...
Is that addition?
That's addition from someone from the grave, I believe. I think the diameter is going to put on a lot of pressure here as well, because anytime he makes an XYZ, it's going to have that negate on it as well.
And it's quite scary, their boss monsters in the extra deck, because they just do some very silly things. Disrupting the fields, and there's one that adds any spell in the game or something.
That's this one. If you, I think you have to detach 4 materials from it.
Quite an ask, but it's not unreasonable. I've seen it been done before.
And it's very scary when it resolves.
Oh yeah, it sure is. Being able to have so this has
to be
baited
negated,
the SHUEISHA, which is probably something he doesn't care about.
No. So we're just going to see him start moving through the actions and try and resolve cards here.
He probably has more than enough engine to start playing through this. He has a Gazelle in his hand, which I think only triggers if a Salamangreat sent as opposed to a Cyburst.
But I think this is where the engines they go together.
The overlap comes. So any Cyburst can link into, at level 4 or lower, can link into Balings, which is a Salamangreat monster, which then, this is where you start to see the overlap between the two engines, because then Gazelle can trigger once that Balings is used to go to the graveyard to link summon.
It's going to be incredible to watch this turn, just as how he uses both engines to take apart the sport, and maybe even just go for game. Like,
normally, like I remember Salamangreat, for the most part, could have issues going through game, but I think then they didn't have things like transcode code talker, access code talker. What's that other link to that they climb into?
Smash Mage.
Mage. There's another one that they summon back, which lets it attack twice.
Yeah, they had that one, but they had nothing good to summon with it.
But now it's the Cyber support that they've given more and more Cyber support, which conveniently lets them end the game quicker.
So we're going to see him like just start trying to put cards on board here.
Gazelle sounds spinny.
Do
it. Summon Mirage Stallion, please. Do it for me.
Has he even got it in his deck?
Oh, he better.
I don't think he does.
He better. I'm getting up and leaving.
He does.
Good.
The 15th card. Mirage Stallion.
I was leaving. I was getting up and I'm getting out of here.
There he is, slowly starting to put these Salamangreat cards on board. We're going to see where he goes to next. He might just start trying to put these monsters on board. And yeah, he's trying to get advantage back with this Sunlight Wolf. Try and get Gazelle back to hand maybe, just so he's got full art plays for next turn. And we're going to see him like just trying to assess the situation, decide where we're going to go next. I think Owen may just be thinking on any interrupts he has still in hand. He still has like 3 to 4 cards in hand, and trying to decide what he wants to do with those cards. So yeah, we're going to see him slowly get into play.
Did he do it?
He didn't do it.
He
didn't do it.
How
Unfortunately.
absolute dare he? But it looks like he's climbing up to what is a game ender. Transcode Talker. Does it have any spot removal as well?
Well, he's going to be able to go transcode and to update into a very powerful Link 4 in a second. And also, with the added bonus that, because it's co-linked with transcode, it can't be targeted. So
just as an added bonus.
Yes.
I don't know if Owen has any sort of defensive cards in his hand. From the looks of things, he probably would have used them by now if he did. So that Droplets has put in a lot of work here, turning off that Chow thing, which was effectively turning off half of his engine. That Kicksing probably would have been quite stressful as well, because if it banished the circular, it would have caused some problems. The update jammer has already came back here, right? So it won't come back again.
No.
But that access code talker
is attacking twice.
Pew, pew, and they're all just going to be gone, and that's going to be over 10k damage, I think.
Yep. We're going to see what he goes into here.
Balings for good measure, probably.
Lingering.
It's
a Dark Monster, maybe that's why he wanted it. An extra type to remove.
Completely reasonable. I think he's just double checking if they have any sort of protection effects, which they don't. Chow Feng does have a float effect where it adds a tuner, but I think at this point
it's going to be a little bit too late.
I don't think there's a single tuner that I think will save him in this, unless Nibiru suddenly became a tuner. But I think this is it. That is over 10,000 damage. Poor Owen. He ended on quite an ideal field for Swordsoul, which is probably like as good as it's going to get in terms of like monster disruptions. However, the one of Forbidden Droplets.
One of Forbidden Droplets, that carried that game.
I certainly hope Tim doesn't tell him it's a one of. That'll make Owen very sad. That would make me very sad.
So we're going to see them siding now. I'm going to assume Owen's going to elect to go first here. We can have a look at the side.
You never know. There has been instances in like when Sword Soul was a more popular deck. Its engine is preferred when you go second because of things like it has incredible Ecclesia, which is an extra extender. They have Baxia and Jijia, which interact with the board just better. So it might not be completely out of the ordinary for Owen to want to choose to go second. Because it also mess up Tim's siding patterns. Like he might be signing a bunch of going second cards, and if he's going first, he effectively could have less than a 5-card hand. So it's not completely unreasonable since a Sword Soul engine is something that can thrive. He also has the best seals as well, which also would help him going second.
Do you think you'd keep those Bestial cards in this matchup? I think
Against
you would,
this
because the
matchup?
Mathmech cards, but then
You'd,
on the flip
edition is a light, right?
no, Sigma. Sigma is the main one.
Okay.
But I'm going to assume that it got banished off the sides, unfortunately. But basically, I think the Bestial cards are good for hitting that. But I think he saw 2 different decks in one there. He saw the Mathmech cards and he saw the Salamangreat cards. So
that probably will be quite difficult to side for, especially if like it's probably something you haven't catered your 15-card side deck for, because it's probably something that you weren't going to expect. Maybe you would have respected Mathmech to some degree because that's something you would probably reasonably see in the tail end of the meta. But together, there probably is going to be some form of overlap though, because they are engines that do quite similar things.
Yeah, I think we just want to see how he does it, and hopefully these Bestial cards, yet again, overperform for us.
He does have anti-spell fragrance, so it is something that he would consider. Drawn Lockbird is something that he could do as well. In terms of going first, he just has anti-spell fragrance as an option. That might be okay, but Salamangreat Circle being a quick play spell means that doesn't really do anything, and it's a big monster engine as well.
And again, it might be good though, however, because he won't have access to Sanctuary, which even though it seems like so minute, it can be like one of the key cards in playing such a role in how Salamangreat with these Mathmech cards may play.
Not being able to Reincarnation Link might have some form of impact. And it'll do some form of impact, you would expect. However, knowing all the information here, I would probably go second as with Owen. But, you might want to stick to the game plan and just go first. So let's see what he does. Let's go to game 2, see what Owen is ready to do. Let's see if he is looking to go for first or second. Is he thinking? He's got his opening hand, so he's already chosen. So let's see what he does. He has went first. Okay, he's sticking to the plan.
Sticks to his plan.
Completely reasonable. I also don't like to change my game plan. So going first is completely fine. He's opening more or less the same thing. If he has a worm as well in it, horror over shooter, then he's going to more or less just do the same thing. Maybe, would he still respect Nibiru and effectively on the both sides, you think?
I think I'd respect him more, to be honest. Like, especially just with these kinds of decks, you might see Nibiru come into the main deck just for these types of matchups.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're right. It is something that he does have to respect. However, now, I don't think it's something that he can respect anymore, because generally, if they hit you with the first hand trap, it's extremely difficult to respect Nibiru after your first play has been disrupted. So now he just has to put him on better habit.
Better habit,
You just have to be like, you know what? If you have DD Crow and Nibiru, sure, there's nothing really I could do. So he is thinking of what sort of line he can do. The most reasonable thing next would be either Tai, Ecclesia, or Sword Soul Moe, so plenty of options. So he's got
does have the Atara as well.
So the DD Crow did put in a lot of work there. But he has Long Yang.
That's pretty
and
good.
And he still has
an
an Ashuna, that's really good. He was probably looking at his opening
Yeah.
hand like 2 Ashunas. That's quite frustrating. But now he's thinking, oh yeah, baby, we played right into this DD Crow.
DD Crow basically been nullified at this point.
Effectively taking a card out of his opponent's hand there. That DD Crow doing absolutely nothing.
Yes,
he is terrified of Nibiru. Being able to make Baron de Fleur before Ashuna as well is so good.
Exactly.
It means he has like Baron de Fleur not being optimal with the Adventure engine, but you would assume he's not playing it right in this engine full of Salamangreat and Mathmech. So Baron de Fleur will be really strong here. If he activates Circular, do you reckon it's reasonable for him to just negate and destroy that?
I was thinking about this, and I always have this quandary every single time my opponent activates Circular.
Like, what do you do?
What do you do? Where do you think about it? Like, do you let it summon? Do you let it just be there? Like, what do you do? Because
the damage is already done, right? Because it's already sent.
Sent Sigma. It sent Sigma. Sigma's already there in the graveyard, ready to come back. But if you let it there, leave it on board, you're gonna have to negate it again when it tries to search the spell or trap.
Exactly right. It puts in so much work, but the handicap of the math mech deck is it is very reliant on drawing circulars. This is why they play things like triple sonic mining, triple circular, triple small world.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what his thought process was, Tim, when he was building it. He was like, I don't want to rely so much on circular.
Yeah.
I want to use my Salamangreat engine to help me play through as well.
That. Yeah.
Which did really well for him, because he used circular to like hit the last disruption in Jijao, and then after that he just played with effectively Salamangreat.
Yeah, I agree with that. So it looks like he's letting the...
He's adding blackout from lots of things.
So I could see a Ash in Tim's hand, I believe. So do you think it was wise for him to not only just let the Shuna resolve, but also the Shijao resolve here?
Well, I don't think... No, I think an Ash Blossom on a Shuna was probably what you were supposed to do.
But it feels really bad when you're already using the DD Crow on the Shuna,
exactly,
right?
Yeah, it would feel bad. But at the end of the day, like, it's not going to do anything in your opponent's turn. So I think it is something that he just had to do.
Exactly.
He has Blackout as well, and maybe that was another option where he could have Ash Blossomed.
Yeah.
Maybe he just didn't want the Baron to negate it, I guess.
Maybe, yeah.
But that would have been perfectly fine.
Well, I think if that's fine. You're trading like an Omni Negate essentially for, well, a card in hand.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. He's also playing around Lightning Storm there, which is why the Baron deflares in defense mode. It's completely reasonable.
You can't really afford to put the Shijao in defense because it only has 1,000 defense. And again, a little bit terrifying, that is. So he's got Prohibit Snake there. I remember that from YCS Utrecht in 2020, right?
They used that as an out for something, right?
I think it was an out for Winder.
Ah, that's it, yeah. What does it do? It definitely manipulates attack and defense.
Yeah, so
somehow.
I think it's... I think when a Cybers monster battles, it bounces it or returns it to the hand
okay, sure, that makes more sense. But he's using Lingeribo here as a means to play into that blackout, which is solid, because there was no way he could flip the blackout beforehand, because Tim has to have two cards on field. He has to target exactly two. So
I think he's now using Baron on this Parallel Exceed, because I think the Parallel Exceed here is very, very
oh yeah, that's going to generate too much card advantage. And he's already used this normal summon as well, so the Salamangreat side effect.
He's got the droplet
he has
again.
droplets again. There's no way he only plays one. Let's check the side.
There is. He's only playing one.
Not again. Poor Owen, he's getting hit with...
Maybe that's why he kept the Ash in hand. He was just like, he saw the droplet and he wanted to keep that card.
You know what? That is completely reasonable. And he has infinite impermanence, so he wants to... Interesting.
He's gonna impermanence.
I think he wants his blackout.
He wants the blackout to be online. That makes sense.
He's recognised that he's in a spot of bother here.
Yes.
And he wants to use this blackout to get rid of both of these parallel XCs, because this is going to be really stressful now.
Yeah, Tim's on essentially those 3 cards on field. So I think as long as this blackout resolves, it's basically just over for this game.
He's going to leave him with nothing, and he's going to have 2 very powerful monsters, big monsters on board, on the field, and if he has any sort of follow-up at all, he only has to deal find an extra 1,000 damage, and then that'll be game over.
Yeah, and you can always use the powerful effect of Baron on the floor to return itself, get yourself a guy
to get any sort of card advantage as well.
Yeah. So let's see, he might go to the battle phase.
Oh no, he is passed.
Maybe not.
So
yeah.
I do think he has anything in his graveyard. Oh, he's just putting it straight in attack mode. Can he find the extra 1,000 damage?
Oh, there he's got the emergence.
And he has emergence. That will be game 2.
Yeah. There we go.
Yes,
so Owen King.
Owen, with his Soto strategy, has defeated Mathmech Salamangreat in game 2. He stuck to the plan and went first. Everything went fine for him. That Forbidden Droplets looked like it was gonna
get him there, but
he made a very solid play, recognizing that he needed the blackout to resolve. So he used the infinite impermanence to negate that Lingeribo. Well played by Tim though for playing around the blackout, but he just didn't have enough. And I think that's the disadvantage of Droplets sometimes. Like, you just don't have enough cards to play through the board.
You're paying too much of a cost to try and resolve this Droplet. We have seen it be very good at times. Like in previous formats, it's been such an outstanding card. But I think right now you just need to try and keep as many cards as you can to try and just...
You need your entire hand to play through the field.
Yeah.
And even with Droplets, getting rid of some, then you just don't have enough to play
Exactly.
into the rest.
As you just saw there.
Not
yeah.
only do you have to play through the defensive cards on the field, there could be some in the back row, there could be hand traps as well. So dropless just doesn't feel as strong as it used to be. Game 1 though, it did look pretty good.
It did look very good that game.
Like,
I
I was
can't
like,
lie
oh,
to you.
maybe this card is
Yeah.
making a comeback. Because it is an exceptionally good card. But Game 2, it wasn't enough to get him over the line there. Maybe if he had circular.
Maybe if you had the formidable circular.
Yeah, maybe circular droplets is just the Exodia that
It must
Tim
be.
needed.
It actually has to be. But looks like we're heading just about into game 3 here.
With plenty of time.
Plenty of
The
time.
past 3. Well, I think is this the first game 3 that we've had
Yeah. Well,
in the past few rounds?
that's
The previous games have been very back and forth.
yeah.
Like almost over half an hour
Exactly,
game ones,
exactly.
which is to be expected considering like these engines are just so good at like playing into each other's fields. But it does look like game 3 is about to start now.
There he
So
goes.
let's go on over.
Looks like I'd assume Tim is going to start. I'm going to assume Tim is starting this.
Yeah.
There he goes,
like,
straight into Bailings.
That's Mathmex's thing.
Yeah.
Just go.
Oh,
But he didn't open the circular.
well, he's about to get it here, I believe. He'll make Summoning Exceeds, and then he might go into the rank 4 Albertian? Yeah, that guy.
Mathman.
Yeah, Mathman. And then he's going to get that circular, and once circular's there, it just feels so high impact.
Strong. Like
yeah.
whenever I do play against Mathmech, like we've mentioned before, I just don't know where to stop them because it doesn't seem like anywhere is particularly reasonable
I agree.
to do anything. So then you just sat there with like your defensive cards like Infinite Impermanence and you just think, what do I do with this?
Yeah, what do you think of this impermanence there? I'm not sure I totally agree with it because now he's still going to be able to get to this rank 4
What
play.
rank 4 was he scared of, I guess?
I think he's just scared of Albertian just because of how it can get that circular in play.
I guess he wanted to use this as a means to waste resources. Maybe the Infinite Impermanence might have been just better off
doing it
just
this
helping
way.
to play
Okay.
into his field.
Yeah.
But he isn't. I guess he doesn't care about
Maybe he
circular
didn't think
anymore.
about it that way.
Maybe he's just switched to Salamangreat.
Yeah, maybe
He's perfectly happy just playing over Salamangreat cards. If you can get enough defensive cards, and maybe get Salamangreat Raw and Salamangreat. What's the other one?
he might be
called?
going
Rage?
for a Heat Soul play here as well, to be honest.
Maybe.
Just going to get a card back. Lucky the Jaguar does that play on its own, almost.
Heat Soul effectively drawing 2 cards,
Yes,
one in your turn and
exactly.
one in your opponent's turn, because it is a quick effect.
It looks like he's already got Veiler in hand as well.
Would you trade that for? Oh, you're talking about Tim.
As in
has
Tim,
effectively,
yes, yeah.
okay.
I don't. If the Heat Soul, no, I don't think I would.
Yeah, I don't think it's not an acceptable trade.
No.
I'd
Even though
rather
you
just
are
keep it and
you're
discard
trading
our
one card for one card, yeah. Which he has again, I think. Amazing.
He's got. There's just no way.
There's
he's
just
gonna
no
drop
way
it
he's
again.
got to drop that again.
3
And he
matches in a
does
row.
have Veiler Nibiru.
Ooh,
So-
now that will be extremely
Extremely
difficult
painful, yeah.
for Owen to play through. Because any sort of Omni Negate that he can summon
Yeah.
to battle Nibiru will just get stopped by Effect Failure as well. So,
Yeah, so we'll see how he plays around this because he might try and go for the Shao Feng play again.
Yeah. Maybe going
we'll see.
second, you just can't respect it if you want to go for
Exactly.
game. And you will want to remove as many cards as possible leading up to this. Has the Heat Soul used its effect yet to draw
I
his
think
additional
it did.
card?
I think
Yeah.
he unfortunately drew a Super Factorial, which isn't going to do anything here. But again, this is the kind of payoff you get for this kind of deck, right?
Sometimes you can just draw all your defensive cards. Sometimes you just draw your engine too late.
Exactly. So he's got Taya there. That's really unfortunate if he has to banish the Ashuna.
Yeah, he has a lot of options here. He can start climbing with the Sword Soul cards first, and then eventually
Agreed.
go into Ashuna. Vishuda adding an additional option as well to help get rid
Yeah.
of that back row or the Heat Soul. He just wanted to get rid of the body. Maybe he is terrified
Yeah.
of Nibiru, so he's probably going to get
Let's
a
see,
Long Yang here.
let's see how much he respects it. Because he might be able to also just threaten a lot of damage.
Yeah. There's going to be a point where if he has enough engine that he can put on the field,
Exactly.
that baits, he needs to find 6-8 damage before, then he can go battle phase, bait the Nibiru, and then still play it after.
Exactly.
I'm not sure what that would really need, though. That would
Yeah.
need a combination of like every single starter.
Literally, yeah.
Like you'll need Ecclesia and Baxia and a way to discard a Moe, so you can summon back the Moe of the Baxia.
I think, yeah, you definitely try and make a Baxia play here, right?
You'll make
Try and
Baxia here
deal
for
with
sure.
everything. It might get hit with a droplet.
Oh yeah, this 100% gets rid of the droplet, especially since he's going, you know what, get rid of it. Here at this point, you would probably just...
And that's going to send a guy. Yeah.
You could arguably let it go, but if he has a horror in the graveyard,
Well, he
can get it with a Shuna.
Yeah.
So he has a means of playing around both Nibiru and Effect Veiler, which is...
It just depends if Tim sees this now or not.
You would assume so. He saw
yeah.
Xiao Feng game 1, so you would think he would respect it. As soon as he uses a Shuna to summon a horror, that Nibiru is getting slammed down. And it means that he still has the Effect Veiler defensive card as well. I think he's just debating whether he chains or not. I think you just don't. Oh, okay. So he valued holding the Forbidden Droplets over the Effect Veiler. I suppose that makes sense.
Okay, so do you think he uses Yashuna here?
Yeah, you want to just get that Xiao Feng out as quickly as possible.
Oh, I like this. I really like this.
Oh, because now he can
send the Vashuna,
he can hit the
get
back
rid
row
of the back
again.
row.
Yeah, that'll be the first thing he does.
Yeah.
So this is why I think letting the droplets go is probably just fine, because the Heat Soul is you're going to Nibiru your own Heat Soul anyway, so you might as well just let it get spun back.
Yeah.
And the back row also is just trading with the Baxia, so it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, you definitely just needed to negate the Baxia for one, because otherwise then a Moe play might occur.
And now here he just has one less defensive card because he did it the way he did. But regardless, the Nibiru can still put in enough graft to make it really difficult for Owen to play through this. He's already used his normal summon. He still has Long Yang though, so that's his means of playing through this.
Yeah.
So as long as he doesn't commit to it too early.
I think he's definitely going to make a Xiao Feng play before he tries anything further.
Absolutely.
But
so now here comes the moment of truth.
Comes the moment
Will
of truth.
Tim see it? He's going through his hand. I
he's
think
definitely
he
thinking
is.
about it. There he goes.
He has, absolutely. That needs to come straight down.
But that's fine. That's fine.
That is completely reasonable. Yeah, this is definitely significantly better than whenever I play so tall.
Yes, every single time I play it.
Yeah, this is a much better position. So he's baited it nice and early, very good. He's baited through all his defensive cards and baited the Nibiru before he's even had a chance to get his engine really going.
And it looks like Owen still has a solid 3 to 4 cards in hand as well.
Does Ecclesia need your opponent to have more monsters?
Yes.
Okay, that's unfortunate because that would have been
That would have been so good right now.
Special summon an Ecclesia and some Moe would have been really, really good. So he's going to add back some recursion, a Shuna, the usual one that you would get. Probably using that as just a discard option.
Yeah.
He can't summon Baron de Fleur. Probably.
Maybe it's a Shengying, right?
It has to be Shengying,
It's
otherwise
the
you
only
can't
way
get rid of
you'd
that
beat
Nibiru. It's not an ideal form of disruption because you can't go for game here. But summoning anything else will just get attacked over by the Nibiru, so it's not particularly optimal at all. Tim still has the droplets as well, so any sort of defensive card that he'll play will just get met by that droplet.
Exactly.
But Tim also needs to have a reasonable play as well.
I think the Jaguar does a lot though on its own, because I think it does climb all the way up to that access code talker on its own. However, again, it's what else can you do? Can you do more? Or will it just be access code talker and then try and force as much damage through as you can?
Well, I think he has no more cards in hand Owen as well, so it probably is going to be the play that he just has to do. Yeah. He just has to summon Cheng.
Do that 1200.
Do that 1200 and just hope for the best. Get rid of that Nibiru and just hope your opponent banishes.
Yeah. Which, if he does end up with the Mathmech cards, they do. Sigma, when it leaves the field, it does get banished. So there is a chance it does trigger.
I think at that point, Tim just has to bear that in mind. Otherwise, he could just
definitely
lose everything.
I agree with that. But we just have to see if Owen also has any further interrupts as well, to be honest.
Oh, he does have cards in hand. Okay, I thought you didn't have cards in hand.
He's got at least 2, I believe.
A blackout would have been crazy with Cheng-Ying, but it was not to be. Maybe he has some hand traps in hand that he didn't have to use in his previous turn.
Yeah.
Probably not, because I would assume that he would have just used them.
So yeah, let's see what he does here with his hand. He does have the Jaguar, which is a 1-card access code talker, I believe.
He's super factorial as well, so if things don't go according to plan.
I think he drew Foxy for turn, which again, decent cards to then start building the field presence and climb.
He has a number of options with Foxy here. You can either use its effect to seed the top 3 or just use it as an extender after
Yeah.
you normal summon,
I
which
think
is
you definitely
probably
just
the better
try
one.
and try and force it through as an extender.
It doesn't get banished for uses the effect, right? Okay,
no.
good.
It's not quite spinny there.
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll have to avoid using spinny.
I think you might just
I
activate the
think
droplet
just
straight
go
off.
for the droplet. I suppose like Super Factorial is not going to do anything, so
Yeah.
maybe you just get rid of it. Or I guess he can just discard the Foxy, then use the Foxy effect. Oh no, he's just going to get rid of the Super Factorial. Like, admittedly, it's not doing anything.
Exactly,
He hasn't got
yeah.
access to its Math Mech engine at all. So, like, to be honest, strictly right now, he's just playing Salamangreat. Unless there's a way for the Salamangreat to get options to the Math Mech engine, I'm not sure.
I don't think so, unless you're able to get 2 level 4s without getting locked by Mirage Stalio. So by the looks of it, we're just waiting to see how Tim decides to start playing through the field and any possible interrupts Owen has. We'll see if he tries and also respects these effect negation cards, like Effect Veiler in hand, like he did game 1.
He doesn't have Circular. Circular is the first thing you would do.
Circular is...
So things can get a little bit more complicated when you don't have those cards.
Exactly.
With Salamangreat, you want to get access to Gazelle, but unfortunately Foxy and Jaguar are not matching levels.
Yes.
So there's not an awful lot of plays that he's got going for him here. What he might have to do is just summon Sunlight Wolf and maybe get Raw Rage. I'm not sure what that other card in his hand is.
So I think he'll go normal summon a Foxy, try and make Balinks maybe, then start summoning his bodies back, make a update Jammer, and then start going that way. Or maybe a Splash Mage as well, go that way.
Well, he's normal
That's it.
Jaguar.
Normal
So maybe,
Jaguar.
maybe he sees a different line of
Maybe he does. Okay, so now he's probably going to use the Jaguar to then put something back, and then summon itself back to the field.
It's interesting because Foxy would have been an extra body as well, but
Exactly.
I suppose Jaguar means that you don't have to discard a card.
Exactly, yeah. So he's going to go Splash Mage here.
So this is where the utility comes with all the Cyburst cards, because they
Yes,
just
yeah.
complement each other so well by just summoning each other back by just keep going and going and
Exactly.
going. So maybe you can get to a point here where you summon something big enough to, at the very least, to attack over the Chinging. You need to get rid of that token too. That token's
The
huge.
token does
Yeah.
need to be removed.
But that's probably going to do the trick, right? Like, Transcode Talker.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's enough to do the 8,000
No,
damage.
I don't think it will be. I think the issue is going to be for Tim that he's going to be able to clear the board, but what's Owen going to have on the crackback? That's the issue.
Exactly.
But
Oh,
He's gone for
he can just summon back a Heat Soul.
Oh, I did
To
forget
be-
about that.
To
yeah.
be fair, that's probably reasonable, especially if you don't think that you're going to win this
Exactly,
turn.
yeah.
Just generate as much card
Try and get
advantage as
another
you
card,
possibly
yeah.
can. Yeah. I don't think it needs to be Link Summon to use its effect.
No, I don't think so. So
He's
he
using
should be able to
Transcode
just
to
get
pop
the
the
draw.
token, right? Or
Okay, he's not going for access code here.
maybe he doesn't care about the token.
That's quite. The token has to be massive, right? Like, it just
Oh,
has
huge.
to be massive.
It's
Like,
huge, yeah. It's Baxia and Monk of the 10 so it's at least 3/3.
yeah.
I think Heat Soul was still on the field.
I think
as
Heat Soul
well.
was
It's
as well,
actually-
yeah.
It's actually much bigger. But his defense probably isn't that big.
No, maybe not, as we've just seen.
As we just, yeah, it's just Baxia's defense,
Yeah.
which is whatever Baxia's defense is, 2/6.
Yeah, so this isn't a bad play either. It gives him just gives him 2 extra cards.
Yeah, it's looking like a strong spot here. I'm not sure. Sometimes Sword Soul's biggest problem is its recursion. It sometimes once it gets its field broken, it doesn't have any sort of follow-up plays.
Exactly.
None of them particularly flow or generate any sort of card advantage. So his only top deck here really is like Tai or Bust or
Yeah.
Ecclesia. Ecclesia would be probably his best top deck would be Ecclesia.
Very much so. He does have the Shuna in graveyard at least.
True. Oh, he
so
has
if this
a
does
Moe.
resolve, he gets a guy.
He has a Moe, so he's at least
Yeah.
getting stuff going. And the thing is as well, what is an out here? He only has 3,200 life points. Maybe 2/2 if he hasn't paid the extra K for the other Heat Soul, which can open up a win condition for Owen, I think, because
There you
Sword
go,
Soul
just did
can
it.
push out a lot of damage real quick. So he
Oh, he didn't have a worm to reveal there, but he does have Destroyer, Lost Dragon's
so
Fist.
that'll become a level 3. That's Yazzie.
So that's Yazi.
That's Yazzie. Will he recognize that it's Yazzie? Because then he
yeah.
can't target it if he summons Yazzie. So
It's a very weird situation though, because Tim can't actually target either of the Link monsters on the field.
Oh, okay. So he's just going to have to hit the back row.
Yeah.
So He went straight for Yazzie, which lets him draw a card.
That's pretty strong.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Extra card advantage. Yazzie is then probably going to summon a Tai. Does he play multiple copies of Tai?
I believe
He
so
does.
too.
He plays 2, so good. So he does have a follow-up play after this, after he removes a defensive card. So he just has to hope that the Heat Soul hasn't drawn any more defensive cards.
Yes, yeah.
Because then it's completely reasonable for him to deal 2,200 damage.
Exactly, 100%.
Well, maybe even less if he has access to a Long Yang, because then he can
do the 1,200 as well.
1,200. Yeah, so it's just a little old twin twister, wasn't it? But no, it doesn't matter. He just wanted to get his engine going, get rid of any sort of threat, maybe another forbidden droplets, which actually. Oh, he used previous turn.
He did,
that's right.
did,
I was
yeah.
just thinking, where'd that
Maybe
go?
the droplet's still there, loitering around.
And now it's. If Tim does not have any more defensive cards, he's got free range just to go. Like, the Jijao can search him a Long Yang, and if he has an extra worm in hand, which he can get back if he has another Adhara in the grave, that'll be enough to see him through this. So let's see.
Yeah.
He's getting rid of Cheng Ying, isn't he?
I think he might be trying to put it back to the extra deck. Because I think he realizes that he may not actually have cards to get rid of these untargetable monsters.
But he just needs to attack over them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you don't need to get rid of them. Like, if you can Long Yang and deal 12, then he's only on a K, and then if you
exactly.
have the Jijao is 500 enough, and if you summon a Kick-Sing, that'll be 600, so that'll be more than enough.
Yep.
So he's a Shuna summon the level 1, so that'll add him back that worm that he needs for Long Yang. Yeah, this is going to be it. Unless Tim has, dare I say, Nibiru number 2.
The primal being.
Looking at his hand though, I think
like
it was
he's got a
Foxy
circle.
Circle and a little mystery card in the middle.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that card was. I thought it might have been Typhoon Gear Gamma, but
it won't be putting in any work here.
that should not be
So
there.
I think Owen does see the line. He does see that he doesn't
just
need to out these
double-checking
monsters,
it.
just attack them. So I believe Heat Soul's attack is 2-free. It's more than enough, simple.
So what is he going to
I think he's worried that he might be out of Shishas. I think he's only used one. There we go. He's only used one. And I think he has plenty of Long Yangs because he will play
does,
3.
yeah. So he's going to send something.
Maybe the worry is the Monk of the Tennies.
That's true. That might be actually something to consider here.
The amount of Monk of the Tennies that he does play is 3. No, he
There we dare say it then.
He genuinely has everything. Like,
He's got it all.
Yeah, we see it. He sees it. I think Tim is starting to see it as well. He's starting to think, oh no.
Not like this.
He's got more. He says, any worm will do. It's just going to get discarded for Long Yang, and he's going to summon another big boy, and he's going to use those boys to attack over the Heat Soul.
There we go.
And
Another
then
copy.
just do more than enough damage to end the game here. So let's see if he sees that line. I would assume he does.
It looks exactly what he's going for here.
He is our Dragon Duel national champion here.
Very good player for his age.
Representing
I will
Sword
always say
Soul.
this.
He just plays 2 Cheng Yings.
No, he put it back with the Adhara.
Oh,
that's why he did this play, yeah.
So he already had a worm in his hand. Okay, sure. And that Cheng Ying's probably big enough just to...
it is probably enough.
That Cheng Ying is going to be huge.
And he's bouncing back the Salamang Great Sanctuary.
Just to make it bigger.
Just to get the trigger as well, so he can start removing those cards from play.
And I think it'll be big enough to attack over the Transport Talker as well.
Definitely.
So this is more than enough, I think.
And it looks like, unless there is a pesky Nibiru...
And we're in the battle phase. The
We
moment
are.
of truth.
There
And that's
we
it.
go.
Owen, our
Takes it
UK
down.
national champion, Dragon of Dragon Duel, has won with his Sword Soul strategy, defeating Mathmech and Salamangreat. Well played from him. It looked bleak game 1 when his field just got absolutely
taken
taken apart. And then when he had Veiler and Nibiru in his hand, the Salamangreat player, I was just thinking, oh, it's
not looking great.
How can he work his way through this? And he did excellently, using the backseat to bait the defensive card.
Exactly.
Then the threat of Chow Feng of the fear to force his
Veiler
opponent
through,
the Veiler, then the Boo, he forced it all out, and it did look really bad when he only ended on a Cheng Ying, but it was more than enough.
Yeah. And
Tim did not have enough gas to play for his field, and then Owen had more than enough. Hit the Strudo, summoning the Yazzie, then getting his engine back online.
So much work there.
Excellent play, excellent, well done. Extremely good technical play seen there.
100%.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for watching, guys. We'll be right back with a player interview with our Owen national champion. Stay tuned. Hi there, guys. Welcome back to the round 6 player interview. We're here with Owen, our UK Dragon Duel national champion. Congratulations on that, by the way. That's such a tremendous achievement, and you're doing so well so far in the UK Open. And we want to just ask you some quick profile questions because we're really interested. So, can you tell us how old you are?
13.
That's amazing. That's incredible. For somebody with technical play of your ability and age, it's just honestly, when I was 13, when I was 20, I played like honestly. So it's really impressive.
No, it's
honestly.
really impressive.
Thank you.
So how did you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
So I used to watch the Zexal anime.
Okay.
But then kids at school started playing it, so that's how I got into it. And then I eventually found out about local tournaments and stuff.
Is that your testing circle then? Are your friends at home?
So my friends at school that play don't really play actively, but the people from my locals I came here with, and they're my testing circle. Yeah.
Okay, good. So you had the confidence to branch out. I found that as well. When, your initial testing circle might not be as good, and then you meet new friends.
Yeah.
Yes, that's really good to see. So why did you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh then?
I don't know. I never really liked sports, so I was more of a nerdy kid, and Yu-Gi-Oh's fun, I guess.
Yeah, we both relate.
Yeah, 100% relate to that. Yeah.
So what made you want to come today?
Well, just a big event. I wanted to travel, have fun, play with friends,
That's really good.
That's the dream.
Yeah.
So what would you say you enjoy the most about playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
The community, the people I meet, everyone I've played against recently have been so nice to me, and it's really nice to have a welcoming community.
That's good. And honestly, mate, it's only just beginning.
Yeah.
Honestly, when you start branching out, you'll start wanting to travel abroad and stuff. You'll start wanting to go to YCSs, not even in Europe anymore. And that's when you start to be like, oh wow, this game is incredible and full of such amazing people as well. The biggest reason why I'm part of this game is just because all my best friends are playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And you'll just continue to meet new people because most of the people that you interact with in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are just really, really sound.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, mate. Let's talk about the game. So game 1, it didn't look too fresh.
No.
So what did you think about game 1?
So I made my board and I was like, wow, this is really good. I'm happy with this. And then I got
it did look solid, yeah.
Desires, Droplet. Oh well, guess that we lose those.
Would it upset you to know that Forbidden Droplet was a one-of?
It was a one-off. Games 1 and 2
and a one-off Droplet.
Sometimes that happens, And then,
Drew it again, game 3.
He did. He had a game 1, 2,
and 3. He had it all 3 games.
And he doesn't side anymore. No.
Okay.
Sometimes, mate, that happens. But honestly, you kept a good mindset going into game 2. Because game 2 went much better, would you say?
Yeah, game 2 much better. I played around Nib by making Baron before going into Ashuna plays. I was really happy with my board. I had good follow-up with the Tenyis. I had a set Imperm and a set Blackout, so I wouldn't immediately lose to Droplet like last time.
Yeah.
And I recall that when Droplet happened, you must have thought, oh, not again.
Yeah.
And then when he made the Lingeribo play, you must have thought, oh my goodness, he's playing around the Blackout as well. But you'd acknowledge the play of imperming that and then making it so that he had nothing left with Blackout. That was a pretty exceptional play as well.
So because I know that Lingeribo tributes for cost, I couldn't chain the Imperm to the Lingeribo because it wouldn't be on field. So I wanted to do it now. And then when he dropleted pitching 2, I thought, wow, he has nothing left, so Blackout just wins me the game.
100%.
That's really astute observation as well. And to be honest, I didn't know it tributed for cost as well, so you clearly know more than me. And then moving on to the final game, which I thought was really good. To be honest, he had in his opening hand Nibiru, Effect Veiler, and he had a Forbidden Droplet set.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, admittedly, I was just like, wow. I used to play a lot of Sword Soul, and Nibiru is
Yeah.
It's a killer.
I think you probably agree. Every time somebody activates that card against you, you just think, oh my god, it's stressful. But you managed that really well.
Yeah.
And it was a really good play. What was going through your head? Were you thinking maybe okay, Nibiru is stressful, I need to respect it?
Yeah. I was respecting Nib the whole time. And as soon as I knew he was on Math Mech, it basically became Chao Feng Turbo. But I did side it out game 3 for a Psychic End Punisher because I valued that more going second. And then when he nibbed me, I thought, if I just leave this nib here, that's just a big thing that could threaten game.
Yeah.
And I also thought that Cheng Ying was just a really problematic card for Salamangrate because their best removal is destruction and they can't destroy the Changing.
Yeah, 100%.
So I wanted to just end on Changing with some cards in hand that would let me play again next turn.
And it proved fruitful as well because he clearly couldn't get rid of it. Like he had to waste cards and resources using that Forbidden Droplets as well, just Chenging, which admittedly it didn't look like he was doing a whole lot, but it must have. It seemed like it did an awful lot as well. And then when he passed turn, you must have thought, oh my god, this is it.
Yeah, this is the chance. I top decked Morier.
There we go.
We wondered where that came from.
And so I didn't have any worms on hand, but I still have the Destrudo, which makes my Yazi, which is full combo.
That was cool. Really good player. And the Yazi being able to just get rid of that back row, mind it being a Twin Twister, which didn't matter at all. But maybe like if he didn't even set that, or if he didn't have the field spell, like you couldn't target his cards, right? So, but thankfully that Twin Twister meant
Twister was set there,
made it so that you just pushed through. So let's talk about your deck choice then. So you didn't go for what is seemed to be like the meta of either Tearlaments or Sprites. or why Sword Soul?
So 1, my Tearlament cards didn't arrive.
Oh no.
2, Sprite is extremely boring. And then 3, I really like Sword Soul, and I was just thinking about Sword Soul, and I was like, Destrudo is a Yazi, and they printed a Destrudo Searcher, which is also a hand trap, which is also level 6.
Seals as well. Yeah. How have they been throughout the tournament?
Really good.
Yeah, that's good.
I had a friend try to convince me they weren't good and wanted to play Fenrir instead, and I was like, I really like the Bastiles, especially in Sword Soul, because I've searched Destrudo so many times, and it's been so good every time.
Well, well done for ignoring them, because throughout the whole tournament, we've been watching the Bestial cards, and they have been crazy.
Every single time they've resolved, it's been
so
groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Have you been playing Sword Soul for a while? The deck has been out for a year or so.
I started playing it about 2 weeks before Nats, and then I played it throughout that kind of time period. And then I switched during Euros and sort of Utrecht from that time, and then I came back to Sword Soul about like 2 days ago.
But it's proven to be a good switch. So in terms of it's round 6 now. You've got 3 rounds left. What are you hoping to see you out the rest of the tournament?
So far, Tearlament has been a very easy win, so I want to play against a lot more of those.
The Bestial cards putting in work, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and like the interruptions you put up, like Qishao and Chenging and the level 10 Long Yuan, it really mess with Tear. Like banishing their field spell, banishing their monsters from their graveyard and on their field is really nice. I've gone into a game with Tyr before, and I even laid one of their Kit Colossus and then banished the other with Long Yuan, and then he was out of Kit Colossus.
And then at that point, they've just got no gas left, right? Well, thank you for that. So let's end it on one last question. So you're X1, but you never know. Like there could be an odd number of XOs at the end. So one last question: are you going to win?
No.
Be more optimistic. Are you at least going to win the next 3?
I'm gonna try and top, but win is.
You're going to win the next 3. You're going to get 3 Tearlament players, and you're going to batter them.
100%.
But well done again. Thank you for that. That was round
Thank
6.
you.
So we'll be back for round 7 soon. This is round
Round
7.
seven. Oh, no.
It was you made the error. I was asking after every round, like, oh, what round is this? What round is this?
And every single time I had it right.
You silly
Right.
Billy. This is round
Seven.
7. And here we've got Sprite Runic
versus Bestial Tearlaments.
Tearlaments. So we've seen enough and a lot of tier Bestials. This will be the first that we see of Runic Sprite. So it'll be interesting to see how Runic get on with the Sprite package and how it'll defeat the Tearlament and Bestial strategy.
Yep. It's going to be interesting to see. I think this might also be table 1.
Ooh, so these are both undefeated
Both
duelists.
undefeated duelists, which
Potential champions of the UK Open
potential
for.
champions of the UK Open for. Here in Sheffield
Gabriel
this weekend.
Nets and Josh Kelly playing Sprite Runic and Tearlament Bestial respectively. So far we've mostly seen like Tearlament taking the upper hand because, or rather just the Bestial engines just putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, what do you think of the Bestial cards in this matchup specifically? Because I don't think it's going to do too much versus the Sprite
What light
Runic
and
deck.
darks can you really snipe? Is Sprint a light or a dark? Gigantic Sprite is a dark.
Yeah, but they're
So
just...
you can extend through Gigantic Sprite.
Yeah.
But then they have to put that on the grid. But they generally do. So it probably does end up just being like a free extender. So it's probably fine. In terms of like a defensive card, probably not, because the only thing they would probably bring back from the graveyard is like Swap Prog, Carrot, or Red. So don't really think they'll do anything.
Yeah. So
in terms of disrupting the
yeah,
engine.
exactly. I don't think it'll be doing too much because I feel like they're going to be respecting these Bestial cards a lot now.
For sure.
So they're going to try and resolve cards like Gigantic Sprite, so they just can't ever be used.
Well, the Sprite Runic player is of course not playing the Bestials because that's probably a bit too much.
I believe he is siding them though.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
For these matchups, but
Let's see how they get on in round 7. These are both undefeated players as far as we're aware. These two individuals will be looking to take the crown of UK Open 4 champion.
yeah, so they'll both be 6-0 going into this round.
Not 5-0.
Oh,
Round 7 again, just to clarify.
round 7. Oh,
7.
you're not going to let this go, are you? I'm not going to let this go.
I can't count to 7.
I can't do it, there's not enough fingers. So let's see who's going first. I believe it will be Gabriel down on the bottom. Just thinking his playthrough before they start.
How big is his deck? Because it's probably just looking big because it's double sleeved.
Yeah, I'm going to say a nice round 40.
It's 40, yeah.
Yeah. We're going to assume this is a draw phase and just see how it goes from here.
Gabe is actually originally from Brazil as well. He moved here for work. We attended White's Brazil together, and thank goodness for him.
Yes.
He took us to all the best food places. Would recommend going to Brazil to anybody. Oh, God, Brazilian steakhouses is something else, man.
He can even do that in the UK. Yeah. The amount of times we'll be like, what food do we need? And he just ends up, we always end up in a Brazilian steakhouse. And he's always speaking Portuguese every single time. So we just know the food's going to be good, and we're going to see this. So it looks like his opponent is activating Havness in the draw phase.
Oh, yikes. He looks a bit stressed about that. Like,
He's
hands on his
very
face
erratic, but yeah, he looks...
Very interesting response to
Yes.
it. Like, oh,
no, not like
this. I don't think I'd be too stressed. I'd be stressed after the mill. That's when
yes,
it starts
that's the scary moment ahead. So I assume he's going to hit a blue here.
Yeah, because blue just turns into everything.
Now let's see what these next 3 cards are going to see.
Let's go. I'm curious. Maybe it might have been just worth just holding the star just to see what he mills first.
Looking very good here.
When he misses off the 3
Gabriel.
mills. And Gabe is looking significantly better
Yeah,
than he did like a minute ago.
He's entirely lit up now. An entirely different person there.
He was thinking, oh no, is this it? Is this how it ends? And no,
Yeah.
it is looking like it's going to just be...
Yeah, he's a
Back
different
to the
person
game,
now.
like,
yeah. That's beautiful.
He preemptively got himself upset, but no,
Yeah.
it was just perfectly fine. Does he think of a way to maybe just remove the Havness from the field, or do you think it's just fine just to leave it there?
I'm not sure if he'll consider maybe, because I feel like if he's forcing himself into that type of play, he's going to have to go for like maybe an Onibaru, or maybe resolve Gigantic Sprite and maybe make like something like a Cerberus to just clear it, which I don't think it's worth resources on turn 1.
Yeah, because it is annoyingly 1600 attack, which is
It
bigger than a
is,
Sprite
yeah.
Elf, so it is being frustrating in that regard, just because it is just.
It's just like a little bit
it's just
bigger.
bigger. Yeah.
If only he was playing the frog package, and he could summon that dupe frog out of deck.
Could have summoned the
The
froggies.
dupe frog to protect his guys.
But
not
he's
today.
Opted for the runics, not the sprites.
No, a very
not the froggos.
a very more streamlined runic sprite deck. Maybe something we would have seen last weekend at YCS Utrecht. So maybe just following on from that, he's decided that this is what he wants to play.
He's playing Pot of Desires as well. What a psycho! Like he's just. Is there no issues at all with banishing any of the runic spells and traps, or spells rather?
If you know Gabe, he just wants to draw cards.
You know what?
He just wants the advantage.
I like the cut of his jib.
I like the
I also
energy.
like to draw lots of cards,
Yeah.
and he's doing it right now. He's
gonna draw. He looks like he's about to draw 4 cards.
He's just like, yeah, don't mind me. He definitely is getting happier and happier as the game
Exactly.
progresses.
He is. He's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, nice. And if one of those Pot of Desires, maybe he'll just draw some more.
It's always Pot of Desires now, isn't it? But
There's nothing scary here that you would banish.
not
right?
really. I feel like he's already got it out of deck. Like
I think if you banish both Hyperias, maybe
Yeah.
that'll be a little bit annoying, but it doesn't stop your engine. It just
No.
means that you can't. What is that? Is that Soul Scissors?
yeah, I think it is Soul Scissors, which I think
Why?
I think that card is when it's destroyed, it summons a guy.
Oh, it doesn't sound like the typical cap shell that you would.
No, I
see.
remember him asking for one. That is all I really remember about it. But yeah, you can see he's resolved his elf. He's brought back a jet. He might be going for a play to try and make some more interrupts. Probably IP, maybe Pit Knight. Depends if he respects this Super Poly.
Well, he's got Gigantic Sprite in the field, so.
Oh, he's going for Sprint.
Sprint is probably a decent defensive card because you can get more advantage here. You could probably send like a level 2, which will complement the Sprite Elf a little bit more. And then the Sprint also acts as like a defensive card, which is quite solid. I don't think Sprint can bounce from the graveyard. That would be too insane. So
He did send the Soul Scissors here.
snip. So if a monster on the field is destroyed by a battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard, while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is special summoned from the graveyard, you can target one monster your opponent controls and destroy it. Oh, so it's a little bit of cheeky disruption there. That's not bad.
I like it because it's in the graveyard.
Yeah,
it's not on the field.
Yeah,
it's not in the hand. It's just in the graveyard, loitering about.
It's a relatively reasonable way of playing around Dark Ruler no more, which is probably going to see more
play.
More
into this
favour.
Yeah. Almost reminiscent of something like Fairy Tale Snow. Obviously not that insane, but it does give you that extra level of protection. Is he looking to draw another set of cards here? Very much looks like he's trying to get there.
He's activated the second copy of Fountain, so you would think the game plan is just more runics.
More runic cards, more draw.
I mean, I'm assuming Fountain can't put back Fountain, right?
No, I can only put the quick play spell
You
back,
have to use
unfortunately.
the fusion to add that
Add it
back.
back, yeah. But he hasn't drawn yet, so maybe he's trying to get another one through.
He's greedy.
He's loving it.
Greedy Gabe.
Oh, is he going to use the Soul Scissors here, maybe?
That'd be
That would be odd. I'm not sure if that's what he wants to do. Maybe he gets the extra body from it.
Yeah, he just wants 2 more cards. He just wants to draw. He wants this game over and done with.
Yeah. So his opponent now down to 4 cards as well. And Gabe's just already drawn 4 cards this turn. He's drawing another 2 cards.
He's drawn a lot. And he's got the Havernus off the board as well.
Which is quite important as well. He just has a lot. I don't really know how else to word it. He just looks like he just has everything here.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that when the deck played against Jowett, or at least a runic engine played against Jowett, and the amount of cards just didn't end up mattering in the end because the engine was so strong. So maybe we'll get a similar situation here where the Tearlament player starts playing. They'll have 1 less card though because the Havernus was effectively a blank because it didn't hit anything.
Exactly.
But he does have Terraforming, and does he
Does
play
he play the
Mystic
Mystic
Mine?
Mine?
No. So we're just going to keep it simple here and search a planet.
But it's a
Primeval
bit
planet.
yeah, it's a bit scary there whenever they activate Terraforming, just in case they ever have Mystic Mine.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have any form of disruption here for the Terraforming.
Dispelling. I really like this card personally. So he's gonna give his go and see if he just misses a Tearlaments card here. and try and hit either the Primeval Planet or a different card.
Oh, setting. Oh, okay. He's using a danger effect. I was just thinking, what on earth is
He
going on
hits
here?
Sharon there, which is so unfortunate.
Oh, I see. It wasn't a danger. It was taking a card out of the hand. Okay. That is quite unfortunate. And would that trigger the Sharon?
It would. It would, unfortunately. So I think it's a risk he was willing to play there, or take there. But
I suppose it forces their hand and takes things out of their control, so it's not completely unreasonable. So it doesn't look like he's triggered the Sharon.
It looks like, yes, he has.
Oh, okay, there
But
we go. Yes, yeah.
do you think he'll sprint bounce the kick loss? I'm going to assume.
Yeah, you get rid of it.
You have to, right?
Yeah, just get rid of it. You don't want that to stick around on the field.
Returns the extra, yeah.
Josh also has Pot of Desires in his hand as well.
Oh.
Which is more cards. I'm surprised he didn't activate that first to see what you would have searched off the field spell.
Well, he might be activating it next, to be fair. Because the Dispelling was in response to the Primeval Planet being added to the hand.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
And then he's also going to return the extra deck and negate it with Freezing Fire, or Freezing Chains even.
He's getting more cards out of his deck, you're giving him less resources.
Exactly.
So now he's going to activate that Pot of Desires, I would assume, which will banish even more cards, making that deck even thinner.
Do you think he drew? No, he's definitely got another Runic card he wants to get that full value from.
Yeah, like, he's in no rush. I think if he had any sort of removal for the Fountain, he would have used it, so he's just taking his time. He set the cards as well. What do you think he's playing around there?
Probably Cosmic Cyclone, realistically.
Game on?
Yeah, I think it's quite a respectable play, personally, just because you remove that extra bit of variance, right? Just by removing a couple of cards.
Yeah. Oh, and I think
is
that's
that all three Rhino Heart?
Rhino Hearts have been banished.
And it looks like more than one copy of Merly is gone as well.
That is really, really...
Yeah, that's really good for
put
Gabe
Josh
there.
in a really rough spot there.
Because then it makes his...
cuts off Kaleido Heart, so it limits the amount of removal that Josh actually has.
As well.
Going to draw 3 more cards.
Gabe not looking so happy with those draws, but without the lack of, or without that Rhino Heart in the deck.
So he's removed the field spell as well. So now the deck might be just too thin to even justify activating
Yeah,
Pot
exactly.
Desires. But if you're going to lose, then I think you just
have to activate it and see how it goes. Yeah.
He can. There's a universe where he passes just because
There's no battle phase.
there's no battle phase.
Yeah, I respect that as well.
But he's looking. He really wants to just
Find
something.
I think he's just trying to get there and try and just see if he can get
But he misses
through some of this board.
again.
Yeah.
This is not a very fortunate turn of events for Josh.
When you look at that banished pile, there's a lot of tier element names in there.
He's unfortunate. Very limits the hitbox of the deck.
Yes,
This has
exactly,
banished so
yeah.
many off the runic cards. And now from here, the only play I really see is if he has any sort of way of putting another card in the field, then he can maybe go for a sprint play.
Yeah,
Or
it looks
no,
like
he's
it's just enough there.
There is an argument that he could have kept playing just because Gabe doesn't have a battle phase. However, it's inevitable.
Yeah, you're just spiraling out of control at that point, especially if you can't clear any of the board.
Yeah. At that point, you're just waiting to lose. There's 30 minutes left on the clock. You'd rather just have the match over and done with before the clock hits 0. It's a very, very reasonable thing. I think once the card advantage gets too ridiculous, you just accept that it's time to move on and cut your losses and go to the next game.
Just accept that there is only a finite amount of time on a round and just realize it's not just the time on a round, it is a resource and you need to use it and manage it correctly.
Exactly.
So, looking into this game, going into game 2, Josh will be going first, likely, because just seeing how Gabe was playing that game, he's going to be trying to advance this game state as much as possible, draw as many cards as possible, and just get into a state he can't lose.
Well, Gabe has a lot of stuff for going second as well.
Yes,
You would assume that the general assumption is, we've only seen it happen once differently, is whoever gets to choose will go first. Gabe has a lot of going second options. A lot of a golem, evenly matched. He already main-decks 3 sphere modes.
Yeah.
He's just got a lot going on here. He's got 3 extra bestial magnamuts as well.
And a druid worm
he
as
has
well.
A lot. Honestly, I can't predict what ones he will go for just because all of these cards are pretty pretty good.
I
against
think
Tearlaments.
if the Bestial cards are in there, they're definitely cards that you're putting in for this matchup, right?
For sure, yeah, they'll definitely get prioritized.
It's just, does he keep the sphere modes in? Probably not, right?
Because they might not necessarily commit free cards.
Exactly,
to the field,
exactly.
Right? And at that point, you've just got like a blank wing Dragon of Ross Femo in your hand. So I think at the very least, they'll get swapped off for Lava Golems because Lava Golems is probably a bit more reasonable.
Exactly. Only requiring 2 monsters on the field instead of those 3, which might be impactful.
I don't know if there's a universe where you can have both though, because the engine's quite big. So then you'll have to start signing out like engine cards, and
That's just not something you want to do ever.
you could arguably sign out some of the runic cards where their special unique effect has no real impact on the engine at all. That's completely reasonable. But like, it's just there's too many cards here. So we're moving on to game 2 now. Let's see what Josh can do to try and fight back in this game.
Do you think he'll keep the Soul Scissors in?
For going second?
Yeah. Or,
Oh, I'd be very surprised.
yeah.
But then again, you do expect a back and 4.
Exactly.
And it is just a level 2.
It's just, it feels like it's a card that's clearing cards off the field. So you might just want it in there as for access. It feels like that's what Sprint is in his deck for, right?
Yeah. Well, he needs stuff to side out, so
So in reality, it should be one of
just
one
in
of it.
respect to how like big his side deck options are, I would assume he would side them out. He would side them out. And he didn't hit again, but it doesn't matter because he already... Oh! And here are the Bestials putting in work again.
Magnum
Merely getting banished, so it means
Yeah,
that
that
not
is so
only
crazy.
has he lost his ability, and it's looking, oh no, and it's looking like he's setting 2
And
back
he's set
row.
two and he's
It
just gonna
looks
have a
like
card.
it's
Oh.
not looking good for Josh at all.
I really wish Gabe was playing one of these rank 6 toolbox options, like is it the Volo that we were seeing? I just want to see that card come up here. But
I think I may have sawn a Suliak. I think
think
it
I
might have
saw
been a
Suliak.
Dynamiscus. So
Yeah.
the Dynamiscus is still pretty
It's
strong,
very good,
especially
yeah,
if he has
yeah.
a tier in his hand still, because then he can fuse. But the Bestials are going to put in a lot of graft here. You might opt to keep one in hand rather than summoning it, because it's still a form of disruption. It's a quick
Exactly.
effect if your opponent controls a monster.
so let's see how Gabe tries to attack the field.
He might want to avoid using runic cards just because he wants his battle phase.
Yes, yeah.
Or he might just accept that, okay, this turn I'm not going to OTK him.
Oh, he's doing it, he's doing it, yeah.
He's just getting it off the field. He's playing around Suliak.
I like that play a lot.
He's being very passive, which is good, because he doesn't need to be super aggressive. It's clear that he doesn't have not much engine going on here.
Yeah. So we're going to see how this goes, because now that Suliak is probably turned off, right? So Josh has the 2 cards set and potentially a card in hand, I believe. So what can he really do?
The only thing I can see here is Dynamiscus with a tier in hand. And he kept the sphere modes in.
Yeah,
It's
that's
really-
quite surprising, right?
Yeah, he managed to
I
fit
would not have
sphere
expected
mode
that.
and all the Bestials.
You might not be able to see it there, but that is a sphere mode.
It is a spooky sphere
Yeah.
mode. Yeah. It's spooky season.
It is.
So maybe that's why I opted to keep it in just because October.
It's like
Spooky and I love
this
it.
one sphere mode will do me justice.
It's spooky season. But next turn, since he used his battle phase this turn, he won't have a battle phase next turn.
Which could be an issue, but we'll see if he's just able to establish control in a single turn.
Yeah, he just has to start removing all his cards now, and then just stop him. Because he can use the runic cards in his
Oh,
turn. And
this Pot of Desires is going to be a make or break situation, right?
is it?
Maybe. It's either going to banish, like, actually, I guess he's already got a fountain out of his deck, so it's not such an issue if he
he's already-
banishes some.
That'll be the
Yeah.
issue. Yeah, if he does banish both fountains, that will be quite frustrating
yeah.
because then he loses his recursion.
I do find it a little bit weird in this deck because you're banishing cards like Red, Carrot, maybe even Hyperia's, which you just need to get that advantage, get control of that game.
And he does have very I'm not a coward ratios.
Yes,
he's
yes, he does.
2 jet, 1 red, 1 carrot.
Yeah.
And
He's like, this will be fine.
Yeah,
It's never going to get banished when I need it. It'll be there
He
always.
just doesn't care.
Yeah.
That's completely respectable.
He's
Completely
activating
fine.
his starter.
I respect the mentality.
Yeah.
Just don't banish them.
You just won't be
Yeah,
banished.
it just won't be banished. It's fine. So what's cool is since he's used his battle phase this turn and he's activated a runic spell, he's already going to skip his battle phase.
Yep.
So when he's trying to disrupt his opponent, his runic spells won't consequentially skip his next battle phase.
Yeah.
It's already been skipped. So that means he's going to put himself in a really good situation where he can set up engine to help him get game in not next turn, but the next turn once he actually gets a battle phase. And he's just setting himself in a situation where he's going to just get loads of card advantage to the point where Josh just won't be able to come back.
Yeah, it's really weird looking at this because what can Josh have set? What can he have set? If he has a Dynamiscus, I'm not sure if it's good enough at this point. I think it might just be too late for him to be able to resolve it.
Like mentioned, he still has a Bestial in his hand, so even if it is what we hope for Josh is Dynamiscus going to tear, that tear is just going to get banished.
Exactly.
But he doesn't control the monster.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so yeah, he
so
does have some form of out to this.
So even though he's playing around the Suliek, like
he's indirectly played right into a Dynamiscus.
Yeah.
So this will be the best time to Dynamiscus.
Exactly.
If he does have a tier in hand. Or he could want to hold it for the fountain, completely reasonable as well.
I think both are acceptable, honestly.
He's opting to go for the fountain. Maybe long-term thinking, going for the fountain is better. Because he is going to get too many cards. But even the Gigantic Sprite is going to generate a lot of cards
as you can see here, that probably means he's banished. Unfortunately, banished quite a few of his gigantic targets.
I was thinking he already triggered blue, right?
Yep,
so,
he did.
I think both Jets must be gone.
Yeah, no, Jet's already been used, so yeah.
Okay.
It's looking like both his red, his carrot, and any Hyperion that is still in his deck might all be gone. So.
But he's not a coward.
So no, but he drew two, so that's okay. And now
cards.
he's going to draw three.
And this is when surely the Dynamiscus is used here. No, it is not. No,
so maybe it's just not.
I question whether he has a card.
Yeah, exactly.
Or maybe he's just thinking, okay, maybe I'm going to use this Dynamiscus into his field in my turn to help me play. Maybe he values that more.
I don't think so, because I think you need to use that Dynamiscus because 2 cards is a lot. And it's not just 2 cards now, it's 2 cards next turn as well, realistically.
Exactly, yeah. And if he can establish a Kit Kalos as well, it just gives him an extra card to play in his turn. So.
And he's got the Pelourinho as well to destroy another card in the field.
Exactly. The removal, you could have actually, if he has a tier in hand, he could have got rid of both the Gigantic Sprite and the Fountain.
So maybe he just doesn't have it.
Oh, and I think he's hit the Dynamiscus here.
Let's see if that's... It could be a Suliek as well. Because we did say Gabe
Hitting
just go straight for the battle
great
phase.
here, because then it gives him a follow-up. Oh, so
it
he
was
actually
the
hit the Dynamiscus. Okay, so I guess it's
maybe
safe to assume he just didn't have
a
a card in hand that he wanted to discard.
So maybe he just doesn't want to discard it. He just wants it, and he values that card for next turn. Gabe now working towards creating his end board. Do you think he'll make a sprint play here, or try and go for something like IP Masquerena?
I think this is a sprint play would probably be safer. If he kept in the scissors, then yeah.
Yes, yeah.
The
scissors.
the scissors, snip.
Let's see. No.
Oh, he is going for IP Masquerena. Completely reasonable. It also just puts a big monster on board if he is playing Avramax. He is playing Avramax, yeah. So it'll just make his life significantly easier in the long term if he has a big monster.
Playing around Dynamiscus here, setting some of the runic cards potentially. Not looking great for Josh in this situation, but we'll see what his draw for turn does.
No, absolutely not. He has to have something exceptional, maybe
another
instant
one.
fusion, another field spell. That's probably going to just
believe,
that is going to get noped. That is going to get rid of.
And another 4 cards banished as well. Bell seeing that as well. Double Bell there, and 2 more relevant names.
Again, the same thing's happening where he's just getting rid of all the hits in his deck, and it's just making it extremely difficult. And also bear in mind as well, like he needs to hit more than 1, he needs to hit 2 because he has to play around the Bestial in his hand as well. He's not going to get a battle phase next turn, so it's not over yet, so he does have another turn.
The advantage here is...
The amount of cards that Gabe has is
slowly getting out of control.
Very overwhelming.
We'll see, he must use the elf here just to try and get some more cards.
He has set a card in past turn. I think he drew a Dynamiscus for turn.
I think so, yeah.
Dynamiscus, will I use it? Part 2.
I don't think he's got a card in hand now, unfortunately, with that Pelourinho being destroyed by destruction. We're just going to have to see. Again, he still has another turn. We talk about this all day, about how these runic cards just give your opponent that extra turn to breathe.
And now I wonder if he'll use IP Masquerena's effect. Maybe not. Maybe he just is perfectly fine, just having elf up.
It doesn't look like he's playing Unchained Abomination, which would be a good card here. Again, just getting rid of more cards.
Once per turn, pop.
Unicorns try and,
Yeah.
This makes sense, I think.
Get rid of the fresh set. The other set didn't do anything.
Exactly.
Just get rid of the fresh one.
Definitely not. I
Don't
think
need
that's
that
size,
anymore,
yeah.
I don't need you.
So what realistically can Josh draw into that might be able to get him somewhere? Maybe something like, maybe Merly? That could be something that gets him there.
Yeah, I think he had to hope that Gabe activated that second pot of
Yes,
surprise and he
definitely.
took
So yeah, we'll see what happens with this turn.
it out. If you didn't have that back row, evenly matched would have been a reasonable way to come back.
Yeah, that's true.
If there's like a way, maybe Gabe will get rid of it. Like, I would assume Gabe would be like, right, okay, let's just keep that there, just because I don't want to get even lead.
Yeah. Although I do believe Josh did start this game, so
Yeah, it's
Evenly
not
out-
likely
looking
that he'll-
unlucky, yeah.
Very surprised if he has evenly. Is it even in his deck? No.
no,
So
doesn't
no.
need it.
No.
But
I am struggling to think of a reasonable solution. I think he just made sprint and just passed, and
yeah,
he's ready. He's got the boys are ready. That is a good
that
top
is a
deck.
pretty.
However,
I really
any
hope
form
he
of
doesn't
disruption
have
will
to, yeah.
stop this. Does he have a form of disruption?
I think you can see Gabe sighing out. I think he does not want to activate a runic card. He wants to be able to attack next turn.
Yeah, exactly.
But he might not have another piece of interruption.
Yeah, maybe like, but at the end of the day, like negating this Rhino Heart and not having your
Yeah.
battle phase again is completely fine because then he has to top deck again.
It doesn't matter because I forgot he still has a Bestial card in hand, right?
So it's fine. What's he sighing for?
What's he sighing for? He's got it. He's like,
goodness, no. Grumpy. Yeah.
But he's gonna activate it.
Yes, it's completely
Yeah.
fine. Just like banish this.
And it's another big monster as
Yeah,
well.
It's the big boy, yeah.
Yeah.
If anything, it's made his life easier.
Yeah.
Attack for game next turn. Because
Oh,
he
the
has a battle
sprint
phase.
trigger. When you summon cards. Oh, he's bouncing it, returning it to his hand. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that
It's
play
not
actually.
once per turn, right?
No.
Oh,
the Suliak.
he has Suliak. This would have been a good way of playing around
Yeah.
any effect negation. So it's good that Gabe did hold that because then he would have just skipped his battle phase for no
Exactly.
reason. And now he's struggling and he's just like, he doesn't want to use any of them. And you can tell he really just wants this game to be over. He just wants to have his battle phase. So he's just allowing
Oh, he
things
just wants to
happen.
summon that 2 back. And
That
maybe
does
try and
open
make
up
a
some
play.
options.
Yeah. Able to make a play with Sprint, right?
He's using smashes. Is Sprint on summon?
It is on summon,
It is
yeah.
on summon, yeah. So yeah, you'll definitely just want to
Yeah.
get rid of that.
Just probably remove the Rhino Heart, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's unaffected by monster affects the Dynamiscus.
Dynamiscus, yeah.
So-
but you just gotta try and go
Yeah,
for the
because then
attacking, right?
the Suliak's
Yeah.
going to be live, right? So you just get rid of it. And then just be like, yeah, if you've got another monster, sure.
Yeah. Moving gigantic there. May even be able to summon like the IP back and do something with it as well.
Yeah, it looks like Josh is wanting the pass, and Gabe's saying, nope, I would like more cards, please.
Yes.
So bear with me a moment when I just summon back my free Link fodder.
Starlight Rare as well.
Sprinkle.
Look at him go.
It is almost Christmas.
So where he's going to go from here?
Attack.
Yeah, attack. The battle phase.
Just like that battle phase. He is allowed it this time. If he gets another, he's checking
yeah.
if he can actually even get anything from his deck because he's banished a lot from his eyes. He's got a lot of card advantage. He would like to think it's only a matter of time. He just needs to get the card. He just needs to get the damage out.
That last bit of damage, maybe, yeah.
Too little.
Exactly.
Well, this is gonna definitely help.
Look at how many cards he's got in hand as well. This is just what you see when the Runic Sprite deck does just get going.
He's not locked at the twos either. So
no, not
if
yet.
He wants to link his elf away to get a dark, to get more damage up as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's
I
checking his
don't think
graveyard
there's
now.
enough in there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything that was in there, he's got rid of. He's
definitely
using it
gone
to summon
now,
the
yeah.
Bestial, and I think that's got to be more than enough, right?
Surely it's enough.
Oh, well, he's
Make
making
his
it
gigantic
bigger.
there, I guess. Why not?
Is the defense of the Paleozoics 1200?
No, I believe it's 0.
0?
So, yeah.
1200 attack, 0 defense?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can use IP Masquerade
To attack
over
over it,
and then
yeah.
the rest is just boom.
Yeah.
And that's
There
it,
you go.
Gabe. 2 O's as Tearlaments players. And
For
look, he's
round
putting himself
7.
in a
Round 7.
round
7-0.
He's putting himself in an
Yeah.
excellent position to win the UK Open 4. With 2 rounds left, he really could do it.
I believe in him. If anyone's going to do it, It's that smile.
No,
could
he's
do it.
hilarious.
He's so happy now. He was so.
He teased us. He looked, oh, it's so
Yeah.
miserable. But it was completely fine. He 2'd him in 20 minutes, and he's very, very happy.
Especially that's pretty impressive for the runic deck as well, because often we find it goes into time. It
Nice
goes
and speedy.
very, very far down
It gets
to
very
timer.
technical.
Yeah.
You could tell he did not want to use his runic
Exactly,
cards at
yeah.
a point because he was just like, I just want this game to be
Yeah.
over. So he's using his other defensive cards instead, which worked out
I
well
think
for
that's
him.
correct as well,
Yeah.
because you see a lot of them just runic sprite players. They're just using the runic cards every single turn.
Very
and
trigger
then-
happy with them, yeah.
Exactly. Whereas you just want to try and use these other cards you have to your disposal to just get the game over and done with, so you can attack. Like, yeah.
We don't go away. We'll be ready for the player interview for
Round
round
7.
7. We'll be right back. Back for the round 7 interview.
Yep.
Shocked everyone here.
Yeah.
And Gabe, you are going so well so far. Round 7-7-0. How are you feeling?
Tired? No, that has been good. I played it kind of similar list last week for U-Truck, so I'm feeling confident on it. I feel I played decently.
It has been a long day, especially with it's probably going to be a bit of a struggle for you to shuffle your cards with your injured finger.
I did injure my finger. I fell off my bike yesterday, so I have a dislocated finger.
What a fairy tale story that would be to win the event with such a horrific injury.
Oh God, that's killing me.
I believe he had some tape on earlier. As well.
I had some tape. No, because I play volleyball, right? So I had like volleyball tape like wrapped over 2 of them, just so it doesn't hurt. But I couldn't hand shuffle with it, so I had to improve.
You should have tried. You should have tried.
I tried on the train, and I was like, nah, I can't do it.
Well,
you.
you're 7-0 with your Runic Sprite deck.
Yes.
How's your day been?
It's been alright. I was very tired at the start. At this point, you kind of just get into the adrenaline and you go through the motions. I did cool things this game, which was fun. But yeah, no, I'm enjoying myself.
It was good to watch. There were times though where you did look a little bit miserable.
Yeah, you were just like
game one when they activated Havness, you were like,
Nah, it's terrifying. Like Halvanus can be like a blank, or it can be like the equivalent of 4 hand traps.
you hadn't even built the card yet.
We just activated that. You were so sad.
You don't understand, like every Halvanus my opponent does hits like 3 things. So I was just like, I was already ready. I was considering going like chain starter to summon red, because he will hit.
And that's what you did, right? You activated starter red to play around that.
Someone blue, I believe.
No, it's someone blue, I just
But
changed it
you
to someone
very much
blue.
thought about it though.
I thought about summoning red, but I think blue is just better, because like, even if he hits a name, my hand is good enough that I can play through him hitting a name, and then this blue resolves before he makes the Apelia.
And then we noticed your mood changed significantly as soon as
second,
those mills.
yeah.
Like you were just like, yay! You were very happy.
I had a great hand, and as long as this Halvanus doesn't like, that doesn't get me over, it will be fine.
Yeah.
You did draw. You had 2 fountains as well, so
I had
and you,
fountains.
and you
Lots
think
of cards,
you think it
yeah.
is reasonable to just draw as many cards as you can.
I do like drawing as many cards as I can. Drawing cards is the way to win games.
We also saw that you play Pot of Desires as well. You're not a coward?
No. Nah, it's prefer like game 2 I banish red and carrot off it.
We noticed.
And Hyperia.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
All 3 are gone.
Yeah, because I decided when I Hyperia out because I was doing Golem and Sphere mode. So it's kind of awkward because like you don't have anything to like keep recurring advantage.
Yes,
but I was so ahead that like it didn't matter.
He just didn't really start playing that game, did he?
Yeah,
he
yeah.
tried and it just didn't really get
I mean,
anywhere.
the bicep card was very good though.
Yes,
Like it's my first time resolving it. And
Really?
being able to resolve it, there's this cool sprint interaction. You get to bounce it back as well.
When we saw that,
we
I
saw
really
that,
like that. I
it's
really
really
like
cool.
that. Yeah.
Those bestial cards have been putting in so much work over the weekend that it shows that like that they didn't conflict with the rank 2 of the Runic engine at all. There's something that we would like to ask you. We noticed that like we looked at your side deck card going into game 2. There's a lot of stuff that you could have put in against Tearlaments. So what is your plan here? There's a lot here. We saw the bestial cards. Would you put in anything else?
I did Bestials, I did Lava Golems, and the Fisher.
You fit in Lava Golems and Sphere Mode as well.
Yeah,
What were you
I was
taking
really surprised
out?
by this.
Are you fitting all this in?
I feel like
I can tell you later. I take out a lot. I think like against Tier, you just need to like chew like high impact cards, and when you simplify the game state, your deck is just better than them. And especially the buy-stat cards, it kind of allows you to play more because they replace themselves and they're good advantage sources.
Yeah.
And they also like if you have that and a monster, you're kind of playing because you can go elf and summon back.
You didn't want to play Lebellion?
No, it's just
It's
those
just a bit
like the
too
hand
much,
traps.
isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, they do enough of a job, right? Especially if you have the utility of Sprint bouncing them, and then you just have a constant disruption.
Exactly.
We were thinking like at a point where like you top decked the Reinhardt, you were starting to look a bit like, oh, he's got more players, but it
This
seems like
doesn't
you're
really
always
do
fine.
much.
You
You
just
have
had
the
the
Bestial.
bestial.
And the game is like the games with this deck, you get like 10 cards, you have one, and like you won that game already, but you just gotta like go through the motions.
Yes, exactly.
You're just constantly stressed to like not throw.
Yes, yeah.
Because we were thinking that maybe you just didn't want to use any of your runic spells because you just wanted
Yeah,
the game
exactly.
to be over.
So like that turn I had, I think, a freezing chains and something else. I just like, no, I want to kill him now.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep playing this game. I'm miserable.
So you're from Brazil.
I am Brazil.
So you moved over. You moved over to the United Kingdom to play Yu-Gi-Oh. So where to play specifically just Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, and I didn't come for uni for work. Nah, I just came for Yu-Gi-Oh.
Where do you enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh the most?
Sorry?
Where do you enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh the most?
I think just traveling, like just being able to,
anywhere in general, yeah.
like being able to go to different places. Like when we were in South America earlier this year, we're going to America in a couple of weeks. So just being able to travel with my friends and play the game that I like.
Do you have a preference in terms of like either a South American, European, or North American event?
South American any day. you know this.
Oh,
Yeah.
we were saying on a feature that like when you took us to that Brazilian steakhouse, absolutely delicious. And he mentioned that's all you eat.
Every single time.
Yeah,
We go,
it's my go-to. No one
Yeah.
knows Brazilian steakhouse. Then like you take them to them, they're like, oh my god, this is like a life-changing experience.
Actually,
I would take it over fish and chips any day.
You guys
It's not even close. It's not even close.
you guys don't do good food. I'm sorry.
Personal attack there. So in terms of like deck choice then, so why did you choose Runic Sprite?
Because I played it for Utrecht and I played 0 games between Utrecht and today.
You just shoved some bestials
Yeah.
in there and just saw if they were
About
doing
that,
it.
yeah.
They seem to be doing the job. It's 7-0.
Yeah.
Yep.
And in terms of like the matchups then, 2 matches to go. What are you hoping to play?
There's a mind burn on XO. I'm
Yeah, I
hoping to
saw.
dodge him as hard as possible.
Oh,
Yeah.
yikes.
But other than that, no, I think the deck is good. It's very versatile. It's the kind of deck that I never feel like I'm in a corner. I always have options for everything.
Well, speaking of options, your deck just inherently has like an out to that anyway. So if you just prioritize Smasher, then you should be okay.
He
Smashes
means,
and
he means Iron
destruction.
Wall.
Oh,
Oh my lord,
fine.
that
I
is
mean,
terrifying.
they can't activate Imperial Iron Wall from the hand, so I think you'll be fine. And then, another question just to end on then. Are you going to win?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
Yes, that's
The
what we
most
want.
positive answer we've had so
Honestly.
far.
I missed my train, right? So if I'm missing my train, I better win this to make it worth it.
Everything to play for.
Exactly. My train is at 8. There's no way I'm catching it. So
It's already over.
Yeah.
You're gonna win, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
You say yes. You skip the train, he has to win.
He has to win.
Well, thanks for watching, guys. We'll be right back for round 8. For round 8.
Round
Round
8.
8. The
Who
second
knew?
last round. We're getting close to the tail end of the tournament now, where we're so close to crowning a UK Open champion. UK Open 4. Who will our 4th champion be? Well, it's going to be one of these two duelists.
Hopefully it is.
Hopefully. So what have we got here? We've got Adignista, an interesting strategy. They have a really cool win condition, which is just an auto win against Tearlaments. And
Yes.
what's his opponent?
Tearlaments. Who would have guessed?
Tearlaments. Uh-oh.
He is yet again playing Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, my favourite card of the weekend, apparently.
He's opted to go for the Foolish Burial Goods because he values that field spell very highly, because admittedly, it is really strong. So
He's really strong.
There's no denying why he wants multiple copies of that, especially since when you play the trap, you feasibly are just milling your deck and then adds the field spell, which gives you an extra copy of a tier card that you might need. You have a normal summon jet, can get you Rhino Heart, etc. But the Agnista deck, their win condition being summoning a huge Arrival Cyberse Agnista and Tearlament. Don't really
doesn't
have
really have
for
an
that.
out, no. Especially if it's over that like 4,000, 5,000 threshold. There's just nothing to deal with it.
There's nothing that comes to mind that I think it can really do, because it's unaffected by card effects, right?
Exactly.
And the only way you can get rid of it is attacking it.
Although he does seem to have it out. He is playing the Underworld Goddess. So maybe he is able to out it in the end.
Oh no, this is the Agnista player's potential worst matchup.
Demise, yeah.
Because I don't think it is something that you would respect.
No, definitely not.
So
Especially in Tearlament as well.
Yeah, of course.
So.
And Tearlament, the Agnista player probably won't have a lot of disruptions when they go into a rival. They just assume that it's a rival and
Rival will be enough,
just get to the next
Exactly,
round. Yeah. And then like, he just has free range just to summon 4 monsters on board and then go into the Underworld.
Exactly. Yeah.
But then he also has to have extra to then follow up from there as well. So, but we'll see. We'll see how the Tearlament player will get on to see if they can combat this Agnista player, who will be really interesting to watch. It's something that we haven't featured yet. They are playing a MathMech engine. We've seen that before, but they don't play a particularly large one. They just play circular. And
the best card.
Circular,
yeah.
That's all you need. They don't play like anything like Subtraction or what's the trap called?
Oh, he's not playing the trap.
No.
Superfactorial.
Superfactorial,
That card's,
that's it, yeah.
I would have expected that card especially, but I guess the MathMech cards just get you to your Cyber, so your Agnista engine even, sorry.
And this is the sort of overlap that we saw with MathMech and Salamangreat. And instead of Salamangreat, it's Agnista, and the overlap's good enough just because they're all Cyberse monsters, so they all climb into the same thing.
But yeah, that's about it. Should we just get straight into the game?
Yeah, let's just jump
get straight
right in, round 8, ready to rock.
There we go. I believe Jack has won the dice roll as well. We were going to say it's quite important, but maybe not if he is playing if his opponent is playing the Underworld Goddess.
Maybe it's something that he's been respecting throughout the entire tournament, which is maybe why he's undefeated.
Maybe it is, yeah. They are both on the 6 wins and 1 draw in round 8. So let's see how the match goes.
Is this the Tearlament deck that we featured earlier?
Yeah, we did feature a little bit earlier.
Oh, yes. I recognise, because in his deck list he separated the XYZ sequence and linked very conveniently.
Yeah, so we can find that out to the Agnista.
So being featured twice, he's on a roll. He previously won the last round. These players are both undefeated.
Starting off with Bururu as well, which traditionally isn't your most ideal starter. So I believe that sends from deck, and it's used when it's used as a synchro material, it gets a bonus effect.
Oh, apologies, these players aren't undefeated. They're both X1.
X1.
No,
are they X1?
So they'll both be looking to.
They both have a draw.
Oh.
So they are still in contention for the win.
Okay.
As there are 2 more rounds left.
Is this the Tearlament duelist that drew on feature?
Yes, yes, it is.
Now it all makes sense.
It all makes sense now.
So they are both undefeated.
Yeah.
Apologies, that one threw me off there, but it was next to the draw tally. Okay, so we're back. Okay, so these players are in contention to win the UK Open 4.
Draw on Lockbird.
Oh, we saw that last time in
again.
game 1. The tech drawn on Lockbird looking like it is putting in work.
It is very strong, especially in this Agnista matchup.
Especially being in this game state. Oh, and he's just activated Mystic Mine. What will this do?
It just forces his opponent to just have to play. They have to either play or just pass, but they know he has the Agnista field spell now.
You cannot pass.
No.
You have to deal with this card somehow. You want to go for game. You just want the game to be over because the Agnista can just generate so much card advantage with one card. But he's had what we've referred to as Exodia a lot of the time. They're branded in high spirits in the draw phase.
Every single time,
Puts in a lot of work. But what will he do in terms of like a game plan against Mystic Mine? Because he has to figure out a way to remove this Mystic Mine. So the win condition maybe is to send a... Well, he needs access to Rhino Heart so he can get to a Kaleido Heart, because that's the only real form of removal that Tearlament really have. So he has to figure out a way to do that whilst also just keeping one monster on the field.
And outside of that, it doesn't look like he may even have another route to this Mystic Mine here either. So he actually just has to try and force himself into that play.
What on earth is that?
That is Tearlament's Heartbeat. So he has actually just got the out. So this is...
And how did he search that?
It's off Kick.
Oh, of course, it's a Tearlament card.
Yes.
Alrighty.
So I believe this is, it returns a spell trap to the hand, which again, is just very good. And then it sends a Tearlament from the field or the hand to the graveyard, I believe.
Let's get the card text up just to find out. What's it called? Tearlament?
Heartbeat.
Heartbeat. I think you mentioned this in the previous feature, but we didn't see it. Target one spell or trap on the field, or you can target two if you control Visor Starfrost. I remember that.
I remember that bit,
Then send one card from your hand to the graveyard, and if this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can target one Tearlament trap in your graveyard and add it to your hand. So it shuffles a spell and trap on the field, so it'll get rid of the Mystic Mine, and then also if you have a Tearlament in your hand, it'll then trigger and extend you. He sent the turtle though, so he's got the field spell online by managing to get the trap in the graveyard. So this is really good. That Mystic Mine is just proving to be no problem at all.
And it's already back into the deck as well. It doesn't return to the hand or anything, so he doesn't have that pressure now.
That's perfect.
Exactly.
Because how many copies of Mystic Mine will he play in the main deck? I think they generally only play one.
Jack is playing two. Unique number, but it looks like he's just using it as, again, another Go Second card.
I guess Terraforming just acts as the third one.
And he might want that to get his Ignis AI land. Again, we're seeing
more tongue twister names.
Every single time. So he's got the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation as well, which is going to be good again just for getting him started.
Oh, and the Rivalry of the Warlords, a very strong card against the Tearlament matchup.
Yes,
especially here, it's going to be removing. I hope he doesn't think that triggers, because it doesn't.
I think he's chaining his copy of Blazing Cartesia here to make the Rukalos.
Oh, that's very clever, yeah. So he does chain it so he can use a fusion.
From it, yeah.
And that means being locked in the Aquas isn't as bad. He can't summon Kaleido Heart, because that is a fiend, but he can just summon a bunch of his Aquas, and he's triggered the Kaleido Heart here to mill 5.
And he's then going to get another pop as well, potentially with the Peliriano destroying a card on the field.
Just getting rid of that Rhino, that Rivalry, so just no bother whatsoever. Every obstacle that Jack has put in his way in Mystic Mine and Rivalry has just been overcame by the Tearlaments engine. A very unique build, teching that Heartbeat as well.
Especially putting that Kickolos back into the extra deck and then summoning another one.
And the Rivalry is gone. And he's scooping, he's accepting his fate. He wants to go home and get chips. Like he must be starving. He picked up quickly, didn't even allow his opponent to play out the game state.
I think he just accepted that he was going to be a bit too far behind at that point.
Reasonable. There was already 5,300 damage on the field. So, yeah, completely reasonable. It's also, like, as we've mentioned, when players scoop earlier, because you just don't want to get anywhere near time. You want plenty of time just to think through your plays. And
only 5 minutes into round as well, so he's got plenty of time for games 2 and 3.
Swift.
Yes. So side decking, Jack, very likely going to be going first again. He's going to have these dimensional barriers in his side deck, a pointer. We haven't seen that at all today, have we, a pointer? But again, I think that's a very powerful card in the format.
Well, we probably haven't seen it at all today because it's a 1. And usually people would play with Trap Trick.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, you can't Trap Trick it anymore because you need 2 copies of it to do that. So going first, his options do look like it's just Dimensional Barrier and a pointer, which will probably just be the ones that he just throws in.
Exactly.
Dimensional Barrier is probably just going to be like an auto-win option. If he just calls Fusion, that's it. Like, there's not an awful lot you can do, especially if he summons a rival with Dimensional Barrier. Even if he has the Underworld Goddess, it's going to be fairly difficult to get 4 monsters on board without the use of Fusion Summoning.
Exactly.
So I think that the game plan would be to try and dig for that. Does the Ike Ninja Ignista engine have any forms of able to draw into their deck, or?
I think there is one of them, but I don't think he's playing it. It's one of the AI duel or AI spell cards.
There is one that draws.
Yeah, I think it's when you've got a field spell up, you can maybe return it to the deck and then you draw 3 cards. It's drawing 3 as well. It's not like you just draw 1 and draw 2. Drawing 3 cards is quite a lot. But it looks like they're already ready to start for game 2.
Yeah, nice and swift. Nice minute.
That's circular.
Straight in.
Oh.
And the Mathmech engine is going to put in work here.
Once again,
Just shows to show what a small engine can do. And it'll be interesting to see what the synergy is between this and the Ignista cards, just to see how they overlap and how it gets access to the Ignista engine.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that because I believe Cyber's Wicked can search a tuner monster, which might be where it is. And he's activated Tearlaments Havness now. Will he mill 3 good cards here? He hits the name and the Albion engrave for next turn as well, which is important. So this Havness, it doesn't have too many options to go to, I think. It can maybe make a Kikalos and then maybe go from Kikalos into a Drextapelia, but I'm not sure how good's that going to be.
Getting that hit, I think we don't see it too often that Havness hits. Today, I don't think.
No.
We've seen a couple of misses in this one. Well, the luck is clearly in Michael's favour as he's doing so well so far. And getting that card advantage, he's already like, nope, I am not accepting a defeat to Mystic Mine. And it makes sense, because now that he's committed a monster on the field, it'll be really, he will have no means of being able to access that out. But it just means that he has a Kikalos now, which is extremely vulnerable to any sort of removal.
Exactly. I think it's quite nice here to get a heartbeat as well, just because it means cards like Rivalry, any other type continuous trap card that you may have sided in, it's going to be able to be dealt with. But yeah, we'll see how he proceeds with the rest of his turn, searching here for, I believe, an Ignista card. He adds a copy of Subtraction, I believe. Can't quite tell if it's Subtraction or Addition there, but...
So, Subtraction and Addition, I get a bit confused. Yeah. Is Subtraction the one that can just summon itself from the graveyard?
They both Sigma is the one that summons itself from the graveyard. Subtraction and Addition, like the names, they either give or remove attack from a monster to summon itself. But yeah, he's going to Cyber's Wicked here. I believe this is going to get him a tuner monster from the deck upon that summon. It's just deciding where he goes from that tuner monster, because I'm unsure of which Ignista specifically is the tuner. It is the Baruru. So he's going to start be able to go from here into his place.
It's circular, not circular. It's the common from Rise of the Duelist. I forgot its name. That's
Diameter.
the tuner.
Diameter,
Yeah.
So
I'm sure Diameter is the tuner. I don't see any synchros in there.
Not playing Diameter in this list, unfortunately.
He's not choosing to play Diameter.
No,
Baruru is a tuner.
Yeah, but that's exactly why. So Baruru, you can get Baruru off this and then start your place from there.
Yeah, I don't see any synchros in his extra deck though, except Wind Pegasus.
Ignista.
That's the synchro monster, but do they tend to do that?
I think it's part of one of the combo lines to just put extra interrupts. So if they try to clear your board, you have the Wind Pegasus there to just start creating extra interrupts.
Okay.
There
it is. Yeah, like straight from the horse's mouth.
Oh, that might be why. Because it now summons back when Baruch uses synchro material. It summons the Picari back and the Picari triggers.
It's just free.
Exactly.
It's free advantage.
Working towards getting there for that Link 5. Arrival Cyber's Ignista. I'll meet you. Again, another really good card just because it gets you that extra name. Meet You is
just the Reborn from the graveyard, right?
No, it's the one you reveal one from extra deck and then you add one with that attribute.
That one, yes.
They have to be 2300 attack, specifically. So I think
are they conveniently all 2300 attack?
I think so.
That's inconvenient.
But yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to use the field spell to its full use here either because, well, he's got monsters, main monster zone.
Yeah, normally like the best part of the Ignista combo is using the field spell and just being able to spam all the multiple names, like the full rainbow onto the board. But he seemingly just has been perfectly fine. A bit of a take back there, I guess just to make sure that he can do the plays legally.
Legally do what he wants to be doing, yeah. Dark Infinite first.
Now he's going to get the field spell.
Yes.
I suppose why not? Free card. It can give you some sort of follow-up next turn.
Yeah, I think did that Ignista field spell. It
feels really scary when they just start like summoning a bunch of colours onto the board.
Yeah, and
it's
they
like,
start with
There's so
one,
many of them.
and then they just end up using all of them, and you're just like, how have you just summoned like 6 monsters from hand?
Just like that can't be more than once per turn.
Exactly.
That's unreasonable.
Making the Dark Templar.
So the play is just to keep Link climbing until eventually
You have your big rival Cerberus at Ignister.
Link's 6, is he?
Link's 6,
He's
I believe, yeah.
Big, very big. And now he's going to start utilising this field spell. Because
Yeah.
his main monster zone is empty.
Yeah, I'm surprised he triggered the Dark Templar there to summon back. That's what it looked like, at least. I believe they try and use Dark Infant's effects just to get the value from it, moving it around the board so you can summon even more monsters back.
And it just looks like it's going according
There
to
he is,
plan
yeah.
here for Jack. Like all the different colours of the rainbow are on
Yeah.
field there.
He's got 4 of them, only 2 more.
And the parameters for a rival's attack, is that how many Link monsters is used? Or
I
how
think it's
big
how many
the
Link
rating
materials it
is?
will, yeah. With
How
different
many Link
attributes potentially,
materials?
yeah.
I
Yeah.
see. So it's potentially going to be a
Yeah.
big fella here. Oh, but spoke too soon.
Spoke too soon, trading that one out for a different card, I believe.
It looks like it's doing the same thing.
Dan Mari, that card's really good. It's a negate, I believe. So it can
like a
remove
hand negate?
I think it removes itself from the graveyard or maybe from the hand as well to negate a face-up card.
That's really cool. And there
there
he
he
is.
is.
There's the win condition right there.
Yeah.
Big fella. So we'll see
Yeah.
how he will
Yeah,
get
so
rid
it
of
should
that.
be on 4,000 now. Quite hard for the Tearlaments deck to out that.
But
We know what's in his extra deck. And he's set 3 cards alongside
three
it as
cards,
well.
So you would think if one of those is Dimensional Barrier,
Dimensional Barrier,
Yeah,
that's
game,
going
set,
to be
match, right?
that's going to be very big if it is the Dimensional Barrier. There could also be other cards like Rivalry of Warlords. Again,
yeah, that'll be
very big as
you
well.
won't be able to summon
Yeah.
Underworld Goddess then, because Underworld Goddess,
it's a fiend, I believe.
definitely
yeah.
not an Aqua.
Yeah, definitely not an Aqua.
Oh, and
He
there
has
it is.
it.
He had
Has
it.
it.
He's pointing at you.
Yeah.
He wants to have a peek at your hand.
Oh, he's chaining it.
Oh, it's a quick play.
It's a quick play, yeah. Oh, and he hit Rivalry of
Dopping
Warlords.
Blast is insane.
Oh, and he's got Cosmic as well.
Oh, he's hitting
Oh.
everything. Did he hit the Rivalry?
Yeah, well, he's got both of them a god now.
Oh, they're both
And he's
raised.
got the Kit Colossus. Maybe he's able to get some. Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, this
That-
is really bad.
oh!
That is really bad.
Not great field placement from
Yeah.
there. Infinite Impermanence hitting in the column of the heartbeat.
Yeah. Yes.
Did the heartbeat
No.
target the other?
Yeah, the heartbeat did, in fact, target the other cards.
Oh no!
Great play by
so
Jack
it looks
there.
like that back row is going to stay
Yeah.
intact.
Which,
because-
unfortunately, is a Rivalry of Warlords as well.
Oh no, my goodness
And he's going to lose
me.
a card from hand as well.
And you would think it is the field spell here.
Yeah.
That field spell
The
is
field spell's very
not
scary.
sticking around.
And the rest of the cards, they don't really
Oh, they're not interacting with
put any
Rivalry
sort of
Warlords
threat.
at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Because as soon as he normals the Rhino Heart,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
could arguably even flip it then. And then at that point, he's just run out of any sort of means of getting over this arrival like Nista.
you
And
think
then
if-
next turn, he has
yeah.
full engine just to push into the field.
Do you think he should flip it here? I think so. Because otherwise he can get the send to potentially get into another Kit Colossus.
Honestly, I'm not even sure if it matters when he flips it.
No, to be honest, you might be right.
But maybe you don't want him to give him the option to summon another Kit Kalos to then try and extend.
Exactly.
So yeah, maybe it is completely fine to summon it now. I'm assuming Rivalry doesn't impact the Ignister engine whatsoever because everything is Cyburst.
Yeah, I'm assuming just every single card in this deck is Cyberse. I'll be very surprised if there's a card in this deck that isn't. So I think he's just going to take control of the game from here once that Rivalry of Warlords is flipped face up.
On that point, I don't think it really put in, well, it put in enough work to get rid of a card that would potentially out the Rivalry of Warlords. So now that
And it just gives him the perfect knowledge as well. So if
Yeah, he
Jack
just
does
knows
have any
exactly
other
when to
interrupts,
flip it.
yeah. Don't think he hit a name there. I may be incorrect.
he hit
Oh,
him
he hit him
early,
early.
which is live. He could
Yeah.
arguably wait to see what he summons. But I think the only slight issue is now, like since he waited, he can summon a Rule Kalos.
He can, yeah. Or he
And
can even, realistically, he could have gone for a Kaleido Heart here as well, with putting the Rhino Heart back from the hand.
That is true, yeah. It was very, very brave
Yeah.
for him to do that. But I suppose chaining Rivalry would meant he couldn't summon it because it's a fiend.
Exactly, yeah.
So he's always just stuck under Aquas here.
Yeah.
So I guess he's just taking his time. It doesn't seem like he's in real rush. Maybe he just wants Michael to waste all his resources.
He just wants the cards to commit to the field, right? So
but he knows what he has, so I guess...
I think he's just trying to get as much value out of this single rivalry as he can, because maybe he's just not in the best situation. Maybe he doesn't have that many cards in hand left.
Well, at the very least, it's going to...
Have this and a Suliak there as well.
Because even if Rivalry was flipped here, I mean, he's still going to be able to just do all this Aqua stuff.
So he hit the Havness, right? He can trigger the Havness here. If Jack
he doesn't
doesn't
flip
flip it,
it,
he can just go straight into that Underworld Goddess, I believe. But it depends if Jack will see that or not.
It is spooky. You could also just summon Kaleido Heart as well, which will then get rid of his back row. And then you'll just go straight into an Underworld Goddess. So Jack is being a bit too patient, maybe.
I do agree. I think he should have maybe flipped it earlier, but maybe he's, again, as I said, I think he's just trying to get as much value as he can from this.
Maybe there's an element of greed as well. Like maybe he wants to get as much value as possible, but...
I think he's going to search for this Kit Kalos, and I do definitely agree.
And he's link summoning. He's link summoned our rival Ignister. So it's straight for it. No messing about. He's outed the our rival Ignister. But then what does Michael do? Off the back of this, he summoned Underworld Goddess. Does he have more gas? And now he's flipping Rivalry Warlord. Maybe a smidge too late. However, this can still be problematic regardless of the game state. Like, a rival Ignister is gone, but Jack still has all gas, and the rivalry is just putting Michael in a situation where it could just be too difficult to come out from this.
It just depends where Jack is going with this hand.
However, Underworld Goddess, you said, is a fiend, right?
It is a fiend,
There is an out then, because he can summon Kaleido Heart if he has a means of triggering any of his tier cards.
So maybe Brandon High Spirit.
You could have set that, maybe.
Maybe he's there,
He might not even necessarily need to hit the rivalry, he just hits the engine.
Exactly.
Because the Underworld Goddess is already putting in some work, being a defensive card.
Yeah.
And then summoning the Kaleido Heart as well, adding that extra disruption. And then he has the field spell as follow-up.
Just posting the pressure on there, The field spell should be back in his hand. I'm sure they'll
I'm not sure if there's another fiend that he can summon.
No,
trigger it.
I'm going to assume it's very much just the Kaleido Heart, but let's have a look. What else he could do? Lingeribo.
Right, he plays Lingeribo.
Yeah, I was thinking about this earlier. I was like, how?
Yeah, where's that come from?
How's he summoning it?
It's one Cyberse card, right?
Is that?
I think it is just one Cyberse monster.
Yeah, it is. I'm just wondering where the Cyberse is.
Wait, where are you?
Maybe we'll see it.
Yeah, well, yep.
Maybe we'll see how he
chuck
summons
it down. He had the high rate draw there, which he's just set, and his Underworld Goddess has just disappeared.
How did he get rid of that?
Yeah, in our confusion, it's just disappeared.
Yeah, it has left the field, but
now it means that he can activate his Havness effect because he no longer has any cards on the field.
Exactly.
And he did hit
him early as well, which is really nice to see.
Does he have any Kit Kaluses left? He had to use all two to link.
2 of them, yeah.
So can he even activate this effect?
Well, he should be able to make a Root Callus, maybe?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, he does have a means to trigger that then.
Yeah.
Because then he can... The most important thing there is just to put a Kit Callus back.
Exactly.
So
you've got one for next
play
turn,
again, yeah.
Again, showing the power of Darkwind Blast, because otherwise it would have been a Death Frog.
Yeah, it would have been a Death Frog.
Again, we're just waiting to see how Jack tries to make a push this turn, because he needs to try and get this into a commanding game state, I'd say.
Well, he has a lot going for him, which is good.
He did use a good amount of his extra deck this turn as well.
And there's the Root Callus, which will also act as a form of disruption as well, which will negate the effect to summon a special summon a monster.
Yeah, and then again, he can also send the Havness for that, correct? And then trigger the Havness.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think, wasn't Havness the one that he milled, or was that Merly?
It was Merly, yeah.
Sure. So he also has a means of summoning, but then he has to summon another Aqua, so I guess he would just summon Kalos just to add.
Start getting his engine go for next turn, right?
But still quite limited, though.
Very much so.
But with the field spell next turn, he does have a means to out it.
So let's see where he goes with this. I assume the Rook House... Does Rook House destroy or just negate? I
think it negates and destroys, but we'll double check.
Very strong if it destroys because it gets rid of that body as well, or the monster.
I do
field.
recall reading it and thinking it was very good. So when your opponent activates a card or effect that includes an effect that special summons a monster, quick effect, you can negate the activation if you do destroy it.
That's pretty good.
There you go. Good. Darkwing Blast, add it again.
Add it again. With all these powerful cards.
Oh, and this Forbidden Droplet. Speaking of powerful cards.
Is it a one-off? That's the real question.
Oh, let's check the sheet.
No, free off. He wants to draw that Forbidden Droplet.
That's probably why I didn't see it game one, because of free off.
The Rivalry Warlords here.
Oh, I guess he accepted its fate that
Yeah.
it wasn't sticking around, because next turn he was like, okay,
Yeah.
that is going to get removed from the field with the field spell. So why don't I just use it as a means to get rid of it now,
yeah.
and then get value out of this droplets, and then just keep all attention cards to help him push into
He
this
may have
field.
also just drawn another Rivalry as well for turn, which may give him the extra confidence to
That
get
would
rid of
also
it.
be incredibly intelligent, yeah.
We're going to see how he goes, because he did negate the...
This is the
Real Power
Reborn
Style.
now,
Yeah,
right?
this is the Reborn. A Idol Reborn.
Reborn, yes.
Says it
the
in the
clue is right there.
So that's going to summon back the Wind Pegasus as well.
Cool.
I believe this card's like strangely good as well. I believe it...
I recall
can
it had a
bounce
really cool grave
cards,
effect,
yeah.
because people used to send
Yes,
it off
yeah.
Nydia's Servant. But what's its on-field effect?
I believe
So-
on field it
so-
can return cards.
So during your main phase, you can destroy spell and traps your opponent controls up to the number of Agnes the monster you control.
True. That's impressive. And weirdly, it controls two.
Yeah,
So- and the player has two
and
back
there
for
you
it.
go. Yeah, and if another card you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, while this card is on the field or in your graveyard, you can banish this card, then target one card your opponent controls and shuffle into the deck. It's pretty good.
That's pretty good there, you know.
It's quite strong, yeah.
Yeah. So again, now he's going to get some value from here. It looks like he might be making a Dracospellia play. Again, no, he's going for another kick, Alos. That's quite interesting to see. Maybe he's just very much...
I guess he just wants more engine.
He wants his engine for next turn.
Is this his turn now, or is it still...
No, I believe it's still Jack's turn.
I guess that makes sense. Maybe he just wants to follow up, and maybe he's just confident that he's not going to get game this turn. 700 life points. Where's it all gone?
Wait, there's 700 now. That's crazy.
I think the card that you summon offer the Reborn
Maybe, yeah.
burns.
I know if for AI meet you, you have to, if you don't normal summon that monster that turn, you lose 2,300, I believe. So, again, it's just chewing into his life points at that point.
Now they're just having a brief discussion here, just to recognize what's going on in the game state.
Yeah.
What would you add next? What's
not
What's
sure.
Michael's game plan?
I think it's quite interesting because I think he needs a piece of interruption here. We don't know what the set card is after all. It could be something like Dynamiscus. I'm not sure if he's playing it, but it could be something like to that extent, where he just wants to try and resolve his fusion monsters, get that search, and then maybe make further fusion plays. But I think the interrupt is going to be quite important for how this match pans out. This game pans out at least.
So if we can just talk about that a little bit more, how the game state is progressing.
Yep.
So we've got game one, the Tearlaments player was victorious, and it looks like he's in a decent position now, getting that Underworld Goddess, getting rid of that Arrival Ignister.
Yes, yeah.
But then the Ignister player is trying to play out his
Yeah,
turn,
he's trying to make a push.
gets rid of the rivalry. So you'd like to think that it's looking quite optimistic for him, because otherwise why would he get rid of something that's such an obvious win condition?
Yeah, at least from my perspective, it looks like he's cleared through the remaining interrupts now. He is making that push, and he's just a few key maneuvers away from maybe sealing this game down with maybe a push with Access Code Talker, or something to the like of that.
Yeah, and of course, since he's playing Cyberse cards, he does have access to really powerful Cyberse monsters in Access Code Talker. You forget that it's a Cyberse because it's generally played in almost every deck to facilitate OTKs. But Access Code Talker being a Cyberse just means that it has been able to attack twice. It makes it so that you don't have to make it like 5-3.
Exactly, like even 4,000 is just
4,300 is perfectly fine. That's more than enough. 4-3 plus 4-3 is definitely
surprisingly over 8,000.
Over 8,000, yeah.
But especially in a deck like this where you're playing all of these Cyberse cards, you just have a whole rainbow of Link monsters as well. So you can probably banish maybe 6 cards for Access Code Talker. and just wipe out the field and secure it. So it'll be good to see if he's able to push through those last interrupts from Michael in this game and see what happens.
For sure. What do you think is going to win?
This match? Michael is up a game. I really like his Crystal Beast cards. So I think I'm going to have to side with this. I really enjoy seeing this. I really, really, really love Rainbow Bridge of Salvation.
You just want to see it resolve?
I want to see it resolve, yeah. It's like very beginning of the day. It feels like so long ago now, but I was getting excited for the Draco Slayer cards. Just search the field spell. The Majesty Maiden, just search the field spell. The Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, exactly the same card. Although I am still yearning for it to be flip face up and just something crazy happening.
And the parameters to do that is you need a level 10.
A level 10. He does have Baron de Fleur. I believe in him, but
there's no way.
There's no way it's happening.
Impossible. But if they can do it live on stream, oh my
that would be
goodness,
beautiful, wouldn't it?
That would be incredible.
He is also playing High Rate Draw, which is...
That's meant to be a Mystic Mine, right?
Yes, it's Mystic Mine. I believe it returns itself to the field by returning a card, a face monster on your side to the hand. So it just gives you another card to clear Mystic Mine.
Doesn't it have a grave effect too? 'Cause I'm pretty
I think
sure
that is the grave effect theory.
Can't it trigger the field spell? I might be thinking of something else.
Maybe it can actually, maybe.
Trigger the field spell by putting an aqua back or something?
Yeah, I know it can trigger both on the field and in the grave to do very, very similar effects. So very good at, again, helping you out Mystic Mine and change unfavorable matchups or unfavorable moments in games into playable moments.
You know what? I want to figure out how on earth he summoned a Lingerebo. Like I've just found it. Like I'm just like it's been bothering me. I've been looking. I'm just like how. I mean, IP Masquerena is a Cybers,
but
so
I think you need a level 4 or lower.
Right.
So
where's it coming from? Let's scour this. Maybe it's meant to be Link Karibo, but even then,
that's quite out there, isn't it?
Level 1.
Yeah. Maybe it was a mistake on his deck list. I don't know how, but maybe he just put it down as a mistake.
I want to summon it now.
Yeah.
No,
I do.
I'm not accepting that. There has to be a way. I'm convinced there's a way to do it.
There has to be a way.
Like he's definitely saw a line that we don't see. Yeah. And that frustrates me. I want to know.
And that's why he's on table 2 and we're here.
Yeah, exactly. So, we're on table doesn't even have enough.
But I'm really, I hope he can summon it. I need to know. There's a lot I'm waiting for from this match now. I really need to see this Rainbow Bridge of Salvation resolve. I need that Link Karibo to summon. And he's also playing a cool card in the side deck. Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood.
You think that's cool, dude?
It's cool, yeah. I was quite looking forward to see if he would side it in this matchup, even though there was a lot of time left on the round. But this Agnister deck, think about how many times it summons and how much attack points, or life points even, you would gain from those attack points.
Well, as I mentioned, it is spooky season. So what are you dressing up for Halloween?
Generic duelist.
I had this really interesting bit that I was going to try and do, but I ended up bottling it because I didn't have time. So I had this thing with my friend where I was asking him to borrow clothes.
Yeah, right.
So I got his shoes and I got a pair of socks.
Yep.
And I was just thinking, how can I run it through so I can end up borrowing like a shirt and pants? And then on Halloween, I was just going to dress as him. But like, what date are we on now? We were on the 22nd. And I wasn't sure if I had enough time to actually do it. So I ended up just coming clean. I just gave him like his clothes back. You
tried at least. At least you tried. But
like I still have his shoes. He was going to give me these wrestling socks because I was complaining about how his new shoes give me a blister. So I was just like, that led into the conversation of him being like, "Oh, do you want to borrow some socks?" And I'm like, "The plan's all coming together."
I think you should have worn the iconic Yu-Gi-Oh socks.
Oh, you're right.
Do you remember those socks?
It's really difficult to find Yu-Gi-Oh clothing, and it frustrates me.
It was the best part of YCS's. I remember Ping Zhao.
Oh yeah.
I was on the bubble, first time ever at YCS. I think it was Milan in 2018 maybe. And I was on the bubble playing Sky Striker. And he was like, if you win this and make top cut, I'll give you a pair of Yu-Gi-Oh socks.
That's enough of incentive.
That's enough.
Yeah.
You know what? It was better than top of the YCS. My opponent shows up late. I'm like,
the socks are in! We're getting the socks!
And they get 2-0'd.
No! And you're like, mate, please, I really need these socks.
Honestly, this Thunder Dragon duelist was impeccable.
Because
honestly, I played around Denko Seka. I was like, right, I've got this. I've got Engage for next turn. I've got my Widow Anchors I can't lose. lightning kaiju.
You should have just lied. You should have been like, I won, yeah, give me the socks.
But then if he sees the standings, my name's
Just
not
run,
there.
just
run with the socks.
Run off with the socks. Once you've got the socks, it's over.
Yeah.
Just get out of there. There is some cool Yu-Gi-Oh merch that I quite like, but it's just a bit baggy on me. Do you remember the Trials of the Pharaoh stuff where I had like Marek T-shirts, like the Speed Duel stuff,
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
also had the most recent ones with like Flame Wingman and stuff.
Those are cool.
They're sick. I think I would have preferred if they were like black or something.
Yes, yeah.
The white color's quite nice. You know what we need? Those shoes, the Yu-Gi-Oh shoes with like the blue eyes on them.
You know what? I really considered them. I really considered it. I was like, that's the Yu-Gi-Oh drip for any event.
How much were they?
They were, I think they were about 100-ish.
Just a cheeky 100
I think it was
per
fine.
shoe.
I think it was fine. And
That's fine. As far as a pair of shoes go,
it's
like,
not that bad.
You would
And
generally expect to pay
think
about
about
that
when you
these
turn
days.
up to the YCS and the
You would
Yu-Gi-Oh
have
shoes.
drip.
Yeah.
Like you really would. You'd have more drip than a Prank Kids player.
Oh, he's got drip suits on tap as well. But I think
I feel like I missed out. There's Dark Magician one too.
the Domination ones, yeah. But come on, you gotta go for the Kaiba Noise ones.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Well, you know what other clothing is there? Like that's like there's got to be hoodies, right?
I think there's so much cool merch. I remember I played in one of the Remote Duel Invitational events. I entered the qualifier for that just because one of my friends, Leon, he wanted the Alistair mat. So I was like, I've got an invite. I'm not doing anything this weekend. I'll play. I somehow go X1
Excellent.
after Swiss, and I'm like, I've got the mat for you, boss. I've got you. Don't you worry.
I really want the. You don't really see the Yu-Gi-Oh merch a lot when you just browse in random shops.
yeah.
But I really want some keychains. Like,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
handed out some like Trials of the Pharaoh keychains, but like it's quite a generic
It's
one.
like chibi or is it like
It wasn't really a chibi one. It was
Yeah.
literally just a circle that said Trials of the Pharaoh and it had Jaden on it, which is like it's fine because I got it for free.
Oh, and it looks
But-
like we're back in the game.
Enough about our gibberish.
Exactly.
We're moving straight
So,
into Yu-Gi-Oh. So
Michael is still resolving a search from this Kit Colossus. Again, who knows where this game can go? It looks like Jack is, personally, I think he's in the driving seat.
the game state doesn't look like it's changed when we
No.
tuned out. I think they were just trying to just clarify,
clarify something,
the
yeah.
card effects and stuff. Maybe there was
Exactly.
like a disagreement. And it doesn't look like the game state has changed. It looks exactly the same. And it looks like, I think he was in the middle of resolving a Tearlament card.
Exactly.
effect with-
He was
with
resolving
Celiac
Kit
and stuff.
Colossus, I believe.
That's it, yeah. And maybe there was a disagreement whether it was like negated or
Yeah,
something.
exactly.
I'm
Or
not
it
sure.
already been used or something like that. But that's something to look forward to. Okay, so
I've also got confirmation as well that there will be 9 additional minutes on top of the current 6 minutes that they have.
that's pretty
So-
impressive.
so
If we spoke for 9 minutes about that, or
Well, we
but
can chat total
we can do
nonsense
it.
for a
We
good
can
9
do
minutes.
it.
I feel like I can talk for hours now.
yeah. So,
Honestly, not going to lie to you, I still kind of want to talk about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Merchandise. But we'll probably get in trouble if we
maybe
don't
we'll
talk about this game.
Maybe we'll ask the winner of this match what they're thinking. But yeah, so it looks like he's resolving AI Meet You, essentially. I think that is Gachiri, the Earth one. Again, another way to extend your plays, and I think he is aiming for this update jammer access codes.
Yeah,
line.
he wants this game over quickly because if he passes turn and Michael's allowed to
He's got
go
so
with
many
all
cards
his
now,
engine,
yeah.
it's
And he's
not
only
gonna
got
be
to do
very good.
700 life points as well.
Oh yeah.
Let's not forget that.
It's quite easy for
Yeah.
Tier to deal out
Yeah.
a significant
I
amount
think
of
he
damage.
might be trying to go for game this turn because if he special summons that Gachiri, so he will be taking 2300 in the end phase.
Oh,
I
so
think
it's do or die?
Yeah, do or die at the moment. But yeah, he looks like he's doing it, and there you
He's
go.
going in, but there's one spooky back row left
Yeah.
for Tearlament. I'm
wonder
not
what
sure what it
this
could possibly be because I would assume the Celiac has
Yeah,
been used.
exactly. The Suic has been used. For what I could think, maybe the high rate draw potentially.
What sort of disruption would that be?
I don't think it disrupts the opponent. I believe it only disrupts you. So
Not very
so-
proactive then. Yeah, the high rate draw, it destroy 2 or more monsters you control, and if you do, draw 1 card for every 2 monsters destroyed. So during your opponent's main phase, if this card is in your graveyard, you can target 1 monster you control, destroy it, and if you do, set this card, but banish it or leave it. Yeah, so
he's gone for the Heat Soul there.
Heat Soul, okay.
And now it looks like he's getting there. For
Yeah,
his,
big. This is going to be a big access
Yes,
code
exactly.
talker. Very big. I can only assume this can attack twice somehow.
Yes, yeah, it is with the update jammer.
So do you think he ignores the back row, or do you think he hits it? Like, what sort of floater back row would
So he has to hit the Rukulos twice, right? Because it will be summoning itself back.
Yeah.
Then he's got to get rid of the... I think he has to get rid of the Kikalos. Or it is on 7,000.
He could have potentially... We didn't see what happened with the Suliak. He could have potentially sent the Rokalos and then brought it back, maybe.
Yes, maybe, yeah.
So maybe that's why he's went a lot of resources all-in approach. But where's the extra monster coming from so he can do the damage? What monster is giving him the ability to attack twice? Is it the
Update Jammer, yeah.
Okay.
So it's 5,300 attacking twice. So if he can clear all of the monsters on board, it will be enough damage to
If he
start
has
this
3
game.
separate attributes, yeah, that'll be
exactly.
more than enough. But he's going to the battle phase, okay.
He's attacking straight away. That's quite interesting there, actually.
But as you mentioned, if he's going to take
Yeah,
2,300 damage... then
Yeah, I believe that's what's going to occur. So he's doing 2,300 over that Rukulos. And then I think he won't be, he'll be doing what, 2,000, maybe 3,100 over the
It doesn't.
Rukulos?
I don't think it'll be enough. It'll
No.
be just above 5,000
Yeah,
damage.
so he'll still be in the game.
Yeah.
With follow-up as well,
I think
because
it'll
he
be
has
about
got the Reinhardt,
5,300
yeah.
damage, I think.
And yeah, I do believe he will be taking
5,700
effect
damage, rather.
Um,
No. I was right the first time. Or maybe I wasn't. I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah.
All I know, it's not quite there.
It's not 7,000. And I don't know if he's explaining that, saying he is going to lose 2,000.
Oh, no, so I might have been incorrect. So it's during the end phase of this turn, take 2,300 damage if you did not special summon the reveal monster. So because he did special summon, he won't be taking that damage.
Oh, okay.
However, again, he's still not in an ideal situation here.
The kick also did not trigger either, which makes me think that it must have triggered earlier.
Yeah.
It's struggling to remember since it
So
had
yeah,
been
now Michael's down to
9 minutes ago.
3,200. So do you think he will be able to clear out this game?
Oh, get rid of everything.
Do you think he gets rid of everything here?
Get rid of everything. Even the Suliak. It is a high rate draw, yeah.
I knew it.
Just get rid of everything. I don't care if it's adding a card. Just let him have it. Just get rid of everything. Because like that Suliak is going to put pressure on him if he summons a card anyway.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it. If he has any, hopefully Jack has some form of disruption in his hand, so he can actually interact with him.
Yeah, hopefully.
Other than just hoping. 200 life points.
Yeah. Oh, he's on 200.
Was he only 200 off? Was there a slight maybe
There might be a
miscalculation
miscalculation there. Oh, that is really unfortunate for Jack there.
That is rough.
Oh, and he's got a Bestial.
He's got a Bestial.
Is he
And we
gonna get
wondered
rid
if
of-
this had any sort of interaction with this matchup.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's doing something.
It's doing a little bit here.
There's an extension there.
Yeah.
That is the one that would remove from the field. I don't think Access Code Talker is protected by
No.
anything.
Reinhardt effect send.
And it's resolving.
That
Oh,
looks like it's going to
no.
be very strong now.
I think just if you just respect Nibiru, just a Kaleido Heart spin is
Yeah.
probably just, I think
Yeah.
that's what he's doing. He's respecting Nibiru, just going to spin it away. And there's, there
There
it
he
is,
goes,
and there's the
yeah.
handshake.
Michael takes it down with 2-0 victory.
Michael is heading to the final
Yeah, he's
of
on
the UK
table
Open
one.
4. Could he be the winner of UK Open 4 with his Tearlament matchup? His pretty solid Tearlament list, playing the new Darkwing Blast cards in what was the card that it added again? What was this? The one that removed Mystic Mine.
Tearlament's Heartbeats, yeah.
Heartbeat. I need to remember that because I keep thinking.
That card's really, seems really unique.
I
here.
keep thinking that Scream was the only card that
Yes,
was added.
yeah.
Then he's added that card. I wonder if he added it as a means to out Mystic Mine.
I think that might have been the main reason. Also, just gives that extra utility for game one,
Yeah,
right?
of course, yeah.
Being able to deal with maybe even like more of the back row matchups, which may be a little bit more difficult for Tearlaments to usually deal with. So just, again, give you that extra little bit of removal and somewhere to go.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah.
Solid. He has been on feature twice. He's
Yeah.
going to be on
Gonna be a
feature
third time.
again since
Yeah.
he is undefeated. He will play the other undefeated player in our final round, round 9. So we'll see what we'll be interested to see who is victorious in the other round. I think it's table. This was table 2, so whoever was the winner of table one.
Yes, yeah.
I believe it could have been a Mystic Mine player or
I believe
a Sprite player.
I believe it was a Runic Sprite mirror match on table 1.
Runic Sprite mirror
yeah,
match.
I believe
okay.
so.
Right, so we'll basically be the two big boys at it. So what we'll do is
So it looks like he's playing Gabriel Nets in the finals. Gabe.
we'll be featuring them
8-0?
both again.
8-0?
8-0, so we...
I got it right. So that's what really matters.
Excellent. Right, well, we're excited.
Yeah, we are.
We're going to take a quick break before we get stuck into the final. We'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Hey there, guys. Welcome back for the round 8 interview. We've made time for an interview for you, and we're here with Michael, undefeated. How are you feeling?
Not quite undefeated. I had a draw earlier on the feature
not a
match.
loss.
Yeah,
It
it's
isn't
not
a
a
loss,
loss, yeah.
no, but it was against Bistjol Dragon Maid, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, well, remember we had you on feature previously. We did, and quite unfortunate that the game lasted a bit too long. I think it was a moment where you didn't quite respect Nibiru because you slinked away the
It
roll
was. My friends all laughed at me because I did that. And, but nonetheless, though, it happens.
Yeah.
I didn't expect Nibiru just due to the prolific involvement of Rukalos currently, and I thought that might scare people away from Nibiru.
Yeah, and I think that's a completely reasonable assessment to make. Unfortunately, this player in particular was playing Nibiru.
Yeah.
But you haven't been punished. You kept your held up high, and you're still undefeated. A draw is not a loss, and you're going to the finals. So let's talk about what happened in
This
game
match.
1. So initially, we also saw this in your Dragon Maid matchup as well. A main deck drawn on Lockbird.
It's quite decent.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Terraforming's adding field spells all the time. Field spells adding more cards. Tearlaments having milled stuff, add the traps, add the monsters. It's really good at the moment, so I feel like it's really good. A lot of the Sprites engines are playing Adventure as well, so Droll really hurts that. Definitely a huge shout. I got recommended it by my friend Alex, so I'm glad I took his advice.
Yeah, well, it seems to have been really putting in the work for you. Whenever you played it on feature, it just stopped your opponents dead. They just weren't able to play. And especially when decks these days are adding a lot and being able to just stop them in their tracks, it means that their hands are just really suboptimal.
Yeah.
So right after that, though, you got Mystic Mind.
Yeah. You know, when you know the saying, people say if you come to a regional and you don't have an out to Mystic Mind, don't complain about it. Luckily, I was main decking a one copy of Heartbeat, so
Yes,
I had an out.
Was Heartbeat mained specifically for that reason?
Yes, it was, because mine is a very annoying card to deal with.
Yes, it is.
But not if you have the out. And it's pretty
Exactly.
solid,
Oh, yeah,
especially since he left one monster up, kept Callus. You immediately grabbed it, and we were just like, what's that card do?
I know it's the remove one. I know it has to
And
be
we read it,
remove
and we were
one.
just like, he's out in it.
Yeah.
And then he flipped Rivalry as well, and you out that as well.
Yeah, so Rivalry was pretty annoying as well, especially in game 2. That was
Yeah.
I managed to play around it at least, but
Yes, yeah.
I'm just surprised he didn't flip it earlier, that's all.
We were as
Yeah.
well, because we were like, is he going to be able to get enough monsters on board to
Yeah.
just summon that Underworld Goddess?
We were
And
thinking, is he going to flip it? And no,
Yeah.
he just doesn't.
I was quite surprised by that, but...
In game 1, you were
what's your
firmly
favourite?
in the driving seat, and you moved to game 2 where we had the incident with Rivalry.
Yeah.
When you were playing, you understood your win condition. What did you think the set was? What were you trying to respect?
Mainly it was for Rivalry, and I did have 2 openings, and when he Red Lotus to me, I had that narrowed down, like hit the other 2 cards with my other 2 spell and trap removal.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I played into Imperm.
Yes, yeah.
And a lot of times, sometimes Imperm is unavoidable,
Yeah.
but sometimes you just don't think like it hit.
It wasn't. I was thinking like, I've got an easy game here. Quick, do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you do, you kind of get excited and you kind of get a bit
Exactly,
flustered and you just put
exactly.
cards anywhere. And then, unfortunately, like if you just targeted them the other way around as well, like in retrospect, you just lost a 50-50.
Yeah.
I did lose a 50-50, but
Yeah.
it happened.
But then you got there in the end. You immediately got the 4 monsters and you just went.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then
Yeah.
out. You got to run it just because Tyr can typically deal with big monsters like that, so you have to run like a decent out of the
definitely.
sort. IP Avramax is a really difficult one to out in it. People have either run the Underworld Goddess, or I've seen other people run Borrowload as well.
Okay.
But Borrowload feels a bit more streamlined, and
Yes.
it's a more so experimental. I just think Underworld is more flexible.
Yeah, and it seems like it's definitely worth the place in the extra deck, especially since you don't with Brandon and High Spirits, which has been. It seemed like it really overperformed for you in all the feature matches that you had.
It's done all right. Yeah, it has done all right.
Not having to play Desfrog as well just means that you have more of a flex space as well. I just want to ask you like one last question as well. We noticed you were playing Lingeribo in the extra deck.
Oh, yeah.
What is that for?
Sprites, they like to give you a Nightmare Corruptor Iblis.
Yeah.
And since it's a level 4 or lower Cyberish, you can just make it. And if they happen to have a Sprite double cross set, it also outs to Sprite up double cross Lingeribo.
And we were wondering, like, how
How
is
is
he
he
summoning this?
summoning
We were
Lingeribo,
just
yeah.
like, we took a minute where we were just like, there's not a single Cyburst in here. We're going crazy. Oh, that's great. And one last question before we see you after the final. Are you going to win?
We can definitely try.
Ah, yes.
Ah,
Good
enough
attitude.
answer,
Let's
yeah.
go. So thank you for that, mate. Good luck for the final. We'll see you in the final in a bit. Hi there, guys. Welcome back. It's time. It's the grand final of the UK Open.
It's round 9.
It's
round 9. That's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh.
That is a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh.
A lot for one day as well.
That is a typical day one for a YCS these days.
But in the UK.
In the United Kingdom.
We're just here in the north.
I think the exact
Round
number
9.
was 395 players, almost 400. Still a record breaker though.
Yeah.
One of the biggest events in the UK, quite possibly the biggest Open we've ever had. We'll have to double check
I believe that, yeah,
It is.
100%,
Oh yeah, go UK. But we're just jumping straight into the final. We're just not messing about.
We have got...
No lip service from us.
No,
we're
they
just
don't
going
need us
straight
now.
into it. So we've featured both these players before. It's Gabe against who we've just interviewed, Michael. So we're quite already familiar with these both decks. Runic Sprite, the deck that won last weekend, versus Tearlaments, a deck which has been strong in both feature matches.
Both really strong players as well. They've both got here to table 1 after 8 rounds.
Both undefeated. Gabe with an 8-0, Michael with a 7-0-1. Regardless of that draw, if he wins this match, he will win the UK Open 4.
Yeah. So let's see just how powerful these cards are.
And Michael has
going
begun
first with
the turtle. He's discarded the turn.
And then he whiffs. And he
Not a
hits
great
3
start for the
spells.
grand final. But it's
3 cards.
okay. He
He's
can
gonna
mill
normal summon.
some more.
Do you think he'll miss again?
No way.
There's no way.
There's just no way. No! He's missed again. But
So
it's
use
okay.
4 cards. Use 4 cards.
But
in hand,
it's
right?
fine.
3
It's
cards,
fine.
3 cards.
He has Merly. Merly is a level 2.
Yeah.
So at the very least, he can go to Sprint if he has any play to extend.
Or
you can go to Sprite Elf, so he can then mill some more on his opponent's turn.
Sprint. Oh, okay.
This is not an ideal start,
No.
but it's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing. He's got that. He's going to get some Merly. Merly's going to get him another 3 mills. There's no way he's missing again.
Gabe will be licking his lips here.
He's going to be
because
so happy
this board
with this.
can look much more terrifying.
I feel like there's going to be some thinking in the draw phase here.
And the smile will have to wait.
Yeah.
Because Gabe now has to play through a Sprite Elf and a set back row, which you would assume is probably Suliak.
Yeah.
And he's starting with Sprite Starter here.
Yeah.
Ironically to its name, it's not something that you like to start with because you don't want to get locked.
Into the 2s,
But maybe he wants to try and bait the Infinite Impermanence, if it is Infinite Impermanence, or Suliak, because he values his Hugin search more.
I think he's going to be doing this in the draw phase as well, to play around cards like Droll, which Michael is playing. He actually does play that card.
You feel like we're just playing your own draw just because we can. Oh no, you get one person who thinks it's an optimal choice for the event. Main decked as well. You often see that card sometimes side decked. Main decked is really interesting.
Has he activated Havness just now as well, actually?
Oh, he has more? More gas?
Oh,
more gas?
Right, surely he can't miss again.
He
cannot miss.
He can't miss 9 mils. No way. And he has! He's missed! There's just no way!
He's missed 9.
He's hit 9 mils and he's missed all of them.
Missed every single one?
Oh, look at the smile on Gabe's face.
Gabe is so happy right now.
This has to be his day. It's just impossible.
There's
you
no
don't
way. There's no way.
miss 9 mils.
But he still has Merly.
He does.
He does have Merly.
But he surely
cannot
doesn't
miss
miss
12. There's no way he's missing 12.
That's almost half the deck.
There's no way.
That's over a quarter.
Okay, so he's resolving this blue. Likely going to get a jet here. He's going to get the carrot
He's getting carrot.
instead.
Nom. He's going straight for carrot.
That's good, again, respecting the Suliak there, maybe.
He's terrified of Imperm. And rightly so, because Imperm on Hugin is not very nice because he really wants his mountain. So very good. When I was trying this deck, I think I would prioritize carrot over red, just because Infinite Impermanence is just much scarier. And here he goes.
Oh, and he's got the flashing fire as well.
He doesn't get the mill 12.
So these 3 cards, what do you think he's going to hit? I think he's going to hit 3 names
now.
Like,
honestly,
just to complete everything else. He's going to hit 3 names for him.
Like, that'll just add insult to injury, wouldn't it?
So banishing 3 cards.
No, please. That's
two triggers.
That's
not the ideal one.
No way.
Yeah.
He's 12 cards deep and we haven't seen a single Tearlaments monster. That's just crazy.
You know what?
If he has Suliak, he's not
He's not entirely out of it
but
just
it's
yet.
not looking swell.
It's not great.
It's not looking great.
Especially he might get the smashes here just to play around the Suliak.
Yeah.
This is phenomenal gameplay.
This is
amazing.
This is extremely unfortunate. Bless Michael. Like
a very sweet guy as well.
He's been going very, very strong up until this point, and sometimes you just need everything. You just need something to go right, and not even a single thing is going right.
So let's see how this keeps going.
And Gabe is probably just going to think, that it's business as usual.
Yeah.
He's going to try and just generate as much card advantage as possible.
Exactly. He doesn't
Similar to when we featured him previously when he was against the tier player and nothing was going for him. He was just like, you know what, I'm just going to remain passive, just generate my own card advantage and let my opponent just...
I think he just wants to clear this board, simplify the game state, and then once that's happened, it'll be fine.
Exactly,
Right.
yeah. He just wants to
He'll be in
draw
control.
more good cards.
So we're going to see how it goes. He isn't playing Cap Shell though, so we can't draw more, but he is playing the scissors.
Scissors, snip, snip.
Yeah.
And that'll be a good way of removal for the Sprite Elf as well, because that's probably the most threatening thing that's on the board. Because he would want to get rid of that, because if he keeps it there, then it is a means for Michael to play in his turn as
Exactly. So we're going to see him looking for a gigantic here.
Yeah, he definitely just wants to figure out whether that's a Suliag or an Imperm.
Luckily we know Michael's not playing Imperm. So
Did he not trigger Scream as well? Maybe he didn't have a card to add off Scream. How many traps is he playing?
He banished the Scream, he milled the
Ah,
Heartbeat.
yes,
It
it
sent that from the top of the deck,
banished them, of course. Yeah,
so I
makes
think
more sense.
he
So
would
it is
have to
it
chain
is a
it here,
Suliag.
yeah.
So now we're thinking he has to carry this,
Yeah.
right? Like, there's
Do you
just
think
no
he
other
I
choice.
think he might use Smashes instead. Because that gets rid of the card instead of leaving it there.
There is a Sprite starter in the graveyard.
Exactly.
So yeah, that potentially is a shout. Just get rid of it. There's nothing else really threatening the field right now. So get it over with. There could be a fear maybe of Mystic Mine since you've just lost your out, but I don't think he plays Mystic Mine. Going off it. This is the wrong list, but going off his attitude since he plays an out the Mystic Mine.
He is. The Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. My favourite card this weekend.
So that could be potentially his win condition. However, I'm fairly confident the Runic spells can out Mystic Mine.
Just a little bit, I think he can get there.
So
we're going to see him resolve this
not
gigantic.
much of a win condition.
Yeah.
Then.
What do you think he summons it? Maybe he summons the scissors. But
Just more sprites, why not? Like, just more level 2s.
maybe get a red in rotation.
At this point, there's nothing specific. Just, get it in rotation. Give yourself an option to summon off Sprite Elf. But right now, it's looking...
It's very, very good for him.
He already has a means of just getting rid of the cards in his field. Gigantic Sprite can attack over Elf.
Cross of Desires, there he goes.
He is not a coward!
And now he's got all three of his main targets out the deck.
There's
He's
nothing
so
really
happy.
he cares about banishing, right? He already has access to... That's probably why he got
Yeah,
red out of the deck, because he didn't want to banish them all again.
Exactly.
As we saw, he got a bit unfortunate
Draw
with
another
them.
2 cards. He hasn't got a fountain out of the deck yet, though.
Ooh!
So there is a chance that it does go slightly wrong for him.
True. Even if he does banish both fountains, he's still in
a
a
very
strong
commanding
position,
situation, yeah. We're going to see what he draws here, maybe. Ooh, Smithing Storm.
Here we go.
This is, unironically, my favorite runic card. It just says banish. It just banishes a bunch of your opponent's cards, and it just rewards you for playing that unique way of, or unique win condition even, just removing your opponent's cards using these runic spells, and in the end you can just start forming these massive chains where you use Smithing Storm, you bash like 7 cards, and it's just sick.
Well, we're seeing Pot of Desires in action as well. I assumed he didn't have access to these runic cards beforehand, so Pot of Desire is just getting into the next cards in his deck to give him access to all of his engines
Did he search Fountain there, or did he already have it maybe?
He did search Fountain.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
So just to clarify, Hugh can search as any runic spell.
Field spell.
It has to be field spell.
Yeah, field spell.
Right, okay.
Oh, imagine if it's such tip. Oh, then that was any card in your deck.
Extra. Oh, maybe
what's he
it's
going to
just...
go for here?
So he doesn't have a
Oh, he's
battle
gonna
phase
mill.
anymore.
He's going to mill.
He's going to be like,
I bet he's going to get a better mill. He's going to get a better mill, isn't he?
He's just like, I'll mill.
Yep.
What does he hope to hit here? Just more runic names so you can
names.
draw?
Yeah, exactly.
There's 1.
There's
two.
And a blue.
And 2 is fine. I mean, Michael is looking... Wish my mills were that good, yeah?
Yep.
So the fountain is now looking probably going to draw 4 cards.
He's just going to start drawing cards.
This is quite surreal.
He's going to get rid of maybe that Havness, probably the elf actually.
You would get rid of the elf.
Yeah.
The Havness is not
It's not really
applying any
threatening
sort
anything,
of pressure
Banish
at
the top
all.
2, and there's a
Sharon
only
just
2.
staring him at the face. Just and
he's
choosing.
scooping.
Very smart decision
Yeah.
from Michael here. He does not want to go anywhere near time because of the fear of red resonator. So very smart. He wants to get this game over and done with. He recognizes that like losing game 1 can be not very advantageous.
Exactly.
So with plenty of time on the clock, a nice healthy amount of time, 31 minutes, he's just going to go straight to game 2 and just accept that that was not his game. But it's completely fine. Gabe Nets is next, going to go second.
Yeah, so he's going second into this match. Michael, going to go first, going to try and use maybe some of his side deck cards. He's got more heartbeats. There can be only one, which could also be very strong into this matchup. Even though you can get 2 different level 2s on board, you can then go into a Fiend and stuff, you may be able to play through it. It's definitely something you can see. But again, I think there's 30 minutes left on the round. You've got plenty of time to wrap up the rest of this match, hopefully avoiding the timeout. So again, for Gabe going second here, he spoke about it before, he was putting in Lava Golems and Sphere modes. I'm not sure if I personally like that, but it's something we can see going into this event, going into this round even. He might just try and do the Sphere mode Lava Golem tactic again. But yeah.
So they're still in the middle of side decking.
Exactly.
So it looks like that, again, like...
Do you think he's going to keep these Lava Golems in
How is he fitting all these
I
cards?
don't know.
I'm trying to
I think he
I'm
might
just
be
think-
getting rid of some more of the techie kind of
Yeah,
ones, like
it does
Sniffing
look like
Storm, the Golden Droplet.
It does look like he is going in.
Yeah.
And he just wants to make sure that Tearlaments just don't get to play.
Exactly.
And I suppose if they don't mill the right cards, then I guess
It doesn't matter, yeah.
Yeah, one bestial will just do the trick.
Yeah. He got very, very good choices there.
Oh yeah, he got very lucky. But the choice of Michael here, he does have Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood, so there is an option there if the time does run out.
He might have said the Cosmics in, and maybe the Heartbeat as well. Again, more back row removal, just getting rid of that fountain.
There can only be one as an interesting side deck card that he has as well.
I think I would, if I was Michael, I think that would be something I'd consider. Again, Sprites are Thunder Monsters. Not being able to summon Thunder Monsters is very awkward. So, but yeah, we're going to see them going into this game 2 here. Michael hopefully going first.
And hopefully actually hitting a tier card.
Hopefully hitting a tier card. Hopefully he gets to play his strategy.
Just for his benefit,
Yeah.
really. Like, there's no way like you can go 9 cards deep, miss, and then go 9 cards deep again and miss. Again, at that point, you'll start to think, what is today?
It feels really unfortunate when you're just unable to play your strategy.
But we're about to get
hopefully he'll get there.
We're about to get the grand final started underway for game 2. Here we go. Will we see another 2-0 by Gabe on feature? I think we will if Michael doesn't hit any tier names. Hopefully the luck will be on his side for game 2.
Yeah.
And now we're underway.
Oh, shaking hands, very sportsmanlike. Let's see what Michael can do. Will he have Branded High Spirits? He's got the field spell. That's a good start.
Yeah, I mean, it's as good a start as any.
Yeah, now it might be under his control as well. He might be able to get Rhino Heart.
And that one...
he's definitely hitting a name there.
Yeah. I think, he's not going for the
variant. He's not going for the
like, you know what? Nope.
I need this name.
I know what I want. I am hitting a tier card.
So hopefully going for very similar plays we've seen him all day.
If he has Scream as well, that can add a little bit of... He does.
Oh, he's got it there.
Hold back. Just hit a name.
Yeah.
Like, just for entertainment's sake.
I beg he hits 3 names off this one Scream. I beg.
All 3 just to tease him.
Exactly.
Both Havnus, Sharon, and Merly are all just going to squad up.
He wants to...
And here we go. Will he hit at least an Aqua? I mean, just any Aqua, just so he doesn't have to fuse the Rhino Heart away. He's like, let me cut that
Give
deck.
me that, yeah,
like,
just in case.
You're going to miss again, baby.
Go on, hit 3 names.
And he does. He
gets basically two.
Ooh, panic averted. He hit an Aqua, so it's fine. And also he hit the
trap.
The trap as well.
Which he could have chained here as well, or on resolution, I guess.
Yeah.
Chain here to try and get that Emerald Tortoise out of the deck. Which, again, that fuels him. He gets that free Aqua Monster.
Yeah, I suppose he can chain it to the Sharon effect. So then he can just basically put the turtle back.
Well, he probably uses both heroes, right, just to play around Bestial.
Yeah, he's doing that. Like, hopefully,
well
done.
Hopefully he has, yeah.
I would assume he's used both. It lowers the ceiling of the deck a little bit, but you just have to do that just to respect these Bestial cards because they are just really good.
I don't think he has.
Oh,
I think he just used Havnus.
Oh, that's problematic.
That is, yeah.
You
that's
definitely have to respect that.
Oh, he can send Scream? Yeah, that's really cool. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of synergy with
I like that.
With Goods now being able to send Scream.
Oh, that's
and it can
really good. Like, there's so many different cards now.
That's really cool.
Suliek, you get Scream.
It's an engine piece, and it gets you a defensive card.
Exactly.
That's really solid.
Or the Mystic Mine. So Yeah. It can get you
Option
anything it
C.
wants.
He might want to keep it engraved just so that's an option for him.
Exactly.
I would assume he would have decided on Mystic Mind going
Yeah.
first, right? It's not very
Hopefully,
good.
yeah.
against
Especially in
Runic
this
Sprite.
Runic matchup, yeah. But yeah, again, these bestial cards just look like they're putting in work.
Oh my
Once
goodness,
again.
like, they're just so strong. Like his turn has just ended again. Admittedly, maybe he should have respected it by activating
Definitely,
both tier
yeah.
names. But generally speaking, like you don't really want to do that because
Yeah, because it lowers the ceiling of the rest of your turn, right?
yeah.
But on the plus side, at least if he does it, then he guarantees it.
Exactly. So maybe
yeah,
maybe
here we
lesson
go.
learned. But it's still not over yet. He's resolving that to add. I would like to think the turn isn't over yet. He could just set Suliak and pass, which would be not looking great again. Oh,
that's
no.
looking unfortunate. So he set 2 here. The Suliak is definitely one of them. Maybe a Heartbeat or Cyclone, something like that.
And now, just like game 1,
Yeah.
Gabe's licking his lips.
He's
thinking,
so happy with
he's
where
like,
he is
oh
in this
my
game."
goodness, is this it?
Yeah.
Am I going to win the UK Open 4? That'll be on his mind. He's thinking, I'm
Yeah.
in a really good spot here. My hand is good. My opponent's field is not the best. He's definitely seen better Tearlament boards than this.
Yeah.
But Suliak is still quite strong. And if he has a tier in hand as well, like the Suliak will send the Rhino
Scream
Heart.
will also trigger, right? Because I believe it's when
Yes.
any monster is summoned.
Yes, exactly.
So he still has a chance.
He has stuff going for him here. He's not
Yeah.
completely down and out.
No,
Gabe does have to
exactly.
be careful to play around
Do you think
any
he just
sort of
goes
variance.
Do you think he just attacks again? Maybe.
I
you know,
think
maybe.
so, but he would flip the Suliak then and then
Yeah.
if he had it, because he
But
just
what
has
does it do
to.
though? It doesn't.
It just gets his engine going.
Yeah, maybe. I guess as long as he's got a name in hand, right? To
Yeah,
send
like,
off of that
he
Rhino
just
Heart.
has to do something. So maybe like that's what Gabe might be thinking. He might be thinking, well, if I go battle phase, he's going to flip it anyway, and I
Yeah.
don't want to waste my battle phase. But then if he's going to go for runic plays, he's going to lose his battle phase anyway. But maybe he doesn't want. Oh, he does. He just goes straight
he
to
just goes
battle
straight
phase.
battle phase. And again,
oh, and
it
he
just goes
doesn't have.
through.
Now the only reason why he wouldn't flip it here is if he has Havness, and he probably does, because if he had Suliak Rhinoheart, he probably has a tier to discard. So I would assume it's Havness.
Exactly.
So he does have some form of defensive card.
That's where he's going. He's getting a tip.
Like, no next battle phase for Gabe, but he doesn't
Doesn't
care.
need it.
He's just happy to generate card advantage.
No, it's going to be good. Banishing another card off the top of the deck.
Tip searching any runic card.
Yep.
He's using a search rather than summon Hugin. Why do you think he's doing that?
He's just summoning. He's summoning with it. No, he's searching. I think he might just want another piece of utility. And I think he's also just trying to fill up his graveyard.
And he did side in there can only roll
Yeah,
against
I
this
thought he
matchup.
would do. He might even have it.
Yeah,
he might be waiting for a commitment.
He could very well have it
Yeah.
set, and now that's like maybe the cat's out of the bag now, and Gabe's
Yeah.
thinking, oh dear, is that something that I have to respect?
Maybe the freezing chain or freezing curse wasn't the correct call there. But
Now he's probably thinking.
He's having a little
his
think
line
about it, yeah.
His line of play could have potentially changed with that bit of information, which does make, which is why the runic cards can be quite strong, because like they just give you
so much free
info.
information. Yes.
And that is about as good info as any.
Now he's using it to summon, I believe. There isn't a monster, so he must be.
Yeah, he's putting his hand on it to
Yeah.
indicate, I guess that's where it's going.
For us, curveball summons the other zone.
He's going to get switcheroo. Nope, I fancy that one instead.
Nah, that's my zone.
So I wonder if he can disrupt this. If not, the snowball is probably looking like it's going to occur.
Getting into a jet there, showing he's probably got another way to a spike card.
This must be Havness.
That has to be
It's
Havness there. I saw a flip there.
And it's this not only is going to mill 6.
He's going to mill 6, yeah. So
you'll mill 3. That's no way. Like you see,
he gets Scream. At least he gets Scream to dex him by one more card.
True. So the Scream he's going to chain link 2.
Yeah, but
okay.
one Scream, 2 Scream.
I see. He's ordered it in a way where...
Yeah, just to see if it's a once per turn.
And surely he doesn't miss again.
Surely.
He can't just be outrageously unlucky. So he will search, resolving the chain backwards, and then mill 3. So you'll get a card out the deck that he doesn't.
Yeah, get the Suliak
to
probably.
fin it down, and hopefully that those
maybe a
Tearlament
Prime,
cards
yeah,
just
exactly.
magically end up at the top of the deck.
Hopefully, but Gabe still also does have another bestial card in hand.
He is in the driving seat, yes. So he does have to hit 2 names
Two
here.
names, yeah.
2 names. Will he do it?
Emerald Tortoise, and again he missed.
What What is today? This
Oh,
is
that
very
is so
unfortunate by
unfortunate,
Magil. Very
Oh,
flustered.
maybe that was Merly actually.
Oh, it was Merly. I thought it was the tortoise.
Oh, I thought it was the tortoise
I
as
thought
well.
it was the tortoise. Oh,
Okay.
we're in, baby. It's Merly time.
That's Merly.
Does he have a disruption
But
for
he has
Merly?
the bestial still. Yeah. And he's not locked onto Gigantic or any of the other cards yet.
No, not quite yet. So this, it's providing an extra extender for Gabe. And he has there can only be one.
Yeah, do you think
But
it
that means he
tries
can't
to-
summon Kit Kalos.
He cannot, so he'd have to go for... Has he got any fusions in the graveyard? No.
No, I'm not sure what he can summon. So this isn't like it lets him summon, but I'm not sure where he really goes with this. The Havernus is acting as more of a hindrance, if anything now, and he can't fuse the.
Maybe.
He can't fuse it
can't
away to
fuse
summon
it.
an Aqua.
So maybe he can't
That's
summon
not a legal
anything,
play.
yeah.
He can fuse them away to summon Garura. That would be a legal play. Not ideal.
Not ideal in the
but
slightest,
but a
though.
legal play. Like, if anything...
no, there we go, yeah.
We forgot about our good friend, Mr. Kaleido Heart, which will act as a form of removal. Things are looking like they're starting to turn around now for Michael.
Exactly.
He's having some form of disruption. He still has a set card, which could be a Celiac. And Celiac with Kaleido Heart is significantly
very
better.
strong, yeah.
So he'll probably want to get rid of that Bestial. And then he's also using the field spell. Didn't see that over there. I missed that. And he's using that to target the Hugin.
It looks like he's very much back in the driver's seat now.
Yes.
It looked for a few seconds there. It looks not the best for him.
It's crazy what one single chain link can do. But Gabe does have options still.
He still has a lot of cards as well.
He has Fountain, and if he has any Runic card, he can use that to draw cards. But the There Can Only Be One will be putting in work though, because that'll shut off his entire Sprite deck as they're all Thunder.
Luckily, he can still do some more niche plays, maybe summon another Hugin out and then summon the level 2 Sprite monster. They are both different. And maybe go for maybe an Oranbaru or something like that.
The Runic Engine also just does have inherent removal as well.
Exactly.
But he has already used Tip to search a card.
Yeah, so I think he's going to try and draw some cards here. He's already got 2 in the grave. If he's got the field spell. The desires!
Here we go.
The
No
iconic
fear
desires.
Again. Can he draw exactly what he needs off these 2 cards?
You know what? I believe.
Every
If
time
anyone can
somebody
do it,
activates Pot of
he
Desires,
can,
I wish them
yeah.
the best. Because only heroes play Pot of Desires. And he's evaluating his options here with what's been
Let's see what
banished.
those 2 draws are. Are they good?
And I will admit, every time I activate Pot of Desires, I do tend to just draw Pot of Desires.
Yeah, that is exactly how it goes for me.
Very frustrating. He's activating Fountain, so you would like to think he has drew more Runic cards to then try and draw more cards.
It's very much what it feels like. Slumber.
To get him out of this
looks
pickle.
like he's summoning here, maybe. And if he is, then that's very good again. He's going to get the 2 on board, and he's going to draw 3 cards.
What are the types of the Runic cards? Do they share the same type?
I think they're
fairies.
Fairies. I think level 4 is a beast.
Let's have a little peek of that to see how impactful There Can Only Be One would actually be.
I mean, to be fair, you can only summon them to the extra monster zone, so it's not going to create too much of an issue.
I suppose, yeah. I'm assuming none of them are Thunder. Like you wouldn't want to summon those anyway, because
he looks like he's chaining another card.
He's training Sprite
Starter here.
Okay. Just for clarification, there's like a mix of them, which I was about to say, but then I accidentally clicked off the page because I'm stupid. So we've got Rugen's a fairy. Oh, Moonin's a fairy, and Jerry, he's a beast. But like you say, they can only be summoned to the extra monster zone, so not of total significance.
Summoning Carrot out, so he's got the...
Gigantic Sprite is also a Thunder, right?
Yes,
so,
yeah.
So
he can't go
as far as like extra deck monsters with Sprite in their name, they're just not an option.
Yeah, exactly.
There can only be one
so
on the
field. Now he's going to go for that draw 3.
What's he hoping to draw, though?
Maybe he's... I think ideally he's looking for cards like Destruction, which are going to get rid of the back row. And I think that's really, really important here.
Well, he's got a good chance to hit it. Is there any, if things don't go according to plan though, is there any utility in the extra deck that'll help him outside of the Sprite cards to help remove There Can Only Be One?
The only things I can think of, maybe like go into an Ominbari play, and then once you've resolved Ominbari, maybe go into like some type of gigantic play from there. Or
does that remove not just monsters, but also?
No, it's only monsters. Yeah, so it'd be very awkward. By removing
he does have another Fountain, so he's going to dig some more.
Oh, he's going to try digging some more.
And just to clarify, Fountain can't put back.
And he has got the Destruction.
He does have Destruction, I see. So that will clear There can only be one.
And it looks like that might have been cool.
Yeah, I'm thinking that could have been a cheeky call by the grave. What's that up to?
Cool by the grave. And he.
No,
it's not cool by the
I
grave.
guess it's not call by the grave. It's probably the heartbeat thing.
Yeah, it might be heartbeat, which I think if he activates that to draw, surely he would have changed heartbeat when he tried to draw 3. Yeah. Surely.
You would assume so, right?
Not once per turn. He is
checking
confirming here.
Absolutely, Michael. It is not once per turn.
Draw another card.
And if he's just going to draw 1, I assume that's the last runic card in his hand, so he thought, well, why not? Let's just get that extra card. Try and get as much advantage as possible.
See if he's got any Sprite cards to try and dig for a play here.
The game plan here is probably just to get smashes to get that Collider Heart offline.
Yeah, very need to get rid of it.
And never mind. There it is.
Lava Golem.
Did he rip that off the?
I'm gonna assume he did.
The way he slapped it down, I'm going to assume it was a rip.
That is very strong in this situation.
And
as
now
well.
with the there can only be gone. There can only be one. It's there can only be gone.
He's now able to do anything he wants with his deck. He can get there, and it's looking very good for Gabriel now.
Gigantic Sprite is just free.
Yes.
To summon the blue.
Get his blue.
To then get his Jet. And Jet gets either a starter if he fancies it, if he wants a follow-up, or to get smashes if he wants more removal. Because there are cards that could keep Michael in the game here. He's got Scream in the field spell on the field. The back row is, we don't even know what that is, but it could be anything.
Could be absolutely anything.
So I think in Gabe's mind as well, he's thinking, oh, okay, what do I want to respect here? Maybe he just doesn't respect anything because he's in such a really advantageous position.
I'm gonna do a soul read here, and I'm gonna say I reckon the set is the second copy of Foolish Burial Goods.
And then he's gonna Mystic Mine him because he kept it in.
Because he kept it in, exactly.
Well, he's got
gonna
smashes,
go full
so that
circle,
plan is went out the window. Unless he has to activate smashes now.
On that Lava Golem, maybe.
I think the only thing you would probably be scared of now is like a Super Poly.
Yes, yeah.
But you wouldn't smashes now because then you would just flip Super Poly. So I guess he's just happy with his current
sets as
game
well.
state.
That's very strong.
It's Super Poly me, baby. And it's just not Super Poly. So game on. He's taken a crisp 1,000 off that Lava Golem. Lava Golem doing its work by getting rid of the Collider
13
Heart.
minutes left on the round.
13 minutes. Plenty of time as far as Gabe is concerned.
One day he will get to his battle phase and he will use it to get there.
In half an hour's time, he will have a battle phase.
No, I reckon somewhere in the next 12 minutes. Give him just enough time. But
he is definitely in the driving seat here.
Exactly.
His draw for turn, what could it be? He doesn't have access to a carrot from what we can see, but he's using tip just to get any form of disruption.
And he's using that. I like that there as well, just to play around maybe cards like Mystic Mine or maybe another copy of Pelirano.
He's probably recognizing the only way he can lose here is something like that.
Exactly.
So just put yourself in a position where you just don't lose to them.
And he still has a Bistio on hand as well, I believe, right?
Yes.
So that should be very good going into the rest of this turn.
The Bestials are just bullying the Tearlaments strategies, not allowing them to just get going at all. And I suppose it doesn't help when your mills are unfortunate.
Exactly, very much so. I think he might just have to use the Sprite Elf here just to get another card. Or he may just have the Flashing Fire. There you go.
Yes, just get rid of the big guy. Because the big guy is great as it was to remove the cards. It can start to be problematic because of its attack points, so just get rid of it.
Seeing the Instant Fusion getting banished there as well is very strong, just because it guarantees that you're not going to lose to that top deck.
As far as good top decks go, Instant Fusion's probably the best one.
It's the best one. There's no way there's nothing better.
And there's nothing better than Instant Noodles. It's just quick, easy, gets the job done.
1,000 life points for anything you want in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Cheap.
Exactly.
Cheap.
You know what?
Really
I'd pay 2,000. Why not?
I'd pay 7K for some Noodles. And he's resolving Mountain, or Fountain rather. Well, Gabe is feeling on top of the mountain right now. It looks like he's thinking, I'm going to win this. It's time.
He's definitely
and he does have the second field spell, which he's also just went, nope, I'm not having any of that. I'm just not letting you resolve any of those cards at all.
Yep. So another 4 cards removed from play.
How much is left of his deck?
I don't know, but
it's looking like a big banished pile.
But where are the Tearlaments monsters cards?
Where are they?
Where are they?
Where are they?
There might just be a solid brick of 20 of them.
And he does have access to carrot. He's thinking, I don't want to get Mystic Mind. He's just
why not?
Completely reasonable. fair play. I also don't want to get Mystic Mind. And
there it is.
He's looking, he's just like, Mystic Mind, baby. He's like,
I beg.
No, please.
I think you let it resolve.
You 100% just let that resolve. Because Pillarino is a hard one to return, so you can't activate another one. And the only thing you can really have here is Mystic Mind.
Which you can then tribute the elf for, so it's okay.
Yep.
And he still has the smashes as well.
But then again, he might not want to tribute the elf, depending on the game state. So he might just think, let's just tribute that Terraform.
Yeah.
But if he slaps it down here, if he's hard drawn it, will he? No. Now that would have been a move by Michael if he just hard drew it.
A T set.
A T set, classic. Good in 2004, but not quite 2022.
Exactly. So how do you think Gabe's going to move for the rest of this next turn?
Probably go from main phase to end phase, because he doesn't have a battle phase. So we'll know that for sure.
We'll know that bit for sure. But we're going to see just how he tries to...
Draw lots of cards. It's the game plan. Just draw lots of cards and don't use any runics.
Remove the next 2 cards from Michael. Maybe use some more runic cards in the early half of his turn before the battle phase. Just try and get him that victory as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's looking like he's just going to generate as much card advantage as he can. He'll try and just not use any of the runic cards like he did when we previously featured him, because he just wants this game to be over.
Exactly.
He wants to win the UK Open. He's missed his train. He wants to justify it.
Yeah, he knows that he
did
needs
say
this
that
win.
He did say there's a 1 a.m. bus back to London. So there is
Did he actually? Oh.
Yeah, he'll be cuddling his trophy on the way back down.
No, I offered him a space on the floor with me, so that's okay.
So he has an out.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay.
But he has to win first.
No, if he doesn't win, that 1 a.m. bus is looking good for him.
That was quite the train too, mate.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna watch him go and start making plays.
Yeah, he just wants more cards, doesn't
exactly.
he? The Iberia is probably going to be what's summoned here, just to draw more cards and then link it away and then summon it off Elf next.
Now he's thinking if he's got a
draw
target
more
or
cards.
not.
Yeah. He's like, hold on a second.
There's a lot of cards gone from
Did
this
I
deck now.
banish my Iberia? How many copies have it displayed? 2?
2.
Okay.
Post side, maybe down to 1.
Oh, true. It could have been an
especially if you
option
saw that
side
lava
out.
golem.
No, like
It's still there.
he is not a coward. He just
That is incredible.
Straight in Iberia.
That draw there is
doesn't
going to be
care.
amazing. Maybe he just makes an IP after this, maybe, and just accepts that that's probably enough to get him there.
Yeah. Even then, like, I'm not even sure if he even needs to do that. Gigantic Sprite might just be big enough to
Yeah, true.
just add that sort of board field presence.
Gonna activate it. Oh, I guess
okay.
he hasn't gone to his battle phase yet.
He doesn't fancy his
So-
battle phase.
Well, he hasn't gone to it to try and skip it yet, so he can still activate a couple of runic cards.
That makes sense. So you would skip this battle
yes,
phase and you would
exactly.
still have his next battle phase.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah, and then he's going to draw 2 more cards here. Again, just getting as much advantage as he can with this runic fountain.
Yeah, and having a firm grip on that driving wheel now.
Exactly. Looking really good for him here.
And now is he even scared of the T set?
Yeah,
Probably not.
no.
At this rate, he could win via deck out. At this point.
Exactly. You might want to cut how many cards?
I think poor Michael is just looking like he's just accepting his fate here,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But he's still not out. He is getting rid of that back row. I wonder what it is. It turned out it is a Suliak, which...
It doesn't look like there's very many cards left. Maybe
No,
like
he's
between
got a
5
very,
and 10.
very small deck.
Yeah.
So maybe he's recognized, maybe that's just his win condition. Just deck him out.
Yeah. Well, let's see. He's still got... He might be counting how many cards are in his deck there.
It looks thinner than his graveyard and his banished pile.
He's not
so.
resolving the Suliak, which is a very good sign for Gabriel.
Maybe he just can't.
Yeah, he
Like,
just can't do it.
It's looking very good. Adding an extra defensive card. Oh, maybe he's too scared of that set monster. And you know what?
I agree with this.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's
the Emerald Tortoise.
The Emerald Turtle. Terrifying stuff.
Terrifying of the
You
turtle.
don't want that turtle to... It's up to no good, that turtle.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to know how many cards he's even got left in his deck.
Exactly. I think, just judging by what he looks like, what it looks like from here, it looks like a very, very minute amount. Somewhere under 10, I'd say, in all honesty.
Maybe even less.
Yeah, he looks like they're very like 3 or 4, really.
And with 6 minutes left as well, Gabe is ahead on life.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking in a really comfortable
That lava
position.
golem 1000.
Oh, and he's just giving
won.
him the win.
There
and
we
Gabe
go.
has won the UK Open 4 with Runic Sprite. Congratulations. I guess it just goes to show that this deck, even with Darkwing Blast, is still ridiculously good. The biggest change, of course, being the bestial cards, which have just made it so that this deck can potentially have an easier matchup against the tier decks. And it just goes to show that the two features that we had were against the tier decks were just both 2-0s.
Yeah.
Convincing
Very
2-0s
convincing
as well.
2-0s. These bestial cards are doing a lot for him. And now he is sighing with relief, knowing that missing that train was worth it. So,
and we're going to present the
straight
trophy.
to him.
Gabriel Nets has won the UK Open 4. Congratulations. Well done.
I'm so happy for him.
Congratulations. That is some great stuff. You can tell he's very, very happy. He's not bothered that he missed the train. He's more than happy that he made the trip here with a Runic Sprite deck, which he said he's only played a week of, but he seemed to have played that very well.
Yeah, I know he very narrowly missed out on top cut of YCS Utrecht with a very similar list to this. So yeah, I'm really happy to see him get a result with it because after a defeat like that at YCS Utrecht, he wanted something this weekend. And that's why he travelled all the way here to Sheffield and he went 9-0.
Yeah, and he came back strong. Sometimes it can be easy after like a disappointing tournament to have your head in the clouds and think, no, maybe you switch decks. But no, he stuck to the game plan. He thought, you know what, maybe it just wasn't my day. But today was his day, and he won today. And congratulations to him. Well, thanks for watching, guys. Congratulations to Gabriel Nets for winning UK Open 4. We're really looking forward to the next one. Looking forward to seeing you guys again. Thanks for tuning in. See you guys later.
Thank you.